I am a traveler from Blue Star, and I have lived in Dueling continent for 18 years. I have a powerful martial soul, Thunder Emperor, which is naturally immune to thunder, and can control thunder and feed on it. At the age of 18, my soul power broke through level 90 and I am about to become a titled Dueling. However, just when I went down the mountain to hunt for the 9th spirit ring, the system suddenly succeeded in binding. This system seemed a bit stupid, and asked me to do the novice mission and join Shrek Academy. Although I thought it was ridiculous, I decided to accept the mission for the reward. I came to Shrek Academy and saw the dilapidated academy and many students and parents. Here, I met the Shrek 7 Devils and Mr. Li Yusong, who was a Soul Emperor. Can I complete the tasks and continue to improve my strength under the guidance of this system? My Dueling journey was full of surprises and challenges. Boom. Dueling continent. A place rarely visited by humans. Thunder filled the sky like a spider web, extremely depressing, as if doomsday had come. However, on top of a solitary peak, a young man stood quietly with his eyes closed, bathing in the thunder. Normally, the power of the thunderbolt is so strong that even a titled Dueling would not dare to face it directly and avoid its sharp edge. But the young man was unharmed and even had a look of enjoyment on his face, which was terrifying. Crack! After an unknown amount of time, a crisp sound came from the boy's body. Almost at the same time, he finally opened his eyes full of surprise. Breakthrough. I, Qin Xiao, have been in Dueling continent for 18 years, and today I finally broke through to level 90 in spirit power. His voice was filled with joy. His name is Qin Xiao, he is from Blue Star and he is a time traveler. I was an orphan in my previous life, and I am an orphan in this life too. When he was 6 years old, he awakened his martial soul, Thunder Emperor. This is a magical and powerful martial spirit. Born immune to thunder, able to control thunder, and able to feed on thunder, transforming the power of thunder into pure soul power. This is also the main reason why Qin Xiao can reach level 90 in soul power at the age of 18. The so-called soul power training and guidance methods on Dueling continent are simply weak compared to his simple and crude ability to devour thunder. As long as I obtain the 9th spirit ring, I will officially enter the realm of titled Dueling. Haha, an 18-year-old titled Dueling is unprecedented. Qin Xiao remembered that Tang Hao was known as the youngest titled Dueling on Dueling continent. He was already in his 40s when he became a titled Dueling. Compared with him, Tang Hao is at best an old genius. The appearance of Qin Xiao has broken the inherent history of Dueling continent. If the soul masters of Dueling continent knew this, they would be shocked. Turn around and go down the mountain. Qin Xiao is going to hunt for his own 9th ring. However, when Qin Xiao just walked down the mountain, he was frozen in place as if he had been hit by a spell. Because a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, the novice guidance system has been successfully bound. Ding, the novice gift pack has been distributed, please check it. What the hell? System. Qin Xiao was bewildered. I'm almost becoming a titled Dueling, and I'm just activating the system. What a joke. You know, titled Dueling is already the pinnacle in the hearts of countless soul masters and an existence that people admire. Does he still need a system? At this moment, Qin Xiao felt no emotion at all and even wanted to laugh. What functions do you have? Although Qin Xiao didn't really take this system seriously, it was his golden finger after all, so he had to understand it, right? What if it really is useful? The ultimate goal of this system is to guide rookie soul masters to the pinnacle of Dueling continent. What a rookie soul master! It definitely can't be me. It seems you have found the wrong person. Qin Xiao smiled confidently. The system detection is correct, you are the host. Am I a rookie soul master? Do you have any misunderstandings about rookie soul masters? Qin Xiao asked unhappily, then do you know my cultivation level? Level 90. Are you sure you want to guide me? Sure. Qin Xiao. He understood that this system was a bit stupid, no wonder it took 18 years to be activated. Forget it, let's see what's in the novice gift pack. Qin Xiao didn't bother to pay attention to the stupid system, and opened the novice gift package with a thought. Suddenly, several objects appeared in front of him. To be exact, it was several books. Qin Shao looked at them one by one, including Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, Encyclopedia of Soul Master Theory, Map of Dolua Continent, and Introduction to Dolua Continent. That's all the garbage. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and threw several books down the mountain with disgust. Don't feel bad. These are mainland products. He spent a gold soul coin to buy a set when he was still a soul master. They are not worth much. Ding, since the host has a preliminary understanding of Dolua Continent, the novice guide will be opened for the host. Newbie guide. I'm already level 90, so I'm not a novice anymore. You can skip the novice guide and give me introductory or higher level tasks. Qin Shao said dissatisfiedly. Doing novice tasks is really a waste of time. You must complete the novice guide before you can start the subsequent tasks. Qin Shao was speechless. Forget it. This system is stupid and I can't get on the same level with it. He advised himself secretly. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the system's mechanical voice sounded again in Qin Zhao's mind. Newbie guide, as a rookie soul master, it is particularly important for you to join the Soul Master Academy system. With your talent and age, you barely meet the admission standards of Shrek. Please go and register immediately and pass Li Yusong's preliminary test. Mission reward, first soul ring age plus 1,000 years. 500 gold soul coins. Join Shrek Academy. Qin Shao frowned and thought for a moment, and immediately news about Shrek emerged in his mind. Shrek Academy is an academy that does not accept ordinary people but only monsters. The admission criteria are that students must not be over 13 years old and must possess a soul power of no less than level 21. Qin Shao remembered that his soul power had reached level 30 when he was 8 years old. Was this talent too rare? And I'm already 18 years old, and I've obtained a spirit ring and have become a titled Dolua. You want me to go to Shrek to study? Qin Shao couldn't help but complain, I'm more than qualified to be a teacher. The mission is correct, please execute it immediately. Obviously, trying to reason with the system is not a wise option. However, if the lifespan of the first soul ring is increased by 1,000 years, it would not be bad. The first soul skill would be equivalent to the third soul skill of other soul masters. It must be said that this reward made Qin Shao a little excited. After all, it can improve strength. It just so happens that I just broke through a bottleneck and need to consolidate my cultivation. It is not suitable to absorb thunder to improve my cultivation in the short term. I'll take this mission. Qin Shao thought about it, closed the task panel, and walked down the mountain. As for the requirements of Shrek Academy, he didn't take them into consideration at all. Rules are dead, people are alive. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist rules the rules. What's wrong with an 18-year-old titled Dolua being a student? Is it too much? Half a month later. Shrek Academy. Qin Shao looked at the shabby plaque in the dilapidated academy and narrowed his eyes slightly. It has to be said that Shrek Academy is even more shabby than Qin Shao had imagined. But even so, outside Shrek Academy, there were already hundreds of students and parents waiting in line. Bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang in Qin Zhao's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man who looked like a farmer, holding a long stick with countless fine lines on it, standing in front of the gate of Shrek Academy. 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, 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 and black, emerged from under his feet one by one. Dragon patterned stick, Soul Emperor cultivation, this should be Li Yusong. Qin Shao couldn't help but think about a question, when he takes the entrance exam later, what should he do so as not to scare Teacher Li? Soul Emperor. It's so terrifying. In front of the college, many students and parents couldn't help but scream and began to back away. This kind of strong person is someone they can only look up to. They can't afford to offend him. At this time, Li Yusong also spoke up, some of you came late and don't know the Academy's admission rules. Let me repeat it again. Those who are over 13 years old or don't have a soul power above level 21 can leave. Shrek only recruits monsters, not ordinary people. His voice was not very loud, but it spread throughout the venue. What? So harsh. disband, disperse, we won't be attending this academy anymore. Li Yusong's words caused quite a stir, and soon some people began to back out and left. Soon, there were only a few people left in front of the academy. Or rather, those who stayed were those who had passed the test. Do you want to join Shrek? Suddenly, Li Yusong looked at Qin Xiao and asked. Qin Xiao could hear some surprise in his voice. This is not difficult to understand. After all, Qin Xiao looks obviously over 18 years old. Why not leave? Are you waiting for the feast? Qin Xiao stepped forward, stood in front of Li Yusong, and said with a smile, I'm here to sign up. At the same time, he placed the gold soul coins he had prepared on the table in front of Li Yusong. Boss, this guy is good and can get along. Others left because they knew it was difficult, but he still insisted on donating money to us. Xiao Ao, is there a possibility that his situation is very similar to yours? Before Li Yusong could say anything, another voice was heard in the field. Qin Xiao tilted his head slightly and saw several people talking about him in front of the college gate. Each of them has blonde hair and double pupils. Each of them had a beard and there was a dining card in front of him. An ordinary-looking boy, with a girl in a pink dress standing next to him. One was a girl with a baby face, big breasts, and a black leather jacket. The last one was a girl wearing a white skirt and short hair. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Qin Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that today was the day the Shrek 7 Devils would start school. What a coincidence. The one who just spoke was Oscar, whose peach blossom eyes kept looking at Qin Xiao. He doubted whether the man in front of him had a hole in his brain. Come forward. Li Yusong had already put away his dragon-pattern stick martial spirit and asked Qin Xiao to come forward. However, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, there is no need to test my age. I am already 18 years old this year. 18. Didn't Teacher Li's words just now seem clear? At this time, Dai Mubai, who had double pupils, couldn't help but speak. The person in front of me doesn't look old, he is really old. This guy is just wasting his time. Rules are made by people, they are not immutable. Do you think I am right? Qin Xiao ignored what Dai Mubai said. In terms of his strength, Dai Mubai is no different from a child in front of him. He's not even a clown. Haha, who do you think you are? You actually want to change the rules. Oscar was already laughing. This kid really doesn't know his place, and he wants to change the rules of Shrek. Dai Mubai couldn't help but curl his lips. He is proud, but even he cannot change the rules of Shrek. On the side, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rong, and others also looked at Qin Xiao with different expressions. What do you want to say? Li Yusong asked Qin Xiao in a deep voice. It's very simple. As long as I can prove that my strength and talent are superior to theirs, can I join the academy? Qin Xiao pointed at Dai Mubai and others. Them. Li Yusong subconsciously glanced at Tang San and others and couldn't help shaking his head. Ignorance. How ignorant? Dai Mubai is a soul master at the age of 13, Oscar is a born soul master with full power, Ning Rong is the genius future heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. And Tang San and Xiao Wu are both monsters who have the potential to become monsters at the age of 12. The young man in front of them actually said that his talent could surpass theirs. What a joke. Haha, young man, you are very energetic. Li Yusong smiled, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can really show talent that surpasses theirs, I will make an exception and let you pass my test. At the side, Dai Mubai and Oscar also had smiles on their faces. They really wanted to see how shocked and embarrassed the young man would be when he found out about their talents. Brother, this person is so stupid. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle in Tang San's ear. Don't underestimate him. I estimate that he is very likely to have the cultivation level of a soul master, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Tang San said in a low voice. 18-year-old soul master. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed, that was nothing. Interesting, the world outside is indeed much more interesting than the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Rong blinked her big, sparkling eyes, full of excitement and curiosity. Only Zhu Zhuqing had a frosty face, and no one knew what she was thinking. I suggest that those with strength below Soul Sect level stand 200 meters away. Qin Shao did not forget to give a reminder before showing his strength. Who does he think he is? Contra. Funny. Obviously, no one took his words to heart and they all stood there unmoved. Forget it, it's hard to persuade a dead ghost with good words. Don't blame me if you make a fool of yourself later. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Boom. The next moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Everyone in the field except Qin Shao was shocked. Why is there thunder out of nowhere? They were all very confused. Boss, look at that person. This thunder seems to be related to him. Oscar suddenly pointed at Qin Shao, his voice trembling. Everyone looked and saw arcs of electricity wrapped around Qin Shao, making crackling sounds. Immediately afterwards, one spirit ring after another emerged from under his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple. In the blink of an eye, there are 3 soul rings. Soul Master, you do have some strength. But that's all. If you want to show off your strength at Shrek, you are totally wrong. If we want Teacher Li to agree, we must at least show that we are a soul sect. Daimubai's pupils shrank slightly, and then he smiled coldly. You know, he became a soul master at the age of 13, and now at the age of 15 he already has a soul force of 37. He believes that by the time he is 18, he will be able to reach at least a soul force of 42. There were many people in the field who had the same idea as Daimubai. But the next moment, everyone's face showed surprise. Because, another purple soul ring emerged from under Qin Zhao's feet. 4 rings, Soul Sect. Sure enough, he still has some strength. In front of Qin Shao, Li Yusong's eyes flickered slightly, and he had secretly agreed to Qin Zhao's previous proposal in his heart. The 18-year-old Soul Sect has almost the same talent as Daimubai. It is estimated that he became a soul master at around the age of 13, which makes him a pretty good genius. Boss, this guy has some strength. Among the crowd, Oscar's pupils shrank and he let out a soft cry. I have to admit, I was wrong just now. Humph, what's the big deal? Becoming a soul sect at the age of 18, who among us can't do it? Daimubai couldn't help but snort, thinking that Oscar was being too surprised. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke in a clear voice, then, what if it's an 18-year-old Soul King? New author, new book, please support, the 18-year-old Soul King. Daimubai's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head subconsciously. I have never seen anyone become a Soul King at the age of 18. To become a Soul Sect Master at the age of 18 is already a rare genius. Not to mention meeting him, even in the historical records of their Xing Luo Empire, there has never been an 18-year-old Soul King in the royal family. Then take a closer look. Ning Rongrong said to Daimubai with a sly look in her eyes. Look. Who? Daimubai was stunned and looked at Ning Rongrong with confusion. Boss, look at that young man. He is the Soul King. Beside Daimubai, Oscar tugged at Daimubai's clothes fiercely, pointed at Qin Shao in the field and said. At this moment, Oscar looked horrified. Soul King? How is that possible? Daimubai didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. But, I still looked over subconsciously. Suddenly, I was stunned. How is this possible? After seeing everything clearly, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. As far as the eye can see, isn't there an extra soul ring under Qin Zhao's feet? Yellow, purple, black. That's right, it's really the Soul King. Xiao San, he is really a Soul King, an 18-year-old Soul King. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu stretched out her fingers and repeatedly checked Qin Zhao's spirit ring, her voice full of surprise. This is amazing. This person's talent is even stronger than Xiao San. You know, before this, she thought that Tang San's talent was unmatched. Even after meeting Ning Rongrong and Daimubai, she still thought so. But now Xiao Wu doesn't think so. Can Xiao San reach the level of a Soul King when she is 18 years old? Xiao Wu subconsciously had this thought in her mind. There are mountains beyond mountains, and there are mountains higher than mountains. Tang San also exclaimed with a complicated expression. His heart was full of yearning. Soul King, I wonder when I can achieve it. An 18-year-old Soul King, this talent is amazing. Looking at all the students in Shrek's past, no one can compare to him. Don't even mention Shrek. Even the one who was once known as the youngest titled Doluo in the entire continent only became a Soul King in his 20s, right? Not to mention others, even Li Yusong, who was used to seeing monsters, was extremely shocked, and his heart seemed to be surging with waves. This kind of talent is truly a genius among geniuses, and has already broken the history of Doluo continent. Young man, you can. Li Yusong plans to tell Qin Xiao that you can join Shrek. But the next words were like a fishbone stuck in my throat and I couldn't say them. He was completely stunned, and uttered 2 words in a daze and uncontrollably, 6 rings. As the voice fell, another pitch-black soul ring appeared under Qin Xiao's feet. Oh my god. 6-ringed Soul Emperor. Is he really only 18 years old? Ning Rongrong opened her mouth slightly, a look of disbelief on her face. If someone had told her before that someone could reach the Soul Emperor level at the age of 18, she would have scoffed. What a joke. Even her Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword didn't have such achievements when they were young. But now she felt that if she told others what she had seen, no one would believe it. Boss, it seems that we really misjudged this young man. He is actually a strongman of the same level as Teacher Li. On the side, Oscar shrank his neck and said in a deep voice. Daimubai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Say what? There are still 3 years left, and even if he works himself to death he still cannot reach the Soul Emperor realm. Not to mention Soul Emperor, even Soul King realm is in jeopardy. Although the young man hadn't said anything from the beginning till now, and hadn't even looked at him straight in the eye, Daimubai felt as if an invisible slap had been slapped on his face. At this moment, Qin Xiao also took in everyone's eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never thought of hiding his strength. He is totally uninterested in playing the pig and eating the tiger. Isn't it so that no one would look down on you that you have been practicing hard in the deserted mountains for more than 10 years? Woohoo! Powerful soul power exploded in the field, causing a strong wind. Soul rings appeared one after another. 7-ring Soul Saint. 8-ring Soul Doluo. 9-ring titled Doluo. When the 9th soul ring appeared on Qin Zhao's body, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's heart almost stopped beating. The dark and deep light caught everyone's attention. However, then an incomparably powerful soul force pressure suddenly descended, and everyone felt their bodies sink, unable to resist this powerful force, and were crushed to the ground one after another. Boss, am I dazzled? He has 9 spirit rings. After a while, Oscar couldn't help but exclaim. However, Daimubai didn't listen to his words at all, and just kept muttering. Title Doluo, how could he be a title Doluo? He was like someone possessed by evil spirits, mumbling in his sleep. I thought the Soul Emperor was shocking enough. Now. Ning Rongrong's eyes were extremely complicated and she had no idea what to say. Xiao Wu, how are you? Tang Sen barely maintained the posture of kneeling on one knee, while Xiao Wu curled up behind him with a look of panic on her face. No, nothing. Xiao San, he's so strong. I'm so scared. Xiao Wu said in a trembling voice. Her mind was in a mess. This person is actually a title Doluo. Why would a title Doluo come to such a remote place? What is his purpose? Is it not for me? However, if Qin Xiao didn't tell her, she wouldn't dare to ask even if she was beaten to death. Excuse me, do I pass your test now? Qin Xiao was surrounded by 9 soul rings and looked at Li Yusong with a faint smile on his face. Your Majesty, you are joking. If I, Shrek, have offended you in any way, I apologize to you here. Li Yusong did not fall down. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the pressure from Qin Xiao so as not to make a fool of himself. He really didn't know how the tiny Shrek could attract a titled Doluo level expert. You misunderstood. I really am enrolled in school, and I am really 18 years old. Qin Xiao shook his head slightly and put away his martial soul and spirit ring. Everyone in the field felt the pressure suddenly relieved. Is he really here to enroll? Li Yusong did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately gave an answer, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed my assessment." Not to mention the entrance examination, even if Qin Shao told him that he wanted to be the dean, Li Yusong would immediately go to talk to Flanders. "Thank you." Qin Shao nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Byte. Rookie Soul Master, congratulations on barely passing Li Yusong's test. The mission reward has been issued. Did you pass? Qin Zhao's mind moved, and he felt a force entering his body. Although he did not summon the soul ring, he could feel that the soul ring had undergone significant changes. At the same time, a weak soul power merged into his soul power, allowing his cultivation to increase slightly. Qin Shao knew that this was the soul power feedback brought to him by the increasing age of the soul ring. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Qin Zhao's mind. Ding, new tasks have been issued. Newbie Guide, 2 Rookie Spirit Master, congratulations on having barely passed Li Yusong's test. But please don't be too proud. Next, please go all out with your partners to face the test from the Devil King Zhao Wuji. Mission requirements: work together with your partners and last under Zhao Wuji for the duration of 1 stick of incense. Mission reward: second soul ring years plus 1000. Note, Zhao Wuji has the power of a soul saint, is extremely powerful, and is also extremely cruel. If you are careless, your life may be in danger. After reading the new task, Qin Shao stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Zhao Wuji. Cruel. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, Dolua, 10,000 times reversal, blackened 9 treasure glazed tower. I remember that the entrance examination is not just this one, right? Qin Shao asked Li Yusong. Yes, normally, there are 4 entrance exams for Shrek Academy. The remaining ones are the soul power test, the martial soul control test, and the last one is the actual combat test. Li Yusong hurriedly explained. Qin Shao nodded slightly to show that he understood, and then listened to Li Yusong say, "But for your majesty, these tests can be waived." Exempt. Qin Shao shook his head. I don't need any special privileges. I must treat everyone equally. Then I can skip the second and third items. I must take part in the practical test. This. After hearing the first half of Qin Zhao's sentence, Li Yusong breathed a sigh of relief for many teachers. However, after hearing the second half of Qin Zhao's sentence, he had already started praying for Zhao Wuji. I hope Lao Zhao won't be hammered to death. Mu Bai, hurry up and take me on down to take the test. Li Yusong looked at Dai Mu Bai and winked. Dai Mu Bai immediately understood, Your Majesty, please follow me. Qin Shao, on the other hand, shook his head and said, Let's go together. He remembered that the mission clearly stated that he and his companions had to fight against Zhao Wuji and hold out under Zhao Wuji for the time of an incense stick. If these people were not there, who knew whether the system would judge that his mission had failed? This? Dai Mu Bai didn't dare to act on his own and looked to Li Yusong for help. Okay, let's go together. These people are very talented anyway. They have already exceeded the standards set by the academy. I'll talk to them later. Li Yusong said without hesitation. Then he looked at Qin Shao and seemed to ask for his opinion. That's no problem, let's go now. Qin Shao nodded slightly. As long as he can complete the task, he doesn't care about other issues. However, Qin Shao discovered that Li Yusong seemed to be hesitant to speak. Is there anything I can help you with? Qin Shao asked. Li Yusong dares to ask Your Majesty's name. Li Yusong asked courageously. Qin Shao, title, Thunder Emperor. Qin Shao said this and walked towards the academy first. Thunder Emperor Dolua, Qin Shao. Everyone in the field was in a trance. They all knew that it wouldn't be long before this name would resound throughout Dolua continent. What are you still standing there for? Follow His Majesty the Thunder Emperor in quickly. At this time, Li Yusong was the first to get rid of his shock and spoke hurriedly. Dai Mu Bai also realized it later and chased after Qin Shao, looking at his back. After everyone left, Li Yusong gradually frowned, looking solemn. Why did this crown come to Shrek Academy? Why do you want to be Shrek's student? Don't say it's for study. Who in the entire Shrek has the ability to teach a titled Doluo? Li Yusong felt that if the situation was reversed, it would be more appropriate to let His Majesty the Thunder Emperor teach them. I'll go find the dean right away. I can't be the only one with such a big problem. Thinking so, Li Yusong left the door and entered the academy. This is it. Not long after, Dai Mubai led everyone to another open space, about 200 square meters. Qin Shao also saw that not far away there was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s dozing off on a chair. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be Akalanatha Zhao Wuji. He understood in his heart. Teacher Zhao. At this moment, Dai Mubai shouted. But I felt a little anxious. Normally, it's fine for you to show off, but not today. I have a titled Doluo-level boss in my team. It's Mubai. Dai Mubai's voice spread and Zhao Wuji was awakened from his sleep. He frowned and glanced at everyone in the field. He was suddenly a little surprised, as if he had encountered something incredible. 5 people actually passed the exam. It's a miracle. You know, Shrek hasn't had any new members for several years. This is normal, those with high talent all choose to go to Tendo Royal Academy. Those with low talent cannot get in. They recruited students every year just to make some pocket money. So in the history of Shrek, they only recruited dozens of students. At this time, Zhao Wuji slowly stood up from his chair. He was not tall and had an ordinary appearance, but he looked very strong. However, he also gave people a sense of oppression. My name is Zhao Wuji, and I'm your teacher for the final test. If you pass my test, you will become a glorious member of Shrek. But my test is not so easy to pass. Of course, my assessment is also very simple, it is just actual combat. As long as you can hold out against me for 1 stick of incense, you will pass the test. If you are all beaten down by me within 1 stick of incense, then get out. Zhao Wuji said this with a cold smile. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai's heart trembled when he heard the voice. He wanted to persuade Zhao Wuji to take back what he had just said. At least, don't say it so harshly and give yourself some face. However, Zhao Wuji waved his hand and interrupted Dai Mubai. Can't I see what you are thinking? Are you looking at a beautiful girl and want to be gentle with her? If it were normal times, I might give you a favor, but today is the entrance exam, there are rules, and I can't do anything about it. Zhao Wuji felt that he had seen through Dai Mubai's thoughts. No. Dai Mubai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything because a pair of cold eyes were fixed on him. He didn't need to look back to know that it was the girl named Zhu Zhuqing. Never mind. Mr. Zhao, since you cheated me first and dug up my past, then don't blame me for cheating you. After thinking about it, he said nothing and stood aside obediently. Seeing Dai Mubai walk away, Zhao Wuji's eyes fell on everyone again, and he said, Okay, don't think about taking shortcuts, it's impossible. Now I'll give you 1 stick of incense to discuss. After 1 stick of incense, the battle will officially begin. Only. Something strange happened. The discussion scene he imagined in his mind did not appear. The eyes of the boys and girls were all focused on one person. What is going on? Is there anything special about this boy besides being a little older? Subconsciously, Zhao Wuji widened his eyes, wanting to see what was going on. It seems that this guy has nothing special except that he looks handsome. Your Majesty, I will do whatever you say. Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with cunning, and she was the first to speak. Your Majesty. This man's last name is Mian and his name is Xia. What an arrogant name. Zhao Wuji was in a trance for a moment. If I were called Your Majesty Zhao, that wouldn't be bad, right? Just stand where you are. Leave the rest to me. Qin Shao felt that as long as they came to the field, they would all be considered his teammates. If he continues to beat Zhao Wuji for an incense stick of time, shouldn't the mission be completed? He thought there was nothing wrong with thinking this way. When Zhao Wuji heard what Qin Shao said, he lost his composure. Is this kid so crazy? Zhao Wuji decided to put some pressure on these rookie soul masters. Mubai, tell them my strength. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Teacher Zhao, do you really want to tell me? Dai Mubai didn't think it was necessary. If Zhao Wuji could listen, he wouldn't mind talking about Qin Zhao's strength. Ning Rongrong even raised her lips slightly, obviously trying to hold back a smile. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart that this silly teacher was really interesting. Not to mention Ning Rongrong, everyone else's expressions were also very strange. They thought it was just a fierce dog showing off its strength to a lion. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Seeing that Dai Mubai didn't move for a long time, Zhao Wuji urged him again. Oh, okay. Even though Dai Mubai felt helpless, he could only nod his head. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul saint. His martial soul is the mighty King Kong Bear, a battle soul saint. He is the vice president of the academy, and his overall strength is second only to the dean. Oh, so you're a soul saint. Ning Rongrong pretended to be surprised and made a sound. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who always had a cold expression, had a strange look in her eyes. If it had happened before, she would have been shocked. But she has seen titled Doluo-level powerhouses like Thunder Emperor, so Soul Saint is probably just like that. Zhao Wuji was stunned. What kind of attitude is, oh? Is this the attitude that a group of teenagers should have? Forget it, Mubai, you don't have to explain to them. I don't think they will cry until they see the coffin. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and shook his neck. His bones began to crackle. Teacher Zhao, please be careful. At this time, Oscar, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Likewise, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Wuji. Why are you the same as Dai Mubai? Is there someone you like among these people? Don't worry, I'll be careful not to hurt them. Zhao Wuji said with a frown. Why? Let him be. Oscar didn't know what to say. At this time, Zhao Wuji had already taken out a stick of incense, lit it with a flick of his hand, and threw it casually into the ground. Since they are admiring you so much, I will defeat you first. He stared at Qin Zhao, and as he spoke, he bent his body and exerted force. At the same time, his body suddenly swelled. The already terrifying muscles all over his body expanded almost twice as much, and even his height increased by 1 meter in an instant, and he became extremely strong. 7 dazzling soul rings rose up at the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 soul rings attached to him. With a loud bang, dust rose up, and Zhao Wuji rushed towards Qin Zhao like a cannonball. A layer of fine cracks appeared on the ground where he stepped. It was hard to imagine how much powerful power his body contained. Is this kid scared silly? Zhao Wuji was approaching Qin Zhao at a very fast speed, but the latter still stood there unmoved. In fact, Qin Zhao was not moving, but there was absolutely no need for him to move. After more than 10 years of thunder body training, his physique has reached an extremely astonishing level. Moreover, he possesses the spirit of the Thunder Emperor and controls thunder, and his speed has long reached the extreme. Although Zhao Wuji looked ferocious, Qin Zhao failed to notice his strength or speed. It's no different from a turtle crawling. This is Qin Zhao's evaluation of Zhao Wuji. Boom. Like a thunderclap. In a flash, Qin Zhao finally fought back. The fist with sparks and lightning landed on Zhao Wuji's face first. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zhao Wuji flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came. How is that possible? How could he have such speed and strength? As the person involved, Zhao Wuji was completely confused. Boom. Zhao Wuji flew back, crossed a distance of 100 meters, and hit the wall heavily. Immediately afterwards, the wall collapsed under the weight, stirring up billowing smoke. In contrast, Qin Zhao stood in the middle of the field calmly, as if he had just slapped an ant away. Hiss. Too strong. Is this the power of a titled Doluo? Except for Ning Rongrong, it was the first time for everyone present to see a titled Doluo take action, and they were greatly shocked. Especially Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had suffered a lot from Zhao Wuji, they could not imagine that Teacher Zhao, who was like a devil, would be knocked away by a single punch. This is really shocking. As for Xiao Wu, she was even more afraid. Ahem. At this moment, a violent dry cough was heard from a distance. Then Zhao Wuji's figure walked out from the smoke and dust. He looked at Qin Xiao in the distance with a look of surprise on his face. Boy, you are pretty good. I don't know what special tricks you used to take advantage of me so much when I was caught off guard. As he spoke, his eyes kept scanning everyone, trying to find some clues. Who is secretly helping Qin Xiao? Don't look at it, I'm the only one taking action. Qin Xiao noticed the deep meaning in Zhao Wuji's eyes and said lightly. Are you alone? Boy, I don't believe that no one will help you. Zhao Wuji shook his head disdainfully. What a joke, the person in front of me is only 17 or 18 years old at most. Even if he started practicing since his mother's womb, how strong can he be now? Is Soul Sect enough? As for the Soul King, that's impossible. The 18-year-old Soul King, Haotian Dolua, who was once the #1 genius in Dolua continent, couldn't do it. But, the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and he revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Xiao's body was wrapped in electric light, and 9 soul rings emerged from under his feet. No, it's impossible, this must be an illusion. Zhao Wuji raised his hand and slapped himself, trying to wake himself up. Bang. A wave of pain spread throughout his body, and Zhao Wuji felt that his back teeth were loosened by the slap. However, the person in the distance still has 9 soul rings vibrating around him. Title: Dolua. Zhao Wuji made a sound of disbelief. In his heart, he has already accepted this fact. Now, do you still think there is a problem? Qin Xiao smiled. He waved his hand gently, and thunder exploded in the sky. The powerful soul force pressure suddenly erupted and fell on Zhao Wuji. In contrast, Zhao Wuji felt as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Xiang, I believe it. Drop by drop, beads of sweat kept rolling down Zhao Wuji's forehead. He said hurriedly, Zhao Wuji did not mean to offend your majesty. Ignorance is not a crime. Qin Xiao shook his head slightly and looked at the incense sticking in the ground. It had not even burned halfway yet. He added, let's continue. We still have more than half an incense stick of time. Coming again. Zhao Wuji immediately shook his head like a rattle. What a joke. Unless I, Zhao Wuji, have a brain seizure, I will not fight against a titled Dolua. However, Qin Xiao shook his head, that won't do. I agreed to stay under your command for an incense stick of time. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji shuddered. Are you a devil? Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and run away. But would Qin Xiao give him a chance? Thunderpool. At this moment, Qin Xiao's 5th soul ring lit up, and he pushed forward with both palms. Lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, covering Zhao Wuji. Boom. Looking at the flashing lightning, Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. The Thunder Emperor can punish on behalf of heaven. Although Qin Xiao was not strong enough to punish on behalf of the gods, thunder was thunder, and the destructive power contained in it was not something that ordinary people could resist. I saw that Zhao Wuji was covered by thunder within 100 meters around him, and then his figure was buried by the thunder, and only Zhao Wuji's intermittent screams could be heard. Just by raising his hand, he can suppress a soul saint. Is this the power of a titled Dolua? Tang San murmured in a low voice that he could hear, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Qin Xiao. He seems to be more powerful than most of the titled Dolua I have ever seen. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with deep fear. Dai Mubai and Oscar subconsciously shrank their necks. It is better to stay as far away from such a strongman as possible. After a long time, the incense stick finally burned out. The thunder pool dissipated, and Zhao Wuji's figure appeared in front of everyone again. Isn't this too miserable? Everyone's eyes widened. At this time, Zhao Wuji was in tattered clothes and his face was dark. No. To be exact, his exposed skin looked as if it was covered with a layer of black paint. Thank you, Your Majesty, for showing mercy. Zhao Wuji bowed to Qin Xiao from a distance. However, black smoke came out of his mouth while he was talking. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Zhao Wuji should thank him. If he hadn't reduced the power of his soul skills, Zhao Wuji would probably have been wiped out in half an incense stick of time. Excuse me, have I passed the test now? Qin Xiao asked again. Assessment. Zhao Wuji was startled at first, but then he reacted and nodded like a chicken eating rice. Passed, passed. Ding, congratulations on working together with your teammates. You barely managed to hold out for an incense stick of time under Zhao Wuji and pass the test. Just barely enough. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Xiao laughed. He looked at Zhao Wuji in the distance. He had persisted in his own thunder pool for more than half an incense stick of time, which was indeed quite a struggle. As for his teammates, haha, can I just be a bystander throughout the whole process? If it wasn't for completing the mission, Qin Xiao wouldn't have bothered to take them with him. Task rewards have been issued. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiao felt that his strength had increased again. Very nice. However, he discovered another problem. System, why are there no new tasks? He asked himself. Although you barely passed Zhao Wuji's test, you were also extremely exhausted and slightly injured. You are not in good condition and cannot complete the task for the time being. It is recommended that you rest first. I fought with Zhao Wuji, and got injured. Don't be so insulting. Zhao Wuji was almost beaten to death by himself, okay. Qin Zhao's blood immediately surged. What is my strength? Level 91 titled Doluo. Then can I still get injured when I fight against a soul saint? Theoretically, no, but we detected that the host is in poor physical condition, so we suggest you take a rest first. Qin Xiao. However, Zhao Wuji in the distance shuddered. For some reason, he sensed murderous intent from Qin Xiao. Daimubai, you little brat, why don't you take me on downstairs to rest? Can't you see that the sun is so hot? By the way, take the crown to our academy's presidential suite, which is specially used to entertain distinguished guests. I will personally handle the formalities for your majesty later. He quickly instructed Daimubai. He thought it would be better to send this evil god away as soon as possible. Yes. Daimubai's heart trembled, and he quickly said to Qin Xiao, Your Majesty, please follow me. All right. I'll take a rest first. Let's look back and see what other tricks the system has. Qin Xiao nodded and followed Daimubai into the distance. However, the look he gave Xiao Wu when he left almost frightened her to the point of fainting. Watching Qin Xiao disappear from his sight, Zhao Wuji unconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It's so scary. He was a soul sage after all, and could be considered a strong man. He even had a glorious record of breaking out of the encirclement of the spirit hall. Later, he also escaped from the pursuit of the old gorilla from the Power clan. But he felt that the dangers he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to today. No. Not even a fart. He felt like an ant, and Qin Xiao could crush him to death with just one finger. Why, am I funny? Zhao Wuji looked at everyone who was trying hard to suppress their smiles with a gloomy face. No, no. Oscar felt as if an invisible hand was pinching his neck, and his heart was lifted up. You know, in his heart, Zhao Wuji is a devil. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others also became serious. What are you looking at? You are the ones who came here. Just now when I was fighting with His Majesty, you were standing aside like a decoration, and it was completely impossible to see what you were doing. Now I have decided to re-evaluate you. Zhao Wuji stretched out his hand, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice. What? Do you need to retake the test? Ning Rongrong immediately complained. What? If you have any objections, you can leave now. What Shrek Academy needs is obedience, not questioning. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. You. Ning Rongrong frowned. Normally, she should have wanted to leave. After all, as the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, not to mention Ningfengji, even Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo regarded her as a treasure. Has anyone ever dared to speak to her in such a tone? However, she changed her mind and thought that this academy could actually attract an 18-year-old title Doluo. Most of her anger dissipated and she was filled with curiosity again. I'm not leaving yet. I want to see what secrets are hidden in this academy. As she thought of this, a small crystal tower shining with colorful light appeared in her hand. Hey, the 7 treasures glazed tower. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. Interesting. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor. This is the highest-end residence in our college. On the other side, Dai Mubai brought Qin Shao to a two-story building. I have to say that the so-called presidential suite is also very shabby. But Qin Shao is not a delicate person, and the environment for physical training on the isolated peak is much worse than this. Moreover, he was very clear that his purpose in coming to Shrek was not to enjoy himself, but to complete the tasks of the dog system and improve his own strength. Mubai, you and I are about the same age, you don't have to be so distant and call me Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Qin Shao looked at Dai Mubai, who was leading the way for him, and said with a smile. Really? Dai Mubai's eyes were full of surprise. How can I not be excited? He felt that Qin Shao was actively showing his goodwill to him. And for him, the appreciation of a titled Doluo was particularly important. After all, he has another identity, that is, the Prince of the Xinglua Empire. If we can establish a relationship with His Majesty and gain his support, there will be numerous benefits. In just a moment, many fantasies were born in his mind. However, at this time, Qin Shao spoke again. Just call me Your Majesty like them, and don't mention the word Thunder Emperor unless it is necessary. I prefer to keep a low profile. What? Dai Mubai was a little confused. This script was different from what he thought. Okay, just send me here, and then we can go back. Qin Shao ignored the dumbfounded Dai Mubai, waved his hand with his back to Dai Mubai, and walked towards the two-story building in front of him. Mubai is leaving. Hearing the voice, Dai Mubai woke up as if from a dream, but he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and bowed and retreated. The furnishings in the courtyard are simple. There is a pavilion, a round table, some simple flowers and plants, and a rocking chair made of bamboo and rattan. Qin Shao walked straight to the rocking chair and lay down. He did not forget the system's prompt to adjust his status. You've been spying on me for a long time, don't you want to come out and see me? He closed his eyes lightly and said calmly. But no one responded. You are a titled Doluo, but you don't even have the courage to come out and see me. Qin Shao said again. He is not making this up. In fact, ever since he showed his strength in front of the academy, he felt that he was being watched, and he felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, in Shrek Academy again, Qin Shao knew just by moving his toes that it must be Tang Hao who was spying on them secretly. Especially after Dai Mubai left, the feeling of being spied on became stronger. He didn't want to pretend not to know anymore and just came clean. After all, no one has a perverted mind, but it is still very uncomfortable to have someone secretly staring at you. However, still no one responded to his words, and Qin Shao felt that the feeling of being spied on suddenly disappeared. It seems that Tang Hao is gone. Hee, maybe you can't tell my true strength and don't dare to attack me directly. Hao Tian Doluo is nothing more than that. Qin Shao smiled. In fact, he could roughly guess the reason why Tang Hao was spying on him. It's simply that Qin Zhao's existence is likely to pose a threat to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Dean, in front of Zhao Wuji is the courtyard where the Thunder Emperor is. What should we pay attention to? At this moment, Qin Shao heard the sound of footsteps and noise. He could tell that the person who spoke was Li Yusong, who was in charge of the first stage of the entrance examination in front of the Shrek Academy. Then, another voice sounded, you guys should follow my expression and act accordingly. Those who can speak should say less, and those who can't should just stop talking. Remember not to upset this person. Yes. Don't worry, boss. Qin Shao could tell that the people coming should be Li Yusong, Flanders, and other teachers from Shrek Academy. Soon, the chaotic footsteps stopped outside the door. Your Majesty, Li Yusong requests to see you. President Flanders of Shrek Academy wants to see you. Xiao Xin wants to see you. Lu Qibin wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, an extremely respectful voice reached Qin Zhao's ears. On the first day of school, the new students were greeted by the principal and teachers in person. Am I the only one like him? Qin Shao smiled self-deprecatingly. If he hadn't been faced with such a flawed system, he wouldn't have been so bored as to come here. Come in. Qin Zhao's voice spread out, and he also stood up and looked at the people who walked in from outside the courtyard. This was the minimum respect. Soon, Qin Xiao and 3 others entered the courtyard. Li Yusong and Qin Xiao had met before, but they just glanced at each other and then looked at the next person. Next to Li Yusong was Flanders, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a shrewd look on his face. After that, there was the somewhat plump food-type spirit master Xiao Xin. The last person was an old man with white hair and beard, Lu Qibin of the Zingluki spirit. Dean Flanders, if there is anything, just let someone notify me directly. There is no need to mobilize so many people. After all, I am now considered half a Shrek student. Qin Xiao had a smile on his face that made people feel like spring breeze. How could I be worthy enough to allow a titled Doluo to pay me a visit? Flanders smiled bitterly in his heart. Your Majesty, I will speak directly to the point. The teachers and I came here just to ask, is there anything I can help you with? No one visits a temple for no reason. Flanders felt it was unusual for such a great god to come to his small temple. It's nothing, you can understand it as play. Qin Xiao thought about it and gave this answer. Play. A wry smile suddenly appeared on Flanders' face. It's not a big deal for you, old man. But we are still under a lot of pressure, right? Can we play somewhere else? Flanders felt so miserable that he couldn't express it. However, Qin Xiao saw through Flanders' thoughts. Dean Flanders, don't worry too much about me. You can just pretend that I don't exist. If there is anything, I will come to you. He could also understand Flanders' difficulties and comforted him. Oh well. In that case, we will not disturb your rest, Your Majesty. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, Flanders at least got some words from Qin Xiao. At least I know how to get along with Qin Xiao, which is a good gain. He decided to quit while he was ahead and left with Li Yusong and others. After Flanders and others left, Qin Xiao lay back in the rocking chair, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. In a flash, it was already late at night. Ding, the host is detected to be in an excellent mental state and can accept the mission. While sleeping, Qin Xiao was suddenly awakened by the sound of the system. Depend on. Dog system, are you disturbing my sweet dreams? Do you know how much sin you have committed? Qin Xiao was extremely dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of the system. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had slept so soundly. Disturbing people's sweet dreams is a heinous crime. However, the system ignored Qin Xiao and directly issued the task. Ding, new tasks have been issued. Newbie Guide, 3 Rookie Spirit Master, you are not strong in martial spirit and your cultivation aptitude is poor. You barely managed to enter Shrek Academy. You must especially cherish this hard-won opportunity. Is this talking about me? Qin Xiao always felt that the person the system was talking about was completely different from himself. Don't you think the Thunder Emperor's spirit, one of the 10 evils, is powerful? I became a titled Doluo at the age of 18, and you say I have poor aptitude. If I were to go out and say this about myself, those so-called geniuses would probably be so ashamed that they would find a piece of tofu and die. The only thing that made Qin Xiao feel reluctant was that he barely managed to stop himself from killing Zhao Wuji. However, the system ignored him. Rookie, you must understand that the early bird catches the worm and diligence can make up for lack of talent. Only by working harder than others can you avoid being left far behind by other students in the academy. Task requirements: practice hard from late night to early morning for 7 consecutive days. Mission reward: soul level +1. Looking at the system's reward, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. Although the system said a lot of nonsense that made people feel that there was something seriously wrong with the system, the reward was actually very good. Even if I devour and refine lightning to transform soul power to improve my cultivation, it will take several months or even longer to increase my soul power by 1 level. This time, the system rewards me with an increase in soul power by 1 level, which can save me a lot of time. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up and he walked out of the yard honestly. Since the system said that he had to practice hard, he couldn't be vague about it. He wanted to find a place to draw down thunder and use it to temper his body. Only in this way can one be called hard-working. Let's do it here. After a long time, Qin Xiao came to the small square in the daytime. The next moment, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and suddenly a strong wind blew up. Attract thunder. This is also an ability that naturally awakens as his cultivation level increases. Certainly. The pre-swing time of this skill is too long, so Qin Shao simply gave up during the battle. However, it would be perfect if used for cultivation. Boom. 10 minutes later, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky in the distance, followed by rumbling thunder. What's going on? Why is there thunder and lightning out of nowhere? A loud thunder woke many people in Shrek Academy from their sleep. But they soon discovered something unusual. Because those flashing arcs did not spread across the boundless sky, but struck vertically down. Who is this? How many bad things must he have done to be struck by lightning? In Flanders' office, several teachers including Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong were also there. In the academy, there were the sons of titled Doluo and others who came to be titled Doluo, and they couldn't sleep. Haha, Lao Zhao, how many bad things have you done? Why did you get hit so badly? After listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Flanders asked with a smile. Can it be the same? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Wuji's face, and then he smiled and said, but no matter what, I am also a man who has fought with a titled Doluo and escaped unscathed. You are just bragging. If it weren't for the Thunder Emperor showing mercy, you would be racing hard with your friends now. Flanders hit back without mercy. Snort. After hearing what Flanders said, Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. Just when he was about to say something, he frowned as he looked out the window. Boss Flanders, something is wrong. Look, the thunder seems to be attracted and it keeps coming. Under such a blow, I'm afraid that even the titled Doluo will be killed to the point of being nothing left, right? After these words were spoken, everyone felt that something might be unusual. Walk. Let's go and take a look. Flanders said. Zhao Wuji said, Boss, you usually do so many immoral things, I advise you to be cautious. Flanders frowned and said coldly, get lost. Not long. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and others came to the edge of the square. Swish swish swish. One after another, seemingly tangible gazes were cast towards the field. They wanted to see what kind of sin was so serious that it was always struck by lightning. My dear brothers, am I dazzled? There seems to be someone in the center of the square. The chubby Xiao Xin blinked his bean-sized eyes hard and said uncertainly. It shouldn't be a human, at least not. Lu Qibin, who was relatively calm in temperament, said in a deep voice. Shut up. Flanders' voice rang in everyone's ears. His martial spirit was the cat owl, which had an extra bonus to vision, so he could barely see the figure bathed in thunder. It's Qin Shao. Flanders even saw that with every breath Qin Shao took, streams of electric current like snakes were absorbed into his body. Will he really not be killed by the explosion? His body convulsed and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Flanders couldn't imagine what kind of person must be able to do this. Don't make any noise, it's His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, absorbing the thunder, practicing. Flanders recalled Qin Zhao's appearance just now in his mind. He should be practicing, right? What? Is that the Thunder Emperor? His Majesty. After hearing what friend said, Li Yusong, Xiao Xin, Lu Qibin and others were shocked and didn't know what expression to make. Only the corners of Zhao Wuji's mouth and eyes were twitching constantly. His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is truly extraordinary. He not only uses thunder to strike others, but also strikes himself. He is a ruthless person, even more than a ruthless person. Such a person deserves to become a titled Doluo. Zhao Wuji rarely submits to others, but now he has to submit to Qin Shao. In fact, he was not the only one who felt shocked. There was also someone secretly witnessing everything. Who is he? Why is he so strong? If I were in this thunder, I would also suffer a devastating blow. The black cloak could not hide the shock on his face. Those eyes, full of vicissitudes of life, had never seen such a wonderful sight. Not to mention anything else, even the owner of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit would not be able to control such thunder power, right? Teacher, what's going on? At this moment, a voice sounded behind Zhao Wuji. He looked back and found Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San and others walking towards him from a distance. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were also on their way. You can watch, but don't make any noise. You're delaying His Majesty's practice. Think about the consequences yourself. When everyone came to him, Zhao Wuji gave instructions in a deep voice. Teacher Zhao, what did you say? You said His Majesty is practicing. Could it be that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is bathing in thunder? Everyone was stunned. It is totally unreasonable not to be killed by lightning. How can this be false? If it's not His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, who do you think has such strength? Zhao Wuji snorted. This. Everyone fell silent. They thought about it carefully and decided that there should be no one left. I'm not saying you guys are just idle. What time is it? Are you going to bed already? Zhao Wuji looked at the students in pajamas and frowned. Look at His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. He has already become a title-level expert at the age of 18, but he is still working so hard. Aren't you ashamed? Dai Mubai and Oscar were immediately scolded until their faces turned red. Who has time to practice among serious people? If you don't go out and have fun, aren't you wasting your best years? And Tang San sighed secretly. As for diligence, he thinks he is quite good. Sleep later than the chicken and get up earlier than the chicken. But I'm only a great spirit master now, while others have already been titled Doluo. Is talent really that important in this world? Is it true that what the teacher said about there being no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters, is wrong? At this moment, Tang San subconsciously began to doubt the spirit master theory that he had studied hard for several years. On the side, Ning Rongrong and the other two girls also had different expressions. Ning Rongrong was shocked at first, and then her eyes were filled with deep curiosity. A mysterious man who has a fatal attraction to her. Xiao Wu was filled with fear, fearing that Qin Xiao would kill her and take her soul bone. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her expression was complicated. Incredibly complex. No one knows what she is thinking. After a long, long time. When everyone had lost their hearing due to the shock of thunder, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. In the field, Qin Xiao stood proudly. This little bit of thunder is nothing to him, if I had to describe it. Bathing in thunder is as simple as eating and drinking water. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Your Majesty. One after another, respectful titles rang in Qin Xiao's ears. Everyone go away. Qin Xiao said this and turned to walk out of the venue. Just as Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others were about to leave, they were stopped by Zhao Wuji. Wait, what are you doing? Haven't you seen that even a strongman like His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is practicing so hard? What qualifications do you have to not work hard? Everyone was speechless, thinking to themselves, I am a waste. In the distance, Qin Xiao also heard Zhao Wuji's loud voice and almost stumbled and fell. He really wanted to explain, don't misunderstand me, I don't really want to practice hard. After walking out of Shrek Academy, Qin Xiao wandered around casually. Although Shrek is small and the village he lives in is dilapidated, there is a sense of peace that can calm people's hearts. Unconsciously, Qin Xiao entered a mysterious state. To be honest, after coming to Doluo continent for more than 10 years, he rarely had such leisure time. Improving his strength was what he had been doing all these years. Just like that, I keep walking. It's dawn. The morning light shines like a pair of warm hands, caressing people's cheeks. Qin Xiao also woke up at this time. Yes, this time's enlightenment has actually made my cultivation completely stable, and it will not affect my future cultivation at all. Qin Xiao felt a little surprised when he noticed that his strength had changed again. After taking a look around, Qin Xiao was sure that he was in the village next to Shrek. However, when he wanted to leave here and return to Shrek, two figures came into his sight. Tsuewa, if you want to break up with me, then do it with me one more time. Otherwise, no way. A wretched fat man with a round face, small eyes, short hair, and two small mustaches grabbed the arm of an ordinary-looking girl and said. Tsuewa begged, no, no more. Please let me go. Are you a human being? Oh. Qin Xiao found it a little funny. With such classic lines and such a wretched image, he was definitely the most wretched Ma Hongjuan in Shrek. However, when he left, he heard that Zhao Wuji was going to train Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others. It was estimated that he would not be able to come to help. As for whether he will take action. Overthinking. He really had no mood to care about such irrelevant people and things. After all, there are too many unfair things happening in this world every day. We have seen them so many times that we have become numb to them. Ta-da-da. He withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Ma Hongjuan and Sui Hua, and walked straight away. Ding, the side quest is released. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Rookie Soul Master, although you are not strong, you must not lose your pure heart. You should contribute to the fight against evil forces. Mission, fight against the evil forces in front of you and rescue the girl in need. Mission reward, first soul ring life plus 100 years. Are you taking care of the dog system too much? I give up this mission. Qin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to these things. Bite. If you give up the side quest, you will not be able to trigger the side quest again. Do you want to continue giving up? If I give up the current mission, I won't be able to trigger future missions. Qin Xiao believes that even if it is a side mission in the future, the reward should not be too bad. It doesn't seem worth giving up the entire forest for a big tree. Forget it, I won't give up. I accept this mission, and this time, I will be a good person. Qin Xiao decided not to give up the mission. Ding, the side quest has been successfully accepted. Note, the opponent is very strong and is on par with you, so please be careful. Is he as strong as me? Qin Xiao was speechless. I can crush him with just one finger, right? System, is there any reward that can make you normal? He asked in his heart. However, the system did not respond. Qin Xiao knew that the system was hopeless and had completely given up on him. Ma Hongjuan, please let me go. I really can't stand it anymore. At this time, Sui Hua was still struggling. Hey, struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I will be. Ma Hongjuan grabbed Sui Hua's arm and laughed. Let her go. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, startling Ma Hongjuan. Where did you come from, kid, to ruin my good deeds? Ma Hongjuan was immediately furious and turned to look at Qin Xiao with unfriendly eyes. As he said this, he had already let go of Sui Hua. To be brave and to save a beautiful girl depends on your ability. The next moment, he rushed towards Qin Xiao like an arrow. Soul power flowed on Ruru's fist. He was determined to make this guy who disturbed him pay the price. However, Qin Xiao's response was very simple. He just flicked his index and middle fingers lightly and accurately hit Ma Hongjuan's fist. On the other hand, Ma Hongjuan only felt an irresistible force coming from his fist, which directly knocked him away. Bang. Finally, Ma Hongjuan fell more than 10 meters away. Then he rolled over and stood up quickly. However, a sharp pain in his right hand made his face twisted. It's probably a fracture. Ma Hongjuan knew that his current situation was very bad. When he looked at Qin Xiao again, his eyes had changed. They were full of vigilance and shock. He was certain that the young man in front of him was definitely stronger than himself, and was very likely a strong attacking Soul Master like Boss Dai. As for Soul Master and above, he had never thought about it. After all, the other party's age is there, how can he become a Soul Master? Good, very good, very good. Boy, if you have the guts, just wait for me here. After saying that, without even waiting for Qin Xiao to answer, he turned around and ran away. Qin Xiao. As expected of Flanders' disciple, he is quite smart sometimes. Ding, the side quest is completed. The reward has been issued. When the mechanical sound sounded, Qin Xiao felt that his strength had improved a little. Thank you, thank you. At this time, Sui Hua was no longer shocked. She said to Qin Xiao with gratitude. It's just a small favor. Qin Xiao said, taking out a money bag from the soul guide space and throwing it over, here are 10 gold soul coins. Leave this village and live somewhere else. Help people to the end, send people away, send Buddha to the west. Qin Shao directly saved Sui Hua from the possibility of being threatened by Ma Hongjuan in the future. 10 gold soul coins are enough for an ordinary person like Sui Hua to live a stable life. However, Sui Hua shook her head. Sir, I don't want money. Why don't you let me follow you? I will get a lot. Her words clearly had a hidden meaning. Ah. Qin Shao was startled and looked at Sui Hua in disbelief. You don't want money anymore, but you want my life. I saved you, why are you repaying my kindness with hatred? What a sin. You should keep the money. We will have nothing to do with each other from now on. Don't say you know me. As the voice fell, he had disappeared from the spot. We're here, we're finally here. After a while, Ma Hongjuan, panting, finally ran back to Shrek Academy. Fatty, what's wrong with you? At the entrance of the academy, Oscar, who had just finished training, hurried over to greet them, and behind him was Daimubai. How many times did you do that yesterday? Your face turned pale, your steps were weak, and your body was hollowed out. Come, eat my big sausage and recover. Oscar said as he took out a big red sausage. You. Ma Hongjuan was disgusted. Stop disgusting me here. As he said this, he pushed Oscar aside and said sadly to Daimubai who was approaching, Boss, you must help your brothers. Fatty, who hurt you? Daimubai is not as heartless as Oscar. He noticed that Ma Hongjuan was abnormal. The drooping arm proved that he must have been seriously injured. Boss, it was someone I met in the village, a stranger. He interrupted my intimacy with Sui Hua for no reason. Do you think I could tolerate my violent temper? I would definitely fight him, but the result is that I didn't beat him. Ma Hongjuan simply described what happened in his own way. What? Someone is so reckless as to take action on my Shrek territory. Oscar was immediately furious. He and Ma Hongjuan grew up together and have a very deep relationship. However, what surprised Ma Hongjuan was that Daimubai, who had always been righteous, did not express his opinion immediately, but frowned instead. Boss, what's wrong with you? Ma Hongjuan couldn't help but ask. After all, he came back to seek help and get back his face, otherwise how would he have the face to stay in Shrek in the future? Fatty, let me ask you what that person looks like. Daimubai remembered that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor had left Shrek Academy and had not returned yet. Wouldn't the fat guy be unlucky enough to meet that person? If that's the case, he can't help. Ma Hongjuan frowned, recalled carefully, and then said, Boss, that person is at most taller, thinner, and slightly more handsome than me. But compared to you, he is far, far worse. You are at the top, and he is at the bottom. As Daimubai's younger brother, Ma Hongjuan knows very well what to say to make Daimubai happy. If he is happy, won't my business be done? Well, if that's what you say, then we'll go find that guy now and avenge you. After hearing what Ma Hongjuan said, Daimubai felt relieved. Daimubai is recognized as handsome, but after meeting Qin Shao, Daimubai deeply realized that in addition to his strength, Qin Shao is also far better than him in terms of appearance. Now the fat guy says that the man is only slightly stronger than the fat guy, so that is definitely not Qin Shao. As long as it's not Qin Shao, everything will be easy. Fatty, lead the way. Oscar patted Ma Hongjuan on the shoulder and said. Well, I hope that guy hasn't run away now. Boss, you can beat him half to a pulp in a while, and leave the rest to me. I will make him know what cruelty is. Ma Hongjuan looked at Daimubai and said. Daimubai nodded. In this way, the three of them walked towards the village together. However, not long. The three of them stopped at the same time. They all saw a slender figure walking towards them from a distance. That's His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Daimubai and Oscar looked at each other and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Subconsciously, they wanted to make way for this big guy. But, the terrible thing was that Ma Hongjuan pointed at Qin Shao in the distance and said excitedly, Boss, that's him. He's the one who bullied me. Ha ha ha, it's really like searching for something without any effort. This time I must make him know how to write the word death. He was very proud. In my mind, I have already started imagining what it would be like when I get my revenge. On the other hand, Daimubai and Oscar were struck by lightning and almost forgot to breathe. What did you say? He is your enemy. Oscar's voice was trembling. At this moment, he really hoped that the fat man had recognized the wrong person. Yes, it's him. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Ma Hongjuan was very sure. Fatty, I think you should donate your eyes to someone with hope. With your vision, I don't think it matters whether you have eyes or not. With such a person and such demeanor, you actually said that he is only slightly better than you. Isn't that too much of a compliment to yourself? Dai Mubai said unhappily. Ah, this. Ma Hongjuan couldn't help scratching his head and said awkwardly, Boss, Oscar, please don't worry about these details. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with ferocity. Anyway, it's this guy. Let's all deal with him together and we'll be done. As the voice fell, his soul power surged, and considerable changes had occurred in his body. It was obvious that he had already completed the possession of his martial soul. For a moment, the air became hot and Ma Hongjuan's fighting spirit was burning. However, two sudden voices sounded beside him. Dai Mubai, I meet your majesty. Oscar, meet his majesty the Thunder Emperor. What the hell? Your majesty. Ma Hongjuan looked left and right and found that Dai Mubai and Oscar were both bending their bodies respectfully, not even daring to look up at the figure in front of them. He is a titled Doluo. No matter how thick-skinned Ma Hongjuan is, he knows what this word means. In an instant, his martial spirit dissipated, and his fighting spirit also dissipated. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and felt extremely cold. His lips were trembling and he was trembling so hard that he could no longer speak. Are you waiting for me? Qin Shao looked at the three of them with a smile. Needless to say, he could roughly guess the purpose of the three people's visit. However, he did not expect that Dai Mubai and Oscar would be so stubborn as to help Ma Hongjuan. Certainly. If he knew that the two were tricked by Ma Hongjuan, he would not think so. Your Majesty, I asked them to come to you. I have asked someone to prepare breakfast and I am waiting for you to come over. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky behind everyone. It was Shrek Dean Flanders. Oh. Qin Shao looked at Flanders with a half-smile, until the other party looked a little unnatural, then he nodded, then let's go. The Dean is kind, so I will be disrespectful to refuse. As he said this, he walked past the crowd, but he looked at Ma Hongjuan meaningfully. Thump. The latter fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. Flanders' eyelids twitched slightly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. He hurriedly followed Qin Zhao's figure in 2 steps, but his voice remained where it was. It would be a shame not to use the good time in the morning to exercise. The 3 of you should run around the village 20 times. If you can't finish it, you don't have to eat. In front, Qin Shao smiled slightly. Flanders is indeed a good person. After Qin Shao and Flanders disappeared, Dai Mubai and Oscar also collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Together with Ma Hongjuan, the 3 of them looked as if their bodies were hollowed out, and sweat had soaked their clothes without them noticing. It was so thrilling. If it weren't for the Dean's help, we might have been in trouble today. Oscar said with a palpitating heart. How could they afford to offend a titled Doluo? If they couldn't come up with a suitable reason just now, they would be in trouble. Fatty, you are such a jerk. Oscar and I were almost killed by you today. Dai Mubai no longer had his former generosity, and instead began to blame Ma Hongjuan. This is not difficult to understand. Didn't he escape all the way to Shrek just to save his life and live 2 more years? Now, look what happened. He almost became an enemy of the titled Doluo under Ma Hongjuan's instigation. Isn't this like a birthday star hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? You know, he saw Qin Zhao's training process with his own eyes. He was too fierce. Even if you searched the entire Xinghua Empire's royal family, you couldn't find such a strongman. In other words, if he offended such a strongman, no one would be able to avenge him even if he was beaten to death. Ma Hongjuan became even more panicked after hearing what Dai Mubai said. Boss, what is going on? Can you explain it to me? Dai Mubai didn't say anything. Oscar sighed and said, let me tell you. This matter should have started from yesterday's entrance test. Soon, Oscar recounted what happened yesterday. The shock on Ma Hongjuan's face became more and more intense, and finally he became a little frightened. Good job. It turns out that the mysterious young man was not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but a real tiger. An 18-year-old titled Dolua is on his way to heaven. The other side. Qin Shao followed Flanders to the college cafeteria. Simply put, the word simple is enough to describe the canteen. Your Majesty, this is the cafeteria of Shrek. It is a bit shabby. Flanders said somewhat awkwardly. The canteen in front of me is not much different from a farmhouse. No. To be precise, it was a converted farmhouse, and the chef who cooked the food was a villager from the village. He felt that Qin Shao would not be able to help but feel disgusted. However, Qin Zhao's answer surprised him. It's good to be able to shelter from the wind and rain. When I was practicing, I went deep into the mountains and forests, and the conditions were much more difficult than this. Not to mention that someone prepared breakfast, he said as he walked towards the cafeteria. On the other hand, Flanders was deeply touched. Just from Qin Zhao's words, he knew that it was not just a coincidence that Qin Shao could become a titled Dolua at such a young age. Walk into the cafeteria. Qin Shao discovered that some people had already arrived. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong sat opposite each other, not saying a word, eating porridge and steamed buns by themselves. Tang San and Xiao Wu sat around a table, also eating light food and talking in low voices. But when Qin Shao entered the door, their eyes all looked over. Ning Rongrong did not hide the curiosity in her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing just glanced at Qin Shao and then shifted her gaze. But Qin Shao could still detect the fleeting complexity in the girl's eyes. Tang San also glanced at Qin Shao, then lowered his eyes. Xiao Wu's reaction was the biggest. Her face was full of panic. With a plop, she dropped the unpeeled egg in her hand to the ground. To be honest, Xiao Wu wanted to leave here since she saw Qin Shao for the first time. But I dare not. She always felt that Qin Shao had set his sights on her, and was afraid that her impulsiveness would cause Qin Shao to act drastically. Your Majesty, I have prepared your breakfast. At this time, Flanders came to a long table and greeted Qin Shao. Qin Shao was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. Steamed buns, sesame cakes, dumplings, siamai, wontons. There were 7 or 8 kinds of breakfast. It was obvious that Flanders had put a lot of effort into it. Dean, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Just treat me as a student. Qin Shao smiled slightly. The conditions at Shrek Academy are limited, and being able to achieve this point shows that they are extremely dedicated. At the same time, Qin Shao also understood that Flanders was still very nervous when facing him. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Flanders showed a bitter smile. It is said that titled Dolua masters all have their own tempers. Who knows if you are a smiling tiger who likes to stab others in the back? Seriously. Even though he said that, he didn't dare to neglect Qin Shao. In other words, as long as Qin Shao was there, he had to deal with him cautiously. There is nothing we can do. The situation is stronger than us. All right. Qin Shao ignored Flanders and started eating by himself. The breakfast was average, but he ate it with gusto. After a while, the CD was gone. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the sound of bells echoed in Shrek Academy. Flanders also put on a serious look. Attention all students, this is the school assembly bell. All students must gather in the playground immediately. Hearing the sound, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others immediately stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Your Majesty, you. Flanders suddenly discovered that Qin Shao had also moved. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well go for a walk. Qin Shao said this and walked out. Boss Dai, Fatty, listen to the bell. Outside the academy, Oscar said hurriedly. Let's go back to the academy first. Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. However, Ma Hongjuan stood there, looking hesitant. Fatty, why don't you leave? Oscar frowned. Ma Hongjuan smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to walk, it's that my legs don't obey me, they keep shaking. I can't move at all. Oscar. He knew that Ma Hongjuan was afraid of Qin Xiao. Dai Mubai snorted, "Fatty, if you put the same thought into women as into thinking about problems, you wouldn't have so many troubles. Who is your Majesty the Thunder Emperor? He doesn't even take you seriously, okay? Don't think of yourself as a big shot," he said unhappily. Real. After hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up at first, and there was some joy on his face, but he soon turned into a look of loss. "What happened again?" Dai Mubai asked unhappily. "Nothing." Ma Hongjuan sighed, "I just feel that what you said is too real, making me feel like a waste. I am like an ant in front of a powerful tidal Doluo. Fatty, I can describe you in one word right now." Oscar patted Ma Hongjuan on the shoulder and said, "Handsome." Ma Hongjuan asked tentatively. "Bitch." Oscar dropped this word and hurriedly followed Dai Mubai's steps. After a while, when Dai Mubai and the other two arrived at the square, they found that they were the only three missing. What's funny is that when Ma Hongjuan saw Qin Xiao was also present, he tried his best to shrink behind Oscar. But how can he hide the width of his body? He can only hide his head behind Oscar, a typical case of covering his ears and stealing the bell, only caring about the head and not the butt. Okay, now that everyone is here, I'll just briefly talk about a few things. First, all new students go to the teachers in the teaching department and pay 100 gold soul coins each as tuition. Second, this is your first class tonight, so you should spend the next period of time gathering your strength and getting ready. This will be a unique class. Third, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two are excluded. You have an additional task. Each of you must run around the village 20 times. When you finish, you must return to the academy. By the way, Tang Sen will stay. The others can go and get busy. Flanders talked about them one by one. In everyone's opinion, isn't the first item just about being greedy for money? Can endure. The second question is, what kind of course does it start in the evening? Curious. As for the third task, no one else commented on it, but it caused Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction. This. How can I possibly finish? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speak out. You can use auxiliary abilities, Flanders added. Assist. Ning Rongrong was startled and subconsciously looked at Oscar. Rely on him. Ning Rongrong, don't worry. After eating my sausages, running 200 laps won't be a problem, let alone 20 laps. He. Oscar couldn't help but laugh smugly as he spoke, and then he muttered an obscene spell, I have a big sausage. Then, a pink sausage appeared in his hand. You. Ning Rongrong felt sick, and a firm look appeared in her eyes. I, Ning Rongrong, will never eat this sausage even if I die of exhaustion or starvation. But no one paid any attention to her. They all left. Qin Xiao also wanted to leave. In fact, he is not very interested in how Doluo continent will develop in the future. Because, as long as you are in this world, you are just a pawn of the gods such as Azura god, Poseidon god, Rakshasa god, etc. Even forces like Shrek, Spirit Hall, and Haotian Sect are no exception. What he wants to do is to jump out of Doluo and gain great freedom that even the gods cannot restrain. Improving your strength is the only thing to do now. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. As long as you are strong enough, you will have power, women, and everything else. However, just when he was about to leave, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding, side quest released, new quest. Qin Xiao stopped and subconsciously looked at Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Judging from the nature of the system, he felt that this task was most likely related to these two unlucky children. Rookie, you are still very weak, you need two friends who can protect you. Only in this way can you go further. A supporting soul master is the best choice. Mission requirements, help Ning Rongrong and Oscar complete Flanders' trial in person in your own way. Mission reward, Ning Rongrong's favorability plus 20, Oscar's favorability minus 10. System, are you sure that with my current strength, I still need to train my friends from scratch? It's not that he's arrogant, but Qin Xiao feels that when he needs help, he should just go directly to Ningfengji. I believe Ningfengji would not refuse a favor from an 18-year-old titled Doluo. Thinking of this, he looked at Oscar again. He really wanted to ask the system, is it serious about reducing the favorability? Is this considered a reward? What will Oscar do after his favorability decreases? With Oscar's strength, he should be unable to do anything. In other words, Qin Xiao doesn't care much about this issue. If you feel that Dean Flanders's task is too difficult to accomplish, I can help you. Just when Ning Rongrong was in a dilemma and wanted to quit, Qin Xiao's voice rang out. Your Majesty, are you telling the truth? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. On the side, Oscar's expression suddenly darkened. Qin Xiao took this scene in, but ignored it. Let's go, let's talk outside the academy. Qin Xiao said this and walked out of the academy first. Ning Rongrong, followed closely by Oscar. Slurp. At this moment, the fat man couldn't help but gulp his saliva and said enviously, Oscar and that girl are lucky to get personal guidance from a titled Doluo. In fact, let alone Ma Hongjuan, who in the field would not be envious except Xiao Wu. After all, he was a titled Doluo, a powerful being that could be seen without being seen. Yes, if I were given this opportunity. Dai Mubai couldn't continue talking after this. Behind him, a voice sounded. Humph, if you want to study in Shrek, then study hard. If you don't want to study, then get lost. There was no doubt that it was Flanders who spoke. Immediately, the two stopped talking, shrank their necks, and quietly ran aside. Tang-san, come with me. After saying this, Flanders stopped looking at the crowd and turned away. Tang-san followed closely behind. The other side. Qin Xiao had already brought Ning Rongrong and Oscar to the outside of Shrek Academy. Your Majesty, as you know, our auxiliary spirit masters are all weak. How are you going to help us? Ning Rongrong asked impatiently. In her opinion, Qin Xiao must have helped them cheat, and then Flanders turned a blind eye, and the matter was over. It's very simple. I have a method that can infinitely activate people's potential. It will be enough for you to complete the task before lunch. Qin Xiao said this with a relaxed smile on his face. Real. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. On the side, Oscar's eyes were also full of curiosity. Crackle. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, and an arc of electricity flashed. Ning Rongrong and Oscar's faces turned pale instantly. This. You are not. The two were stunned when they saw this. Qin Xiao's figure, bathed in thunder and standing proudly, unconsciously appeared in the minds of the two. At the same time, a chill rushed from the soles of the feet straight to the top of the head. Qin Xiao nodded and said, that's right, it is to rely on the power of thunder to stimulate your potential. Hiss. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. I think we should not do it anymore. Oscar's face was pale. Your Majesty, I don't need it either. I think this amount of training is nothing for me. If you don't believe me, just watch it. As he said this, he grunted, took a bite of the big sausage in his hand, and then ran away. At that speed, even a rabbit would cry. I think I can do that, too. Ning Rongrong said as she bent down and chased after Oscar. However, Qin Xiao was not satisfied with her speed. He snapped his fingers and a flash of lightning cut through the void and landed directly on Ning Rongrong. Well. Ning Rongrong screamed strangely, and her whole body felt sore, numb and tingling, which made her feel like she was in ecstasy. But, it must be said that the speed is indeed much faster than before. Yes, my requirements are not high, just keep this speed. If you can't keep up this speed, let me help you. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong heard such a voice. She subconsciously looked to her side and saw Qin Xiao following her. However, Qin Zhao's leisurely appearance made Ning Rongrong realize how far behind Qin Zhao's strength she was. What are you daydreaming about? Slow down. At this moment, Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a flash of lightning hit Ning Rongrong like a small whip. Ouch. Ning Rongrong screamed again, and her speed increased a lot. Is this person a devil? Is the little princess of the seven treasures glazed tile sect so disrespectful? Then Oscar, who was running in front, heard Ning Rongrong's screams and his heart sank. However, in order to protect himself from suffering, he also used all his strength and ran for his life. The other side. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, in the sect's main hall. Sitting on the throne facing south, the handsome and elegant Ning Fengji quietly listened to the report from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect disciples below. Master, the young lady has entered Shrek Academy, but there are powerful soul saints in the academy, so I didn't dare to go deeper. Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded. I know about this matter, and I really don't blame you. Find out more and report back. As he said this, he waved his hand. Normally, this disciple should leave, but he remains where he is. Is there anything else? Ning Fengji asked calmly. Master, in addition to the young lady's matter, a strange thing also happened in Shrek. The disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect knew at once whether this was a big deal or not. Go on. Ning Fengji frowned. That's right. Our people also observed endless thunder in the middle of the night. It once descended on Shrek Academy and lasted for a long time. How long is a long time? A few hours. The disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect said with gritted teeth. Speaking of which, even he himself found it outrageous. There was silence for a moment. Ning Fengji ordered, continue to pay attention to the young lady's movements. Yes. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, the disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect quickly retreated. At the same time, a figure walked in hurriedly. He was an old man with white hair and beard. Feng Ji, are you so confident in leaving Rongrong alone outside? What kind of fake academy is Shrek? Can it teach better than us? I'm going to bring Rongrong back. I'm worried about her being out there. As he spoke, he sat down in a chair next to the sect leader Ning Fengji. It seemed that he would not leave unless Ning Fengji agreed. However, to his surprise, Ning Fengji actually nodded and said, it was indeed my negligence. There is a very likely big problem with Shrek Academy. Uncle Jian, you came at the right time. Come with me to Shrek. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. At Shrek Academy, no one in front of the cafeteria cared about the heat. Teachers such as Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and Li Yusong, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, Tang San and other students were waiting. Boss, do you think Xiao Ao and the others can really make it back before lunch? Ma Hongjuan calculated the time and it was only a quarter of an hour before dinner. Probably not. I went over to check secretly before, and His Majesty the Thunder Emperor did not help Ning Rongrong and Oscar cheat. With their physical conditions, it would be fast for them to come back before dinner. Dai Mubai expressed his opinion. In fact, it is not just him and Ma Hongjuan who are concerned about this issue. Who in the field is not concerned about it? Otherwise, what are you all waiting here for? Time passed by minute, and then, ding-dong, the sound of dinner time in the cafeteria rang out. Never mind. I can't wait any longer, let's start eating. Ning Rongrong, Oscar is really hopeless. Some people have already started proposing it. Boss, I think His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is not exaggerating when he said that he can let 2 people complete the mission. Why don't we wait a little longer? Zhao Wuji said in a muffled voice. That's impossible, Oscar. Ning Rongrong's physique is there. If they really want to complete 20 laps by themselves, it will probably take them until the late night. Flanders smiled. He had a firm grasp of the limits of the two. But, Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Zhao Wuji couldn't help wanting to say something else, but was stopped by Flanders. I know what you want to say, but human potential is limited. Even a titled Dolua cannot raise this limit. Otherwise, my Xiao Jiang. Having said this, he fell silent. I see. Zhao Wuji understood the profound meaning of Flanders' words. He had heard that Yu Xiaojiang was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the top 3 sects, and that there were powerful titled Dolua masters in the sect. But wasn't there anything they could do about Yu Xiaojiang's useless qualifications? Let's go. Flanders said this and walked into the cafeteria first. Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and others followed closely behind. After that, it was Dai Mubai and others. But when Flanders saw the situation in the cafeteria, he was stunned. He was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Why are you here? He asked incredulously. As far as the eye could see, Qin Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were sitting at the table respectively. Eat, what's wrong with that? Oscar answered first, very confused as to why Flanders would ask such a question. Dean, why are you staying here? Behind Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others walked around Flanders and came to the cafeteria. However, everyone looked as if they were under a spell and showed expressions of disbelief. Xiao Ao, you. It's really you. Daimubai rubbed his eyes in disbelief to make sure he was not dazzled. It was indeed Qin Xiao, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and others who had returned. Everyone outside could hear clearly what Flanders and Zhao Wuji said. With Ning Rongrong and Oscar's physical strength, they could not complete his task at all. But now. Damn it. Subconsciously, everyone looked at Qin Xiao. That mysterious young man, the extremely young titled Doluo. This is the person who made the impossible possible. As for cheating, no one would think so. Which titled Doluo would lose face over such a trivial matter? After dinner, Ning Rongrong came quietly to Qin Xiao. What's up? Qin Xiao asked in confusion. In order to let Ning Rongrong complete the task, he did not stop motivating her in his own way. Along the way, Ning Rongrong complained about Qin Xiao. He even said that he would go back to the Seven Treasures glazed Sect to ask for help, so that Qin Xiao would be in trouble. Of course, what he got in return was even more fierce encouragement from Qin Xiao. Big Devil, although your training method is very perverted, it is also very exciting. If I rely on myself alone, I will not be able to complete Dean Flanders's mission. Thank you. After saying that, she trotted out of the cafeteria. Qin Xiao. How? It also inspires emotions. What a bad fate. Now he understood why the system reward showed 20 favorability points. How is affection cultivated? He couldn't help but look at Oscar. Really? At this time, Oscar stood up silently and left the cafeteria. Qin Xiao was thoughtful. This definitely reduced his favorability by 10 points. Your Majesty, I have arranged a second class for the students tonight. Do you want some guidance? When there were only a few people left in the cafeteria, Flanders came to Qin Xiao. Second lesson. Qin Xiao did not give an immediate answer, as if he was lost in thought. In fact, he was waiting for the system to issue a task. However, no familiar mechanical voice sounded. So there are no tasks. Qin Xiao immediately answered with 2 words, no. What's the point of watching a bunch of rookies fighting each other? I'd rather be struck by lightning. No, it's better to hone my skills. Okay, then I won't bother your Majesty. Flanders felt a little regretful. If Qin Xiao was willing to come forward, wouldn't he make a fortune? There are many betting odds in the fighting arena, and getting rich overnight is not a dream. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiao spent these 5 days in peaceful cultivation. Now Shrek Square has become a restricted area. Both day and night were shrouded in thunder, with little respite. All the students and teachers at Shrek Academy were silenced by Qin Xiao. Is it true that a human can withstand such a cruel and insane method of cultivation? At least. Shouldn't. Ding, the 7-day hard training mission is completed, and the reward has been issued. Finally, the system prompt came to Qin Xiao's mind again. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious power merged into his body, and his soul power began to surge like a volcanic eruption. After just a few breaths, he felt as if he had broken through an invisible membrane, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. Successful, my soul power has increased a lot. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The improvement in his strength made him extremely satisfied. System, if you can just do more tasks like this, I won't say anything. Qin Xiao said something in his heart again. The system did not give any response. Dog system, pretending to be dead again. Qin Xiao cursed secretly. The system remained silent. Qin Shao was speechless and gave up the idea of communicating with the system. With a wave of his hand, the dark clouds floating above his head dispersed, and a crescent moon came into view. It's late at night again. Just when Qin Shao was about to lament that time seemed to pass without a trace in his cultivation, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. A breath fell on him and conveyed an unfriendly message. Tang Hao. In just a moment, Qin Shao identified the owner of this breath. It was the person who had been spying on him for several days. Who else could it be but Tang Hao? Haha, you can't hold it back anymore, right? I want to see what you want to say to me. After saying that, he followed the direction where the breath came from. P.S. The plot changes drastically next, so fans of the original novel should be careful. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Outside the academy, in a dense forest rarely visited by people, a figure in a black cloak had his back to Qin Shao. You're here. His voice was a little hoarse. Qin Shao was too lazy to talk nonsense. If you have anything to say, just say it. Everyone is very busy. As the words fell, he could see Tang Hao's body tremble. Then Tang Hao slowly turned around and took off the cloak on his head, revealing his sloppy face to Qin Shao's eyes. The new generation pushes the old generation forward. When I was your age, I was still only a soul sect member. Tang Hao said this with emotion in his eyes. How Tian Dolua is praising me so much, I feel unworthy of it. Qin Shao said lightly. You. Tang Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Shao to see through his identity at a glance. But that doesn't matter anymore. Didn't I bring Qin Shao here just to make him give up? Since you recognized me, I'll get straight to the point. Although I don't know why you came to Shrek Academy. But I hope you leave and don't tell anyone about Xiao Wu's true identity. Tang Hao stared at Qin Shao with a burning gaze. Originally, he wanted to wait and meet Qin Shao after finding out Qin Zhao's intentions. But Qin Zhao's breakthrough today forced him to change his mind. He saw endless potential in Qin Shao. If he allowed Qin Shao to grow recklessly, he would become even more passive. As for why they are targeting Qin Shao, it's very simple. Shrek Academy is the trial place that Tang Hao found for Tang San. Some of the people there can provide considerable help to Tang San in the future. For example, Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Seven Treasures glazed tile Sect's leader. Oscar, the genius food-oriented soul master. In addition, there is Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed into a human. For a soul master, her value is inestimable. In his plan, Tang San should be the core of these people, a person supported by everyone. However, the appearance of Qin Shao disrupted his plan, and Qin Shao became the center of Shrek. Ning Rongrong favors him, Dai Mubai and others respect him, but Tang San becomes invisible. Only Xiao Wu stays by Tang San's side every day, trembling with fear. But Tang Hao could see that if Xiao Wu had the chance, she might just dive into the Star-Do Great Forest and never come out, which would be a bigger loss. Therefore, Tang Hao had to let Qin Shao leave no matter what. He made up his mind and tried to persuade her first. If Qin Shao refuses to comply, we will have to use force. For a genius like Qin Shao, there would be endless troubles if he were alive, and only his death can bring peace of mind. How Tian Dolua, so majestic. Qin Shao smiled, what if I don't agree? I, Tang Hao, became famous decades ago. Young man, I advise you to take care of yourself. As Tang Hao spoke, he clenched his right hand, and the Haotian hammer with a hammer head as big as a bucket appeared in his hand. Woohoo! He danced with his hands, making a humming sound. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, I'll give you another chance to organize your words. If you give up when you realize the difficulty, I can compensate you and even owe you a favor. You should know that I, Tang Hao, have a favor. Before Tang Hao could finish his words, Qin Shao made a gesture and interrupted him. Isn't this guy too narcissistic? A lonely ghost who has a home but cannot go back, just Bibi Dong's scapegoat. Qin Shao shook his head, even if you ask me 10,000 times, this is impossible. His voice was powerful. What a joke. The missions he accepted now were all related to Shrek Academy. How could he possibly leave? Besides that, he is a soft-hearted person and cannot be forced to bow down even by Haotian Doluo Tang Hao. Okay. Tang Hao's expression changed for a while, and he laughed angrily. Young people are to be feared. Then I will let you see what it means that there are mountains outside the mountains. Qin Shao remained silent, and he proved his answer with his actions. Crackling. Flashing arcs of electricity enveloped his entire body, and his martial spirit was activated. One of the 10 evils of the Thunder Emperor, a rare humanoid creature. After Qin Shao activated his martial soul, he transformed himself into the Thunder Emperor, controlling the thunder in the heavens. Your strength far exceeds that of a titled Doluo of the same level. Tang Hao's pupils shrank as he gave this comment. I have to say that Qin Shao is very strong. With his current strength, he does seem a bit tricky to deal with. Same level. Qin Shao grinned, and the next moment he disappeared from the spot. Take the initiative. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Tang Hao. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Tang Hao's chest like a meteor. What a fast speed! Tang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Zhao's speed was so fast that he could barely react. He stretched out his hand, and the clear sky hammer blocked in front of him like a shield. Boom! A sound like thunder resounded in the forest. Immediately afterwards, Tang Hao felt a huge force coming from the clear sky hammer, and also a numbing feeling that paralyzed his nerves, which almost made him let go of the hand holding the clear sky hammer. Thump thump thump. He took several steps back before he was able to barely dissipate this force. So strong. The speed is so fast that it is hard for a titled Doluo of agility attack below level 95 to match it, and the strength is strong enough to match that of a titled Doluo of level 95. This is clearly a level 95 titled Doluo. Tang Hao was extremely shocked. This kid's talent is simply too enchanting. He is also a genius, the youngest titled Doluo on Doluo continent, but compared with Qin Shao in terms of talent, he is far behind. Now it seems that the so-called youngest should be replaced. Because of his early injuries and the fact that he had been decadent for so many years, his strength had declined a lot, and at most he could only exert a combat power of level 95. This child must not be allowed to stay. Tang Hao became more determined. Delay it first, and wait for him to find the right opportunity, then use the secret method of Haotian Sect to take Qin Shao away in one go. But, the next moment, he was horrified to find that Qin Shao, who was standing opposite him, was slowly disappearing. Illusion. Tang Hao was startled at first, then shook his head. No, it's the afterimage left by the extremely fast speed. Thunderpool. At this moment, a voice sounded from above Tang Hao's head, and thunders as thick as buckets enveloped Tang Hao like spirit snakes. If Zhao Wuji was here, he would be shocked. This time, the thunderpool was more than 10 times stronger than any he had experienced before. It doesn't take much, a bolt of lightning is enough to blow him to death. Martial Soul True Body. Haotian protects the body. On the other hand, Tang Hao also thought of a countermeasure in an instant, activated his strongest defense, and looked for an opportunity to break through the thunder blockade. But, is it that easy? Within a few hundred meters, everything turned into scorched earth in an instant. That's not all. Qin Shao had no intention of giving Tang Hao a chance to catch his breath. Thunder Beast. The voice came from above his head, and when Tang Hao looked up, he saw an astonishing scene. Before, Qin Shao stood bathed in thunder, purple, 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 black, 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 9 strange soul rings appeared. Then his 8th soul ring lit up, and 9 huge electric balls appeared around him. Gurgle. Tang Hao swallowed hard, he felt the breath of destruction. This power has surpassed the limit of level 95. Never mind Tang Hao's fighting prowess. Qin Shao possesses the Thunder Emperor spirit, so it's not too much to be a bit powerful, right? Invincible text. Haotian Jiujue. Tang Hao made a decision in an instant and immediately used the secret method of the Haotian Sect. While dodging the bombardment of the thunder pool, the figure was already prepared to explode at any time. The so-called Haotian 9 absolutes are not 9 skills, but 9 ways of exerting force, namely, empty, seal, penetrate, penetrate, entangle, shock, break, break, collapse. In comparison, the law of the chaotic cloak hammer that requires charging is a bit useless. At this time, Qin Zhao's soul skills have also been released. The so-called thunder beasts are not 1, but 9. Every lightning bead around him turned into a ferocious and terrifying thunder beast. Each one is as thick as a water tank, with a body like a giant python, but with a ferocious single horn on its head. Full of oppression. Seal up. Entangle. Break. Break. Seeing this, Tang Hao made up his mind, suppressed the injuries in his body, and increased his strength to its peak. Moreover, 4 methods of exerting force among the 9 wonders of Haotian were displayed in an instant. At this moment, the combat power he displayed was enough to crush any titled Doluo at level 96. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the thunder beasts were destroyed by Tang Hao in an instant. Qin Zhao was not surprised by this. The secret technique of the Haotian sect was very powerful, more powerful than soul skills. He remembered that in the later period of the original novel, Tang Hao relied on the secret technique to defeat the Golden Crocodile Doluo with a combat power of level 97. Although Golden Crocodile Doluo was about to die of old age and was no longer in his prime, he was still 98 years old. It is reasonable for Tang Hao to burst out the combat power of level 96 with his level 95 soul power cultivation. The combat power that Qin Zhao unleashed at this moment was only at the 96th level. Guan. Through. Collapse. Entangle. In a moment, Tang Hao used another 4 skills, and in the blink of an eye, only one of the 9 thunder beasts was left. Moreover, Tang Hao also took this opportunity to break out of the blockade of the thunder pool. Roar. At this time, the last thunder beast also rushed towards Tang Hao. There is only one result, and that is destruction. That's it. After Tang Hao finished all this, his eyes were full of disdain. Young man, I have also tried to persuade you with kind words and given you opportunities, but you are useless. He was back to the top, full of energy and vigor. He pointed the clear sky hammer in his hand at Qin Zhao from a distance, but found something wrong. Why are so many thunders gathering towards Qin Zhao? Is this his 9th soul skill? After Tang Hao discovered the shining soul ring on Qin Zhao, he suddenly understood. Drink. Just at this moment, with Qin Zhao's clear shout, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated. Qin Zhao's figure appeared in front of Tang Hao again. The difference is that he is wearing a piece of ferocious purple armor. There is no doubt that this is Qin Zhao's 9th soul skill, Thunder Emperor armor. It is formed by gathering the power of countless thunders. Wearing this armor, his own cultivation, speed, strength, etc. are greatly enhanced. Qin Zhao estimated that it was at least 50%. This armor is extraordinary. It is condensed from thunder. Also, his cultivation aura has improved a lot compared to before. At least, it can be compared to level 97, right? Tang Hao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I was very panicked. It would be fine if you said he was an 18-year-old titled Doluo, but it is too much for a level 92 titled Doluo to burst out with the combat power of level 97. At this moment, there was a flash of lightning in Qin Zhao's eyes. He swooped down and instantly arrived in front of Tang Hao. Teleport. This is true teleportation, a skill brought to him by the 3rd soul ring. Okay, fast. As soon as Tang Hao had this thought in his mind, he was knocked flying. In a hurry, he only had time to use Haotian to protect his body. What followed was still Qin Zhao's head-on attack. Boom boom boom. Tang Hao was like a sandbag, being knocked away and falling down, and then being knocked away again. That's enough. After being knocked away again, Tang Hao couldn't help but roar. Who is he? Haotian Doluo. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been suppressing my opponents. When he first entered the realm of titled Doluo, he defeated the Pope and many elders of the Spirit Hall with a single blow. Now, Qin Zhao is repeating what he did back then. Even better. It's so embarrassing. Not enough. It's only when one person falls completely and can't stand up again that it's over. Qin Zhao's voice was cold. In fact, before this, I didn't have any thoughts about Tang San, Xiao Wu and others. I just wanted to complete the mission in Shrek Academy. But now things have changed. Since Tang Hao has attacked him, there is no possibility of a peaceful resolution. Not only Tang Hao, even Tang Sen has to pay a price. It is only natural that a son pays his father's debts. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? As Tang Hao spoke, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. At this point, he only had one solution. That is, exploding ring. As his voice fell, the fifth ring began to shatter and it stopped at the seventh ring. A pure force surged into the clear sky hammer. Back then, he was able to severely inflict heavy damage on the current Pope Qian Xuanji and several elders of the Spirit Hall by relying on the secret method of exploding rings. Of course it's not these 3 soul rings. But he felt that this was enough. At this time, his cultivation was enough to match Qin Xiao. Exploding ring. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, and there was joy in his eyes instead of surprise. When he was reading the original novel, he thought this was a very cool skill, and today he finally saw a living person perform it. Haha, ignorant. Tang Hao sneered and rushed out with the clear sky hammer. However, after he fought with Qin Xiao for several rounds, he became more and more unsure. Not to mention seriously injuring Qin Xiao, he could only barely tie with Qin Xiao now. Beating chicken feathers. Almost there. If I improve my skills a little more, I should be able to beat him. Tang Hao's eyes turned red. Subconsciously, he wanted to blow up another soul ring. But he had to stop the secret method halfway through. Even if 1,000-year or 100-year spirit ring explodes, it won't improve my strength much. But the backlash from the explosion of another 10,000-year spirit ring could kill me. Don't even mention killing the enemy, even I'll die. Can Tang Hao not hesitate? If he died, what would happen to Tang San? Now that Qin Xiao and he have become a life and death feud, can he mercifully let Tang San go? No kidding. Such a Madonna only appears in fairy tales. Apart from anything else, he believed that if Qin Xiao could return to Shrek, the first thing he would do would be to take Tang San out and bleed him. I can't die. Tang Hao made a decision in an instant, and then Qin Xiao saw him finally use the Haotian body protection, the soul ring skills other than the martial soul true body. Blue silver cage. The 100,000-year spirit ring on his body lit up. Countless blue-silver grasses grew wildly and wrapped around Qin Xiao like tentacles. Wow, it turns out that the 100,000-year spirit ring has such a skill. Qin Xiao felt a little strange, but he didn't just sit there and wait for death. This thing is just like a toad. It doesn't bite people but it annoys people. It's really troublesome to be entangled by it. On the other hand, Tang Hao saw that Qin Xiao could not get away from him for the time being, so he did not attack Qin Xiao but turned around and walked straight to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy. In the square. All teachers and students looked in one direction. There were powerful soul power fluctuations coming from there, making it impossible for them to fall asleep. Such a powerful soul power fluctuation, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is so strong. With my level of cultivation, if His Majesty the Thunder Emperor gets serious, I won't be able to withstand a single blow, right? Zhao Wuji felt the fluctuations of soul power coming from afar and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He knew that Qin Xiao was powerful, but he didn't expect Qin Xiao to be so powerful. Who said you can't catch it? Didn't you hold out for half an incense stick of time under the soul skills of the Thunder Emperor? There was a sly glint in Flanders' eyes. Yes. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as well. Based on this record, even Sol Doluo would feel ashamed of himself. Seeing his smug look, everyone in the audience was speechless. This guy really knows how to flatter himself. Be careful, there is an extremely strong aura coming towards the academy. Suddenly, Flanders' face changed and he spoke in a deep voice. Coming to college? Everyone was shocked. What is such a strong person doing in the academy? Subconsciously, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Zhao Wuji and Flanders stood in front of the crowd without hesitation. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin protected Dai Mubai, Tang San and other students in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. The food-type soul master, Xiao Xian, stood in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Dean Flanders, long time no see. He spoke first. Hao Tian, Your Majesty. Flanders' eyes were full of surprise. He could never have imagined that the person who was fighting with Qin Xiao was Tang Hao. In the crowd, Tang San shouted in shock, "Dad." There was disbelief in his voice. Not just him. People like Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and a group of teachers found it unbelievable. What's happening? Is Tang San's father a titled Doluo? Mistress. Tang Hao called out with a complicated look, and then said to Flanders, "Flanders, thank you for taking care of Xiao Sen these days, but I have a reason to take Xiao Sen away now." Your Majesty, please. Flanders immediately made way to allow Tang Hao to come in front of Tang San. Tang San was so excited that he pushed through the crowd and rushed into Tang Hao's arms. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, but now is not the time to talk too much. Come with me. Then I will tell you the truth about everything. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Yeah. Even though Tang San had countless doubts in his heart, he could only keep them to himself. Dad, can we take Xiao Wu with us? He was actually asking, and there was actually a hint of pleading in his voice. Are you willing? Tang Hao looked at Xiao Wu. Subconsciously, Xiao Wu shrank her body. She was very afraid. My heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Didn't Xiao San say that his father was a poor man who only knew how to hammer iron? But what's the matter with this title Doluo? Also, has he figured out my identity a long time ago? That mistress. Subconsciously, she looked at Tang San. Suspicion, confusion, and other emotions surged into my heart. Why, you don't want to? Tang Hao frowned and asked again. But Xiao Wu could feel a pressure coming. It seemed that if she dared to say no, the end would be miserable. In fact, this is true. After all, he had a big fight with Qin Xiao. Half of the reason was because Qin Xiao's existence would affect Tang San's development, and the other half was because of Xiao Wu, a transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast, who could not be lost. I do. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Tang Hao again, and spoke in panic. Okay, let's go then. As Tang Hao finished his voice, he grabbed Xiao Wu with one hand and Tang San with the other and disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed. Leaving now. The Shrek people were left stunned. A look of confusion. Call out. Not long after, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Qin Zhao's figure emerged from the lightning. Your Majesty. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others did not dare to neglect and spoke in a low voice. In fact, they were more respectful than before. No one is blind. Although His Majesty is young, he is really powerful. Didn't you see that Hao Tian Doluo ran away with his son? Qin Xiao only glanced at the field and found that Tang San and Xiao Wu were missing. He suddenly laughed. Tang Hao, the last thing you should do in your life is to become my enemy. But everyone shuddered unconsciously. After a long time, Qin Xiao withdrew his gaze from the distance. He didn't chase after him. The combo he just used up a lot of energy, and now there is very little soul power left in his body. If Tang Hao is really forced into a corner and tries desperately to blow up one or two more spirit rings, the outcome will be hard to predict. But, he is still young and has plenty of time. It won't take too long. With his own efforts, he will be able to crush Tang Hao in 3 to 5 years at most. If the system is not a scam, this time can be greatly shortened. The other side. Tang Hao took Tang San and Xiao Wu hundreds of miles away in one breath before settling down beside a stream. Ahem. He couldn't bear it any longer and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, the injuries he had forced to suppress erupted, and there was also the backlash from the explosion of the ring, plus the damage caused by Qin Zhao's attack. With the combination of these 3 factors, the fact that Tang Hao did not ascend directly was already a sign of his great strength. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang San immediately became nervous. Xiao Wu was so scared that she hid aside. I'm fine. Just take a break. Tang Hao sat down on the spot. How can he be fine after vomiting blood? Tang San grabbed Tang Hao's arm and felt his pulse regardless of Tang Hao's objection. In a moment, the face turned the same color as pig liver. The blood and qi are not flowing smoothly, the meridians are blocked, and the soul power is disordered, like a headless fly flying around. Is this okay? If it were someone else, he would probably die immediately, right? Tang San didn't care about anything else and immediately shot out a handful of golden needles. He wanted to use the method of acupuncture with golden needles to help Tang Hao regulate his breath. What are you doing? Tang Hao was stunned. The method my teacher taught me should be able to help you. Tang San said without hesitation. Does Yu Xiaojiang know this? Tang Hao frowned, but now was not the time to hesitate, so he nodded. Seeing this, Tang San stepped forward and inserted golden needles into the acupuncture points of Tang Hao's body. After a moment, Tang Hao's eyes lit up and his complexion became much better. Hey, Yu Xiaojiang, that useless guy. Pooh. I didn't expect Yu Xiaojiang to have such ability. After so many years of research, I finally figured out something for him. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement. However, Tang San did not answer his question. Dad, who hurt you like this? After a moment of silence, Tang Hao said, the person you should know is Qin Xiao. It's really him. Speculation is one thing, and getting confirmation from Tang Hao is another. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred, veins bulged on his forehead, his fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, and his teeth were about to break. He really wants to go back and take revenge. Pity. He couldn't beat Qin Xiao, so he could only stand there in impotent rage. Xiao San, don't think too much. I will avenge this sooner or later. Tang Hao comforted. Hearing this, the anger in Tang San's eyes eased a little. Tang Hao was right. If he couldn't get revenge himself, it would be impossible to expect Tang San to do so. Dad, there are some things you can tell me now, right? Tang San looked at Tang Hao and asked the biggest question in his mind. Since the day he awakened his martial spirit, he knew that his martial spirit was extraordinary. He also saw that Tang Hao was not simple, but after so many years, he still didn't understand his origins by himself. He even asked Yu Xiaojiang many times about the second martial soul. But Yu Xiaojiang always keeps silent about this. This made Tang San very depressed. Why? Forget it, there are some things that I should tell you sooner or later. Tang Hao sighed and made a decision. This day came earlier than he expected. In fact, it's much earlier. I'm not a poor blacksmith, you should have guessed that. In fact, I was born in the Clear Sky Sect, and our martial spirit is called the Clear Sky Hammer. Something happened back then that made us live a life of wandering. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he slowly recounted the old stories. What? It was the spirit hall that forced you into a dead end. Xiao San's mother is not a human, but the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang San and Xiao Wu were in shock. I couldn't help myself for a long time. What happened back then is actually my fault. If I hadn't brought Ayin to the prosperous spirit city, Ayin wouldn't have been targeted by the spirit halls titled Dolua, and all those things that happened afterwards wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. Ayin, I am sorry for you. Tang Hao was crying as he spoke, his voice full of self-blame and regret. Dad, calm down. I believe my mother in heaven will not blame you. Tang Sen advised dryly. However, Tang Hao's eyes fixed, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Xiao San, your mother is not dead yet, she just turned into her original form. I have always believed that she can recover to her original form and reunite with our family. Ah. This. Tang San was somewhat speechless. Should he wait for the Blue Silver Emperor to transform again before reuniting? Even if he reincarnates dozens of times, he can't wait, right? However, he also knew that Tang Hao was in a state where he couldn't stand the stimulation and couldn't accept the reality at all. He just said obediently, Dad, I was wrong. Yeah. Tang Hao nodded, then looked at Xiao Wu. I've already told you my origins. Now let's talk about this little girl. Xiao Wu. Tang Sen was startled. Dad, what happened to Xiao Wu? You were not with me for so many years, and I always treated her as my sister and my relative. As he spoke, Tang Sen stood in front of Xiao Wu to protect her. Seeing this, Tang Hao sighed and said, "Little girl, you should speak for yourself." "Why?" Zhao Wu sighed softly, "Xiao San, please get out of the way. I believe that Hao Tian Doluo will not hurt me. In fact, I am also a 100,000-year-old soul beast incarnation, just like your mother." "What?" Tang San was suddenly struck by lightning. He never expected this result. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Wu. He couldn't believe that this was true. "Is it hard to accept?" Zhao Wu smiled sadly. "No, Zhao Wu." Tang San quickly shook his head, "No matter what, you are still my Zhao Wu, my sister." After hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wu's eyes flashed with emotion. "Okay, I know you have a lot to say, but you can talk slowly on the way," Tang Hao said slowly. At this time, he had already stood up and his breathing had stabilized a lot. It was obvious that Tang San's golden needle acupuncture technique played a significant role. "On the road." "Where are we going, Dad?" Tang San asked in confusion. "Not us, but you." Tang Hao said solemnly, "Qin Xiao is the most talented spirit master I have ever seen. An 18-year-old titled Doluo can burst out a monster comparable to the combat power of level 97. Such a talent is beyond my reach. Even the ancestor Tang Chen, the ancestor of the revival of my Haotian sect, cannot compare with him. If he is allowed to grow, he may become a great disaster in the future. Dad, are you still going to fight Qin Xiao? You are so seriously injured now, your fighting power is only 1/10 of what it was, you can't beat him at all." Tang Sen panicked. He knew Tang Hao's physical condition. Going to cause trouble for Qin Xiao now is like a birthday man hanging himself because he is dissatisfied with his life. Thinking about Qin Xiao's miraculous ability to control thunder, Tang Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Simply put, if Tang Hao really wanted to die, he would suggest that Tang Hao commit suicide. "Ha ha ha, Xiao-san, what are you thinking about? I know my situation very well. Don't worry, I won't give myself to Qin Xiao. I have my own decision." Tang Hao smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? We also have a sect behind us." Sect? Tang Sen was stunned. Now that he has been abandoned by the sect, who will care about him? Tang Hao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be a way. After all, the current sect leader is your uncle." Hearing this, Tang Sen stopped talking. Tang Hao also looked at Zhao Wu who was beside Tang San. "Zhao Wu, I would like to ask you to take care of Xiao San for me while I am away. Take him to the Xingdou Great Forest, that is your home ground. No matter how powerful Qin Xiao is, he will not be able to find you." At this time, Tang Hao finally stated his purpose. This is also the reason why he revealed Zhao Wu's identity in front of Tang San. Next, he could only entrust Tang San to Zhao Wu's care. Although, he was not very confident about this soul beast, but now he had no other choice. "Uncle Tang, don't worry, I will definitely protect Xiao San. In the Xingdou Great Forest, no one can bully Xiao San. Even if the Qin Xiao comes, I will let De Ming and Air Ming beat him to a pulp." Zhao Wu waved her little fists twice as she spoke, looking very proud. "Okay, I feel relieved with your words. You guys should get going now." Tang Hao rarely smiled. Tang San and Zhao Wu did not have much objection to this. However, Tang San's heart was filled with reluctance. After all, they had not seen each other for many years, and they had to part again just after meeting. The sun rises and the moon sets. 3 days passed in a flash. After 3 days, Qin Xiao finally recovered to his peak condition. It was a rare occasion that he wanted to go out for some fresh air. When he arrived at the square, he found Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjuan, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing ready to go on the playground. Zhao Wuji stood in front of everyone with his arms folded across his chest. "You guys are going to hunt soul beasts." Qin Xiao realized that not long after Shrek started school, Oscar reached level 30, and then a group of people went to hunt souls. It was also during this soul hunting operation that Tang Sen obtained one of the most powerful cheats, the 8 Spider Lance. Qin Xiao was curious if Tang Sen could still obtain the 8 Spider Lances if he missed this opportunity. "Your Majesty, do you also want to go to the Star Do Great Forest and take a look around?" Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't say anything, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but ask. What's going on in the Star Forest? Qin Xiao subconsciously shook his head to refuse. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the novice guidance task is released. Rookie, after these few days of training, your cultivation has made great progress. However, cultivation is important, and actual combat is equally important. Mission requirements, together with the Shrek students, kill a soul beast older than 5,000 years in the Star Do Great Forest. Mission reward, the soul ring of the slain soul beast will be fused with your own soul ring. Note, the 5,000-year-old soul beasts are extremely powerful, and a group of rookie soul masters will be in danger of their lives if they are not careful. This mission. It's really hellish difficulty. Hee hee. Qin Xiao felt nothing inside, and even felt like laughing. If this mission was issued normally, if he had the normal cultivation level of a great soul master, there would indeed be considerable danger for him. But he is abnormal, and the system is abnormal too. With his strength, a blow to his head could kill a soul beast with 5,000 years of cultivation. You told him there was danger. The dangerous thing is the soul beast, okay. But this mission is still interesting. Killing a soul beast with a cultivation base of more than 5,000 years. Above. Does that mean I can kill people for 10,000 years, 20,000 years or even longer without any problem? The reward for completing the mission is the soul ring of the mission soul beast. When it is integrated with my own soul ring, doesn't it mean that the age of a soul ring will be greatly improved? Qin Zhao's eyes became brighter and brighter, so the first ring of 10,000 years is not a dream. Even higher. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji saw Qin Xiao shaking his head and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that he still felt a lot of pressure with Qin Xiao by his side. Just now, he was just being polite. In that case, let's go. Zhao Wuji spoke to everyone in a deep voice. Okay, let's set off now. Qin Xiao responded. Zhao Wuji. Sigma. I just saw you shaking your head. Didn't you say you didn't want to go? He looked surprised. What's wrong, Mr. Zhao, is there a problem? Qin Xiao looked at the stunned Zhao Wuji and asked with a smile. No, no problem. Zhao Wuji answered with a strong desire to survive. We'll leave now. In the crowd. Seeing Lao Zhao so embarrassed, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth with her hands to hide her smile. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered, and a curve appeared unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. Everyone was thinking, only in front of His Majesty, Teacher Zhao, known as the Aklanatha, was truly motionless, right? The Star Forest is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, and a very small part of it borders the Barak Kingdom. The city of Soto itself is located in the southeast of the Kingdom of Barak, not far from the Star Forest, less than 500 kilometers away. According to Zhao Wuji's estimation, even with Oscar's assistance, it would take about a day to complete the journey. Although his Shrek students are not ordinary people, most of them are only at the level of great soul masters. However, it only took them half a day to travel more than 400 miles and reach a small town not far from the Star Do Great Forest. And all this is thanks to the young man who was strolling leisurely at the end of the team. That's really cruel. Whoever couldn't hold on any longer would be electrocuted. Zhao Wuji almost cried when he saw this. So cruel. At least people shouldn't. Your Majesty, the small town ahead is the only place to stay outside the Star Do Great Forest. Let's stop there for a while and rest, and then buy some supplies. Zhao Wuji suggested. When Oscar, Ning Rongrong and others heard this, their eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, they actually felt that Zhao Wuji was so gentle. Okay. Qin Xiao nodded. He also knew that everyone's potential had almost reached its limit. There was still more than 100 miles to go, and if they didn't rest, they would collapse. Even if he really wanted to go to the Star Do Great Forest immediately to kill the soul beast and complete the mission, he wouldn't mind taking such a while. Did you hear that? What are you still standing there for? Go get whatever you need and meet here in an hour. We'll try to get out of the forest before dark. Zhao Wuji said in a hoarse voice. If it were in the past, he would definitely rest for a while and wait until tomorrow morning to enter the Star Forest. After all, the Star Do Great Forest is not a captive soul-hunting forest, and even a soul sage has to be cautious when entering it. Even in the outermost areas, we cannot be careless, as we never know where a soul beast that is tens of thousands of years old might appear. But this time it's obviously not necessary. His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is so powerful, isn't the Star Do Great Forest just like your own backyard with him around? We remember that. Be right back within an hour. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and others were immediately pardoned. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjian, and others finally understood why Ning Rongrong called Qin Shao a big devil in private. Your Majesty, you. Zhao Wuji looked at Qin Shao tentatively. Qin Shao waved his hand, just focus on your own things, don't worry about me. As he spoke, he came to a big tree by the roadside, sat down against it, and then slowly closed his eyes. Shao-san, this is the Star Forest. Now that we're here, Erming should be here to pick us up soon. In the center of the Star Forest, no one can hurt you, not even Qin Shao. Outside the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu said with a complicated expression. She didn't expect to come back here in this way this time. Xiao Wu, don't worry. From now on, I will not kill any soul beasts by mistake except for hunting soul rings normally. Tang Sen held Xiao Wu's hand and made a promise to her. In the end, I still have to kill. Xiao Wu forced a smile, but knew there was nothing that could be done about it. Let's go. I'll protect you here. As she spoke, she pulled Tang Sen into the forest. An hour passed quickly. When Qin Shao opened his eyes, Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned. I don't know where these three brats have gone. Zhao Wuji said with a frown. In this situation, Qin Shao subconsciously had an idea and sighed, go to the tavern here and look for it. My goodness, we were waiting for them here, but they went out to have fun. Once I find them, I will give them a good beating. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was stunned, then said hatefully. Soon, the tall figure disappeared from Qin Zhao's sight. Big devil, how do you know they are in the tavern? After Zhao Wuji left, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked curiously. Even Zhu Zhuqing pricked up her ears to listen. Does Qin Shao have any special stalking habit? The two couldn't help but think about it. Qin Shao smiled slightly and answered with two words, guess. Ning Rongrong. Deep down, she didn't believe what Qin Shao said. Qin Shao didn't want to bother with them anymore, so he turned around and entered the town. Let's go, follow him. Ning Rongrong said as she followed closely behind. Zhu Zhuqing also hesitated for a moment, then hurried to follow. I'm really sorry, I've been too busy with some things recently. I guarantee more than 4,000 a day next month. If there are many people reading the book, I will add more chapters. Xiao-san, I think you should just focus on your cultivation and give up the idea of revenge for the time being. After all. Xiao Wu hesitated a little when she said this. Tang Sen was unwilling to give up, what is it? What I said may not sound very nice. It doesn't matter. I like to hear whatever you say. All right then. After getting Tang San's affirmation, Xiao Wu no longer hesitated. After all, the gap in strength between you and Qin Shao is still quite large. In fact, Xiao Wu had already put it very tactfully. Let's not talk about the future, just now the gap between the two of us is simply the gap between a trickle and the ocean. Tang Sen also talked about killing Qin Shao to solve the future troubles. What a joke, the worst that can happen is just a way to get yourself killed. However, considering Tang San's self-esteem, she didn't say anything too harsh. Xiao Wu, just watch. I, Tang San, will never brag. Tang San said confidently. He was very clear about his own strength. If he wanted to avenge Tang Hao by relying on his own cultivation, it would take decades. But he has Tang's Sect hidden weapons. As long as you can make the top 3 mechanical hidden weapons, even a titled Dolua can be killed. Tang San has this confidence in his heart. Confidence in the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. What a pity. If I had the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus in my hand now, I would definitely be able to kill Qin Shao. Tang Sen felt a little regretful. Qin Xiao fought with Tang Hao, and Tang Hao almost died. He believed that Qin Xiao would not have an easy time either. However, what he didn't know was that in the real battle, Tang Hao was beaten unilaterally. Qin Xiao was basically unharmed except for a little consumption. The western frontier of Golden Crow. Qin Xiao, Zhao Wuji, and others finally arrived outside the Star Do Great Forest. This time was much later than Qin Xiao expected. But there was nothing that could be done about it. As combat soul masters, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan suffered some injuries, which did not have much impact on their speed. But not Oscar. He was a support-type spirit master, so his physique was much weaker. Some injuries, big and small, had a significant impact on his speed. Your Majesty, how about we go into the forest tomorrow morning? Zhao Wuji asked carefully. That's not necessary. Qin Xiao said, I think if we can win quickly, we will be able to get out of the Xingdou Great Forest soon. In his opinion, there is not much difference between day and night. Moreover, he was somewhat impatient to complete his task. By merging the original soul ring with the other soul rings, the strength can be further improved. You have to know that at his level, improving strength is not an easy thing. That's why he won't miss any mission. Zhao Wuji heard the voice, nodded, and said to the people behind him, listen carefully, the soul beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest are extremely dangerous. Even in the periphery, there may be soul beasts of 10,000 years. Therefore, after entering the forest, none of you should leave my body for more than 20 meters. Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two must follow me closely. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone answered in unison. However, after walking in the Star Do Great Forest for nearly 2 hours, they encountered many soul beasts, but they did not see a single soul beast suitable for using as a soul ring for Oscar. Let's all take a break. Zhao Wuji whispered, we will continue our exploration after the moon rises. He took a look at the sky and made arrangements. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao rejected Zhao Wuji's proposal. It's not time to rest yet, there are soul beasts coming. Soul beast. Zhao Wuji's heart instantly became alert. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing guard on a big tree not far away, and asked, Zhu Zhuqing, is there any movement? No. Zhu Zhuqing responded immediately. But before Zhao Wuji could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Zhu Zhuqing say, here it comes, from the southwest, a strange snake is approaching. It seems to be able to fly, but it can't fly high, only about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Guard. Zhao Wuji made a prompt decision and shouted in a deep voice without saying a single extra word. Everyone stood up instantly, ready for battle. Only Qin Xiao was there, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking about. In fact, he was surprised. Could it be that Oscar still kept the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Aren't the dragon man and snake woman too useless? Rustle. While Qin Xiao was daydreaming, a black shadow emerged from the dense forest and appeared in front of everyone. It was a strange snake, with a fleshy crest on its head that looked bigger than its head and bright red like blood. Its tail was quite special, fan-shaped. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. This one is about 6 or 7 meters long and about 1,400 to 500 years old. Oscar is just right for you. Normally, this soul beast should be given to you to hunt. But forget it in your current state. Zhao Wuji said somewhat helplessly. Hee hee, so now I think it's a blessing in disguise. Oscar chuckled. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes at him unhappily, then I will make sure you enjoy yourself on the way back. Gurgle. Oscar swallowed hard. Zhao Wuji's gaze made him feel chilled. It must be nothing good. Zhao Wuji no longer paid attention to Oscar. He took 2 steps at a time and pounced on the cockatrice. Don't be fooled by his clumsy body, he seems like a power-type athlete. In fact, the speed was very fast. The phoenix-tailed kakapo had no time to dodge and was caught by Zhao Wuji's tail. Hiss hiss hiss. The phoenix-tailed kakapo was obviously irritated and angry by Zhao Wuji's actions, and turned around to bite Zhao Wuji. But Zhao Wuji was faster and took the lead to throw the phoenix-tailed kakapo up. Boom boom boom. A series of sounds rang out, and Zhao Wuji seemed to use the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake as a whip, constantly whipping the ground. After doing this about 10 times, the phoenix-tailed kakapo was already dying. Thump. Zhao Wuji threw it in front of Oscar with a look of disgust. While it's still hot, hurry up. Everyone looked strange. Pa, what are you thinking? Even Zhao Wuji couldn't help blushing. I asked Oscar to kill it quickly and get the spirit ring. So that's how it is. Everyone looked at Zhao Wuji meaningfully. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Stop, this snake, I don't know who dares to move. The voice is old and hoarse. But Oscar, Dai Mubai and other young soul masters all felt a considerable pressure of soul power. They were shocked. The person who came is very likely a strongman. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Swish. The grass and trees trembled, and 2 figures jumped out from the dense forest. It was an old woman and a young girl. The old woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s, but her face was as rosy as a baby's and her silver hair was combed meticulously. The girl had short hair and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a neat outfit that tightly covered her well-developed figure. Her big dark brown eyes were full of vigilance and anger as she looked at the people in front of her. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. Are these Snake Woman and Meng Yiran? He looked at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that Zhao Wuji had thrown on the ground and shook his head slightly. It's not that they can't do it, they really can't do it. Giving them a chance is useless. They still couldn't catch the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. On the other side. In a pub. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjuan were already covered in bruises. We are Shrek students, just students. You are a soul king and a teacher at Shanhui Academy. Do you really have the nerve to interfere in the affairs of young people like us? Oscar looked dissatisfied. Opposite them was an old man carrying a tortoise shell on his back. There are 5 soul rings rhythmically moving under his feet, which cannot be underestimated. Ma Hongjuan said, Xiao Ao, save your energy. When he shot, his face was already on the ground. Haha, what a bunch of sharp-tongued brats. Hearing this, the old man carrying the tortoiseshell smiled and said, since you are from the academy, you should have a teacher leading the team, right? Where is he? Haha, if Teacher Zhao knew that we were being bullied here, he would definitely break your dog legs. Just be glad he's not here. Ma Hongjuan said with a sneer. Interesting. It's really interesting. I don't know if he will break my legs, but if he doesn't break your legs, I, Yi Zhiqiu, will take your last name. The old man carrying the tortoiseshell said this as he stepped forward with a fierce look in his eyes. You, don't come over here. If you have the guts, let us go get the teacher. Ma Hongjuan suddenly panicked. In the face of absolute strength, he is just a king of talking nonsense. This damn fat guy, can't he be a little more virtuous with his words? Can't he see that the current situation is just to drag it out until Teacher Zhao finds out we're missing and comes to rescue us? Dai Mubai was really worried about such a stupid teammate. In desperation. As Yi Zhiqiu moved forward, they retreated step by step. Suddenly. Oscar's eyes suddenly focused, and he found a familiar figure in the crowd. Boss Dai, look, is that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor? Oscar's eyes are now so swollen that only a slit is left, and his eyesight has deteriorated significantly. So I'm not sure if I'm dazzled. Where? Dai Mubai was overjoyed. If the crown really came, they would be saved. There. Oscar pointed. Dai Mubai looked over and his pupils suddenly shrank. Not to mention, isn't that handsome young man with his arms crossed watching the fun Qin Xiao? It's really Your Majesty. However, His Majesty does not seem to want to help us out. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. He just thought he had found a life-saving boat, but unexpectedly the boat capsized before he even got on board. I can't care less. Ma Hongjuan also looked at Qin Xiao and shouted, Your Majesty, we are here. As he said this, he waved to Qin Xiao frantically. Qin Xiao remained unmoved. Joke. Why would he help Shrek's 3 swordsmen for no reason? Come on. Needless to say, the 3 of them had brought this upon themselves. Of course. Most importantly, the system does not issue tasks. Well. Ma Hongjuan was embarrassed. Qin Shao ignored him. However, his actions caught Yi Zhiqiu's attention. Your Majesty. Could it be that there is a titled Doluo present? Subconsciously, Yi Zhiqiu followed Ma Hongjuan's gaze and immediately found Qin Shao. He smiled, boy, even if you want to fool me, find someone similar. This boy is only a few years older than you. You call him His Majesty. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yi Zhiqiu laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Tell me, boy, are you His Majesty? As he laughed, he couldn't help but ask Qin Shao. He didn't notice that Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan in the distance were looking at him as if he were dead. Yi Zhiqiu's actions fully explain what it means to not seek death and not die. Isn't it good for him to live a good life and bully the weak ones? And at this time, Qin Shao still smiled faintly and asked, do you think it's funny? Is that even a question? Yi Zhiqiu answered without hesitation, of course. But, he couldn't utter the last word, laugh, no matter what. It was as if an invisible hand was pinching his neck fiercely. It was also like a fishbone was stuck in his throat. The next moment, his eyes began to become bloodshot and his face turned red like liver. What's going on? Teacher, what happened? Is it a relapse of an old illness? Behind Yi Zhiqiu, a group of students from Zhao Academy were stunned by the sudden change. Your Majesty, let me handle it. After all, this was caused by Dai Mubai and the other two. Don't worry, the result will satisfy you. On the other side, behind Qin Shao, Zhao Wuji's voice sounded. Qin Shao turned around, glanced at Zhao Wuji, then nodded slowly. Zhao Wuji walked forward with great strides. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and Oscar shouted in surprise. This is the real life-saving straw. At this time, Yi Zhiqiu also returned to normal. Teacher Zhao, they call you teacher. Just now, it was you who did it, right? He looked at Zhao Wuji and felt that this was the truth. What? I'll fuck your grandma. Zhao Wuji cursed and slapped him. Bang. Yi Zhiqiu was slapped by Zhao Wuji and spun several times, then fell face first to the ground. I'll let you compare. You are also someone you can question, His Majesty. Zhao Wuji felt unsatisfied and kicked out one by one. Even if Yi Zhiqiu activated his martial soul, he couldn't withstand it. There were constant screams. The students of Zhao College were all numb. Who is this person? A Soul King was pinned to the ground and hammered even though he was using his martial soul. Am I dreaming? Even Oscar and others felt that Teacher Zhao was particularly cruel today. In the Star Forest, Tang Sen suddenly stopped. Xiao Wu, wait a moment. Xiao Wu turned her head to look at Tang San in confusion. Xiao San, what's wrong? I think I'm going to break through. There was some joy in Tang San's eyes. How can it be so fast? Normally it will take you 10 days or half a month to break through. Maybe it's because I've been stimulated recently. Tang San said with a wry smile. In fact, this is true. It's too stimulating. From the moment he saw Qin Shao, his heart was stimulated all the time. An 18-year-old titled Doluo, with such an incredible talent, how many geniuses have he beaten to a pulp and pressed to the ground? And this kind of achievement is something you can never catch up with no matter how hard you try. Even though Tang San had the experience from his previous life and the Xiantian Gong, he still felt inferior to this kind of martial arts. Qin Zhao's talent is incredible. It was originally fine, he could only say that he was envious and even a little jealous. But it can be said that we do not interfere with each other. However, the appearance of Tang Hao changed all this. Such a genius actually became an enemy. It's outrageous. At the same time, he was really anxious. An enemy like Qin Shao is too scary. If I can't grow up quickly, my future. No. I might not have a future, and my dad is in danger too. Tang San said in a low voice. Xiao Wu subconsciously squeezed Tang San's hand, maybe things won't be that bad. No. Tang San shook his head, provoking Qin Xiao will only make things worse. So, next, I will do whatever it takes to kill him. Is there anything you two can do for me? Zhao Wuji looked at the two people who appeared and frowned. I am Xiangxiang, sorry to bother you. The snake woman introduced herself and at the same time stretched out her hand and held a snakehead cane in her hand. At the same time, 6 soul rings appeared under his feet. Snake woman Xiangxiang. I'm so sorry. Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows, then clasped his fists and said. He didn't expect that the old lady in front of him was actually the snake queen among the peerless dragons and snakes in the world. Although the snake wife's cultivation was only that of a soul emperor, the dragon lord was an extremely powerful soul Doluo. It was rumored that the peerless dragon-snake couple could even compete with titled Doluo masters by using their martial soul fusion skills. More importantly, Mr. Dragon and Mrs. Snake are almost inseparable. When Mrs. Snake appears here, Zhao Wuji is sure that Mr. Dragon should be not far away. However, Zhao Wuji is not someone who would be scared by just a title. I wonder what your name is. At this time, the snake woman asked. My name is Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji grinned, and the next moment 7 soul rings appeared one by one. Soul Saint. Zhao Wuji. The snake woman's pupils suddenly shrank. She didn't expect to meet such a tough guy. So it's Akalanatha Zhao Wuji. I'm sorry for being so rude. The snake woman leaned slightly, holding her cane with one hand. Beside her, Meng Yiran opened her mouth slightly, looking a little surprised. She also didn't expect that among the group of people she met in the Star Do Great Forest, there would be a soul sage level powerhouse. Zhao Wuji just nodded slightly and said no more. Are you waiting for me to explain my purpose? The snake lady immediately understood Zhao Wuji's thoughts. To be honest, we are here for this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake under your command. I wonder if you could give it to us. To be honest, we have been tracking this soul beast for a long time. It's just that it is too cunning. The snake woman said this with a wry smile. Give it to them. No one expected that the snake lady would make such a request. Teacher Zhao. Oscar was a little anxious. He had done a lot of homework before coming here and knew that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was one of the soul beasts that was most suitable for him. Of course, he didn't want others to snatch it away. And is there any difference between this dying look and a duck in the mouth? You can see that my students also need this soul beast. I'm very sorry, but we can't give it up. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. Grandmother. Next to the snake woman, Meng Yiran couldn't help but pull Chao Tianxiang's sleeve. Brother Zhao, there has to be a first-come first-served rule for everything, right? After all, we were the first to spot this soul beast. If you are willing to take a step back, my old man and I will owe you a favor. The snake lady said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Sister Chao, it's hard to find a suitable soul beast, I can't give in. Zhao Wuji refused to give in. Okay. The snake lady smiled and said, it seems that my husband and I haven't walked on the mainland for a long time. Many people don't know what the peerless dragon snake represents. As she spoke, she slammed the cane in her hand heavily on the ground, raising dust. Is this a move? Zhao Wuji's heart sank. Now that things had come to this, he could only see the real result with his own actions. Even Ma Hongjian, Oscar, and others behind Zhao Wuji knew that something big was happening. Still, let's go. But, the next moment, the snake woman's behavior was unexpected. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. My pants. Pooh. I'm already ready for a fight, and you just turn around and leave. Zhao Wuji looked stunned. Grandmother. Not to mention others, even Meng Yiran didn't understand what was wrong with her grandma. Let's go and find your grandfather first. The snake woman's voice was full of certainty. In desperation, Meng Yiran had to compromise. Teacher, what's going on? Oscar was bewildered. Zhao Wuji subconsciously glanced at Qin Xiao, then said to Oscar, don't worry about it, quickly refine the soul ring of this soul beast. If you delay, something bad will happen. Hearing the sound, Oscar stepped forward with a sharp blade. The other side. The snake woman took Meng Yiran for a long distance before stopping. Grandma, why should we give in? You could have sent a message to ask Grandpa to come over quickly. Meng Yiran asked in confusion. After all, the prey that had been pursued for so long was finally handed over to someone else. No one would feel comfortable about it. I'm just worried that your grandfather won't be able to get here in time. The snake woman sighed. I felt a strong aura locking onto me. If I did anything out of line, it's very likely that I'd be struck by lightning. I wouldn't be able to handle that. It's best to avoid it for now. Is there someone you're afraid of? Meng Yiran was still a little bit incredulous. Dueling continent is so vast, and there are countless strong people. The snake woman shook her head slightly and said helplessly. But, the next moment, her and Meng Yiran's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked in one direction. It was your grandfather who sent us over. He may have found a better target. Let's go over and take a look right away. After saying that, she took Meng Yiran and disappeared into the jungle. Xiao San, the third soul ring, what kind of soul beast do you want to hunt? In the forest, Xiao Wu asked Tang San beside her in confusion. They had been wandering in the forest for a long time, but Tang San still hadn't found a suitable target. You should know the weakness of blue silver grass. It's too weak. Simply enhancing its toughness is meaningless. The improvement is limited. So I want to take a different approach and hunt down a soul beast with poison. See if I can make the blue silver grass poisonous. Even a little bit of paralyzing poison can make the blue silver grass more changeable. Make the blue silver grass poisonous. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up after hearing Tang San's words. I have to say this is a really good idea. Then let's go now. Tang San smiled and nodded. But Xiao Wu frowned. What's wrong? Xiao San, someone is coming, let's hide first. Good. Without further hesitation, the two men hid in the crown of an ancient tree like ghosts. Not long. A group of people walked past them, talking as they walked. What is the origin of Shrek Academy? It actually has a soul sage level expert as a teacher. The dean of Art Sanghui Academy is a soul sage, right? Tell me, is the boy those people call your majesty a true titled Dueling? Are you dreaming? How old is he? He looks like a teenager. Have you ever heard of a teenage titled Dueling? The students of Sanghui College were discussing the matter. However, this made the team leader Yi Zhiqiu feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but shouted coldly, enough, you are still competing in the Xingdou Great Forest. Do you think this is your backyard? If you don't want to die, shut up. Also, don't you have a lot of questions? Those people from Shrek Academy have also entered the Xingdou Great Forest. If any of you have the guts, go and ask them for clarification. Yi Zhiqiu spoke coldly to the students of Sanghui Academy behind him. Ah, this. Let's just forget it. What if that teacher Zhao hits me? I'm just a support, I can't withstand 2 slaps. Everyone refused. Then shut up and never mention this matter again. Yi Zhiqiu snorted in annoyance and limped forward. The students of Sanghui College followed closely behind. And this time they all learned their lesson and dared not talk about what happened before. After a long time, Tang San and Xiao Wu floated down from the tree, their movements light as 2 ghosts. Xiao San, let's go. I think the human-faced demon spider is very suitable to be your 3rd spirit ring. Let's go find it now. Xiao Wu said excitedly. However, Tang San stood there, motionless. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu, can I ask you to do me a favor? Tang San looked directly at Xiao Wu and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Wu asked in confusion, what's the matter? Do we need to ask for help between the 2 of us? I remember you told me that Deming and Erming are both soul beasts over 100,000 years old. I want them to help me deal with Qin Xiao. What? Xiao Wu was shocked. Xiao San, you are crazy. Qin Xiao is a powerful existence that even Haotian Dueling cannot defeat. Deming and Erming may not be his opponents. No. Hearing this, Tang San calmly shook his head. Do you remember what I said before? I believe Qin Xiao must have suffered serious injuries in the battle with my father, so now is definitely the best time to take action. this. Xiao Wu was still hesitant. She had witnessed Qin Zhao's strength with her own eyes, and from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Daming and Erming to take any risks. Xiao Wu, I'm not asking Daming and Erming to die. They are the overlords of the forest. Even if they can't defeat Qin Zhao, it shouldn't be difficult for them to retreat, right? But it's okay. Xiao Wu, please help me. If Qin Zhao is not dead, I will not be able to sleep or eat well with such a powerful enemy outside. There was some pleading in Tang San's voice. All right. Xiao Wu nodded reluctantly, I'll go talk to Erming. Tang San also smiled when he saw this, this is my good Xiao Wu. At the same time, Oscar finally completed the absorption of the soul ring and began to show off his new soul skills. Following a series of obscene spells, a strangely shaped sausage appeared in his hand. You. What the hell is this? Ma Hongjuan immediately made a vomiting gesture. Although Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others did not say anything, they still subconsciously took a few steps back. What do you mean? Oscar's expression suddenly changed, and he felt that he had suffered a great blow in his heart. You are ignoring me now, but I will make you out of my league in a little while. My third soul skill, Mushroom Sausage. Effect, Flying. After he finished speaking, he stared at everyone intently, afraid to miss every detail on their faces. Sure enough, he got what he wanted. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and others opened their mouths in surprise. Give me a taste. Ma Hongjuan even extended his hand to Oscar. But Oscar responded with a big eye roll, get as far away from me as your thoughts can go. Weren't you the one who had the biggest reaction just now? You even had morning sickness. Xiao Ao is really vindictive. Okay, now that the soul ring hunting is over, let's set off back now. Zhao Wuji clapped his hands at this time, attracting everyone's attention. However, at this moment, Qin Zhao also spoke slowly, wait, I have another thing to do. As soon as Qin Zhao spoke, everyone's eyes immediately looked over. To be honest, I want to go to the depths of the Star Forest. Faced with everyone's puzzled expressions, Qin Zhao spoke frankly. However, everyone was even more confused. You are the boss, if you want to go, just go, who can stop you? Not to mention the deep part, even if you are willing to go to the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, you won't dare to say no, right? Ahem. Qin Zhao understood the hidden meaning in everyone's eyes, coughed lightly, and said, I hope you will come in with me. That's no problem. The first one to agree was Ning Rongrong, then let's go together. However, when Ning Rongrong noticed the strange looks from Zhao Wuji, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, she suddenly came to her senses. Etc. You said that we should go to the depths of the Star Forest together. Ning Rongrong thought that she should let them go out together first. Qin Zhao nodded slightly. The mission is to cooperate with teammates to hunt down a soul beast that is more than 5,000 years old. Qin Zhao thought that he should at least hunt down one that was over 50,000 years old, right? This is not good. Ning Rongrong shrank her neck. Although she loves to play and make trouble, she also knows what she can and cannot do. It would be fine if Qin Zhao was bringing her alone, but there are a lot of people following behind him. Can it really be protected? But, can I refuse? Everyone was very resistant in their hearts, but they still gave in. In this way, everyone followed Qin Zhao and continued to go deeper into the Xingdou Great Forest. Your Majesty, this is at least the area where soul beasts have been active for 50,000 years, right? That's amazing. Lao Zhao has never been here before. After a long while, Zhao Wuji said with shining eyes. Teacher Zhao, something is wrong with you. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others looked at Zhao Wuji with strange expressions. You know, they are very panicked now. A 50,000-year-old soul beast. If a few of them show up, even Qin Zhao might not be able to protect himself, right? Boom boom boom. However, the more you fear something, the more it will come. The ground began to tremble noticeably. Without Qin Zhao's reminder, everyone could guess that a huge monster was approaching. Not long. A huge face, looking down at them. Your Majesty. The curiosity on Zhao Wuji's face disappeared, replaced by nervousness. Don't be afraid, it's a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Titan Ape. Qin Shao turned his head slightly, glanced at the panicked crowd and comforted them. Thump. It would have been better if he was not comforted. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Ma Hongjuan felt his knees go weak and he fell directly to the ground. Qin Shao. So what? Roar. At this time, the Titan Giant Ape Ming had already set his sights on Qin Shao. He was sure that this relaxed young man was the person that Sister Xiao Wu was looking for. Human, die. Although its voice was intermittent, everyone could hear the cold murderous intent in it. Against me. Qin Shao was slightly stunned. Normally, a 100,000-year-old soul beast has wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. Facing a strongman like him, it should not have such extreme behavior. Moreover, Qin Shao was very sure that there was no hatred between him and the Titan Ape. Wait, there is a familiar aura behind the Titan Ape, it's Xiao Wu and Tang San. Qin Shao subconsciously glanced behind the Titan's Giant Ape and saw something vaguely hidden in the darkness. It dawned on him in an instant. It turns out that the Titan Ape was being instructed by someone. Haha, then you can't blame me. Qin Shao smiled coldly in his heart. He originally planned to hunt a soul beast of about 50,000 years old. But now the Titan Ape has come to his doorstep. Originally, he had some good feelings towards this iron-headed man in the original novel, but now those good feelings are gone. After all, if you want to be a knife for others, you must be prepared to be a knife. Prepare for battle. Qin Shao shouted softly at this time. Yeah, come on. Ning Rongrong waved her little fist gently, she supported Qin Shao very much mentally. Of course, it would have been better if he had stood beside Qin Shao and supported him instead of hiding behind a big tree more than 10 meters behind Qin Shao. Dai Mubai and Oscar also hurriedly dragged Ma Hongjuan back a few steps. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Qin Shao found that she was no longer there. She must have activated her netherworld spirit cat spirit and was hiding in the darkness. Hey, what is this? He sighed helplessly. Ma Hongjuan, Dai Mubai, come here. He cried out immediately. Your Majesty. Ma Hongjuan and Dai Mubai were extremely afraid, but they still stepped forward tremblingly. They asked with gritted teeth, what do you want? Activate your martial spirit and attack it. Qin Shao said this, pointing at the Titan Ape. In fact, he had no choice. After all, the mission said that everyone had to work together. He had no way of being sure whether the mission would be completed if these people didn't take action. What? Hit it. Ma Hongjuan was stunned. Wasn't Qin Shao trying to trick him? This is totally a suicidal act. If you don't attack it, I'm going to attack you. Make your choice. As Qin Shao spoke, arcs of electricity flashed cracklingly between his fingers. What are you standing there for? Your Majesty is trying to train your courage with good intentions. When facing an enemy whose cultivation is far superior to yours, you must dare to attack. Hurry up and don't let His Majesty down. Seeing the two people hesitating, Zhao Wuji shouted in disappointment. Qin Shao. In fact, I just wanted to let the two of them touch the monster. I really didn't want to train their minds. However, after Zhao Wuji's interpretation, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan were obviously greatly encouraged. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of determination. White Tiger possessed. Phoenix possession. The two completed the spirit possession in an instant. At the same time, each of them used their soul skills. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Phoenix Fireline. Two long-range attacks, one white and one red, instantly landed on the Titan Ape. The result is obvious. The attack of two people is just like tickling the Titan Ape. But their attacks do not cause much damage, but are extremely insulting. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to the Titan Ape, it successfully aroused the anger in the Titan Ape's heart. Boom boom boom. The Titan Ape stood up and kept beating his chest like a war drum. It was not difficult to see that he was going to go berserk. Ning Rongrong, give me a bite. Then Oscar will give everyone mushroom sausages. You can go wait for me outside the Star Do Great Forest. Or you can go back to Shrek first. Qin Xiao felt that this should be considered working together, right? As for Zhu Zhuqing not attacking the Titan Ape, it doesn't matter. Isn't Lan Ling's stealth also considered an attack? Just treat it as a psychological deterrent. Oscar had no objection to Qin Xiao's arrangement and did it subconsciously. His mind was in a tense state when he saw the Titan Ape. He only came back to his senses when Qin Xiao called his name. You, what do you want me to do? Ning Rongrong blushed instantly after hearing Qin Xiao's words. It's so embarrassing. How could he say such a thing? Well. Qin Xiao didn't expect that at this time. Miss Ning actually misinterpreted his meaning. What I mean is to use the 7 treasures glazed tower to assist me, he explained again. Oh, so that's how it is. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized and didn't care about the embarrassment anymore. She clasped her hands together and the 7 treasures glazed tower appeared in her hands. The 7 treasures turned into colored glaze. The 7 treasures have names. One is called Power. The 7 treasures turned into glass. The 7 treasures have names. The second one is Speed. Swish. 2 rays of light fell on Qin Xiao. Is this the support ability of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda? It is indeed the best support in the world. Qin Xiao could feel that his strength had obviously increased a lot. Boom. Boom. At this time, the Titan Ape had almost vented its anger. It took 2 steps to Qin Xiao and swung its fist, which was bigger than an iron pot, and smashed it down hard. I'd like to test your strength. There was no fear in Qin Xiao's eyes. He took the same step and punched out. Click, click. An invisible ripple burst out, with the 2 people as the center, and the trees within dozens of meters were broken. Let's go, get out of here. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji was quick-witted and quick-handed. He picked up Ning Rongrong in one hand and Oscar in the other and walked away from here. Following his shout, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjuan, and Dai Mubai also followed after him. For a moment, only Qin Xiao and the Titan Ape were left confronting each other on the field. However, in fact, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching everything on the scene from a distance, their mouths wide open in shock. Oh my God. Grandma, am I seeing things right? Isn't that young man in the distance one of Zhao Wuji's students? He actually has the strength to fight against the Titan Giant Ape. In the dense forest, Meng Yiran said in disbelief. She even felt that the scene was unreal and rubbed her eyes hard. The snake woman was also shocked, and then a hint of enlightenment appeared in her eyes. Yes. That's right, the crisis I felt before must have been brought to me by this young man. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. As she spoke, she felt relieved that she didn't do anything. Otherwise, when Lord Dragon comes, the ashes will be scattered all over the place, right? What, old woman, could it be that they are the ones who stole the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake earlier? Next to the 2 of them, there was a thin old man who asked in disbelief. Good. The snake woman nodded slowly and gave an affirmative answer. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Duke Long took a deep breath and beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, being able to escape unscathed from such a strong man is already a blessing in disguise. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a little scared. But the human-faced demon spider we were chasing ran to that person again. Meng Yiran said helplessly. Duke Long sighed, Yiran, be more careful. It's already this hour, and you're still thinking about that human-faced demon spider. If we run over now, we'll probably be considered enemies by that man and soul beast. This. Meng Yiran's expression suddenly dimmed. At this time, the snake woman asked again, Old man, who do you think will win the battle between them? Duke Long thought carefully for a moment. The combat power of 100,000-year soul beast is enough to defeat an ordinary titled Dolua. Not to mention the Titan Giant Ape. That young man will definitely lose even if he has the combat power of a titled capital. To defeat the Titan Giant Ape, one must have a combat power of more than level 97 to say this. Level 97. Meng Yiran was really shocked by what Long Gong said. How could this Titan Ape be so powerful? She said with some disbelief. She had lived for so many years, but she had never seen or even heard of anyone who was level 97. In her opinion, someone with a cultivation level of 97 is a legendary figure in the world of soul masters. This is nothing to be surprised about. Although the cultivation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast cannot be compared with that of a level 97 soul master, the Titan Giant Ape itself is an outlier among soul beasts. Its strength cannot be assessed by simply looking at its cultivation level. Lord Long's voice was filled with awe. This is normal. No matter whether it is a human or a soul beast, as long as it is a powerful existence, it is worthy of awe. After a brief pause, he added, however, although the Titan Ape is strong, it is not difficult for the young Dolua to leave. If even the Titan Ape can't keep him. At this time, the snake woman exclaimed, such a young title Dolua, the future is unimaginable. Subconsciously, she looked at her granddaughter again. Originally, she thought her granddaughter was also a genius. However, after meeting Qin Xiao, she felt that Meng Yiran's talent was only average. Too ordinary. There is absolutely no comparison between the so-called genius and Qin Xiao. Roar, roar, roar. While the three were talking, Qin Xiao and the Titan Ape exchanged a few moves again. At this time, the Titan Ape was shouting excitedly. Duke Long looked over and immediately warned, "Old lady, Yiran, be careful. I think this Titan Ape is going to get really vicious. That young Dolua is probably going to retreat, and then we can't stay here anymore." The snake lady nodded. Meng Yiran whispered, "I understand." At the same time, Qin Xiao was not surprised but happy when facing the ferocious Titan Ape. Happy? You know, he is a practice maniac and a fighting maniac. Otherwise, if he practiced in isolation, even if he could refine thunder and enhance his soul power, he would not have achieved such success. It would be better if it was a little more powerful. I have gained new insights into my martial spirit. I am just one step away from unleashing some of its power. From the battle with the Titan Giant Ape until now, Qin Xiao has not used any soul skills. He has been fighting purely relying on the power of his martial soul to control thunder. Just to hone myself. You know, the reason why Thunder Emperor is so powerful is not because of the so-called spirit ring skills, but because of the magic. To be honest, Qin Xiao's current control over the Thunder Emperor's martial spirit can only be said to be at the lowest level. He also didn't master any of the major freehand fighting techniques among the Thunder Emperor's magical powers, such as the Nine Heavens Tribulation Light, Thunder Turning into Stars, and Thunder Emperor Finger. But today, he saw a clue. Suddenly. At this moment, Qin Xiao discovered that the Titan Ape's chest suddenly swelled up, and it took a deep breath to gather strength. Are you going to launch the Titan Sky Cannon? Qin Xiao instantly thought of a possibility. It just so happens that I also want to try whether the path I am taking is correct. As he thought about it, he raised his right hand, put 4 fingers together, leaving only the index finger. Then he pointed at the Titan Ape from a distance. Crack! A flash of lightning shot out from Qin Xiao's fingertips. At first, only the fingers were slender. But in the blink of an eye, it swelled to the size of a bucket. Roar! At this time, the Titan Ape was not to be outdone and opened its mouth to spit out an invisible shock wave. Boom! 2 energy bodies collided in the void. The shock wave was instantly annihilated by the thunder. The thunder continued to strike the Titan Ape's head with unabated force. Boom, boom, boom. The Titan Ape was knocked back several steps before it managed to steady itself. Far away. Meng Yiran was stunned. Grandpa, you just said that His Majesty was going to retreat, right? But why do I feel even stronger than before? Ah, this. Duke Long blushed as he recalled how he had just made a very logical analysis but was slapped in the face by reality. Well, I just overlooked a problem. Maybe this His Majesty just happens to have the ability to restrain the Titan Ape. Duke Long quickly found an excuse for himself. Yes, that's right. The Titan Ape is good at strength and strong attacks. This kind of soul power bombardment is not something the Titan Ape is good at, so this is the situation just now. However, considering the Titan Ape's defense, I'm afraid that His Majesty's attack cannot break through the Titan Ape's defense. So, being struck by lightning a few times is nothing. However, before he could finish his words, the snake woman beside him grabbed his shoulder and said, "Old man, look, something is wrong with the Titan ape." Mr. Long could clearly feel that the snake woman's hand holding him was trembling. What happened? With such doubts, he looked over. Suddenly, I was stunned. The Titan ape had stabilized its body at this time, but large areas of fur on its head had been burnt black. What's even more outrageous is that it opened its mouth and spurted out blood, and Duke Long also saw two huge teeth that were about 1 meter high being spit out. Is this true? His Majesty's attack was so strong. The Titan ape took it and had 2 teeth broken. It's incredible. As he said this, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing that he had seen it wrong. Grandfather. Is this what you mean by weak attack power and inability to break defense? Do you have any misunderstanding about weak? At this time, Meng Yiran couldn't help but raise questions. Duke Long. He was convinced. I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Just wait and see, maybe a miracle will really happen. Thunder Emperor Finger, it's still wrong. If the Titan ape had been hit by a real Thunder Emperor Finger, it would have been on its knees. However, Qin Shao felt dissatisfied with causing such damage to the Titan ape. He was too embarrassed to say that this was the Thunder Emperor's instruction. Of course, the target is the Titan ape. If any other titled Doluo of the same level as Qin Shao were to receive such a blow, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Roar. Looking at the blood and broken teeth on the ground, the Titan ape's eyes turned red. It roared towards the sky. The blood made it even more ferocious. If grinning would have worked, I would have run away long ago. Qin Shao smiled sarcastically, and then hooked his finger at the Titan ape provocatively. There is no doubt that this is a gesture common to humans and soul beasts. The Titan ape understood instantly that the human in front of it wanted it to pass. Damn. Bullying people, no, it's too much bullying monkeys. As the overlord of the Star Do Great Forest, it couldn't remember how long it had been since it had been provoked like this. The next moment, it took a step, crossed a distance of dozens of meters, rushed to Qin Shao, and punched out in a disorderly manner. Too slow. And he only knows how to attack with brute force, without any force-generating techniques. In this regard, Tang Hao is miles ahead of you. The Titan ape's attack power is not low, but in Qin Zhao's opinion, it is not a big threat. After all, it wasn't Qin Shao that was being hit, it was the air. No matter how the Titan ape attacked, Qin Shao could easily dodge. In terms of speed, Qin Shao completely crushed it. At the same time, after dodging, Qin Shao would lightly point out a finger, constantly perfecting his Thunder Emperor finger. Apparently, he used the Titan ape as a whetstone. He was quite happy. The Titan ape was in pain, howling as it was struck by lightning. So handsome. Facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, there are still people who can be so relaxed and carefree. It's really cool. Meng Yiran looked at the battle in the distance, his eyes shining with excitement. Qin Zhao's graceful figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart without her realizing it. Even if it lasts a lifetime, it can never be erased. Too evil. Such a young boy could actually beat the Titan ape. No one dared to tell such a story in the fairy tales I heard when I was a child. Seeing this, Lord Long could not help but be amazed. Look at Qin Shao, then look at yourself. He felt like he had lived a dog's life for most of his life. Beside her, the snake lady nodded numbly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't imagine that there would be such a talented person on Doluo continent. It's hard to imagine how far he will go and what kind of achievements he will have in the future. Hearing this, Lord Long smiled bitterly and said, now he is someone we all look up to. In the future, we may not even be qualified to spy on him. I have to say, this is a despairing thing. Xiao-san, I think Erming is probably no match for Qin Shao, so why don't we go? Don't provoke him. In the treetops 200 or 300 meters behind the Titan ape, tears were already flashing in Xiao Wu's eyes. Erming is her relative. However, she just watched Erming's teeth being broken. She couldn't help but feel distressed and blamed herself. If it weren't for her pleading, Erming wouldn't have bothered Qin Shao. It won't be as miserable as it is now. No, it's impossible. I don't believe that Qin Xiao is fine. My father has been injured so badly, I don't believe he can still fight at his peak strength. He did it on purpose. Qin Xiao must have done this on purpose for us to see. With purple light in his eyes, Tang Sen closely watched the battle between the Titan Giant Ape and Qin Xiao. Xiao Wu's words at this time were unacceptable to him. Even now, he still firmly believes that his inference cannot be wrong. Xiao San, didn't you see that Ming couldn't even touch the corner of Qin Xiao's clothes? And every attack from Qin Xiao caused a lot of damage to Ming. If this continues, I'm afraid Ming really can't hold on. Xiao Wu said with a distressed look on her face. Pity. Tang San didn't take Xiao Wu's words into consideration at all. He frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly a look of realization appeared on his face. Xiao Wu, I know what went wrong. It's a soul skill. From the beginning of the battle till now, Qin Xiao has not used a single soul skill. He must be unable to use soul skills due to some restrictions. I told you, he is a title Doluo at the 92nd level. How can he not pay a price if he wants to compete with my father? Tang Sen firmly believed that Qin Xiao used a self-created soul skill similar to the secret ring blasting technique that Tang Hao mentioned. Is that really the case? Xiao Wu was at a loss. Tang Sen nodded heavily. As long as we persist, Ming will definitely win. Teacher said that a spirit master without spirit skills is like a bird without wings. Oh well. Xiao Wu nodded doubtfully. Wrong. Almost. The rune arrangement is still unstable. Qin Xiao fell into a state of enlightenment. He used the Thunder Emperor finger over and over again until his entire body became numb. He couldn't even hear the Titan Ape's roar. I don't know how long it took. He suddenly understood. I understand, so this is where the problem lies. Qin Xiao unconsciously revealed a knowing smile. Through constant practice, he finally comprehended the freehand fighting technique of the Thunder Emperor finger. The next moment, he moved and retreated 100 meters away. The Titan Ape was stunned. What's going on? Why don't you fight anymore? You helped me comprehend the Thunder Emperor finger. In order to repay your kindness, I decided to give you a quick death. Qin Xiao sneered, and the electric arcs wrapped around his body changed. It was actually twisted into mysterious runes. Then, these runes seemed to be pulled together by some special force. Boom. A loud thunderclap resounded over the star forest. A horrifying scene appeared. Pale white arcs of electricity condensed and did not dissipate, and actually converged towards Qin Xiao. Gurgle. The Titan Ape looked up at Qin Xiao and rolled his Adam's apple fiercely. So scary. At this moment, the power gathered in Qin Xiao made it feel frightened. Explosion, terror, destruction. Waves of aura burst out from Qin Xiao, and the soul beasts within a 10-mile radius could not help but crawl on the ground. It's horrible. This aura is not directed at us, but it makes my soul tremble. It's hard to imagine what kind of pressure the Titan Ape must have endured when facing His Majesty. In the distance, Mr. Long, Mrs. Snake, and Meng Yiran were all supporting each other to stay standing, so as not to fall down. Too strong. Even the Titan Ape might not be able to withstand this blow. The Snake Lady was also stunned. Ming, hurry up. At this time, Xiao Wu couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Ming. Hearing the sound, the Titan Ape looked at Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu also looked at it. Their eyes met, and without any words, the two of them understood the meaning in each other's eyes. The Titan Ape looked helpless and desperate. Xiao San, Ming told me that there is a mysterious force that has locked it. Qin Zhao's soul skill will definitely hit it. More importantly, the power in this soul skill is something Ming cannot resist at all. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao San, please save it. Xiao Wu said in a panic, tears already rolling down her cheeks. What? It can't even handle Ming. Tang Sen was shocked. His brain began to work rapidly. Xiao Wu, let's go. This place is no longer safe. It will be too late if we leave later. Qin Xiao will not let us go. He was already a little panicked. Everyone knew that Qin Xiao would not let them go after he dealt with Ming. Walk. Xiao Wu shook her head. I won't leave. I can't leave Ming here alone. Xiao Wu, you've seen that the soul power fluctuations ahead are too strong. We'll just die if we go over there. So it's best for us to stay away from here. What? Stay away? Xiao Wu was stunned. Xiao San, how can you say such a thing? Ming is our partner. You actually want to abandon it? Tang San frowned and advised, Xiao Wu, calm down. Ming must want us to leave now. After all, we are waiting to die if we stay. We will definitely avenge Ming in the future if we live. No. I won't leave. No matter what, I can't abandon Ming here alone. Xiao Wu insisted on her own idea and was about to jump down from the tree and run to the Titan Ape. But the next moment, she felt a pain in the back of her neck, and then her vision went dark, and she fainted. Behind her, Tang Sen held her in place. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I can't let you go to die, and I can't be buried with a beast. I still have too many things to do. Sorry. Tang San said this with a cold expression as he carried the limp Xiao Wu on his shoulders, then ignored the Titan Giant Ape's desperate gaze and ran towards the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. He remembered Xiao Wu saying that there was a sky-blue bull python named Daming deep in the Qingdao Great Forest, with a cultivation level of more than 150,000 years. With it here, if Qin Xiao dares to come, he will surely die. Teacher Zhao, why hasn't His Majesty come yet? Is there anything wrong? On the other side, among the Shrek people, Ning Rongrong asked with some concern. Hearing the voice, a gloomy look flashed across Oscar's eyes. Zhao Wuji shook his head. What can this possibly be? You all know His Majesty's strength. Even Haotian Dolua can't do anything to him. This Titan Giant Ape can't do anything to him at all. If His Majesty wants to leave, the Titan Ape will not be able to stop him. Zhao Wuji said this, waving his hand disdainfully. It was as if he was Qin Xiao. However, he was now respectful to Qin Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Both his strength and character are impressive. Of course, it would be perfect if we could do something human, something normal. Teacher Zhao, look. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, who was looking out from the treetops, pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone looked over and was immediately shocked. I saw the thunder in the sky gathered into a finger, and then pressed down hard. A breath of destruction came over me. This is His Majesty the Thunder Emperor performing his soul skills. Hiss. This move feels even more powerful than the spirit skill I displayed when facing Tang Hao before. Even though they were far away, everyone could still feel the breath of destruction. They were terrified. At the same time, they could not imagine how desperate the Titan Ape would be when faced with this thundering attack. Terrified and helpless. The Titan Ape no longer knew how to resist such an attack. In other words, it knew that it could not resist such an attack. It held its head with its hands, curled up its body, and tried its best to protect its weaknesses. Certainly. That's all it can do. Boom. Thunder exploded. The huge thunder finger crushed down fiercely. Electric snakes danced wildly, and the field suddenly became as bright as day. The rocks, grass, and trees were all blown to pieces. Hate me. After a long time, the lightning faded. Qin Xiao looked at the Titan Ape in front of him with cold eyes and asked. At this time, the Titan Ape was in a miserable state, and its body was completely covered with wounds. Some of the wounds had been charred by thunder, and emitted a faint aroma of barbecue. It knelt on the ground, having lost all its strength. However, the look he gave Qin Xiao was still filled with hatred. It was obvious that if he could, he would tear the person in front of him to pieces immediately. You might as well hate yourself instead of hating me. I hate myself for being so stupid. Qin Xiao said this, glancing into the distance. There was no trace of Xiao Wu and Tang Sen there anymore, needless to say, they must have escaped. After that, he looked at the Titan Ape again and said calmly, remember, don't let others use you as a gun in your next life. Roar. Finally, a look of fear appeared in the Titan Ape's eyes. He wants to kill me. He really wants to kill me. Qin Zhao's voice was calm, but the murderous intent in it made the Titan ape shudder with fear. Subconsciously, it would retreat in fear. But there is no chance anymore. Qin Zhao's index finger had already landed on its forehead without him knowing when. A beam of lightning pierced through its huge head. Thump. It just fell to the ground. The Titan ape, the overlord of soul beasts, died. Immediately afterwards, a deep red soul ring condensed on its body. Ding, mission accomplished. Ding, the mission reward has been issued. Host, please confirm which spirit ring to fuse with. I originally wanted a 50,000-year spirit ring, but unexpectedly I got a 100,000-year spirit ring. Life is full of surprises. Qin Zhao shook his head with some emotion. However, he did not feel any guilt in his heart. Humans and soul beasts were originally in opposition. Either humans killed soul beasts, or soul beasts killed people. Moreover, given his relationship with Tang Hao, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Tang Hao are destined to be enemies. Rather than leaving the Titan ape as an enemy, it would be better for him to kill it in advance. Even if his strength allowed, he would want to immediately rush into the core area of the Star Do Great Forest and kill the sky blue bull python. Only in this way can we prevent future troubles. Forget it, there is no rush for the azure bull python. Since I can accept the mission of leaving the spirit ring once, I can accept it a second time. By then, turning it into a spirit ring will maximize the benefits. Let's fuse the spirit ring first and see how it works. Qin Zhao thought about it and temporarily gave up the idea of dealing with the azure bull python. System, fuse the Titan Giant Ape spirit ring with my first spirit ring. He said in his heart. The soul ring condensed on the Titan Giant Ape fell on Qin Zhao's head as if it was pulled, and finally completely merged into his body. Moreover, streams of soul power merged into his body. The soul power feedback brought by the 100,000-year soul ring is so obvious. Qin Zhao was a little surprised. This wave of improvement is not small. Although it cannot make him become a titled Doluo at level 93 immediately, it has greatly shortened the process. Ding, it is detected that the host's original soul skill is too rubbish, would you like to replace it with a new soul skill? Is there such a good thing? Qin Zhao was stunned. Is there any need to say more about such a thing? Replace. Qin Zhao responded immediately. Ding, replacement successful, new skills have been generated. Sure enough, Qin Zhao discovered that the 1,000-year skill of the first spirit ring had disappeared, and was replaced by the two skills brought by the 100,000-year spirit ring. Titan body, strength and defense increased by 100%. After watching the first soul skill, Qin Zhao gently stroked his chin. Is this making me develop into a reckless man? However, without giving him much time to think, the effect of the second soul skill came to his mind. Thunder Titan Soul, the soul ring transforms into a Thunder Titan entity with the corresponding years of cultivation and directly pounces on the target to snipe. This. Is it because I can control thunder? The Titan ape has evolved. Qin Zhao secretly guessed the reason. He estimated that this was most likely the case, and the combat power of the Thunder Titan should be much stronger than that of the ordinary Titan Giant Ape. With this spirit skill, I don't have to fight ordinary title Doluo myself, right? Just close the door and release the Titan. Qin Zhao smiled. Very good. His previous soul skills were only provided by a 100-year soul beast. Judging from his current cultivation level, the increase was pitifully small. The two soul skills that the Titan Giant Ape brought him were much better than his previous soul skills. Especially the second soul skill, which is very suitable for a lazy person like him. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao showed a satisfied smile. He had to say that this wave of gains was good and he made a lot of money. Of course, Qin Zhao's gains were more than that. Boom. As he waved his hand, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the body of the Titan ape hard. Without the blessing of soul power, the Titan Giant Ape is as fragile as paper in front of thunder. Suddenly, the mountain-sized body turned into ashes under the thunder. Click. A piece of crystal bone fell down. Soul bone. After Qin Zhao saw the dropped items clearly, a smile appeared on his lips. He stretched out his hand and the soul bone seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and fell into Qin Zhao's hands. As in the original book, this is a left arm bone. This will be my first soul bone. 100,000 years, that's still acceptable. Of course, if other soul masters heard this, they would probably spit out blood. 100,000-year spirit bone is not only acceptable, it is already quite acceptable. This is already a legendary holy object. Countless soul masters wouldn't even dare to dream of owning this treasure. Soon, the left arm bone that exploded from the Titan ape had been fused and refined by Qin Zhao. This soul bone also has two skills, one is Gravity Swamp, and the other is Titan Sky Break. Titan Sky Break is the Titan ape's signature skill. It has a very obvious advantage in attack and displays the Titan ape's dominance to the fullest. Its power is enormous. With Qin Zhao's level of cultivation, no one below the Soul Dolua level should be able to take on this move. Gravity Swamp is a typical control skill that can cause a sudden increase in gravity in a designated area. In Qin Zhao's understanding, this is a soft control skill. There is no doubt that these two soul skills are no different from the abilities provided by the Titan Giant Ape in the original work. Haven't you seen enough yet? At this time, Qin Zhao looked into the distance. As early as when he was fighting against the Titan ape, he discovered that someone was spying there. Moreover, among these people, there were two auras that he was very familiar with. It should be Meng Yiran and the Snake Lady. Then the identity of the last person is about to be revealed, Lord Long. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the dense forest. 3 figures walked out. I am Lord Long, nice to meet your majesty. As Lord Long spoke, he bowed and was extremely polite, without any of the airs that a Soul Dolua over level 80 should have. Certainly. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do it. Although he and the Snake Lady are strong enough to compete with the titled Dolua when they join forces, that is just a competition. The ruthless man in front of him even killed the Titan Giant Ape, the Soul Beast Overlord who was stronger than the average titled Dolua. The gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm. There's nothing wrong with being a little more humble. Xiangxiang. Meng Yiran. Greetings, your majesty. At this time, Snake Lady and Meng Yiran also bowed to Qin Zhao. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Qin Zhao smiled slightly when he saw this, as if he was greeting an old friend. However, neither the Snake Lady nor Meng Yiran dared to respond. Because they knew Qin Zhao must have something to say. Really? Qin Zhao spoke again, I'm very curious, what made you so reluctant to retreat from a distance? Are you planning to wait until the Titan Ape and I are both defeated so that you can reap the benefits? What? Sit back and reap the benefits? Duke Long's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't dare to accept such a big hat. He waved his hands quickly, Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. I am just a small Soul Dolua. Even if I join my wife, I am not enough for you to defeat with one hand. As he spoke, he pointed at Meng Yiran beside him and said, My granddaughter needs a soul beast as a soul ring. Unfortunately, the soul beast ran into the dense forest behind you. Of course, we just vaguely discovered that the soul beast has been injured by the aftermath of your battle with the Titan Giant Ape. Huh. So that's what's going on. Qin Zhao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But, if you think about it carefully, what Lord Long said makes sense. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter whether he or the Titan Ape wins, it will not be the couple who can pick up their corpses. Even if they can compare with titled Dolua, it won't work. After relaxing, Qin Zhao suddenly realized a problem. They said they were hunting down soul beasts. Could it be? Qin Zhao asked, What soul beast are you chasing? It's a human-faced demon spider. Duke Long answered without hesitation. Is it really a human-faced demon spider? Could it be the same one? Qin Zhao suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity. Since you found the human-faced demon spider in the dense forest behind me, go and look for it. As he spoke, he slightly moved aside, signaling that Long Gong and the others could pass. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. Duke Long was overjoyed, and then he called out to the snake woman beside him, Meng Yiran, wait here for me, I'll go over and take a look. As the voice fell, Long Gong turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the dense forest behind Qin Shao. Not long. He turned back, dragging a dying giant spider behind him. Human-faced demon spider. Everyone in the field recognized the origin of this big guy. Yen ran, come here quickly, this demon spider is still warm. Pooh. It still has a breath of air. You can hunt it down and use it as your spirit ring. Lord Long waved at Meng Yiran. Okay. Meng Yiran agreed crisply and walked over quickly. Swish swish swish. Rays of cold light flashed and quickly penetrated into the most vulnerable part of the human-faced demon spider's body. Soon, this human-faced demon spider, which had been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, stopped struggling, and at the same time, a purple 1,000-year soul ring condensed. Finally, I'm going to get the third ring. There was some complexity and emotion in Meng Yiran's voice. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was intercepted, and the human-faced demon spider was almost lost. The hunt for the third soul ring can be said to be full of ups and downs. Yiran, what are you doing standing there? Refine it quickly. Lord Long urged urgently. Meng Yiran nodded heavily, then sat down cross-legged, and the soul ring seemed to be attracted and fell on her head. Seeing this scene, the dragon man and the snake woman subconsciously glanced at Qin Shao. Do they still remember that the 100,000-year soul ring condensed by the Titan Giant Ape seemed to have been absorbed by Qin Shao? It's outrageous. Qin Shao ignored their little actions, but stared at Meng Yiran intently with a look of curiosity on his face. He wanted to know, could Meng Yiran obtain the external soul bone, the 8 spider lance? Such a scene looked different in the eyes of the dragon man and the snake woman. They looked at Qin Shao, then at Meng Yiran, and then at each other. Could it be that your majesty is interested in Yiran? This. But it's such a good thing. Tendo City. In the private room on the second floor of Yueshuan, a sloppy man was sitting at the table, drinking pot after pot of fine wine. No one could have imagined that such an unkempt person would be found in such a high-end place frequented by the princes, princesses, or the imperial nobles. However, just because his name is Tang Hao, it makes sense for him to appear in Yueshuan. He did not deceive Tang San. After parting with Tang San, he came to Tiando City. And in Yueshuan, he was not there to get drunk, but to wait for someone, Tang Xiao, the current leader of Haotian Sect, his good brother. Qin Zhao's strength made him feel unprecedented pressure. Apart from Haotian Sect and Tang Xiao, he couldn't think of anyone to ask for help. However, Tang Hao was a criminal of Haotian Sect, so he couldn't just enter the gate of Haotian Sect whenever he wanted. In desperation, he could only find Tang Yuehua and pass the message to Tang Xiao, who was far away in Haotian Sect, through Yueshuan. Dang dang dang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who? Tang Hao frowned and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, it's me, Yuehua. A soft voice came from the other side of the door. The person you want to see is here. Big brother is here. When Tang Hao heard Tang Yuehua's words, he instantly lost his composure. He stood up from his seat in an instant, and then rubbed his body with a big hand, as if to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes and his restless heart. Crunch. At this moment, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman in a silver work dress walked in. Second brother. She called Tang Hao softly, and then stood aside. Immediately afterwards, a figure with the gait of a dragon or a tiger walked in. He looked about 50% similar to Tang Hao. The moment he saw Tang Hao, excitement suddenly appeared on his majestic face. Brother Hao, is it really you? His voice was thick with excitement. As he spoke, he had already taken 2 steps at a time and came to Tang Hao, and his big hands tightly grasped Tang Hao's shoulders. At this moment, he was already too excited to control himself. Brother, it's me. Tang Hao's eyes also turned red. He didn't expect that they hadn't seen each other for decades. You have suffered so much these years. This time, no matter what I say, I will not let you go. You will return to the sect with me soon. Barely calming down his excitement, Tang Xiao held onto Tang Hao's arm tightly. However, Tang Hao shook his head. Brother, I am a sinner of the sect, I can't go back. Fart. Tang Hao shook his head. I'm the master of the sect now. If I say I can go back, I can go back. There was no doubt in his voice. But there are still many elders in the sect. They may not forgive me. Let's take a long-term view on returning to the sect. Tang Hao shook his head slightly. Even though he hasn't been in the Haotian sect for decades, he can imagine the situation in the Haotian sect with just a flick of his toes. Given Tang Hao's personality, it is difficult for him to have absolute say in the Haotian sect. He would be bullied if he goes back, so why go back? Hearing this, Tang Zhao's expression became a little unnatural. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Brother, please come here. Actually, I need your help with something important. Whatever it is, just tell me directly. Do we brothers need to ask for favors? After listening to Tang Hao's words, Tang Hao shook his head slightly. Tang Hao did not immediately state his request, but looked at Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, you go out first. After all, if he brought up this matter, he would have to bring up old things. There were many things he didn't want a third person to know. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed, and then she walked out of the room without saying a word. After confirming that Tang Yuehua had gone far away, Tang Hao showed a bitter smile on his face. This matter has to start with Tang San, the child of Yin, and me. Tang Zhao's brows were instantly frowned together, almost twisted into a straight line. When Tang Hao mentioned Qin Shao, Tang Xiao was amazed. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. There is actually a genius who became a titled Dolua in his teens on Dolua continent. Even the ancestor of the sect, Tang Chen, was far from his current achievements when he was a teenager. He couldn't imagine what kind of genius could achieve such success. However, when Tang Hao mentioned the hatred between him and Qin Shao, he was shocked and angry. What an arrogant Thunder Emperor Dolua, you actually dared to attack you. Do you really think that there is no one in my Haotian sect? Humph, I think he went to Shrek just for that girl named Xiao Wu. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San and Xiao Wu are very similar to you and Yin in the past. But the tragedy that happened to Yin must not happen to Tang San and Xiao Wu no matter what. And since such a genius has become an enemy, we must use all possible means to destroy him. Smother him in the cradle before he fully grows up. Tang Zhao's voice was loud and clear, and he also made a decision. That is, Qin Shao must not be allowed to stay. Brother, I feel relieved when you say that. Then Qin Zhao's strength is only comparable to mine. If you, big brother, join us, it will be a sure thing to kill him. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Tang Zhao's words were undoubtedly a reassurance. Yes. Tang Xiao nodded slightly. There is no time to waste. If we delay, something unexpected will happen. We should go to Shrek immediately and kill Qin Shao. At the same time, in the Star Forest, under Qin Zhao's gaze, Meng Yiran had completely absorbed the soul ring provided by the human-faced demon spider. However, the girl showed no signs of waking up. Old man, what's going on? Yi Ning has already absorbed the spirit ring, why hasn't he woken up yet? The snake lady asked nervously. Maybe she is consolidating her cultivation. Don't worry too much. Lord Long smiled slightly, not really caring about this issue. But, the next moment, the faces of both the dragon man and the snake woman changed at the same time. Because, a look of pain suddenly appeared on Meng Yiran's pretty face. Did Meng Yiran really get the 8 spider lance? Qin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in his heart, what a great guy. What's going on? Yiran, what happened to her? However, the snake woman didn't understand what was going on. Duke Long was also a little panicked and subconsciously wanted to touch Meng Yiran. You don't want anything to happen to Meng Yiran, do you? I suggest you don't disturb her. Qin Shao spoke calmly upon seeing this. Why? Lord Long froze there as if his acupuncture points had been pressed. After a moment, he slowly turned his head to look at Qin Shao and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, please explain this to me. Qin Shao didn't keep the secret and asked, Have you heard of external soul bones? Externally attached, soul bone. The snake woman was a little confused and subconsciously looked at the dragon man. Duke Long lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, "You are talking about the external soul bone, the legendary external soul bone that can grow." There was shock in his voice. He had read about the knowledge of external soul bones in a very old book. The top-grade soul bones are even rarer than soul bones. At that time, he was very skeptical about the existence of such things and just treated them as legends. After all, he had never heard of anyone in the entire Dolua continent having an external soul bone. "Old man, what exactly is the external soul bone?" the snake woman asked in confusion. Duke Long opened his mouth and was about to answer, but a voice interrupted him. "Ah." After Meng Yiran let out a painful groan, 8 dark and hideous spider legs tore the clothes on the girl's back and broke free. Meng Yiran was brutal and evil, and he still made people feel terrified at this moment. "Oh my God, how could Yiran become like this?" The snake woman couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up and he praised in his heart, "Well done." He was very curious, what would Tang Sen feel when he saw Meng Yiran carrying the 8 spider lances? "Yiran, kneel down and kowtow to His Majesty." After Meng Yiran put away the 8 spider lance, Lord Long said in a deep voice. "Kowtow." Qin Zhao shook his head, "No need to do that. This is her chance." In fact, if Qin Zhao himself was unable to absorb the spirit ring, he would have wanted to try it himself. On the side, the snake woman said, "Your Majesty, please don't shirk your responsibility. If you hadn't severely injured this soul beast, we don't know how long we would have to track it. Who knows, it might be like the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." She couldn't go on here. It can be said that if it weren't for Qin Zhao, she would have to compete with Zhao Wuji for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake no matter what. If this works, then there won't be any need for external soul bones, right? On the other hand, after hearing what the snake woman said, Qin Zhao couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. The snake lady was right. If he hadn't taken action, this human-faced demon spider would have become Tang San's spirit ring, and the external spirit bone would have become Tang San's possession. "Your Majesty, if it weren't for you, with my knowledge and mine, we would have no idea of Yi Ning's condition. We would have definitely disturbed her absorption of the external soul bone, and might even have caused irreparable damage to Yi Ning." Duke Long said to Meng Yiran, "Yiran, why don't you thank your Majesty?" Hearing this, Meng Yiran knelt on the ground with a plop, and said to Qin Zhao from the bottom of his heart, "Your Majesty, I still have no way to repay your kindness. Please accept my greeting." As she spoke, she pressed her forehead heavily against the ground, and it even made a bang sound because she pressed so hard. At this point, Qin Zhao could only accept it calmly. However, his favorable impression of Meng Yiran increased a lot. If nothing else, this girl is so honest. "Your Majesty, are you leaving?" At this time, Lord Long noticed the intention to leave in Qin Zhao's eyes and asked hurriedly, "Why don't you leave? Are you waiting for the feast?" Qin Zhao couldn't help but complain. However, Lord Long said, "Your Majesty, if you need anything in the future, just give me a word. Even if it means going through fire and water, I won't even frown." This is not an exaggeration. The value of an external soul bone that can grow is really too great. It's priceless. After hearing what Lord Long said, Qin Zhao just smiled and turned away. "Your Majesty, if you happen to pass by the School of Beasts, please come in and sit down." Seeing that Qin Zhao was about to disappear from sight, Meng Yiran called out in a tender voice. "Good." Qin Zhao's voice came from a distance. Ming. Ming." Nearing the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, Zhao Wu leaned against a big tree with her eyes closed, her brows furrowed, and she made rapid calls. It looked like a nightmare. At the same time, her scream also alarmed Tang Sen, who was standing beside her. He hurried to Zhao Wu's side and called out with concern, Zhao Wu, wake up. Ming, don't go." Zhao Wu woke up as if from a dream and screamed. But what caught his eye was Tang San's ordinary face. "Xiao San, where's Ming? I just had a dream. In the dream, Ming died." Zhao Wu said this in a daze. After hearing Zhao Wu's words, Tang San's expression suddenly froze. "Xiao San, this is a dream, right?" Zhao Wu said, and began to look around. "Where's Ming? Where is it?" Did it hide mischievously again? That's enough. Tang Sen couldn't bear it any longer and shouted angrily, Xiao Wu. Ming is dead. That was real, not a dream. What? It's actually true. Xiao Wu was struck by lightning. In her mind, the scene of Ming facing the Thunder Emperor's finger emerged, and she also remembered Ming's desperate expression. Xiao Wu, accept the reality. It was Qin Xiao who killed Ming. Tang San said, putting his 5 fingers together, pointing his fingertips to the sky, and swore, I swear, I, Tang San, will kill Qin Xiao and avenge Ming in my lifetime. However, his words not only failed to calm Xiao Wu down, but instead seemed to add fuel to the fire. That's enough. Tang San, if it weren't for you, Ming wouldn't have died. Xiao Wu said this with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she felt heartbroken and regretful. He regretted that Tang San had persuaded him to let Ming deal with Qin Xiao. I regretted letting Ming fight Qin Xiao even though I knew clearly that Ming was no match for Qin Xiao. I regret why I listened to Tang San so much. He is just a great soul master, how can he understand the battle between titled Doluo? Xiao Wu, I admit that Ming's death had something to do with me. No, it has a lot to do with you. This matter is entirely caused by you. Xiao Wu did not agree with Tang San's statement at all. Xiao Wu, I. Tang San opened his mouth, anger already rising in his heart. Wasn't it you who asked Ming for help? Now that something has gone wrong, you're putting the blame on me. He, Tang San, can't take the blame for this. But Xiao Wu had already covered her ears with her hands and shook her head, stop talking, I want to be alone. Go away. Let's go. Tang San said this coldly, turned around and walked into the jungle. But not long after, he came back and sat down under an ancient tree about 10 meters away from Xiao Wu, looking unhappy. Only after he walked out did he remember that he was in the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest, surrounded by terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts. In other words, without Xiao Wu, he would never be able to get out of the Star Forest. The white dew wets the grass and the morning sun rises. In the village outside Shrek Academy, Ningfengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, came to Jian Doluo's side and looked at Shrek Academy in the distance together with Jian Doluo. Uncle Jian, you didn't sleep all night. Hearing this, Jian Doluo frowned, Sect Master, do you think our previous guess was wrong? Was the previous lightning just a coincidence? I didn't sleep all night, but I didn't see the miracle of thunder and lightning. Haha, Uncle Jian, you asked for this. Why did you say you wanted to find out what happened here? I told you long ago that you should just go to Shrek Academy and find out clearly. Ningfengji shook his head and laughed. Master, please stop laughing at me. I am afraid of alerting the enemy, right? Jian Doluo waved his hands helplessly. If there really is any powerful soul beast lurking in Shrek Academy, it would be a huge benefit to our sect. However, as the two were chatting and laughing, a figure appeared behind them. Ningfengji and Jian Doluo were not surprised by this, because this person is the secret guard of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Master, Elder, the young lady has returned to the academy. The secret guard knelt on one knee and said, What? Rong Rong is back. Before Ningfengji could say anything, Jian Doluo had already made a sound of surprise. He hadn't seen Ning Rong Rong for a long time and missed her terribly. He immediately said to Ningfengji, Sect Master, let's go to Shrek Academy and ask what's going on. Ningfengji smiled and joked, Uncle Jian, I think you really want to see Rong Rong, right? The village is still some distance away from Shrek. However, this distance was nothing to Jian Doluo. He and Ningfengji arrived outside the academy in no time. He just happened to run into the Shrek group who were about to enter the academy. Jian Doluo spotted Ning Rong Rong at the first moment. He was about to shout out with a smile on his face, but he stopped abruptly the next moment. Even the smile on his face quickly disappeared, and his sword-like brows were furrowed together. And all this was because of a young man outside Shrek Academy. Qin Xiao and the Shrek people also noticed Ningfengji and Jian Doluo. Grandpa Sword. Dad. In the crowd, Ning Rong Rong cried out in surprise. Could it be that these two people are Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? In an instant, everyone thought of the identities of the two people. Teacher Zhao, can I come over for a moment? Ning Rongrong did not forget to ask Zhao Wuji for instructions. Go ahead. Zhao Wuji nodded, and then he said to the people behind him, since we are already at the academy, we should do what we should do. Today is a day off, and we will have classes as usual tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the academy first. Ning Rongrong came to Ning Fengji and Jian Doluo like a young swallow returning to its nest and started chattering. Then Qin Shao withdrew his gaze and planned to return to his residence. But at this moment, a voice came from behind him. Your Majesty. Qin Shao turned around, a little surprised, because it was Zhu Zhuqing who called him. You know, this icy beauty with a baby face and big breasts is not as clingy as Ning Rongrong, but always keeps a distance from him. What's up? He was very curious about why Zhu Zhuqing called him. Would you please come with me? Zhu Zhuqing asked with difficulty. Qin Shao nodded. This place was crowded and not a good place to talk. Soon, he and Zhu Zhuqing disappeared from everyone's sight. Crunch. Witnessing the two people leaving, Dai Mubai unconsciously clenched his fists. But this scene was also discovered by his good brothers. Boss Dai, I know you have a lot of thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing, so I'd better advise you to give them up. Ma Hongjuan patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and said. The fat guy talks a lot of nonsense all day, but what he said is right. Boss, just give up. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Oscar felt the same way. He thinks that his attitude towards Ning Rongrong is similar to Dai Mubai's attitude towards Zhu Zhuqing. As someone who has experienced this, he should seek some advice. However, it would be fine if I didn't try to persuade him. The more I tried to persuade Dai Mubai, the angrier he got. But can his situation be the same as Oscar's? Oscar is unrequited love, but Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancé. But now I'm dating someone else. Come on, boss. We've been out for so long, let's find a place to relax. It's my treat, you pay. Ma Hongjuan said this and pulled Dai Mubai towards Soto City. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, then gritted his teeth and said, count me in. On the other side, Ning Fengji joked, Rongrong, it seems that your grandpa Jian is more important than me, your father. How can it be? Then why didn't you call me dad first, but grandpa Jian instead? Grandpa Jian, you see, my father is still making trouble. Ning Rongrong was unable to answer this question and had to ask Jian Doluo for help. Really? Her idea was correct. Jian Doluo said, Master, this is why you are so stingy. It's just a title. I don't think it matters who comes first or last. Ning Fengji was speechless. I called you Grandpa Jian first. If she called you Dad first, I would say the same thing. Unfortunately, the old man and the child in front of him didn't care about his feelings at all. I've lost weight. Jian Doluo said this with some distress, and then stretched out his hand and drew a stroke on the top of Ning Rongrong's head. But I've also grown taller. Ning Rongrong giggled, it's been a long time since you last saw me, how could you not have grown taller? I feel that Grandpa Jian, your beard is longer than the last time I saw you. Ha ha. Jian Doluo shook his head and laughed, you are still that clever little guy. You haven't changed at all. Ning Rongrong smiled again and asked curiously, Grandpa Jian, Dad, you guys didn't come here just to see me, right? Ah, this. Ning Fengji was still somewhat embarrassed after being exposed by his daughter. He tried to change the subject, if I'm not mistaken, you guys should be out hunting souls, right? Where did you go? Did you find anything interesting? Of course. I have to say that Ning Fengji's way of changing the subject was very effective. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly, of course. You may not believe it, but we also encountered a 100,000-year-old Titan ape on this trip. It was really big and fierce. What? 100,000-year-old soul beast. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengji and Jian Doluo exclaimed almost at the same time. This was really shocking. But even ordinary title Doluo are no match for a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone a 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape. Even a level 95 title Doluo would not dare to face such a powerful soul beast overlord. How did you escape danger? Ning Fengji soon began to doubt the authenticity of the matter. Hee, Dad, your question is easy to answer. Ning Rongrong giggled and said mysteriously, because there are titled Doluo masters in our team. However, after hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji were shocked again. There are still titled Doluo masters in Shrek Academy. After being surprised, Ning Fengji smiled bitterly and said, "You little witch, do you really think that your father is easy to deceive? I have investigated before. Dean Flanders is only a level 78 soul saint, and Zhao Wuji is even worse than Flanders. How could he have a titled Doluo? That tall and strong man just now should be Akalanatha Zhao Wuji, the second strongest person in your Shrek Academy." Cut. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong waved her hands. "Dad, this is so old news. I really didn't lie to you. Do you still remember the most handsome boy in the team just now?" "The most handsome one?" Ning Fengji shook his head. He really didn't care. "Rongrong, are you talking about the boy at the end of the team?" However, Jian Doluo's reaction was the opposite of Ning Fengji's. Subconsciously, Qin Zhao's figure floated into his mind. Could it be him? Before, he felt that the boy was weird and dangerous. But before he could test his strength, Ning Rongrong arrived. Yes, that's him. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. He is Thunder Emperor Doluo Qin Zhao. Teacher Zhao told us privately that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is a titled Doluo of level 92. The reason we were able to escape from the Titan Ape was because of His Majesty's action. Everyone even agreed that the Soul Beast Overlord had been killed by His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. Rongrong, is this true? Seeing that Ning Rongrong's words were so convincing, Ning Fengji couldn't help but believe it a little. But he doesn't look that old. How did he become a titled Doluo? Ning Fengji's words also expressed Jian Doluo's inner thoughts. I know about that. Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest and said proudly, Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor is not very old, only 18 years old. How many? 18. Ning Fengji and Jian Doluo looked at each other and shook their heads. Rongrong, you're going too far. There has to be a limit to exaggeration. Ning Fengji frowned and said in a deep voice, In the history of the entire Doluo continent, there has never been an 18-year-old titled Doluo. The youngest titled Doluo on the Doluo continent is in his early 40s. If you say that the young man is an old monster who has the secret of maintaining his youthful appearance and is actually in his 50s or 60s, they can barely accept that. But if you insist that he is 18 years old, who would believe it? This can't be false. On the day of enrollment, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor said in person that he was 18 years old. I believe it without a doubt. Ning Rongrong's eyes showed a fanaticism as she spoke, like a little fangirl. There was no His Majesty the Thunder Emperor before. If His Majesty the Thunder Emperor was born earlier, there would have been records of 18-year-old titled Doluo on Doluo continent. Normally, there shouldn't be a titled Doluo who fabricates the fact of when he became a titled Doluo. After hearing Ning Rongrong say that Qin Zhao revealed his age in public, Jian Doluo was no longer very suspicious. After all, titled Doluo also has to maintain his reputation. Who would brag about such things? But I still can't understand how an 18-year-old can become a titled Doluo. On the side, Ning Fengji frowned even more tightly. This was extremely unreasonable. Hee. Seeing Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji looking frustrated, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but let out a bell-like laugh. Dad, Grandpa Jian, if you had seen the training process of His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, you might not think so. Rongrong, so you saw his cultivation process? Suddenly, Ning Fengji's breathing became rapid. Of course. Ning Rongrong nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. Hurry up, tell Dad, this is very important. Ning Fengji's breathing quickened after receiving Ning Rongrong's affirmative answer. To be honest, he really wanted to know how the monster who became a titled Doluo at the age of 18 practiced. At the side, Jian Doluo also secretly pricked up his ears, and in order to hear more clearly, he subconsciously controlled his breathing and tried not to make any sound. There is no doubt that if he could learn a thing or two from the mysterious Thunder Emperor Doluo's cultivation method, it would be of great benefit to his practice. Dad, Grandpa Jian, you can listen, but don't let your imagination run wild. You may not be able to learn the cultivation method of the Thunder Emperor. Ning Rongrong was intelligent, and with her understanding of Ning Fengji and Jian Doluo, she saw through their thoughts in an instant and quickly gave them instructions. Haha, is his life still in danger? Ning Fengji was amused by Ning Rongrong's words. Jian Doluo also shook his head and laughed. The more you say so, the more I want to try it out and see what is so unique about the cultivation method of His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. The more Ning Rongrong warned them, the more he wanted to give it a try. Why? Ning Rongrong shook her head helplessly. In fact, the way His Majesty the Thunder Emperor practices is very simple. Have you heard of the Thunder Body Tempering Technique? Thunder Body Tempering. Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. At this time, Ning Rongrong spoke again. It is a training method that attracts thunder and gets struck by lightning. What? You said you were struck by lightning. Jian Doluo couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't the purpose of their coming to Shrek to investigate the truth behind the strange lightning? Now, listening to what Ning Rongrong said, it turned out to be man-made. How well it should be chopped. Pooh. Then how long will this method of thunder body forging last? Ning Fengji was also shocked, but he still asked as calmly as possible. Long time. Ning Rongrong thought about it seriously and gave a time period, probably from midnight to early morning. Hiss. Sword Doluo, Ning Fengji took a deep breath. Master, if it is really as Rongrong said, this Thunder Emperor Doluo should not be underestimated. With my cultivation level, I can't withstand such a long period of thunder bombardment. Even old bones can't withstand such a long bombardment. Even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family with the power of thunder doesn't dare to practice like this. This kind of training method is simply courting death. I really don't know how he can persist. Jian Doluo secretly sent a message to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji heard the voice, nodded slightly, and said nothing. However, there was a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, and Jian Doluo knew that the sect master must be planning something again, and it was related to Thunder Emperor Doluo. Grandpa Jian, do you still want to learn from him now? Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes and asked Jian Doluo. Jian Doluo's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it's really as you said, I can't learn from it. In fact, what he said was quite subtle. I was secretly complaining in my heart, who would dare to learn from and imitate such full of technology and hard work? Whoever tries will die. By the way, Dad, Grandpa Jian, besides this, there is another thing that you should know about the Thunder Emperor. Ning Rongrong rarely showed a serious look. What is it? Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji felt something in their hearts and became extremely serious. They have already seen that nothing is simple as long as it is related to His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. That was when Haotian Sect's Haotian Doluo Tang Hao fought against His Majesty the Thunder Emperor. In the end, Tang Hao fled in disgrace with his son. Ning Rongrong said with pride. This look is very similar to the star chasers Qin Shao had seen in his previous life. When their idols achieved something, they were even prouder than themselves. Ah, this. Even Tang Hao was defeated. Calculating the time, he has been a titled Doluo for more than 10 years, right? The world's #1 weapon spirit and the secret technique of the Haotian sect are no match for an 18-year-old titled Doluo. After hearing what Ning Rongrong said, Jian Doluo and Ning Fengji didn't know what to say. I've even become numb from too much shock. They couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying talent could create such a genius. Etc. Jian Doluo suddenly recalled what Ning Rongrong had said at the beginning. Sect Master, if that Thunder Emperor Doluo is really that strong, then that 100,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape might have been successfully killed by him. Ning Fengji was startled. That is to say, he is very likely to have 100,000-year soul bone. 100,000-year soul bone. Ning Fengji's eyes turned red. This is the dream of countless soul masters. Master, I have a bold idea. There was suddenly a look of fanaticism in Jian Doluo's eyes. Uncle Jian, do you want to compete with that young man? Ning Fengji knew Jian Doluo very well and guessed his thoughts in an instant. Ha ha. Jian Doluo laughed. Sect Master, you really understand me. Old Bone is just a tortoise shell. I won't gain any combat insights from sparring with him. Instead, I will be angry. But this Qin Xiao is different. I think sparring with him will be of great benefit to me. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji nodded slightly. This matter still depends on what Qin Xiao thinks, and we can't force it. Just talk about it here if you have anything to say. In a quiet and dense forest, Qin Xiao stopped and said to the girl in front of him. Ah, okay. The girl was obviously distracted. When she turned around, Qin Xiao could clearly see the panic on the girl's face. What happened to this icy beauty today? Qin Xiao was very puzzled, so he simply asked straight to the point, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? I. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Qin Xiao frowned. Women are really troublesome. Your Majesty, please don't leave, I say. Zhu Zhuqing was anxious. I want you to help me. I read some of the comments and found them very interesting. Different people have different tastes. If you don't like this book, just remove it from your bookshelf. There is really no need to say bad things. In other words, you don't have to pay a penny to read the book, it's pure free. What else can you be dissatisfied with? A quiet forest. A single man and a single woman. Facing Zhu Zhuqing's request, Qin Xiao was silent for a moment and asked, how do you want me to help you? Just like going back and forth to the star forest before. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face flushed as she spoke this, and then she said the last two words, electricize me. There's something wrong with you. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly became strange. Could it be that this girl in front of me has some special hobbies? Cold as ice on the outside, but passionate as fire on the inside, and likes to try something exciting. You know, Dai Mubai, Oscar and others avoided his lightning. Ning Rongrong, the little witch, was also shocked and complained. Zhu Zhuqing, something is wrong. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have noticed Qin Xiao's strange gaze. Although her pretty face was still red, her eyes were full of determination. She finally mustered up the courage to face Qin Xiao. Your Majesty, I don't know what you think of me, but I know what I want. Thunder body refining, although painful, can enhance and stimulate my potential and help me practice faster. This alone is enough. I don't have any special hobbies. But I want to improve my strength. I want to defeat Dai Mubai. I want to make Dai Mubai, this ungrateful man, pay the price he deserves. It is too difficult to achieve this wish by relying solely on my own practice. Please help me. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. Grievance, helplessness, pain. All kinds of emotions burst out at this moment. Dai Mubai, the coward, ran away in the face of his powerful brother. But what about her? After more than 10 years of suffering in the Xinglua imperial city, every day that passed meant one step closer to death. Nothing was more despairing than waiting for death. After a lot of effort, she got news about Dai Mubai and came to this remote town, wanting to find Dai Mubai to fight against the miserable fate together with her. However, what did Dai Mubai do after escaping to this remote little town? Live a life of luxury, drunkenness and dreams, and enjoy a carefree life. She had long forgotten that her fate was tied to Dai Mubai's. Deep disappointment and hatred grew in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She wanted to make Dai Mubai, the unfaithful man, pay the price he deserved. This was also her only wish before she died. I didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to be so strong. Qin Xiao was a little surprised. In the original novel, Zhu Zhuqing is not conspicuous. Average talent, average martial arts spirit, average strength. Apart from her cold personality and her baby-faced, big-breasted figure, it's hard to say what's special about her. Today, Zhu Zhuqing showed an unknown side of herself in front of Qin Xiao. For the sake of revenge, he was even willing to endure the pain of being tempered by thunder, which made Qin Xiao look at him with new eyes. Apart from anything else, Dai Mubai has also felt the benefits of thunder body tempering, and there is also the threat of Davis, but he did not come to ask for help, which explains everything. Thump. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not give an immediate answer, Zhu Zhuqing knelt down immediately and looked at Qin Shao with tears in her eyes. Please grant me your blessing, your majesty. It's not impossible to agree to your request. But I have one condition. Conditions. Zhu Zhuqing was startled, and immediately nodded. As long as it does not violate my bottom line, I can agree to anything I can do. Huh? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and laughed in surprise. I think you misunderstood. I just want to tell you that you only have one chance. If one day you can't hold on, don't come to me for help. That's all. This. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, not knowing what to say. Sit down where you are and let's start now. Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gratefully to Qin Shao, and then changed from kneeling to sitting. Snap. The next moment, a flash of lightning flashed and landed on Zhu Zhuqing. Ah! The thunder was so painful and numb that Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but groan. Your Majesty, the force this time is so strong. Zhu Zhuqing managed to make intermittent sounds. Qin Shao said with a serious face, with the previous strength, your cultivation progress was slow. When will you surpass Dai Mubai? Only by increasing your strength can you rise quickly. Don't say anything, hold on. I'm coming again. As Qin Shao spoke, another bolt of lightning fell. Zhu Zhuqing screamed even louder. Boss Dai, what's wrong with you? You said you were going to relax, why are you going back on your word now? Not far away, Ma Hongjuan said with some dissatisfaction. In front of him were Dai Mubai and Oscar. Fatty, if you want to go and relax, go ahead. I don't have to ask you to come back with me. Besides, I also said that I can only play with peace of mind after I find Zhu Zhuqing and make sure nothing happened. Dai Mubai said with a frown. Just now, Dai Mubai felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. What kind of thing is it that my fiancé is going into the woods with another man? He wanted to endure it for a while and keep things calm. Unexpectedly, the more I endured, the angrier I became. Hearing this, Ma Hongjuan shut his mouth in dismay, afraid of making Dai Mubai angry again and dared not speak nonsense. Boss Dai, it seems that you have real feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. On the side, Oscar's eyes flashed and he whispered. Real feelings? I guess so. Dai Mubai gave an ambiguous answer. In fact, he didn't have any feelings for Zhu Zhuqing now, it was just the possessiveness and desire to conquer that were at work. After all, isn't it a very fulfilling thing to conquer a girl who is as proud as a little wild cat? Fatty, don't just stand there like an idiot. Let's split up and help the boss find someone. This way it will be faster. Oscar said to Ma Hongjuan behind him. Huh? Why are you targeting me? What did I do to offend anyone? Ma Hongjuan complained in his heart, but his body was still very honest. It won't take a moment. Ma Hongjuan, who was 100 meters away, suddenly exclaimed, Boss Dai, Oscar, come quickly. Listen to this sound. Have you discovered anything? Dai Mubai and Oscar hurried over and listened carefully. Is that Zhu Zhuqing's voice? Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, let's go over and take a look. However, Oscar grabbed him and said, Boss Dai, do you think the rhythm of this sound is familiar? Familiar rhythm of sound. Dai Mubai was startled, and thought about it carefully. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Could it be that they have already? Oh, I can't stand it. As Dai Mubai spoke, his eyes were about to spit fire and he was about to rush out. However, Oscar and Ma Hongjuan were quick to act and grabbed him from the left and right. Boss Dai, impulsiveness is the devil. If you rush over now, you will most likely be split in half by the Thunder Emperor. Ma Hongjuan said anxiously. Oscar quickly agreed, yes, Boss Dai, maybe things are not what we think. Maybe they are, yes, they are practicing. Practice? Is it necessary to shout so loudly during cultivation? I have never practiced cultivation, right? Dai Mubai's eyes were red, his whole body was trembling, and his teeth were about to break. Xiao Ao is really a talented person. Just forced comfort, right? Ma Hongjuan secretly gave Oscar a thumbs up in his heart. Normally, he should sympathize with Dai Mubai's experience, but after listening to Oscar's words, he could only suppress his laughter. So what do you think I should do now? Dai Mubai managed to calm down and asked his right-hand men. I think we should wait and see what happens. Oscar hesitated for a moment. Ma Hongjuan thought about it and said seriously, I think we should remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations. Isn't this nonsense? Dai Mubai snorted unhappily, so, there's nothing you can do except wait here, right? Boss, if you think so, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Ma Hongjuan and Oscar nodded in unison. Dai Mubai just had a gloomy face and said nothing. More than 2 hours have passed. The forest finally became quiet. A titled Doluo is worthy of being a titled Doluo. His fighting power is endurance. Ma Hongjuan thought with envy. Oscar subconsciously glanced at Dai Mubai and found that the other's face was black with purple, just like pig liver. Boss Dai, is it necessary for a woman? With your conditions, it shouldn't be difficult to find someone who's as pretty as Zhu Zhuqing. He carefully comforted Dai Mubai. What do you know? No matter how beautiful other women are, they can't compare to Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjuan didn't know that his palm had been pierced by his own fingernails. The woman outside was a woman outside. But Zhu Zhuqing was engaged to him. In name, this is Dai Mubai's woman. Boss, stop talking, they seem to be coming out. Suddenly, Ma Hongjuan pointed in a direction and spoke. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at the same time, and sure enough, 2 figures appeared in the shadows. Qin Xiao. Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he recognized the identities of the 2 people in an instant. Oscar quickly pulled Dai Mubai's arm, signaling him to calm down and not do anything impulsive. Not long. Qin Xiao was in front and Zhu Zhuqing was behind, and they had already walked in front of the crowd. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Oscar, Ma Hongjuan spoke quickly. No matter what they think in their hearts, they still have to maintain due respect when facing the titled Doluo-level boss. Dai Mubai's gaze only flashed across Qin Xiao and then fell on Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing at this moment, her hair was messy and a little wet. Sweat soaked her clothes, making her figure more curvy. Boom. Dai Mubai was suddenly struck by lightning and his mind went blank. His body swayed, and if Oscar hadn't quickly caught him, he would have fallen to the ground. What are you doing? Qin Xiao asked with a frown. We are picking mushrooms. Ma Hongjuan's eyes turned and he answered quickly. Yes, we plan to add a mushroom soup to the cafeteria at noon. The mushrooms with red umbrellas and white stems are the most delicious. Oscar quickly agreed. Qin Xiao, oh. Red umbrella, white pole. Are you sure it's okay to eat it? Then you continue. I hope to see your so-called mushroom soup at noon. Qin Xiao said this with deep meaning. Ah. This. Okay. Ma Hongjuan and Oscar were stunned for a moment, then nodded in unison. Zhu Qing, let's go. Go back and have a good rest first. We will continue tomorrow. Qin Xiao said to Zhu Zhuqing behind him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. Then, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjuan watched the 2 of them leave quietly. Wow. After Qin Xiao left, Dai Mubai could no longer bear it. His blood and energy attacked his heart, causing him to spit out blood. Forget about just once, but will you come again tomorrow? You really don't treat people as human beings, do you? Boss Dai, what are you doing? Oscar was panicking. He was so angry. Ma Hongjuan said in confusion, Boss Dai, it's really not necessary. Since it's already in someone else's shape, why not just give up? It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but aren't there plenty of 2-legged women? Xiao Ao, fatty, I feel so uncomfortable. Dai Mubai couldn't bear it any longer. You may not know, Zhu Zhuqing is different from other women. She is my fiancée. He couldn't bear it any longer and told the 2 the truth. What? Fiancé? Oscar and Ma Hongjuan were immediately shocked. They didn't expect Dai Mubai to reveal such a big secret. Do you still think it doesn't matter now? Dai Mubai looked at Oscar and Ma Hongjuan, who remained silent, and asked, if it was your fiancé, what would you do? There was silence. Oscar said, "Fatty, let's pick mushrooms. After all, we said we would give the canteen extra food at noon. I'm afraid we won't be able to take it back and Qin Shao will get suspicious." Ma Hongjuan nodded, "Okay." Dai Mubai was startled, "Hey, are you listening to me? Hey, I don't know where Zhu Zhuqing took me on to, and what they talked about." Outside Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had already gotten over the surprise of seeing her relatives, and her mind had long since drifted away. Now she was only concerned about where these two people had been and why they hadn't come back for so long. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have reunited with my family and would have gone with them to take a look no matter what." "Haha, Rongrong, look at how anxious you are. Look, haven't they come back?" Jian Dolua couldn't help laughing when he saw Ning Rongrong's anxious look, and then pointed in a direction. Ning Rongrong looked over quickly. Sure enough, two figures walked into his sight one after another. Finally back. Ning Rongrong's little face was full of joy. "Why? My sense of presence as a father seems to be getting lower and lower." Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. It seemed like Ning Rongrong was happier to see anyone than herself. Failure. "My friend, can you come here and have a chat?" At this time, Jian Dolua greeted Qin Shao with a warm smile on his face. "You go back first. It's the same time and place tomorrow." Qin Shao said something to Zhu Zhuqing behind him. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and walked towards the academy step by step. "I am Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I am honored to meet you." Seeing Qin Shao coming, Ning Fengji greeted him with a fist. "Greetings to Sect Master Ning, Senior Jian. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet. Jian Dolua and Ning Fengji were polite enough, so Qin Shao certainly would not treat them the same way he treated Tang Hao. He also wanted to know what Ning Fengji wanted to say to him. "Little brother, Rongrong is a quick-talking kid. He told me some of your deeds. I believe you don't mind." Ning Fengji asked with a smile. In response, Qin Shao shrugged indifferently. In fact, he had no hidden thoughts about his identity. In this world, the strong are respected, and only great strength can make people respect you. Play the pig and eat the tiger. Qin Shao really had no interest. These are just small things, nothing more. But Qin Shao changed the subject and asked bluntly, "Sect Master Ning and Senior Jian stopped me, not just to chat about family matters, right?" Hearing this, Ning Fengji and Jian Dolua's expressions changed slightly. They obviously didn't expect Qin Shao to be such a decisive person. Immediately, Jian Dolua laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, my friend is quite straightforward. I like it. To be honest, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if I should say it or not." Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. "Since it's an unreasonable request, then don't say it." Ning Fengji. Sigma. Sword Dolua. Sigma. Is this guy too straightforward? What's the problem? Qin Shao frowned slightly. "Of course, if you really want to talk, I won't stop you. After all, the mouth is on someone else's body, and it is their freedom to say whatever they want. Of course, the power to refuse is in your hands, no matter what they say, right?" Well. Ning Fengji and Jian Dolua were both a little stunned, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Especially Jian Dolua, he felt that it would be impolite to ask Qin Shao to compete with him at this time. This is a master. He left us speechless just by opening his mouth. He respected Qin Shao a little more. At this time, Ning Rongrong spoke crisply, "Your Majesty, this is what happened. Grandpa Jian wants to spar with you. I wonder if you would agree." After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Jian Dolua gave her a grateful look. It really was worth it that he loved this girl so much. Ning Fengji also relaxed, a relieved smile appearing on his face. "It's really worthy of being my father's leek. Pooh. What a sweet and caring little thing. Want to spar?" Qin Shao was startled. If that's the case, it's not impossible. In fact, this is also a good thing for Qin Shao. He knew very well that it was far from enough to improve his strength by working behind closed doors. Fighting with the strong was also a way to quickly improve his strength. The previous battle with the Titan Ape, in which he comprehended the Thunder Emperor finger, was a good example. Originally he was still thinking about where to find some strong people to fight and improve himself, but he didn't expect Jian Dolua to come to him on his own initiative. But it is rumored that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is as wealthy as a country. If I don't take this opportunity to make some money, it would seem a bit unfair to myself. Qin Shao thought to himself. He looked at the 200 or 300 gold soul coins in the Space Soul Guide and fell into deep thought. I'm afraid I can't promise you that. Qin Shao shook his head. You should be able to see that my training time is very precious. Oh. After hearing what Qin Shao said, Ning Rongrong was a little disappointed. Jian Dolua sighed. Indeed, at Qin Zhao's age, he should spend all his time on cultivation. Only someone like him, who is old and has basically exhausted his potential, would think of taking an unconventional approach and fighting with others to seek a breakthrough. However, at this moment, Ning Fengji took a step forward with a warm smile on his face. I am a few years older than you, I wonder if I can call you Brother Qin. What? Call me brother, then what should I call you from now on? Ning Rongrong immediately frowned and said nothing. She felt that she needed to find some time to discuss this issue with Ning Fengji. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Qin Shao immediately responded with a smile, Brother Ning, you're welcome. Ha ha ha, okay. Ning Fengji laughed loudly, and at the same time, a dark card appeared in his hand, meeting his fate. There are 1 million gold soul coins in this black card, just for calling me brother, don't refuse it. These are the only local specialties that my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can offer. Qin Shao. As expected of Ning Fengji, who is wealthy and powerful, he is generous when he spends money. You know, 1 million gold soul coins is an astronomical figure for most soul masters. Brother Ning, you are so polite. How can I feel embarrassed about this? Qin Shao said he was sorry, but his body was honest. With lightning speed, he took the black card away. Everyone was speechless. What happened to the agreement of saying sorry? We didn't realize it for a long time. However, Qin Zhao's next words surprised Jian Dolua. Senior Jian, I just gained some new insights. Why don't we discuss and verify them? He asked Jian Dolua. God, just now. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jian Dolua couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, if it's difficult for you, forget it. Seeing Jian Dolua hesitate, Qin Shao spoke again. After all, he didn't take Ning Fengji's money for nothing. The opportunity was given to Jian Dolua. It depended on whether he could use it. It's not difficult at all. Jian Dolua said quickly, how about we go to the dense forest ahead? As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where Qin Shao and Zhu Zhuqing had just returned. Qin Shao nodded, no problem. As he said this, he took the lead and walked into the dense forest. Seeing that Jian Dolua was about to catch up, Ning Rongrong remembered how terrifying and powerful Qin Shao was, and wanted to speak up to remind Jian Dolua to be careful. Grandpa Jian, wait a minute. When we fight Qin Shao later, you must. However, before Ning Rongrong could finish, Jian Dolua interrupted her, Rongrong, don't worry. I will definitely show mercy and know when to stop, and I won't hurt Qin Shao. Ning Rongrong was stunned. That's not what I meant. However, before she could say anything else, Jian Dolua had disappeared from her sight. Dad, don't we go over and take a look? Ning Rongrong asked Ning Fengji. The aftermath of the battle between the two title Dolua is very powerful and dangerous. They will be restricted by our presence, so just wait here. The battle should be over soon. Ning Fengji said softly. Okay then. Ning Rongrong pouted her lips. Even though she was unwilling in her heart, she had to wait obediently. The other side. Several miles away from Shrek Academy, Qin Shao and Jian Dolua stood facing each other. Chen Xin, a level 96 titled Dolua, with the Spirit 7 killing sword. After Jian Dolua finished speaking, a simple-looking long sword appeared in his palm. At the same time, he casually made a sword flower with his right hand, emitting bursts of sword-chanting sounds. Qin Xiao, level 92 title Doluo, martial soul Thunder Emperor. As Qin Xiao's voice fell, a loud thunder rose. Arcs of electricity moved around his body like lightning snakes, making him look extremely extraordinary. It looks like a god wandering among the human world. One of the 10 evils of the Thunder Emperor, a humanoid creature. After transforming into a martial spirit, the Thunder Emperor's martial spirit and Qin Xiao's martial spirit are indistinguishable from each other. Thunder Emperor martial spirit, why have I never heard of it? After listening to Qin Xiao's words, Jian Doluo thought hard about the records about the Thunder Emperor's martial spirit. However, to his disappointment, he received no message. Senior, there are so many martial spirits on the continent. How can you have heard of all of them? Haha, you are right, my friend. I am too persistent. Today I want to see what is so mysterious about the Thunder Emperor martial spirit that it can actually create an 18-year-old level 92 titled Doluo. Jian Doluo laughed and pointed his sword at Qin Xiao from a distance. At the same time, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 appeared under his feet one after another. Then be careful, senior. Qin Xiao's voice fell, and he summoned his own soul ring not to be outdone. However, just the first spirit ring was enough to scare Jian Doluo so much that he cried out in surprise, the first spirit ring, red. How can the first soul ring be red? Senior, be careful. When Jian Doluo hesitated, the spirit rings under Qin Xiao's feet appeared collectively in an instant. Then, his third soul ring lit up, and the whole person disappeared from the spot. It was his third soul skill, teleportation. What a cunning boy. Jian Doluo was very surprised at Qin Xiao's grasp of the timing of the battle. There is no doubt that the moment when he was in a trance was indeed the best time to take action. But you are level 92 and I am level 96. Not to mention letting you make the first move, what if I let you make 3 moves? Jian Doluo also has his own pride. The next moment, his second soul ring lit up, the 7-killing sword in his hand stopped, and a huge shadow emerged behind him. At the same time, the powerful sword energy formed a defensive shield that enveloped him. This is my second soul skill, Sword Spirit Guardian, which can withstand 3 attacks from a level 95 titled Doluo. You don't have to hide it anymore, just do it. Jian Doluo said this with great confidence. Haha, since the senior said so, if I don't accept it, wouldn't that be giving you no face? Qin Xiao's voice sounded above Jian Doluo. At the same time, his 6th soul ring lit up. Thor's explosion kills. Qin Xiao shouted and raised his hands above his head. Boom. A thunder sounded, and Qin Xiao suddenly had a huge hammer made entirely of thunder in his hand. This momentum seems to be no weaker than level 95. Jian Doluo frowned slightly when he saw this. He suddenly felt that what he had just said seemed a bit careless. But who is he? A dignified level 96 titled Doluo, an elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and a man known as the Sword Daochen Xin on the Doluo continent. It would be really embarrassing to take back what I just said. Forget it. Even if he is at level 95, he may not be able to break my sword spirit protection with one strike. Jian Doluo thought so. Call out. The next moment, Qin Xiao fell from the sky, his speed was too fast. Far exceeds the speed of sound transmission. He looked like a shooting star. It is hard to imagine the destructive power contained in this attack. But, in the next moment, Qin Xiao swung the giant hammer condensed from thunder and smashed it heavily on the shield in front of Jian Doluo. Click. A sound like porcelain breaking was heard, and the sword energy shield in front of Jian Doluo suddenly collapsed. Is it so powerful? Jian Doluo was slightly stunned. Don't underestimate his 100-year soul skill. He just said that he could withstand 3 attacks from titled Doluo below level 95, and he was not lying at all. First soul skill, long sword out. Jian Doluo took a half step back, and the 7-killing sword in his hand stabbed fiercely at the thunder hammer in Qin Xiao's hand with a strong sharp edge. Boom. There was another loud noise. The sword energy was everywhere and the lightning was flashing. An invisible airflow burst out, with Qin Xiao and Jian Doluo as the center, and all the grass and trees within 100 meters were destroyed. Thump thump thump. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiao and Jian Doluo both took several steps back before stopping. Jian Doluo frowned and looked at his right hand holding the 7-kill sword. Now you can still see flickering arcs of electricity appearing and disappearing on the sword. Moreover, it gave him a tingling sensation. Haha, senior, you broke your promise. Qin Xiao laughed and said, you agreed to let me have 3 moves, but now you've attacked me after only 1 move. This. Upon hearing this, Jian Doluo's old face turned red. So embarrassing. How arrogant you were just now, how embarrassed you are now. Who could have thought that a sword energy shield that could withstand 3 attacks from titled Doluo below level 95 without breaking would be broken by a single attack from a titled Doluo at level 92? It's outrageous. It has to be said that Qin Xiao's performance was beyond his expectations. I thought I had given Qin Xiao enough attention, but unexpectedly I was too overconfident. Heroes emerge young. I underestimated you. Jian Doluo is not comparable to ordinary people, and fully demonstrates what it means to be able to bend and stretch. I take back what I just said. From now on, I will treat you as an opponent of the same level as me. My friend, be careful. There was a hint of solemnity in Jian Doluo's voice. Good. However, before Qin Xiao could finish his words, he discovered that Jian Dou's 4th soul ring had lit up. Murderous intent revealed. The long sword in Jian Doluo's hand slashed out sword energy and attacked Qin Xiao. Crackle. The soul power of Qin Xiao gathered and formed a soul power shield in front of him. But he discovered something unusual. No, these sword energies are mostly slashing at my surroundings. Qin Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. There is something fishy here. In a flash, his mind worked rapidly, and in just a tenth of a breath, he analyzed Jian Doluo's intention. Are you planning to block my retreat and launch a violent attack? Qin Xiao looked at Jian Doluo and said. Haha, your perception is quite sharp. I just discovered your mysterious displacement ability, which can be called teleportation. But I guess that soul skill cannot be used when the space around you is unstable, right? Jian Doluo smiled slightly. Indeed. Qin Xiao nodded calmly. Teleportation is not without limits. When the space is unstable, his body turns into lightning molecules and cannot be reassembled. However, if you want to disrupt the space, it is impossible without an attack power of level 95 or above. But, Qin Xiao's opponent today is a level 96 sword Doluo, so it is not difficult to do this. Haha, that's enough. At this time, Jian Doluo laughed heartily and said, I just took your hammer, now you take my sword too. Qin Xiao even keenly noticed that Jian Doluo's 5th soul skill was lit up. It should be the Mighty 4, a soul skill with extremely strong attack. He instantly remembered the effect of Jian Doluo's soul skill. Moreover, Jian Doluo laid so much groundwork in order to display this soul skill, and it is obvious that he has great confidence in this soul skill. You want to use your 5th soul skill to kill me instantly? How naive. I asked you to use it but you couldn't. Qin Xiao reacted even faster after realizing Jian Doluo's intention. I don't know when, the 10 fingers of his hands were already touching each other. At the same time, his 2nd soul ring has lit up. 2nd soul skill, Thunder Shock Wave. Effect, after activation, thunder sounds burst out from the palm, and all life within the coverage of the ripples will suffer from varying degrees of dizziness. Of course, if you are weak, you may be shocked to death instantly. At this moment, he suddenly clasped his hands together. Boom. A loud thunderclap suddenly resounded throughout the field. At the same time, an invisible ripple emanated from Qin Xiao as the center, and in less than a blink of an eye covered Jian Doluo. Buzz. The next moment, Jian Doluo felt that he had lost his hearing and his vision went dark. The 5th soul skill, which had not yet been released, was lost in an instant. Wake up. However, he was at least a level 96 warrior, and he thought of a way to deal with it in an instant. He bit his tongue to wake himself up. But, where is Qin Xiao's shadow in front of me? 4th soul skill, Thunder God's Wrath. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Jian Doluo looked up and saw Qin Shao floating in the air. He also saw a dark cloud appear above his head. This thing doesn't look like a good sign at first glance. Jian Doluo had a bad feeling in his heart. Snap. Just as he was hesitating, a bolt of lightning struck. What the hell is this? Jian Doluo was stunned. The lightning was very thin, perhaps as thick as an embroidery needle. Is this a taunting skill? Who are you looking down on? Jian Doluo casually used the 7-kill sword to cut it off. However, a strange thing happened. He actually went through it. The thunder still struck him accurately. The next moment, Jian Doluo's whole body stiffened, and he felt a tingling sensation, and he couldn't even muster any strength. What kind of soul skill is this? It actually attacks the soul. Jian Doluo exclaimed again. Fortunately, his soul was extremely powerful and the effect lasted for less than half a second before passing away. The Wrath of Thunder God summons invisible thunder to attack the soul directly. The senior's cultivation is indeed profound. If it were an ordinary titled Doluo, he would have no ability to resist. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire. Humph. Boy, I am not comparable to an ordinary titled Doluo. Forget about it. Even if I hit you again, what will happen? Jian Doluo snorted coldly, as if he felt that this was not domineering enough, and he added, even if it happens 3 more times, I can accept it. I see. Qin Shao counted on his fingers. Thunder God's Wrath has 9 attacks in total. Excluding the last one, there are still 8. Senior, be careful. What the hell? That weird lightning just now, there are 9 more times. This skill is too weird. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Jian Doluo's face immediately turned green. If there really were 9 bolts of lightning that attacked the soul, even he would have to suffer the consequences. Crack. However, without giving him any more chance to complain, another weak bolt of lightning struck. If I can't fight, can't I hide? Faced with the soul attack, Jian Doluo was somewhat helpless. Third soul skill, sword wings flying. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the 7-killing sword fell at his feet, and its speed suddenly increased. Want to compete with Raiden in speed? Even if you go 10 times faster, it probably won't work. Qin Shao shook his head slightly. He simply ignored him and started planning his next attack. 7th soul skill, Thunder Emperor's true form. 8th soul skill, Thunder Beast. On the other hand, Jian Doluo, who had escaped far away, also let out a wail at this time. No way. He couldn't help it, because being struck by lightning wasn't a pleasant feeling. Boy, you succeeded in irritating me. 7 killer's true form. Jian Doluo's voice fell, and he held the 7-kill sword in his hand again. However, the 7-killing sword was now much larger in size, and its sharp sword energy was even more powerful. At the same time, Jian Doluo's overall attributes have also been greatly improved. Click. Another bolt of lightning struck the soul. However, this time Jian Doluo only let out a muffled groan. It fully reflects the horror of his current state. What terrifying soul skill is this kid brewing? No. We can't let him succeed again. The first to strike will gain the upper hand, and the last to strike will suffer. I can't keep being so passive. Jian Doluo made the decision instantly, and at the same time, his 8th soul ring lit up. Move mountains and fill the sea. At this moment, he uttered a clear shout and swung the 7-killing sword in his hand wildly. In the blink of an eye, he swung 12 swords in a row. 12 sword energies, several meters long, attacked Qin Shao in midair. At this time, Qin Shao also took action. He suddenly pushed Jian Doluo with both hands. The 9 thunderballs transformed into 9 ferocious thunder beasts and faced the sword energy. This attack is comparable to level 96. This boy is really a monster. Jian Doluo felt the oppression brought by Qin Shao and was still extremely shocked. I'm afraid his attack is comparable to that of the Spirit Hall's Elder Yuguan. I'm only 18 years old. What will the future be like? After Sword Doluo struck out with his sword, he did not strike out again. He believed that since his 8th soul skill had been used, Qin Shao had no chance of winning. Unless there are 12 thunder beasts, my sword energy will not be enough to kill them. He thought so. In fact, this is true. Click, click, click. The sword energy collided with the thunder beast, and the sword energy was constantly destroyed and the thunder beast dissipated. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 12 sword energies remained. However, all the thunder beasts released by Qin Shao were gone. Sword Doluo is worthy of being Sword Doluo. A level 96 titled Doluo in his peak state is indeed not comparable to the sickly Tang Hao. Qin Shao was not too surprised to see his soul skill being defeated. Thunder Emperor Armor. Finally, his 9th soul skill lit up, and countless thunders enveloped Qin Shao. The lightning was so intense that even Jian Doluo found it difficult to open his eyes. Did you finally use the 9th soul skill? I want to see what other tricks you have after this. Jian Doluo was not surprised but happy, for he knew that Qin Shao had run out of tricks. Click, click, click. The next moment, Qin Shao, wearing the Thunder Emperor armor, appeared in front of Jian Doluo. He put his palm together like a knife and slashed 3 times in succession, breaking the remaining 3 sword energies of Jian Doluo's 8th soul skill. The price he paid was that the armor on his body dimmed slightly. What a strong momentum! Jian Doluo was slightly surprised when he saw Qin Shao reappearing in front of him. This is really too surprising. You give me the feeling that you are not weaker than me. Even in terms of spirit power, you are stronger. You're such a monster. I really want to know how you grew up. Jian Doluo kept shaking his head. This young man in front of me is so stunning. Compared to him, I am really living a dog's life at my age. Senior, do you want to continue the competition? Qin Shao asked with a burning gaze. Why not? Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. Jian Doluo snorted unhappily. When I use my 9th soul skill, even I am afraid of it. You better be careful. To be honest, since my debut, no one except Old Bone has survived after seeing my 9th soul skill. But I can give you a chance. If you can't stand it, just speak up. Ah. Qin Shao was startled, then smiled bitterly and said, then please show some mercy, senior. Jian Doluo is too crazy. Don't worry, I will try my best not to kill you. Jian Doluo shouted in a deep voice, gods and demons, kill them both. Boom. The next moment, a 7-killing sword that was more than 10 meters tall tore through the sky and fell from the sky. Then, a giant taller than him reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. I have to go drink. There is no time to divide the chapters. Happy National Day to everyone. Outside the forest. In front of the gate of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong clasped her 2 little hands together and looked nervously at the forest in the distance. There, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and sword energy was everywhere. She could no longer imagine the extent of the battle between Qin Shao and Jian Doluo. I didn't expect Qin Shao to be able to hold out for so long under Uncle Jian's attack. He can be considered a strong man on the Doluo continent. Ning Fengji was also surprised. He was surprised by the fighting ability displayed by Qin Shao. That's going to be okay, right? Ning Rongrong asked Ning Fengji nervously. Rongrong, don't worry. Uncle Jian will be very careful with his actions and will definitely not hurt Qin Shao. Ning Fengji shook his head slightly, signaling Ning Rongrong not to worry. However, he did not see any relaxation on Ning Rongrong's face. Instead, Ning Rongrong frowned. What's wrong? Don't you believe what I say? Ning Fengji asked in surprise. Dad, I think you misunderstood. I didn't mean to ask if Qin Shao was okay. I meant to ask if Grandpa Jian was okay. Ning Rongrong frowned and asked seriously. What? Are you worried about Uncle Jian? Ning Fengji was startled at first, then he showed a helpless smile. Rongrong, what are you thinking about? Others don't know the strength of your grandfather Jian, don't you understand it? He is a titled Doluo at level 96, and his martial soul is the unparalleled 7-killing sword, whose fighting power is comparable to that of a titled Doluo at level 97. It is no exaggeration to say that in a one-on-one situation, there are not many people in the entire Dueling continent who can pose a threat to him. No matter how talented Qin Xiao is, he is only 18 years old after all, with a strength of level 92. It would be difficult for him to even draw with your grandpa Jian, let alone defeat him. I think your grandpa Jian can defeat him with just the first 7 spirit skills. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face changed slightly and she kept shaking her head. No, I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, just watch. Ning Fengji shrugged helplessly. He was helpless in dealing with this willful little princess. However, he believed that Jian Doluo would prove his words with his strength. As long as Jian Doluo returns victorious, even if Ning Rongrong doesn't believe it, she will have to believe it. However, the next moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the distance. Dad, look, what skill is Grandpa Jian using? What skills have you not seen? Ning Fengji thought with some confusion. Ning Rongrong almost grew up under Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo, and she can basically recognize their soul skills. Could it be that Uncle Jian has comprehended some new soul skill and is using Qin Xiao to test his sword? With this thought in mind, he looked in the direction Ning Rongrong pointed and was suddenly stunned. I saw a sword dozens of meters tall falling from the sky, and an even taller giant holding the sword. Of course Ning Rongrong would never see this skill. Because the killing power is too strong, Sword Doluo will not use it at all when competing with Bone Doluo. But, I used it in today's competition with a young junior. So what? Ning Fengji thought in disbelief. Dad, what exactly is this soul skill? Seeing that Ning Fengji seemed to be in great shock, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but pull his sleeve. Immediately, Ning Fengji felt embarrassed. Just now he was bragging that Jian Doluo used the 8th soul skill to defeat Qin Xiao Ding Patian. But now. Slash both gods and demons. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly and said, this is your grandfather Jian's 9th soul skill. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong showed joy on her face and said with a smile, haha, Dad, you are wrong. She smiled and waved her little fist with a gesture of victory. Boy, are you scared now? If you admit defeat now, I won't strike you with this sword. Jian Doluo said loudly. He decided to give Qin Xiao another chance. The word fear has never appeared in my dictionary. Qin Xiao's answer was also extremely firm. If you want to be strong, you must have a heart as solid as a rock. Qin Xiao has achieved what he has today, and his heart is as strong as gold and stone. He cannot be conquered by the powerful might displayed by the other party. The stronger Jian Doluo is, the more he can inspire Qin Xiao's fighting spirit. Come out. Thunder Titan. Immediately, he no longer hid, and the first soul ring on his body actually separated from Qin Xiao. Afterwards, there was a flash of lightning, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Roar. The next moment, a roar was heard in the lightning, and a titan giant ape almost as tall as the shadow condensed by Jian Doluo appeared between Qin Xiao and Jian Doluo. What is this, a titan ape? But, something's still wrong. Jian Doluo's voice was full of surprise. This giant beast appeared out of nowhere, with purple fur all over its body and thick streaks of electric light all over its body. Let alone anything else, this wandering lightning can easily kill a soul saint. There is no doubt that the sudden appearance of Thunder Titan gave Jian Doluo a frightened feeling. The power of the Thunder Titan giant ape was completely beyond Jian Doluo's expectations. In fact, the strength of Thunder Titan is related to Qin Zhao's cultivation. Normally, Qin Zhao's cultivation level is only level 92, so the Thunder Titan he summoned could not possibly be so powerful. But don't forget, after Qin Xiao merged with the Thunder Emperor armor, his cultivation increased exponentially. The Titan Giant Ape's cultivation is comparable to that of a level 96 titled Doluo. So the real combat power is even more terrifying. Boy, you are really becoming more and more shocking. You are indeed qualified to face my full-strength sword. Jian Doluo exclaimed in praise, and then reminded in a deep voice, be careful. As the voice fell, the huge shadow finally drew out the 7-killing sword. Swish. He swung his hand and slashed, as if tearing the sky apart. A huge crack appeared, and countless sword energies fell down like raindrops. Ding ding ding. The sword energy fell on the Thunder Titan like rain hitting the glass window. Qin Shao hid in the arms of the Thunder Titan first. What a strong defense. Jian Dolua's voice sounded a little surprised. Simply put, Qin Zhao's first soul skill was much more powerful than he expected. But this is not my strongest attack yet. The Rain of Swords is just the foreplay. The real highlight is yet to come. Jian Dolua admitted that this Titan wrapped in lightning was very strong, but he was more confident in his own attack. Since his debut, no one has been able to take over his 9th soul skill. Even if the opponent is a titled Dolua, it won't work. Boom. As if to confirm his words, Qin Shao discovered that an even more powerful sword energy appeared in the crack in the air. This sword energy is a 7-killing sword that has been magnified countless times and is 100 meters long. That terrifying might seem to tear the heaven and earth apart, splitting the world in two. As expected, it is the 7-killing sword, which is known as the best sword for killing. Its attack power is much stronger than Tang Hao's. Qin Zhao's pupils shrank and he made a comparison in his mind. Of course, if Tang Hao didn't have his old injuries, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to compare to how much combat power he could unleash. However, no matter how powerful the secret techniques of the Haotian sect are, the combat effectiveness of increasing from level 95 to level 97 is about the same. If I hadn't merged with the Titan Ape for 100,000 years, I would have had no choice but to use the Thunder Emperor finger to resist this level of attack. But now, there is still a way. Qin Shao made a decision immediately. Thunder Titan, Titan Sky Cannon. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Titan who was holding him in his arms opened his mouth and spewed out an extremely powerful lightning. It has to be said that when the Titan Ape transformed into the Thunder Titan, its combat power became even more terrifying. This Titan Sky Cannon with thunder is much more powerful than previous Titan Sky Cannons. Boom. The huge 7-killing sword was shaken by the bombardment of the Thunder Titan's Titan Sky Cannon, and the entire sword was becoming dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. But, it finally broke through the lightning and fell down. What a powerful sword. Qin Zhao's pupils shrank, and he realized even more the horror of the god and demon slash. Boy, if you admit defeat now, you still have a chance. If you admit defeat later, it will be too late. At this moment, Jian Dolua's voice sounded in Qin Zhao's mind. It has to be said that Qin Zhao's performance today was enough to amaze him. He didn't expect that even after he had used the last Spirit Ring skill, the young man still had room to resist. Given time, this boy will become a great man. His achievements will definitely surpass mine. Jian Dolua silently gave Qin Shao an evaluation in his heart. There is no such thing as giving up in my dictionary. Qin Shao also responded to Jian Dolua by transmitting his voice in secret. Then, he shouted in a deep voice, "Thunder Titan, self-destruct." As the voice fell, Thunder Titan no longer protected Qin Shao. It took a deep leap and pounced towards the huge 7-killing sword. Crazy. This kid is a complete lunatic. Jian Dolua's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Boom. 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 This time, a series of roars sounded, and the terrifying surging lightning was so frightening that even people who were far away felt terrified. But, this is normal. After all, the Thunder Titan at this time is equivalent to a titled Dolua at level 96, and its self-destruction is equivalent to the self-destruction of a titled Dolua at level 96. Its power has far exceeded the Titan Sky Cannon it just released. At the same time, in such a terrifying attack, the huge 7-killing sword that was 100 feet tall also shattered in the violent attack. Ahem. The dense forest was already in a mess. Sword Dolua's high-intensity battle still caused his blood and chi to react, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, his gaze never shifted, always staring straight ahead. There was smoke and dust rolling there, but he could see a figure surrounded by electric light standing proudly. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of monster is this kid? Can you still stand up now? However, what he didn't know was that Qin Shao was extremely excited at this moment. It's really possible. The power of the Thunder Titan's self-destruction is much stronger than its own combat power. Sure enough, my soul skills need to be developed. This skill is currently my most powerful trump card besides the Thunder Emperor finger. He was joyful in his heart. The gains from this battle with Jian Doluo were huge. Boy, you are indeed very strong. If I give you another 10 years. No, if you give me another 3 to 5 years, your strength will most likely surpass it. Jian Doluo looked at Qin Xiao and said in a deep voice, but you still lost today. I lost. Qin Xiao shook his head slightly. Senior, you are wrong. Haha, it's already this late, and you still don't admit it. Young man, don't be too angry. Jian Doluo shook his head and laughed. Then I will make you lose clearly. You can't use your spirit skills above the 7th ring, right? Similarly, I can't use spirit skills above the 7th ring for the time being. But my cultivation is far higher than yours. Simply put, if I use a 1,000-year spirit skill, it will be comparable to your 10,000-year spirit skill. What else can you use to fight me? Jian Doluo's voice was full of confidence. He looked at Qin Xiao proudly, waiting for Qin Xiao to admit defeat. Normally speaking, Senior is right. Qin Xiao did not deny it, but I am not among the normal ones. His voice fell. 9 soul rings appeared, red, purple, 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 black, 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 black. Then the first soul ring on his body left his body again and turned into a thunder titan and landed between the two of them. Qin Xiao smiled and asked, I wonder how many times can you withstand the self-explosion of the thunder titan? Once, twice, or 3 times. As long as I am in the state of my martial soul's true body, I can use my first soul skill infinitely. Ah, this. On the other hand, Jian Doluo's face froze, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. What kind of monster is this kid? The first soul skill in 100,000 years, isn't this just playing rogue? Etc. He lied to me. Jian Doluo instantly remembered Qin Zhao's weakness, which was soul power. Humph, kid, I almost got fooled by you. After releasing your spirit skills continuously for 100,000 years, I'm afraid you would have been drained without me having to do anything. He snorted unhappily. What? You mean soul power? Qin Xiao suddenly smiled, and waved his hand towards the sky. Thunder is coming. Click. A bolt of lightning came down and struck him accurately. The thunder that normal people could not avoid fell on Qin Xiao, but he narrowed his eyes instead. Comfortable. Finally he couldn't help but let out a groan. Monster, what a monster! Jian Doluo's eyes widened. He clearly felt that Qin Zhao's soul power was getting stronger after being struck by lightning. In other words, he can absorb thunder to replenish his own consumption. What the hell is this? Jian Doluo was too tired to complain. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Now he completely believed what Ning Rongrong said. Senior, why are you silent? It shouldn't be a problem if I feed myself a little, right? Qin Xiao asked with a smile as he looked at Jian Doluo, whose expression changed like a revolving lantern. No problem. You are awesome. Jian Doluo said to Qin Xiao, boy, you win today. Haha, it was just luck. Hearing the voice, Qin Xiao laughed. I have to say, making a strongman like Jian Doluo surrender is a very pleasurable thing. Humph, kid, don't be so proud. Jian Doluo snorted in displeasure. In fact, I still have one sword that I haven't used yet. The power is so terrifying that even I find it terrifying. To be precise, it can only be considered half a sword. Jian Doluo swore that if he really mastered the sword, he would come back to kill this kid. But it will be soon. I only had a vague idea before. But after the battle with Qin Xiao, I have gained a lot of insights. It should not be far away for me to fully understand and master that sword. Jian Doluo thought secretly in his heart. Hearing this, Qin Xiao was startled. Could it be that the air is the sword and the sword is the men? Pooh. The unity of men and sword? But, so what? Qin Xiao smiled, and he imitated Jian Doluo's tone and said, Senior, you don't know that I also have a big move that I haven't used yet. The power is also amazing. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I will kill a level 96 titled Doluo. Oh, boy, just brag. Jian Dolua sneered in disbelief. He felt that this guy was just imitating his tone of voice to irritate him. They are back. They are back. In front of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong looked at two people walking out of the dense forest side by side with a look of joy on her face. There is no doubt that they are Qin Xiao and Jian Dolua. That's great. Both of them are not missing any limbs. After taking a closer look, Ning Rongrong cried out in surprise. She felt that this was a very happy thing. Qin Xiao. Jian Dolua, why do I always feel that you are hoping that something bad will happen to us? Sect Master Ning. After taking a few steps forward, Qin Xiao clasped his fists towards Ning Fengji from a distance and said, Senior Jian and I have consumed too much energy and are in a hurry to go back and recuperate, so I won't accompany you. As it should be. Hearing this, Sect Master Ning smiled slightly and clasped his fists towards Qin Xiao. What the hell? You kid actually said it consumes a lot. On the other hand, after hearing Qin Xiao's words, Jian Dolua's mouth twitched unconsciously. He knew that this boy was extremely talented and could refine the power of thunder into pure soul power. For him, the so-called soul power consumption was mostly restored after being struck by thunder twice. It's not difficult to fully recover. Just got hacked a little more. Senior Jian, goodbye. Qin Xiao clasped his fists towards Jian Dolua again. Humph, you got the gold coins, and you also got the combat experience. Don't think I don't know that you've made enough money and are leaving now. Jian Dolua snorted unhappily. But would Qin Xiao care about what he said? Obviously not. After saying, see you later, he turned around gracefully and left resolutely. Is this kid so arrogant? Jian Dolua felt unwell. Messy in the wind. Dad, Grandpa Jian, I also remembered that the academy is about to have dinner. If I go back late, I will be hungry. Goodbye. It never rains but it pours. Ning Rongrong, the leaky little cotton-padded jacket, rolled her eyes and suddenly said. Without even waiting for Ning Fengji and Jian Dolua to nod, he had already chased after Qin Xiao. She ran and shouted, Your Majesty, wait for me. This girl. Jian Dolua was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly and could not help but sigh, girls can't be kept when they grow up. Forget it, let's ignore them for now. Ning Fengji retracted his gaze and looked at Jian Dolua, saying with some emotion, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect Qin Zhao's fighting power to be so strong. It forced Uncle Jian to use the god and demon slash. It was so difficult to win. In his opinion, since Jian Dolua had already used such a powerful soul skill, there was no possibility of him losing. Win. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Sword Dolua God shook his head bitterly, Sect Master, you are wrong. I didn't win the battle with that kid who was struck by lightning. What? Didn't win. I thought I had thought highly of Qin Xiao, but I didn't expect that I had underestimated him. After hearing what Jian Dolua said, Ning Fengji was shocked. Unbelievable, really incredible. I'm really curious about what kind of trump card this kid has to tie with you. Master, please stop guessing. There's no tie between Qin Xiao and I. I lost. Every time Ning Fengji made a guess, Jian Dolua felt like he was being ridiculed. So, without waiting for Ning Fengji to ask, Jian Dolua told the truth himself. What? You are a level 96 titled Dolua, and your combat power is comparable to that of a level 97 titled Dolua, yet you actually lost. Even someone as calm and composed as Ning Fengji was horrified. He couldn't imagine how outstanding that boy was. I can't remember how long it has been since I saw the Sect Master show such shock. Jian Dolua sighed inwardly. Master, I really didn't lie to you about this matter. I didn't even hold back when I was fighting that kid who was struck by lightning. I have lived for so many years and have seen countless geniuses and masters, but even the best ones are not even 1/10 as good as him. He is really amazing. This boy will become a great man in the future. Even I have to look up to his achievements. Jian Dolua's voice was full of admiration. He once thought of himself as a genius and was proud of himself, but compared with the current Qin Xiao, were his previous achievements still achievements? Too pale and weak. Call. After a long while, Ning Fengji finally let out a long sigh. Now I have to rearrange his plan. I want to place a big bet. Hearing this, Jian Doluo frowned slightly. Sect Master, you have already given him 1 million gold soul coins, which is already a great favor. If I get closer to him, I'm afraid I'll get into trouble. After all, Rong Rong said before that Qin Shao and Tang Hao have a great hatred, and the Haotian sect behind Tang Hao. Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Uncle Jian, are you worried that if we get close to Qin Shao, it will make the Haotian sect unhappy? It is said that the three major sects are of the same blood. Jian Doluo said after a moment's hesitation. Ha ha ha, the three sects are of the same origin. Now it seems like nothing more than a joke. Ning Fengji smiled. Back then, the Haotian sect had offended the Spirit Hall and quickly retreated into retreat. They even abandoned the 4 affiliated Spirit Master families that were loyal to them. Is there anything else they cannot abandon? The so-called same blood and branches are nothing more than a verbal covenant between the 3 major sects. So what is your plan, Sect Master? Jian Doluo's pupils shrank. In fact, he had already vaguely guessed some of Ning Fengji's thoughts. Of course I will spare no effort to win Qin Shao over to join my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Qin Shao is young and capable. Ning Fengji said in a deep voice, no one can know what the future holds for an 18-year-old titled Doluo. I think he has a great chance of becoming Tang Chen of the Haotian sect, the great priest of the Spirit Hall. If he joins my 7 treasures glazed sect, I have the confidence that the situation of Doluo continent will change. Ning Fengji did not hide his ambition at all. More importantly, he is not just a seedling, he is already a towering tree. He is a titled Doluo who can be compared with you, and his value is even greater. If he joins, the strength of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect will skyrocket in an instant. What is the Haotian sect? The sect master is worthy of being the sect master. He has weighed the pros and cons so quickly. Jian Doluo said this in admiration, but the next moment, another question popped up in his mind. But, it's hard for us to offer him conditions that will impress him, right? I can feel that the guy who was struck by lightning is deliberately keeping a distance from us. How could there be no chance? Ning Fengji said with a smile on his face, Tang Hao will help us. Tang Hao? Jian Doluo was very confused as to why Ning Fengji said that. Uncle Jian, you just said that if Qin Shao was your enemy, you would also feel uneasy and want to deal with him as soon as possible. Tang Hao is not stupid. He certainly knows the disadvantages of letting Qin Shao grow. Ning Fengji's eyes were full of wisdom. He has already failed once. He should know that he cannot kill Qin Shao by himself. Jian Doluo's eyes lit up, and he continued, so he has to go find someone to help him, and the Haotian sect is Tang Hao's support. Even if he is an abandoned disciple of the sect, he has to shamelessly ask the sect for help. Otherwise, if Qin Shao is allowed to grow up, it will be a disaster. Yes and no. Why? Uncle Jian, have you forgotten? Haotian sect master Tang Shao is Tang Hao's biological elder brother. Tang Hao can just ask Tang Shao for help. There is no need to be looked down upon by the sect. Brothers fight against tigers together. Tang Shao will definitely help Tang Hao. Ning Fengji smiled and said, according to the time, maybe the 2 of them are already on their way to Shrek. Jian Doluo was silent for a moment, then asked, Master, is it really worth it to break up with the Haotian sect just for the kid who was struck by lightning? What's worth it? Ning Fengji waved his hand indifferently. Haotian sect has been in seclusion for these years, and we have been facing the Spirit Hall alone. Besides, does Haotian sect really have the courage to be our enemy? The Spirit Hall alone is enough for them to suffer. Jian Doluo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Haha, good, then let me see the might of the Haotian sect's strong men. Yes. Ning Fengji nodded. Next, please pay more attention to the movements of Shrek Academy. When Tang Hao and Tang Shao appear, we must also appear in time and try to provide timely assistance. Jian Doluo nodded heavily. Sect Master, just leave this matter to me. Ning Rongrong, can't you find the cafeteria by yourself? Why are you following me all the time? Qin Shao frowned and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was following him like a follower. Originally, he planned to go back to his residence to rest. However, when he completely relaxed, he realized that although his soul power was not consumed, his physical strength was consumed greatly. In short, I'm hungry. I just happened to pass by the cafeteria, so I'll have something to eat first. You already said that the cafeteria is in front. I'm following you only because I walk slowly. Ning Rongrong spoke with a confident tone. Oh. Qin Shao stretched out his voice, so that's how it is. If you had told me earlier, I would have helped you. What do you mean by this? Ning Rongrong's pretty face changed slightly, and the next moment she was horrified to find that there was already lightning flashing between Qin Zhao's fingers. She began to back away, her face horrified. No, don't. However, Qin Shao had only one way to deal with this disobedient little witch: electrocute her. He snapped his fingers, and sparks and lightning fell on Ning Rongrong. Stop. Ah. Ning Rongrong screamed and ran faster than a rabbit. Qin Shao shouted from behind Ning Rongrong, helping others is the source of my happiness. Next time you need help, just tell me directly. When Qin Shao walked into the cafeteria, he was a little surprised. Mad, this is amazing. The cafeteria really has mushroom soup, and it's the mushrooms with red caps and white stems. Qin Shao turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and Oscar. Ma Hongjuan said in a charming manner, Your Majesty, please try it. This mushroom soup is delicious. Qin Shao shook his head. There are always villains who want to harm me. But before he sat down, he discovered another problem. Flanders, Zhao Wuji. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and other teachers and asked, What's wrong with you? If you have anything to say, just say it. He found that the way these people looked at him was very strange. Your Majesty, we just want to know who is the strongman who fought with you today. Zhao Wuji rubbed his hands and asked nervously. Qin Zhao's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, 7 treasure glazed tile sect, sword Dolua. Everyone was stunned at first, and then their faces were filled with admiration. Regardless of the outcome, anyone who can fight with Jian Dolua is definitely the top powerhouse in Dolua continent. This is a level that they can never reach even if they work hard for their entire life. Awesome. Your Majesty, please sign an autograph for me. I am your fan. Zhao Wuji's face was full of fanaticism. Qin Shao. To be honest, he didn't think being admired by a rough guy like Zhao Wuji was something to be happy about. His strength is beyond my reach in my lifetime. Is there no possibility of washing away the shame? Dai Mubai was extremely depressed and even felt desperate. He immediately picked up the mushroom soup on the table and said, Come on, Xiao Ao, fatty, let's finish this bowl of soup. He hoped to drink soup instead of wine and forget all his sorrows. That night, Qin Shao received a piece of news. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjuan were poisoned because they drank too much mushroom soup. Fortunately, Flanders flew hundreds of miles overnight and found a healing soul master, who saved the lives of the 3 people. Tang San, do you regret letting Air Ming provoke Qin Shao? In the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu suddenly asked Tang San who was in the distance. Hearing this, Tang San was startled. I regret it. Why should I regret? I just feel regretful that the Titan Ape failed to kill Qin Shao. Article 3 of Xiantian Baolu, if you are sure that your opponent is an enemy and he has a way to kill you, do not show mercy, otherwise it will only add to your troubles. It can be said that since he has determined that Qin Shao is his enemy, he will use any means to kill Qin Shao if he has the chance. If he leaves Qin Shao as a nuisance, he will only add to his troubles. However, facing Xiao Wu's answer, can Tang Sen tell the truth? The answer is no. Tang Sen understood that Xiao Wu had ignored him for so long, wasn't it just because she wanted to hear him say some words of regret? If we were outside the Star Do Great Forest, he would still have the confidence to say, What did I, Tang San, do wrong? I, Tang San, never regret anything I have done in my life. But this is the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. Without Xiao Wu, he can't get out with his strength. A real man can bend and stretch, I endured it. Tang San made up his mind, his face changed, and he said with guilt, Xiao Wu, I have thought it through, it is my fault. If I hadn't insisted on letting Air Ming test Qin Shao, there would be no accident. I was too eager for quick success. I have an unshirkable responsibility for Ming's death. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a dagger flashing with cold light appeared in his hand, and he raised it high. Xiao-san, what are you going to do? Xiao Wu was horrified. I have thought it through. Living with guilt is extremely painful for me. I am willing to repay Ming with my life. Tang San said, smiling sadly, Xiao Wu, goodbye. After saying that, the dagger with a cold glow fiercely stabbed into his chest. Pa. Seeing this, Xiao Wu turned around hurriedly, and her long scorpion braid lashed at Tang San's hand like a whip. Snap. Tang San felt pain in his hand, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. What are you going to do? Xiao Wu frowned and said coldly. Ming died because of me, I am willing to pay for it with my own life. Tang San said with a look of sorrow. In fact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He made the right bet. Xiao Wu was just stubbornly angry with him, it didn't mean she had no feelings for him at all. But if you do this, can Ming come back? Xiao Wu questioned with a frown on her face. People cannot be resurrected after death. Even Ming, as the soul beast overlord, cannot bring the dead back to life. Tang San smiled bitterly and shook his head. Not to mention resurrection, he guessed that Ming's ashes were all in Qin Xiaoyang's possession. Since your death cannot bring back Ming's life, then live well. Only by living can you avenge Ming. Xiao Wu's eyes gradually turned cold, only by killing Qin Xiao can we comfort Ming's soul in heaven. Seeing this, Tang San was slightly startled. Xiao Wu, who was originally harmless in his mind, now looked somewhat ferocious. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu spoke again, let's go, I'll take you to see Daming. Go to the real core of the Xingdou Great Forest, which is more suitable for cultivation. Okay. Tang San nodded and followed Xiao Wu's steps. After a long time, Tang San felt that the scene before his eyes suddenly became clear. In front of him was a lake. The calm water surface looks like a magnificent sapphire. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, who would have thought that the depths of the Star Forest were not a den of dragons and tigers, but were so quiet and peaceful. If humans hadn't gotten involved and hunted soul beasts, the entire Xingdou Great Forest would be like this. Xiao Wu's voice rang in Tang San's ears. For a moment, Tang San didn't know what to say. Daming. Xiao Wu came to the lake and called out to the lake. Could it be that the azure bull python is hiding in the water? Tang San was slightly startled. He knew nothing about this overlord-level soul beast except its name. Boom. As Xiao Wu's voice fell, ripples first appeared on the surface of the lake, and then a huge column of water shot up into the sky. The water column dissipated, and a huge figure appeared in the sight of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was a powerful soul beast with a bull's head and a python's body, and its body was several dozen meters long. The powerful pressure emanating from it made Tang San want to kneel down and crawl. The pressure is too great. Tang San gritted his teeth and persisted. Daming, he is my friend, you can't be so rude. Xiao Wu frowned upon seeing this and spoke unhappily. Oh well. The azure bull python actually spoke human language, but Tang San clearly felt the pressure on his body eased. Call. Suck. Tang San gasped for breath, terrified. Is this the azure bull python? Much stronger than the Titan ape. How can you be friends with such a weak human? The azure bull python asked Xiao Wu at this time. If I don't make friends with the weak, should I make spirit rings for the strong? Xiao Wu said unhappily. This. The azure bull python was stunned. What Xiao Wu said seemed to make sense. Where's Ming? Didn't he go to pick you up? Could it be that he went somewhere else to play again? It stopped making fun of itself and changed the subject. Ming, it. Upon hearing that, Xiao Wu immediately became hesitant. When Tang San heard what the sky blue bull python said, he suddenly felt uneasy. If the sky blue bull python knew that it was me who asked Ming to cause trouble for Qin Xiao, and that he ended up dying tragically at Qin Xiao's hands, would it whip me to death with one blow of its tail? Subconsciously, he looked at Xiao Wu, praying silently that this little girl would not reveal herself. Deming, Ming it. What's wrong with it? Xiao Wu, could you please stop hesitating? Ming can't come back. He has died at the hands of a powerful human. Xiao Wu finally mustered up the courage to tell Daming the truth. What? Ming is dead. The azure bull python was extremely shocked. Because of his drastic emotional fluctuations, a large number of dark clouds even appeared over the Star Do Great Forest. The lake water beneath it was also boiling like boiling water. What on earth is going on? It asked Xiao Wu coldly. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and found that the latter's eyes were full of pleading. She instantly understood the deep meaning in Tang San's eyes. Help me. If you don't help me, I'm finished. Call. Xiao Wu let out a long breath. It was a tidal Doluo of the human race who discovered my identity and chased me to the Star Do Great Forest. Ming fought with that tidal Doluo to help me, but in the end, in order to cover my escape, it paid with its own life. As Xiao Wu spoke, tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. She felt that she was sorry for Ming and Daming. But, for Tang San, I had to lie again. Fortunately, Xiao Wu is on my side. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, Xiao Wu took it all on her own. Human. Another human. Daming roared and rolled on the lake. The lake was no longer calm, and huge waves more than 10 meters high were raised. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the sky above the star forest. Click. The intersection of pale electric lights made the Ming dynasty look even more terrifying. Xiao Wu, tell me who it is, I want to kill him. Daming's voice was extremely cold. When Tang San heard this, he even shuddered unconsciously. That man is called Qin Xiao, and his title is Thunder Emperor. But, I don't recommend you to seek revenge on him for now. Why? I suspect he is most likely immune to lightning. Thunder immune? Daming was shocked. It possesses two elemental properties, water and thunder. Qin Xiao is immune to thunder, which immediately weakens its strength by half. After being shocked, it calmed down and said, this matter should indeed be considered carefully. Xiao Wu, tell me in detail first, what is going on with Qin Xiao and what is his strength? Xiao Wu nodded. Let me start by talking about the moment I met Qin Xiao. After a while, the azure bull python was shocked. So, the Qin Xiao who is chasing you is a titled Doluo who is only 18 years old. Is his talent so amazing? There is also thunder body refining. Is this something that humans can do? At least, people shouldn't do that. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. Early that morning, as the sun was rising, two uninvited guests came over the sky above Shrek Academy. Each of them was wearing a black cloak. A man was wearing a gorgeous and solemn black uniform, and his whole body was filled with the aura of a superior. There is no doubt that these two people are the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Among the two, Tang Hao spoke coldly, Qin Xiao, get out and die. Qin Xiao, get out and die. Tang Hao's voice contained soul power, which could be transmitted far away. Let alone Shrek Academy. Even though they were far away from Shrek, Ningfengji and Jian Doluo in the small town could hear it clearly. As expected of the Haotian sect, they are really domineering. Ningfengji shook his head and chuckled beside Jian Doluo. Master, shall we go over now? Jian Doluo asked in a deep voice. Ningfengji nodded, okay. Who is this, so arrogant? How dare you be so disrespectful? Damn it, you can't just call His Majesty by His Majesty's name. When I find you, I will make you reorganize your language. Zhao Wuji came to the square in the academy cursing. Only. When he saw the two people floating in the air, he was stunned. Floating in the air. Are these two titled Doluo? Looking more closely, isn't one of them Tang Hao? Next to him, the middle-aged man who looked 50% similar to him was about to emerge. It is undoubtedly the double Doluo, Tang Xiao. After beating the younger ones, here comes the older ones. The Haotian sect and its affiliated sects are all the same. Zhao Wuji snorted in disdain in his heart. Master Tang, you are honored to visit my Shrek. It really makes my Shrek glorious. At this time, Flanders and other teachers also appeared and bowed slightly to Tang Hao. Flanders. Tang Hao frowned. After so many years, you are still a soul sage. Well. Don't hit people in the face, and don't expose people's weaknesses when scolding them. Does Flanders think Tang Hao is mocking him? It's so noisy. I heard a dog barking so early in the morning, disturbing my sleep. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's voice was heard in the academy. The next moment, everyone only felt a flash of lightning before their eyes, and Qin Zhao's figure had arrived at the scene, floating in the sky. Even. The position was higher than Tang Hao and Tang Hao, overlooking the two brothers from a high position. Ha ha. So it turns out that the drowned dog is back again. He looked at Tang Hao and smiled coldly. Ha ha ha, the name, Reservoir Dog, is really appropriate. Zhao Wuji couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud. However, facing Flanders' reproachful look, he quickly held it back. Boy, don't be so arrogant, I will definitely kill you this time. Tang Hao's face turned pale. You are the one who hurt my second brother. You have achieved the title of Doluo at such a young age and have such strength. No wonder you are so arrogant and proud. You are qualified. Tang Hao raised his head slightly and looked at Qin Zhao. His evaluation of Qin Zhao was just one word, crazy. 2 words, arrogant. 4 words, arrogant. But soon, he shook his head, with your strength, you can walk sideways on Doluo continent, but you are almost there. But you chose to take the wrong path and provoke the people of Haotian Sect, provoking people you can't afford to offend. You will pay the price of your life for this. The moment he saw Qin Zhao, Tang Hao had made up his mind. Qin Zhao must be killed. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhao smiled, so, you guys are going to play 2 against 1 today. We are not using our numbers to bully the few, but... Tang Hao wanted to find a plausible excuse for himself, but he was interrupted by Qin Zhao before he could finish his words. So it's still 2 against 1. Ah, this. Tang Hao opened his mouth, totally at a loss as to what to say. Tang Hao was furious. Brother, stop talking nonsense to him. Suppress him first. History is written by the victors. When the time comes, who will be able to object to what we say? He believed that as long as Qin Zhao was killed, everything would be worth it. Ha ha ha, good, worthy of being the domineering and unrivaled Haotian Sect. Today's speech really broadened my horizons. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the field. Who is it? Tang Hao and Tang Hao were both startled, and almost at the same time, they both turned around to look. I saw Jian Doluo with white hair and beard and Ning Fengji with a calm demeanor walking towards me from a distance. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Sect Master Ning. And Senior Chen Xin. Tang Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he said in disbelief. Meet Sect Master Tang. Ning Fengji clasped his fists and bowed to the stunned Tang Hao. I haven't seen you for decades, Sect Master Tang is still as elegant as ever. Still as charming as ever. After hearing what Ning Fengji said, Tang Hao looked a little unnatural. He looked at Tang Hao and felt that Ning Fengji was mocking them. The Haotian Sect used to be very respectable. Although they beat the younger ones, they would never bully the weaker ones. Today I have brought shame to the Haotian Sect. Tang Hao thought with some shame. Brother, don't hesitate, let's get rid of Qin Zhao, the hidden danger first. Anyway, the Haotian Sect has already closed the mountain gate and isolated itself from the outside world. Why would we care about what others say? Seeing that Tang Zhao's mind seemed to be shaken, Tang Hao quickly spoke up. You're not afraid of being bitten by lice if there are too many of them, right? Tang Hao thought helplessly in his heart, and he immediately understood the profound meaning of Tang Hao's words. However, Tang Hao's words were rough but his point was true. At this moment, he made up his mind and did it. No matter what others say in the future, we must first eliminate Qin Zhao and resolve this hidden danger. Master Ning, I have some important matters to attend to right now. We will talk later. Tang Hao said this and turned his gaze back to Qin Zhao. At this time, everyone knows that Tang Hao is shameless. The 2 brothers will join forces to attack Qin Zhao. Metropolitan. At this time, Jian Dolua looked at Ningfengji. Ningfengji nodded slightly, indicating that Jian Dolua could take action. Immediately, Jian Dolua no longer held back, and took a step forward to summon the 7-kill sword and soul ring to help Qin Shao fight against the 2 people from the Haotian sect. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the minds of the 2. Master Ning, Senior Jian, I appreciate your kindness. But I can still handle this small situation. It's Qin Shao. Jian Dolua and Ningfengji both recognized that it was Qin Zhao's voice. You little boy who was struck by lightning, don't try to be so stubborn. If I hadn't helped you, you would not have been able to handle it today. Don't think that Tang Xiao is only at level 95, but with the Clear Sky Hammer and the secret technique of the Clear Sky Sect, his combat power is at level 97, which is enough to match yours. Besides, there is also a covetous Tang Hao waiting in the wings. How are you going to deal with him? Jian Dolua transmitted the message unhappily. Qin Shao is indeed strong, he admits it. However, he believed that if Tang Xiao and Tang Hao joined forces, Qin Shao would definitely not be able to handle it. Then please ask Senior and Sect Master Ning to support me. If I really am no match for the 2 of them, it won't be too late for you to help me. No matter how today's incident ends, I, Qin Shao, owe you a favor. Qin Shao sent a message to Jian Dolua and Ningfengji again. He could see that Ningfengji and Jian Dolua helped him for a purpose. However, no matter what their purpose was, the fact that the 2 were willing to stand against the world's #1 sect, the Haotian sect, for Qin Shao still made Qin Shao feel a little moved. In other words, if Qin Shao had not integrated the Titan Giant Ape Spirit Ring and comprehended the Thunder Emperor Finger, if he wanted to defeat Tang Hao and Tang Xiao today, he would really have to rely on Sword Dolua and Ningfengji to take action. Metropolitan. Jian Dolua looked at Ningfengji again. Ningfengji nodded slightly, the meaning was very clear. Young people are full of energy. Let Qin Shao try first. If he can't hold on any longer, we'll take action. Woohoo! At this moment, a violent sound of breaking air was heard in the field. It turned out to be the 2 brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Each of them had a huge clear sky hammer in their hands, which they danced with vigorously. Yellow, purple, black, 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 9 soul rings rose up under Tang Xiao's feet. On the other hand, Tang Hao was not willing to be outdone and also released his spirit ring. However, the 9th ring on Tang Hao looked a little dull. This is because he used the secret method of ring explosion when facing Qin Shao last time, and the cooling off period has not yet passed. Brother Hao, you have an old injury, so just stay by my side and support me. Tang Xiao frowned and spoke to Tang Hao in a deep voice. Haha, Tang Xiao, I wonder who gave you this confidence. Tang Hao was as confident as you before, but in the end he ran away like a lost dog. Qin Shao sneered, besides, why do you still want to be a chastity arch when you are going to be a whore? You are already planning to use your numbers to bully the minority, why are you still being reserved? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you 2 brothers don't act at the same time, you won't have a chance. There was undisguised sarcasm in Qin Zhao's words, and Flanders and others tried hard to suppress their laughter. At the side, Jian Dolua's mouth twitched slightly. This kid who was struck by lightning was speaking so harshly. But having said that, every word makes sense. On the other hand, the faces of the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao turned pale and red. To put it bluntly, Qin Zhao's words were extremely insulting and hurtful. Brother, don't stop me, let me tear his mouth apart. Yes, tear it up hard. Tang Hao was already furious. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. What a sharp-tongued boy. Tang Xiao also frowned. You know, this is the only person who points at him and scolds him, apart from the elders of his Haotian sect. This is intolerable. However, at this moment, Qin Shao released his soul ring unwilling to be outdone. Just the first spirit ring shocked the entire audience. Except for Jian Dolua and Ningfengji, everyone else was shocked and couldn't even believe their eyes. The first spirit ring is actually red. Is my vision blurry? That's not right. I remember the first ring His Majesty showed was 100-year-old yellow. Why is it red now? Everyone in Shrek Academy was discussing the matter in confusion. Brother Hao, what's going on? Tang Xiao also asked Tang Hao in confusion. Qin Zhao's strength is seriously inconsistent with what you told me. The first ring of 100,000 years, what is going on? Tang Xiao was puzzled, and Tang Hao was also bewildered. Brother, I swear, I didn't lie to you. When he fought me, he was already at the first level of the 100 Years Ring. As for the first soul skill, he didn't even use it. As for why it has become like this, I have no idea. Tang Hao felt that he was also innocent. I also want to find someone to ask what is going on. Although this is not the first time I have seen it, I still cannot understand how Qin Xiao obtained this spirit ring. On the side, Jian Doluo also spoke to Ningfengji. Ningfengji, on the other hand, shook his head lightly. It exists for a reason. This is Qin Zhao's secret, and it is destined that no one else can pry into it. And at this time, Qin Zhao's remaining 8 soul rings have emerged. Moreover, he did not get carried away, and his spirit rings lit up one after another. Those were the soul skills being activated one by one. The 7th soul skill, the true form of Thunder Emperor. 9th soul skill, Thunder Emperor Armor. The 8th soul skill, Thunder Beast. In the blink of an eye, thunder rumbled and the clouds changed color in the sky above Shrek Academy. Qin Xiao, the instigator of all this, hooked his finger at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, come here. Tang Hao, and GT, O and LT winky face. Brother, I can't stand it. Let's not study how this first soul ring of 100,000 years appeared. Let's kill him first. If Tang Hao's heart was filled with anger before, now it is like a volcano erupting. Good. Tang Xiao nodded heavily and rushed towards Qin Xiao first. However, he was shocked to find that Qin Zhao's 3rd soul ring lit up and then disappeared. 9 thunderballs transformed into 8 ferocious thunder beasts and pounced towards Tang Xiao. Brother Hao, be careful. He had a bad feeling in his heart and yelled at Tang Hao behind him. The next moment, he was entangled by several thunder beasts and could not escape. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Tang Hao was no ordinary person. When the abnormality was discovered, a response was taken. He held the clear sky hammer across his body like a shield and activated the clear sky body protection. At this moment, Qin Xiao appeared in front of Tang Hao out of nowhere, holding a giant lightning hammer as thick as a water tank in his hand and smashing it down fiercely. Thunder explodes to kill. Boom. The thunder hammer in Qin Zhao's hand collided fiercely with the clear sky hammer. Qin Zhao's cultivation level and combat power at this moment were so high, how could they be compared to the sickly Tang Hao? Tang Hao was immediately hit by an unimaginable impact. He was knocked back by the powerful force, leaving a deep plow mark on the ground. What a strong force! How could a dignified Haotian Doluo be so weak? He is not even a match for the Thunder Emperor, but he was knocked back by a single blow. Most of the people in the field had never seen Qin Xiao take serious action. This situation, this scene, at this moment, is truly shocking. That's awesome. Everyone says that the Haotian sect is extremely domineering, but I feel that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is even more domineering than the titled Doluo of the Haotian sect. As a fan of Qin Xiao, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists excitedly. A real man should be so violent. Uncle Jian, now I can understand why you lost. This Qin Xiao is really fierce. Ningfengji also whispered behind Jian Doluo. With the soul shield in front of Jian Doluo, he didn't have to worry about his voice getting out and letting Tang Hao and Tang Xiao take precautions. That's it. It's just a test attack from the kid who got struck by lightning. The real fun is still to come. Jian Doluo curled his lips. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you. Even weaker. Qin Xiao succeeded in his attack and the smile on his face became even more intense. At this moment, Tang Hao was much weaker than he thought, equivalent to level 94. However, if he is given the opportunity to join forces with Tang Xiao, it will still be a bit troublesome. He could only try to kill Tang Hao in 1 second before Tang Xiao escaped. I'll fight you. Tang Hao's eyes were red. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. He was about to use the secret method of exploding the ring by force. There was no other way. With his current strength, he could only threaten Qin Shao after exploding the ring. Brother Hao, you can't do that. The backlash from exploding the ring again is not something you can bear. However, at this moment, Tang Xiao, who was surrounded by thunder beasts, shouted loudly and stopped Tang Hao. Then, another sound was heard. Haotian 9 wonders, break, seal, stop. He wants to escape. Qin Shao noticed something was wrong and no longer hesitated. He clenched his left fist and suddenly punched Tang Hao. Titan Sky Cannon. Roar. A roar reached everyone's ears. Everyone was in a trance, as if they saw a Titan ape roaring towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, a flash of lightning broke through the air and blasted towards Tang Hao. This is the result of the fusion of the Titan Sky Cannon and Qin Zhao's own power. Its power is somewhat stronger than the original Titan Sky Cannon. There is no doubt that if Tang Hao is hit, he will die. The hammer shakes the heaven and earth. Suddenly, Tang Xiao roared again and actually used his spirit ring skill in a rare way. The time in the field seemed to slow down with Tang Xiao's angry shout. Click, click, click. As many as 3 thunder beasts were smashed to pieces by Tang Xiao's hammer, and Tang Xiao also took this opportunity to find a way to escape. Ling Tian strikes. Immediately afterwards, Tang Xiao's 6th soul ring lit up, and the clear sky hammer fell from the sky like a meteor chasing the moon. He unexpectedly arrived later and stood in front of Tang Hao. Hao Tian protects you. Facing the Titan Sky Cannon that was already within reach, at this moment, all Tang Hao could do was to use the clear sky hammer to defend himself. In the end, the Titan Sky Cannon was blocked. Puff. However, the powerful impact and the raging power of thunder and lightning still caused Tang Xiao's blood to surge and he spit out blood. Brother, how are you? Tang Hao asked nervously. Just some minor injuries, nothing serious. Tang Xiao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Brother Hao, you have to be careful. Qin Shao is stronger and more difficult to deal with than we thought. This time, the 2 of us brothers should not be too far away from each other to prevent him from defeating us one by one. Every failure makes you wiser. After being fainted by Qin Shao, Tang Xiao had learned his lesson. Clear. Tang Hao nodded heavily again. Do you really think you can control me like this? Qin Shao smiled coldly, naively. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhao's 1st soul ring lit up. That bright red 100,000-year soul ring. Dean Flanders, quickly lead the Shrek people to retreat. Seeing this, Jian Dolua thought to himself that something was not right and quickly reminded Flanders. He knew that if the violent Thunder Titan appeared, it would be too dangerous for these people to remain on the field. He remembered that any spark from the Thunder Titan was enough to kill a soul saint. As for the power of the self-destruction, it is enough to turn Shrek Academy into ruins. Actually, without Jian Dolua's reminder, Shrek students such as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai and others had already been escorted out of the academy by teachers such as Li Yusong, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin. The only 2 soul saints left on the scene were Zhao Wuji and Flanders. After hearing Jian Dolua's reminder, the 2 of them quickly retreated. It was at this time. A huge figure surrounded by lightning fell from the sky. It was the mighty and domineering Thunder Titan. Boom. It fell heavily to the ground, and the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. My cafeteria. The corner of Flanders' mouth twitched. Although he was far away, he still noticed the huge beast at a glance, and it crushed the cafeteria of Shrek Academy with 1 foot. His heart is bleeding. Thunder Titan's unintentional act made the already poor Shrek Academy even worse. Master Dean, please step back a little. I feel like even a single spark from that giant ape could kill us. Zhao Wuji and Flanders have different focuses. Compared to money and other external things, he cares more about his own life. Old Zhao, you are right. Flanders realized it later and retreated again with Zhao Wuji. This retreat is 2 miles away. What the hell is this? Tang Hao was extremely shocked. He had never seen this spirit skill before. Tang Zhao's brows have been furrowed since the moment he saw Qin Shao. Your aura is so strong. I feel like your cultivation is even higher than mine. He felt that Qin Zhao's 100,000-year soul skill was a bit incredible. Go. Qin Zhao pointed at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao and said, kill them. Boom. The earth was shaking. The Titan ape leaped high into the air, casting a huge shadow over Tang Hao and the other men. A fist as big as a house hammered down hard on the two men. Brother, what should I do? Brother Hao, don't panic, let me do it. Tang Xiao frowned, and the clear sky hammer in his hand was as swift as thunder. The technique used is exactly the breaking words technique among the 9 wonders of Haotian. Although the Thunder Titan is strong, he is confident that he can block this attack. It's over, Tang Xiao is in trouble this time. Jian Dolua's heart tightened. Uncle Jian, what's wrong? Master, you probably haven't seen a level 96 or 97 titled Dolua self-destruct, right? Uncle Jian, are you kidding me? Who would blow themselves up in front of me for no reason? Ning Fengji smiled helplessly. He thought Jian Dolua was joking with him. But, the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, his pupils shrank suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief, you mean? However. Before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang and a devastating explosion occurred in the field. The loud noise and strong electric light madly impacted people's hearing and vision. Shrek Academy has been razed to the ground by the Thunder Titan's self-explosion. It's over. I won't become blind and deaf, right? Daimubai, Ma Hongjuan, and other Shrek students were greatly affected even though they were far away from each other. No. It's just for a while. But if something like this happens a few more times, it will still be quite harmful to you. Li Yusong spoke to calm everyone. However, even though he tried his best to hide it, he couldn't stop the trembling in his voice. Moreover, he also forgot, or perhaps didn't care, that the students around him said they couldn't see or hear anything. It's over, my Shrek is completely gone. Your Majesty, you might as well kill me. On the other side, Flanders was stunned at first, then heartbroken. For him, who values money as his life, the destruction of the Academy is definitely more painful than death. Exciting, really too exciting. Is this the true strength of His Majesty the Thunder Emperor? On the other hand, Zhao Wuji, this rough and heartless man, became more and more excited as the battle intensified. Ahem. Qin Xiao, what a great Qin Xiao. I thought I had thought highly of you. Unexpectedly, you still exceeded my expectations. At this time, 2 figures stood up on the ruins of Shrek. It was Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. However, at this time, the 2 were in ragged clothes, their hair was disheveled, and any skin exposed was black. There was even tinnitus echoing in the ears of the 2. They were all stunned by the explosion just now and have only now recovered. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. Above the void, Qin Zhao's voice was also unexpected. He didn't expect that there would be such a sudden explosion, and at such a close distance, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao could still stand up. But it doesn't matter. Just one more wave will do. Go. He waved his hand, and the 6 remaining thunder beasts around him rushed towards Tang Xiao, while he himself gathered strength again. Brother Hao, fight with me. This kid is already at the end of his strength. Tang Xiao said in a deep voice. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I skin him alive. Tang Hao gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, after the 2 brothers joined forces to hammer the remaining thunder beasts to death, they were shocked to find that Qin Zhao's first soul ring lit up again. Brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt their scalps tingling and their backs chilled. No way. He can't really use the same trick again, right? The first spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring. Doesn't that mean that in the state of his martial spirit's true body, he can use this spirit skill infinitely? In the distance, Zhao Wuji and Flanders were also shocked by the scene before them. Seeing Qin Xiao use the Thunder Titan soul skill again, Flanders instantly thought of a lot of things. I just want to ask you, are you afraid of the 100,000-year soul skill that can be used infinitely? Too strong. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor is really too strong. Just looking at the Thunder Titan's self-explosion just now, if there are 2 more, the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao will be blown to death, right? Zhao Wuji became more and more excited. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? Flanders scolded Zhao Wuji in a low voice. His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is not afraid of the two titled Doluo of the Haotian sect joining forces. Even if the two of us are tied together, we are no match for Tang Hao or Tang Xiao. What if the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao do something evil to them? They won't be able to withstand it. Uncle Jian, now I understand why you failed against Qin Xiao. Such a terrifying first soul skill can be used unlimitedly. Even if Uncle Gu comes, he will have a headache. There was a rare solemnity in Ning Fengji's voice. Haha, Sect Master, don't be fooled by this kid. If he can really use the 100,000-year soul skill infinitely, then wouldn't he be invincible? Jian Doluo shook his head and laughed, and then expressed his guess, 100,000-year spirit skill is still 100,000-year spirit skill after all. Even if it is the first ring, it will definitely consume a lot of energy. I think with Qin Zhao's spirit power, being able to perform it twice in a row is already the limit. Can it only be used twice? Ning Fengji was stunned. Hearing this, Jian Doluo smiled helplessly. Master, what do you mean by only can? The boy who was struck by lightning only has a true soul power of level 92. Even if I can't handle such a powerful soul skill of 100,000 years after using it once, it's already quite amazing that he used it twice in a row. This. Ning Fengji was startled, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Uncle Jian, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that he is level 92. Gurgle. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Tang Hao swallowed hard. Only when you truly face the Thunder Titan, you will know how much courage it takes. Especially the fierce self-explosion just now, which left a big psychological shadow on Tang Hao. Brother, what should we do? Tang Hao knew that he couldn't withstand the attack of Thunder Titan in his current state, so he could only see what his good big brother could do. Brother Hao, please step back and leave here. With you here, I have to protect you, so I can't do anything. Facing the Thunder Titan who was pressing forward step by step, Tang Xiao said immediately. Brother, I think you're right. Take care. Seeing this, Tang Hao answered without any hesitation. Tang Xiao was a little surprised. This answer seemed a bit too straightforward. Originally, he thought that if he wanted Tang Hao to withdraw, he would need some persuasion. The next moment, everyone saw Tang Hao transform into a stream of light and flee from the battlefield as if he was escaping for his life. Seeing this, Tang Xiao was shocked again. What the hell? I asked you to retreat, not to abandon me and run away. Tang Xiao felt like he was being cheated. And the person who pitted him was his own brother. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. Is someone finally leaving? Big Sumuru hammer, explode the ring. Suddenly, a startled shout was heard in the field, attracting everyone's attention. Click, click, click. Amid a series of noises, Tang Zhao's 6th, 8th, and 9th soul rings shattered almost at the same time. The surging soul power, like a rushing river, merged into the clear sky hammer. Suddenly, the Haotian hammer, which was as thick as a bucket, expanded to the size of a water tank. At this moment, Tang Zhao's strength also underwent a drastic change. The secret method of Haotian sect is indeed against the will of heaven. At this moment, Tang Zhao's cultivation alone is already at level 97. Jian Doluo's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this, and he couldn't help but admire him. Hey, secret method. On the side, Ning Fengji also sighed. If there were no secret methods of the Clear Sky sect to assist the Clear Sky Hammer, how could the Clear Sky Hammer have the reputation and status of being the world's #1 weapon spirit? Self-destruct. At this time, the distance between Thunder Titan and Tang Xiao was already very close. Qin Xiao made a prompt decision and issued an order to Thunder Titan. Haotian Jiujue, broken. The Clear Sky Hammer in Tang Zhao's hand carried an inexplicable power. When he brought the hammer down, the void was distorted by the hammer. A lot of the thunder and soul power storm in front of him caused by the self-explosion of the Thunder Titan was also dispersed. But, it still couldn't change his fate of being swallowed up. It seems that Qin Xiao is in trouble this time. At this moment, everyone in the field thought so. Including Jian Doluo, Ning Fengji, and Tang Xiao. That's right. At this time, Tang Zhao's figure had reappeared in front of everyone. However, in order to withstand Qin Zhao's fierce attack, he did not pay any price. The breath was obviously much weaker than just now. But Qin Zhao performed even worse. The majestic Thunder Emperor armor has shattered. His cultivation level plummeted, and was now only at level 92. Qin Zhao, even if you can still perform that evil self-destruction attack, you can't do anything to me. And I can kill you with just one blow. Tang Zhao's words were not an exaggeration. One gains while the other loses. Even people like Flanders and Zhao Wuji could see that Tang Zhao's strength was indeed several levels higher than Qin Zhao's. Uncle Jian, be ready to rescue Qin Zhao at any time. With my assistance, even if Tang Zhao's ring explodes, he will not be your opponent. Behind Jian Dolua, Ning Fengji said in a low voice. This time, Jian Dolua frowned and stopped talking. The battle between strong men changes rapidly, and he must pay close attention. However, at this moment, Qin Zhao made a strange move. He kept making seals with his hands, and strange and mysterious symbols appeared one after another. There is no doubt that what Qin Zhao was using at this moment was the Thunder Emperor's magic, the Thunder Emperor's finger. What the hell is this? Tang Zhao frowned. Subconsciously, he had a bad feeling in his heart and knew that he must not let Qin Zhao complete this strange skill no matter what. He bent his body and exerted force, rushing towards Qin Zhao like a meteor. At this moment, Qin Zhao was already wrapped in countless magic runes, and then he stretched out his right index finger and gently pointed it at Tang Zhao. Boom. A finger formed by lightning, like a pillar supporting the sky, crushed down towards Tang Zhao fiercely. Tang Zhao's figure seemed extremely small in front of this finger. Click. Click. The first thing that came into contact with the Thunder Emperor's finger was the clear sky hammer in Tang Zhao's hand. However, what shocked Tang Zhao was that the clear sky hammer, the world's #1 martial spirit that he had been so proud of since he was a child, was crushed to pieces by just one finger. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. He is clearly at the end of his strength. How could he still have such fighting power? He was shocked beyond words. But, the next moment, an irresistible force knocked him hard into the dust. What kind of soul skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Those who witnessed it were dumbfounded. No one expected the battle situation to turn around so quickly. Tang Zhao, who was so arrogant just now, was actually defeated. Uncle Jian, you are so mean. You didn't tell me that Qin Zhao has such a powerful spirit skill. Ning Fengji said with some complaints. Actually, it's not his fault. Who made him worry so much about Qin Zhao's safety just now? There's nothing wrong with complaining. Master, you are wrongly accusing me. I really don't know what this soul skill of his is. When I was fighting with him, the kid who was struck by lightning didn't use this soul skill at all. Facing Ning Fengji's complaints, Jian Dolua looked innocent. But, the next moment, Qin Zhao's words suddenly came to his mind. Wait, this isn't the spirit skill he said he was afraid of, right? The more Jian Dolua thought about it, the more he felt it was right. I didn't expect that guy wasn't just talking nonsense, but really had the ability. And at this time, the dust and smoke in the field cleared. Tang Zhao's figure appeared in front of everyone again. I saw him kneeling on the ground dejectedly. The meridians are broken. Even if you survive, you will be a useless person in the future. Tang Zhao was well aware of how badly he had been injured. Ta-da-da. Qin Zhao walked step by step to Tang Zhao's front. Why? Tang Zhao asked in a hoarse voice. You want to ask me why I have such a powerful spirit skill and why I don't use it to attack Tang Hao, right? Qin Zhao smiled. However, his smile was full of coldness. Tang Zhao was silent. Because Qin Zhao was right. Qin Zhao said calmly, Tang Zhao, in fact, you have been wrong about one thing from the beginning to the end. That loser Tang Hao has never been my target. What? There is a deep hatred between you and him. How could you not want to kill him? Tang Zhao was shocked at first and didn't believe Qin Zhao's words at all. Do you think I need to lie to you? Qin Zhao glanced at Tang Zhao with disdain. Master Tang, he really didn't lie to you. At this time, Ningfengji and Jian Doluo came to the scene. If you have the opportunity to get rid of one of the two, a titled Doluo at level 95 who is seriously injured and a titled Doluo at level 95 who has amazing combat power and is also the leader of a sect, what would you choose, Sect Master Tang? He looked at Tang Hao and asked. It's actually like this. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders can see things clearly. After Ningfengji's guidance, how could Tang Hao not hear that the so-called latter was himself? Ningfengji said calmly, I believe Sect Master Tang also has the answer. If I were to choose, I would definitely get rid of the latter. I was wrong. It turns out I was wrong from the beginning. Tang Zhao's heart suffered a great blow again. However, Brother Hao has successfully escaped from your clutches. One day, he will seek revenge on you. The only thing that made Tang Hao feel fortunate was this incident. However, Qin Zhao's next words made him feel uncomfortable again. Let me tell you one more thing. If Tang Hao hadn't left, I would have been the loser today. Thunder Titan, I can only use it twice. The first time I injured you, and the second time I scared Tang Hao away and forced your ring to explode. Although the Thunder Emperor finger doesn't consume any soul power, it consumes my mental will. I can only use it once in a short period of time, and my current combat power is equivalent to that of an ordinary titled Doluo. To be honest, if Tang Hao hadn't left, I would never have used the Thunder Emperor finger. I would have been the one running away today. Qin Zhao told Tang Hao this secret by using the method of telepathy. I saw that the relief in his eyes disappeared. First there was shock, then there was regret. Brother Hao, did you hear that? If you had run any slower, today it would have ended the same way. Tang Hao is regretting his decision to the core now. If he had known this would happen, he would never have asked Tang Hao to leave first. Isn't this a sin? In your next life, remember to be more selective. Find a good family and don't mess with the wrong people. Seeing Tang Zhao's face full of regret, Qin Zhao was very satisfied. Killing Tang Hao directly would be too easy for him. What Qin Zhao wanted was to defeat Tang Hao mentally. Now, his goal has been achieved. What did you say, you want to kill me? Tang Hao was stunned, and then began to panic. He who kills must be prepared to be killed. Qin Zhao's voice was cold, and there was already lightning swirling around his palm. No, don't. Tang Hao panicked, I am the leader of the Haotian sect, the world's #1 sect. I can give you anything you want. And my Haotian sect has many strong people. If I die, you will be in big trouble. Even a person like Tang Hao was filled with fear in the face of death. He's just a coward from a sect. Do you think I'm afraid? Even if they don't come looking for me, I will attack the Haotian sect. Qin Zhao shook his head and did not take the Haotian sect seriously at all. After all, according to the original book, there are several elders in the Haotian sect besides Tang Hao. And an ancestor Tang Chen who was far away in the city of slaughter. However, since they are already enemies, Qin Zhao will not show any mercy. So what if you are powerful? He has a system and knows the plot. No matter how powerful you are, there is always a way to be destroyed. At worst, Qin Zhao felt that no one in the Haotian sect's mountain gate would be able to withstand his assassination. As for Tang Chen, although he is strong, he is already unconscious and is not difficult to deal with. Besides, I may not be the biggest enemy of Haotian sect, right? Qin Zhao suddenly laughed. When Tang Hao saw this smile, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. You said that Tang Hao had previously tricked a large number of disciples from the sect and caused them to die. In the end, the Haotian sect also sealed off the mountain gate and became a coward. And now, he has killed our eldest brother, the sect leader. Will the elders in the sect forgive him? Qin Zhao smiled, maybe your Haotian sect will have to clean up the mess first. Ah, this. Tang Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that what Qin Zhao said was not impossible. In the sect, from the elders to the disciples, everyone was very dissatisfied with Tang Hao, the abandoned disciple of the sect. If anything happens to him again, the sect might have to take action to clean him up. No, I can't die, I must not die. Otherwise, Haotian Sect and Brother Hao are really finished. Tang Hao stopped looking at Qin Xiao and turned to Ning Fengji for help, as if he had found his last straw. Master Ning, you must save me. Tang Hao said excitedly, we are 3 sects of the same blood and are as close as a family. Master Tang, you are the leader of a sect after all. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? After hearing Tang Zhao's words, Jian Doluo couldn't help but laugh. Before, our sect leader also tried to mediate the conflict between the two sides, but what kind of attitude did you take? Do you still remember how you rejected it? This. Hearing this, Tang Zhao's eyes widened and he was speechless for a moment. This is a different time, can it be the same as now? When he first came here and saw Qin Xiao, how high-spirited was he? He never thought in his dreams that the two brothers could not defeat a titled Doluo at level 92. This time it's really over. Gradually, Tang Xiao became desperate. The light in his eyes gradually faded. Let's get going. Qin Xiao knew that Tang Zhao's mentality had completely collapsed. Knowing that he was going to die, his energy and spirit had all dissipated. Immediately, he slapped his palm down, and lightning enveloped Tang Xiao. In just a breath of time, the leader of the Haotian sect, the 95th title Doluo Tang Xiao, turned into ashes and completely disappeared from the Doluo continent. Ding dong. After Tang Xiao died, the soul bones that he had refined fell to the ground and collided with each other, making a series of crisp sounds. As expected of the leader of Haotian sect, he actually has 6 soul bones. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and all 6 soul bones fell into his hands. I have to say, this is quite an unexpected surprise. Dead. The dignified leader of the Haotian sect fell just like that. In the distance, Flanders and others just woke up from their dream. It was hard to imagine that a big shot like Tang Xiao died in front of them. Even the soul bone that originally belonged to Tang Xiao exploded. So miserable. Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor is mighty. I, old Zhao, am completely convinced. Zhao Wuji's face was full of fanaticism. In his opinion, a real man should be as decisive as Qin Xiao in killing. No matter where you come from, in my eyes you are no different from cabbage. The character shown by Qin Xiao is very similar to that of Zhao Wuji. He doesn't care about life and death, and will fight if he doesn't obey. The age of these soul bones is very average. At this time, Qin Xiao had already roughly determined the ages of many soul bones. Of course, what he called ordinary was very extraordinary. It is roughly between 20,000 and 50,000 years. Normally speaking, these soul bones are considered to be top grade. Otherwise, why would Tang Xiao, as the leader of a sect, choose to refine it? But Qin Xiao looked down on it. That's right. It's just that crazy. Now that he has come to Doluo continent and has become a titled Doluo, Qin Xiao feels that he would be letting himself down if he does not refine 6 soul bones that are more than 100,000 years old. Sect Master Ning, don't you know that your 7 treasures glazed tile sect collects soul bones? He looked at Ning Fengji and asked. Soul bone. Ning Fengji was stunned by the question. However, when he took a look at the soul bone in Qin Zhao's hand, he nodded immediately, take it. I wonder how many pieces do you want to sell, Brother Qin? There are not many treasures like soul bones even in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Especially soul bones that are more than 10,000 years old are even rarer. Apart from anything else, the 2 elders of his 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo, have not yet gathered a complete set of soul bones. As for the origin, is there anything wrong with the soul bone that Ning Fengji bought with his own money? Even if the Haotian sect heard the news and came, it would be useless. I'll sell them all to you. Name your price. Qin Xiao said as he handed over a set of soul bones in his hand. To be honest, there is no use for him to keep this thing, so he might as well sell it to Ning Fengji. Of course, Qin Xiao also had his plans. First, it is for cashing in. Second, it is to repay Ning Fengji's assistance. In addition, there is a third point, which is also the most important one. Help the Haotian sect to create an enemy and alienate the relationship between the 2 major sects. Isn't your Haotian sect the #1 sect in the world? The soul bones that exploded after the death of the Sect master fell into the hands of the 7 treasures glazed Sect. I wonder how they would feel. He didn't believe that Ning Fengji would not be tempted by so many soul bones. No matter who refined them, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Hao Tian Sect? What? Sell them all to me. This is a complete set of soul bones. Sure enough, just as Qin Xiao thought, Ning Fengji was shocked. He didn't expect that Qin Xiao would not leave behind even a single soul bone. More importantly, the value of a set of soul bones is much higher than the value of purchasing a few soul bones individually. He was extremely moved. Master, I always feel that this kid who was struck by lightning is trying to trick us. We should be more cautious. Upon hearing the voice, Jian Douluo cast down a soul power barrier and spoke to Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, I can see his purpose. Ning Fengji shook his head. This is an open and aboveboard conspiracy. But this set of soul bones is too valuable. Apart from anything else, with this set of soul bones left by Tang Xiao, it is enough for you and Uncle Gu to improve your soul bones. By then, your strength will be more than just improved a little bit. Uncle Gu may even be able to use the opportunity of refining soul bones to break through the bottleneck that has troubled him for many years and become a titled Douluo at level 96. Tell me, how can I not be tempted? Even if I know that this guy is setting a trap for us and alienating the relationship between us and the Hao Tian Sect, I have to buy this set of soul bones. With Ning Fengji's wisdom, he naturally understood Qin Zhao's intention. But he still couldn't help but be moved. Hey, this kid is really too scheming. Jian Douluo shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. However, his evaluation of Qin Xiao improved a lot. A person who has talent, strength, and such deep scheming, who can be his opponent in the future? Uncle Jian, Qin Xiao selling the soul bones to us is actually a favor to us. If nothing else, he could also make this deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family or the Spirit Hall and achieve the same effect. At this time, Ning Fengji said again. Jian Douluo raised his eyebrows. So, we should thank this kid for being his gunman. You can say that. Ning Fengji smiled helplessly. Sect Master Ning, Senior Jian, I wonder how your discussion went. If I feel it's difficult or I don't need it, I will find other buyers. Qin Xiao looked at the 2 people whose soul powers were isolated and asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, don't get me wrong. Uncle Jian and I are just discussing what price to give you that would be fair. After Jian Douluo removed the soul power isolation, Ning Fengji laughed and spoke to comfort Qin Xiao. Oh. What price does Sect leader Ning intend to offer? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Ning Fengji stretched out 3 fingers, 30 million gold soul coins. Normally, each of these soul bones in your hand is worth more than 2 million. Even the torso bones and head soul bones are worth more, at least 3 million. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled. So, Sect Master Ning still gave me a high price. No. Ning Fengji shook his head. If we sell a set of soul bones together, the price will definitely double. The price I give you is not high, it can only be considered fair. Deal. Under the expectant gazes of Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, Qin Xiao nodded. In fact, the price Ning Fengji offered was a little higher than what Qin Xiao had expected. So what's there to disagree with? The transaction was completed quickly. Ning Fengji obtained 6 soul bones, while Qin Xiao obtained 10 black cards. Brother Qin, don't worry. Each black card has a limit of 3 million gold soul coins. If there is any deviation, you can come to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to find me at any time. Ning Fengji patted his chest and made the promise. Haha, Brother Ning, you are being polite. Since I am making a deal with you, I trust your character. Qin Xiao didn't even look at the amount on the card and just put it away. Then, he waved to Flanders in the distance. Dean Flanders, please come here. Why did you ask me to come over? Flanders wondered, was he trying to silence him? Thinking of this, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Qin Xiao saw Flanders' hesitation and shook his head unhappily. Good thing. That's okay. Flanders believed that there was no need for Qin Xiao to lie to him. During the battle with Tang Xiao, Shrek Academy was destroyed. I am willing to provide funds to repair it. Qin Shao said when Flanders came to him. No, you don't need to. Flanders waved his hand. However, when he saw Qin Shao took out a black card and handed it to him, Flanders said, "How can this be so embarrassing?" But his body was honest and held the black card in his hand. After seeing the amount on the card, Flanders was even more dumbfounded. 1 million gold soul coins. Flanders' hands were shaking. Oh my God, Flanders, have never seen so much money in my life. Your Majesty, is this money really for me? Flanders asked in a tentative tone. You really didn't want to take 10,000 gold soul coins, or 100,000 gold soul coins, and accidentally took the wrong one. Qin Shao smiled. Do you think I would make such a mistake? Won't. Flanders happily put the black card away. Humph, this kid really knows how to do favors. Jian Doluo snorted secretly at the side. He recognized that the black card Qin Shao had just taken out was the gift that Ning Fengji gave to Qin Shao. Senior, this is wrong. What do you mean by a favor? That's my money. I can spend it however I want. Even if it's spending 1 million, throwing 1 million away, there's nothing wrong with that. As Qin Shao spoke, a stack of black cards appeared in his hand. Without exception, they are all written by Ning Fengji. Jian Doluo was suddenly speechless. At this time, Ning Fengji stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Qin Shao. Brother Qin, I still have some important matters to deal with, so I won't bother you anymore. Master Ning, you're welcome. Just do your thing. Qin Shao was stunned and clasped his fists. Of course he knew that Ning Fengji's so-called priority was to return to the 7 treasures glazed sect to divide the spoils. No matter what, only when these soul bones are refined and their strength is increased can people feel at ease. Qin boy, when we meet next time, my sword will surely defeat you. Jian Doluo also uttered a harsh word. Qin Shao laughed and said, let's wait and see. That indifferent attitude made Jian Doluo so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He always felt that Qin Shao didn't take him seriously. However, Flanders got an important message from Jian Doluo's words. That is, Qin Shao and Jian Doluo had a private duel, and the victory seemed to belong to Qin Shao. That's too awesome. After calming down, Flanders said hesitantly, Your Majesty, I actually have one more thing I want to tell you. What's the matter? Qin Shao had a hunch that Flanders was going to cause trouble. Before, in the Great Fighting Soul Arena, I met a former student of the Academy, Qin Ming. He is now working as a teacher in the Tendo Royal Academy. Oh. Qin Shao stretched out his voice. Is he willing to act as a matchmaker so that the students and teachers of Shrek Academy can join Tendo Royal Academy? Your Majesty is wise. Flanders' eyes flashed. He thinks talking to smart people saves effort. Tendo Royal Academy, whether in terms of faculty or the living and training conditions provided to students, is incomparable to Shrek Academy. If we join it, it will be of great benefit to Shrek students and teachers. Flanders stated his reasons. Qin Shao did not speak immediately, but stared at Flanders. He did not say anything until Flanders panicked. Then he said faintly, Are you really not making this decision just to embezzle 1 million gold soul coins? This. Flanders was startled at first, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. Even if you give me 100 courages, I would not dare to do such a thing. If your Majesty is unwilling, I will start rebuilding Shrek Academy now to show my determination. Flanders was extremely panicked. This guy is a ruthless guy. He saw with his own eyes the leader of the world's #1 sect fall at the hands of Qin Shao, and also witnessed Qin Shao and Ning Fengji chatting and laughing. Although Flanders prides himself on being smart, he doesn't dare to play tricks in front of Qin Shao. Haha, Dean Flanders, don't be nervous, I'm just kidding. Suddenly, Qin Shao smiled. Since you care so much about the students of the Academy, I certainly have no reason to refuse you. When do we set off? Call. Hearing this, Flanders let out a long sigh and looked at the ruined Shrek. He suggested, why don't we do it now? We can save ourselves the trouble of packing up. Good. Qin Shao nodded slightly. In fact, even if Flanders hadn't proposed it, he would have to leave Shrek Academy for a while. Since we are enemies with Tang San and Tang Hao, we cannot allow them to grow recklessly. For example, go to Dugu Bo's Inyang Eyes of Ice and Fire and cut a circle of leeks. Go to the City of Slaughter and poison it. Go to Tiendo City and borrow the Han Hai Qiankuan cover to play with. Qin Shao just didn't believe it. Couldn't he kill them? And Flanders' proposal almost coincided with Qin Zhao's next route. It just so happens that I will go to Tiendo Empire to study the development project of the medicinal field with Dugu Bo first. Qin Shao has already thought about what to do next. His only hope was that Dugu Bo would not be ungrateful. It's terrible. It's really terrible. On the other side, 100 miles away, Tang Hao looked in the direction of Shrek, still with a look of fear on his face. In fact, after Tang Zhao's ring exploded, he hadn't escaped too far. He even wanted to help Tang Xiao fight Qin Shao again. But after Qin Shao used that terrifying finger, he gave up all thoughts of turning back. Tang Hao believed that even at his best, he might not be able to withstand such terrifying power. Thump. Tang Hao suddenly knelt down in the direction of Shrek. Brother, your sacrifice will not be in vain. One day I will kill Qin Shao with my own hands to avenge you. Brother, don't worry, I will help you take care of the Haotian sect. Brother, have a safe journey. Tang Hao finished speaking and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Look at that man, he looks like a dog. Okay, stop talking and hurry back to the academy. I can't wait to see Senior Sister Iran's external spirit bone. Shut up, is this something you can just say casually? Fortunately, there are no spirit masters nearby. At this moment, 2 voices sounded behind Tang Hao. Tang Hao turned around and saw 2 young men in college uniforms passing by him. Etc. Tang Hao called out to the 2 of them. How? You want to stand up for yourself? I advise you not to make trouble. Go home and pick up manure. One of the 2 spoke. What did you just say? External soul bone. Tang Hao ignored the insults hurled at him by the 2 men and asked instead. What is external soul bone? How come I don't know about it? On the other hand, the 2 young men's faces changed, and they immediately realized that the down and out man in front of them was most likely also a soul master. Call. The next moment, the 2 felt a strong wind, followed by a sharp pain in the abdomen. The 2 men could no longer maintain a standing posture and lay on the ground, convulsing like a giant shrimp. I will ask you one last time, where are you from? Who has the external soul bone? If you don't answer, you will die. Tang Hao's voice was extremely cold. No kidding. I said, we are from the Wanshou Academy, and the one who obtained the external soul bone is our senior sister Meng Yiran. She is also the granddaughter of our dean. If you know what's good for you, don't make things difficult for us. You may not know that our dean and vice dean have joined forces. However, before the 2 of them could finish their conversation, they were interrupted by Tang Hao. Tang Hao said calmly, the peerless dragon snake couple can fight against the titled Dolua together. I know that. You know. The 2 were dumbfounded. Tang Hao no longer paid attention to them and thought about walking away. Originally, he wanted to go to the Star Do Great Forest to find Tang San, but now he had to go to the 10,000 Beasts Academy. External soul bones and soul bones that can grow are definitely the most precious treasures among treasures for soul masters. It is several times rarer than soul bones. Even Tang Hao thought it was a legendary existence. If it was in the past, it would be fine. But now, I have a deep blood feud. I will not let go of any opportunity to improve my strength. The man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Dragon Man and Snake Woman, Meng Yiran, I hope I got the wrong message, otherwise I will have to kill and take the bones. Thinking so, Tang Hao set out on the road to the Wanshou Academy. 3 days later. When night fell, under the leadership of Ning Rongrong, the Shrek Academy finally arrived at their destination, Tiendo Royal Academy. Rongrong, are you sure this is the Tiendo Royal Academy? Flanders confirmed again and again. Of course. Ning Rongrong was extremely sure. How much does it cost to open a college here? Flanders was stunned. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, with beautiful scenery. It doesn't look like a college at all, it's simply a paradise. Ning Rongrong tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment. Dean Flanders, to be honest, opening a school here is not something you can do just by having money. This is a symbol of royal status. They say that no matter how good a place is, it's better to have your own home. I think this place is not as good as Shrek Academy. At this time, Zhao Wuji crossed his shoulders and said disdainfully. He just doesn't like places full of rules and regulations. Humph, how shameless. Do you really think that our Tendo Royal Academy can be compared to any doghouse? Go back to where you came from, you bumpkin. Along with the sound, several figures appeared. They were all wearing the uniform of Tendo Royal Academy, and they looked at the Shrek group as if they were a bunch of bumpkins. Looking at these people, Qin Zhao's eyes flickered. The young man surrounded by the crowd should be Xuebeng, right? However, even though he recognized the avalanche, he had no intention of interfering directly. Because only when Xuebeng gets beaten can he go find Xuexing and Dugu Bo. And Qin Zhao just wanted to talk to Dugu Bo. Besides, Avalanche's mouth does stink, and he doesn't get beaten much. Hello, we are invited by Tendo Royal Academy. Flanders said, trying to control his voice. Joke. Why did our college invite you here? To farm. Ha ha ha. Avalanche said this while already laughing. Mubai, tell him to shut up. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, Dai Mubai walked out immediately. It has to be said that Dai Mubai was quite capable. In no time, several students from Tendo Royal Academy were knocked to the ground. Puff. Xuebeng spat out a mouthful of blood foam and threatened, okay, do you know who I am? However, before the Shrek people could answer, another voice came from the academy. Teacher, you are here. Swish, 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 many eyes looked over in the direction of the sound, and saw a young man with extraordinary demeanor striding towards the direction of the academy. It's Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin actually called these people teachers. The students of Tendo Royal Academy were stunned and looked at Shrek and his group in shock. Qin Ming frowned, glanced at the students of Tendo Royal Academy, and said to Flanders and others, Teacher, please follow me. The 3 teaching committee members of the Royal Academy have been waiting for a long time. Having said that, he led everyone towards the Tendo Royal Academy. Okay, communication, right? If you can communicate, I will write the word snow backwards. Xuebeng looked at the disappearing people with resentment and left the academy. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Tendo Royal Academy's Education Committee, where 3 old men in black, wearing custom-made suits from the Spirit Hall, had been waiting for a long time. 3 Seoul Doluos came to greet us. That's quite a show of sincerity. Flanders was startled. At this moment, everyone was in a similar mood as him, because the dissatisfaction caused by the unpleasant incident in front of the college gate had disappeared. Flanders stepped out of the crowd, his hands crossed on his shoulders. He bent down slightly. Flanders, Shrek Academy. Greetings, senior. In the middle of the 3, the skinny Meng Shinji strode forward and took down Flanders' hand on his shoulder. It is a great honor for our school to have Dean Flanders come to give us guidance. I am the head of the Academic Affairs Council, Meng Shinji. As he spoke, Meng Shinji pointed to the old fat man on his left and said, This is the second in command of the Academy's Education Committee, Seoul Doluo by Baoshan. Then he pointed to the old man on the right and said, This is the third seat of the Education Committee, Jilin Seoul Doluo. After the introduction, Meng Shinji said, Everyone, please don't be shy. Come in. The interior of the Education Committee is very simple, with only necessary furnishings and some simple green plants as embellishment. After everyone sat down, they asked each other about their well-being. Finally, Meng Shinji couldn't help but ask curiously, I heard from Teacher Qin Ming that the students of Shrek Academy are all little monsters. I wonder if you can open our eyes. Ah, this. Flanders was stunned. It was easy to deal with others, such as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who showed their works. But Qin Xiao. Do you want a title Doluo to perform for you? When Meng Shinji said this, many people in Shrek had similar expressions to Flanders. They even subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Qin Xiao. How could they not hear that Meng Shinji wanted to test Shrek students? It's easy for others to say, but will His Majesty the Thunder Emperor really give you this face? They are also looking forward to it. Could it be that this student is the most talented person among Shrek? Such an action is likely to encourage this young man to take the initiative to fight. Meng Shinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin also looked over with doubts in their hearts. I secretly guessed in my heart and felt that it was very likely. Don't be afraid, classmate. It's just like your Shrek Academy here. Meng Shinji immediately waved to Qin Xiao, and both his eyes and words were full of encouragement. On the other hand, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others were dumbfounded. You know, Qin Zhao's identity is very special, and Flanders did not tell Tendo Royal Academy about Qin Zhao's identity. Unexpectedly, Meng Shinji found Qin Zhao's head. Well. Qin Xiao was stunned, feeling cared for. You know, the reason why he is here is to wait for Poison Dolua to come. It's not for the purpose of letting these three old guys test me. Immediately, he planned to show his strength and make the three people retreat. But then, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Ding, the mission is released. Rookie, if you want to become a powerful soul master, you must first have a strong heart. This is especially important. Even if your cultivation is far inferior to Meng Shinji, you must not be afraid. Rush up and fight him. Mission requirements: you must withstand at least level 50 soul pressure from the Dream Machine. Mission reward: for every level of soul power pressure endured, the second soul ring life will be plus 100. The mission will be completed at level 50 or above, and there will be additional rewards for exceeding the target. Remember, do what you can. If I remember correctly, Meng Shinji's cultivation is at level 88 Soul Dolua. If he exerts his full power on me, wouldn't it be able to increase the age of my second soul ring by 8,800 years? We have exceeded the target. I wonder if Jilin and Bai Baoshan are considered exceeded if we add them. One of them is level 83 and the other is level 85. If that can be counted in the soul ring age, then it will be a full 16,800 years. The last time I refined the Titan Giant Ape Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone, my spirit power was already on the verge of a breakthrough. If the second spirit ring increases by another 20,000 years, the feedback of the spirit power will be enough for me to break through and become a 93rd level title Dolua. Qin Xiao feels that Meng Shinji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin, the three tools, are still very valuable. Of course, he also thought about showing off his skills and then letting the three of them put pressure on him. But after the three of them knew his skills, would they still dare to attack him? At this time, Flanders looked at Qin Xiao and was about to say something but was stopped by Qin Xiao. Dean Flanders, it is my honor that Senior Meng is willing to give me guidance. Can he teach you? How can he do that? Flanders was startled when he heard this. But at this time, Qin Xiao had already stood out from the crowd. You are humble and polite, much better than those brats in our academy. Meng Shinji saw that Qin Xiao had an extraordinary demeanor and did not hesitate to praise him. Not bad, very good. It's rare to maintain such composure in the face of Contra. Bai Baoshan and Jilin looked at each other and couldn't help but praise him. On the other hand, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others were speechless. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or not. Does a strong-titled Dolua need to be afraid in front of a soul Dolua? Rong, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zhuqing frowned and looked at Ning Rong. Ning Rong was seen holding her belly with her hands, her face wrinkled. This is trying to hold back a smile. Nothing. My stomach hurts a bit. Ning Rong waved to Zhu Zhuqing. Be careful. Meng Shinji whispered something, and the air around his body suddenly twisted slightly. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly immediately. He clearly felt a weak soul power falling on him. This soul power pressure is only about level 40. He made a silent assessment in his mind. Oh, it is indeed my negligence. A Shrek student of this age should be at least level 40, right? Using only level 40 pressure is indeed insufficient. Then let's use level 50. Meng Shinji suddenly came to his senses and immediately used level 50 soul power to suppress him. Call. The powerful soul power even created a strong wind in the field. Even Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjuan, and others were affected in different ways and took several steps back. On the other hand, Qin Shao remained unmoved. This kid is even more extraordinary than we thought. President, give it a little more effort. Let's see where his limit is. At this time, Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin also kept looking at Qin Shao. I think this kid has a good chance of withstanding the pressure of level 60. Meng Shenji responded darkly. Then you can't be impatient, boss. You have to do it step by step. That's right. Don't be impatient or overdo it. You have to proceed step by step. Bai Baoshan and Jilin secretly gave advice to Meng Shenji. I'll do the work, don't worry. Meng Shenji responded secretly, slowly increasing the level of soul pressure. Level 51, level 52, level 53, level 54. However, Qin Zhao's expression did not change at all. Maybe, he's stronger than I expected. Meng Shenji gritted his teeth and suddenly increased his soul power pressure to level 60. Da-da. In Shrek Academy, students like Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong could no longer bear it and retreated. No way. They are normal people and cannot compare with someone like Qin Shao who has abnormal cultivation. Hiss. What kind of cultivation is this kid at? He has a level 60 soul power pressure, but he's still like nothing happened. Bai Baoshan's small eyes were wide open. At this moment, he actually looked a little funny. According to my analysis, this kid is very likely to have an extremely rare spiritual martial spirit, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a strong pressure. In contrast to Bai Baoshan, Jilin's eyes were filled with a calm light. Logically speaking, a Soul King should be able to withstand this pressure. Bai Baoshan obviously had the opposite idea from Jilin. Haha, how old is he? He already has the cultivation of a Soul King. Do you think that people like the golden generation of Spirit Hall can appear anywhere? Rather than believing that he has the cultivation of a Soul King, I would rather he is a Soul Sect member with strong mental power and a spiritual martial soul. Jilin sneered. This. Bai Baoshan was speechless. He thought about it carefully and felt that Jilin was right. After all, geniuses are common, but geniuses like the Spirit Hall's golden generation are rare. Although Qin Shao in front of him was extraordinary, he still believed that there was no way he could compare with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Okay, stop arguing. I'm just going to increase the pressure. I have a feeling that level 65 is probably his limit. After Meng Shenji's voice fell, the three of them stopped communicating. However, even more powerful soul power pressure erupted again. Level 61, level 62. Already level 65. After a moment, Qin Shao realized the level of soul power pressure and finally took action. He frowned and shook his head. However, it was this action, in Meng Shenji's eyes, that was like being slapped hard on the cheek by an invisible slap. Qin Zhao's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Is it okay? Thin dog. Although I have never asked for monthly tickets or rewards, there are still many readers who give me rewards and votes. A gentleman is honored to have a confidant. I am very touched. To be honest, after reading a lot of the comments, I felt discouraged. Of course, what is discouraging is not the various insults. It is the fact that people criticize me without even understanding the book. For example, many people don't even understand the settings, but they told me that titled Doluo is equivalent to a great soul master. I'm really confused. What else, babysitter, licking Tang-san? I laughed even more. If I had read 20 chapters, I would not have said this. Never mind. It does not take up much explanation in the public chapter. Just think of it as a complaint today. I will say the same thing again, remove books that I don't like from the bookshelf. I am not asking people to read my books. The word no seems to be the natural enemy of men. Regardless of age or status, as long as someone tells you can't do something, you can't help but want to prove that you can do it. And it works great. Meng Shenji was stimulated by Qin Zhao's actions. He increased the soul power pressure again, and instantly raised the soul power pressure to level 70. Isn't this improvement a bit slow? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He thought that by provoking Meng Shenji, the other party would be able to gain some momentum and directly raise his momentum to the peak. But this is not very encouraging. Then he yawned again. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take you down. Meng Shenji was extremely annoyed when he saw this and increased his soul power pressure again. Level 75, Level 76, Level 77. President, if you continue like this, will there really be no problems? Bai Baoshan secretly sent a message to Meng Shenji and asked with some concern. He felt that Meng Shenji was a little too much. What's the problem? Look at that kid, isn't he fine? I don't know what kind of freak he is. Meng Shenji responded unhappily. He had made up his mind that no matter what the situation was today, he had to do it for Qin Xiao. Level 80. It should work this time. Meng Shenji increased his soul power pressure to level 80, and then stared at Qin Xiao closely. As long as Qin Xiao showed any abnormality, he would stop immediately. However, Qin Xiao spoke at this time. President Meng, I'm ready, you can start. Puff. When Meng Shenji heard this, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. On Shrek's side, everyone was trying hard to hold back their laughter. Your Majesty, the words of the Thunder Emperor are extremely insulting. In particular, Zhao Wuji's expression looked a little unnatural. He recalled some not-so-good memories. Back in Shrek Academy, he treated Qin Xiao as a worthless rookie, but in the end, he was beaten like a dog. No way. It cannot be said that they are brainless, it can only be said that Qin Xiao is really too young. Even if they racked their brains, they could not have imagined that Qin Xiao, who was only in his teens, had already reached the titled Dolua level. His achievements are so great that even Tang Hao, who was once known as the youngest titled Dolua on the Dolua continent, is just a joke in front of Qin Xiao. He is not even worthy of carrying Qin Xiao's shoes. Level 88. What kind of monster is this kid? How can he withstand the pressure of level 88 soul power? This is already the limit of the president's cultivation. At this time, Meng Shenji continued to increase his pressure, which surprised Bai Baoshan and Jilin. President, could he be? Bai Baoshan suddenly thought of a possibility. However, before he could finish his words, Jilin interrupted him. Do you think this kid is also a strongman? A strongman who can be compared with us? Don't be ridiculous, even if this kid started practicing since his mother's womb, he can't reach this level. So what do you think happened to this kid? I still maintain my previous opinion. This kid is the owner of a spiritual martial soul, and it is very likely that a head soul bone can help him significantly reduce this soul power pressure. Jilin said calmly. This? Bai Baoshan frowned. He felt that what Jilin said was well-founded and most likely the truth. But he just felt something was wrong. You two stop standing there and come with me. At this time, Meng Shenji sent a message to the two of them. President, we are all seniors, it's not good for us to join forces to test a junior, right? Bai Baoshan was a little hesitant. Do you think it's a great honor for me, the chairman of the education committee, to be unable to handle a kid? Meng Shenji responded unhappily. That seems to be true. Bai Baoshan immediately joined Meng Shenji and put pressure on Qin Xiao together. Finally someone got off the field. Qin Xiao was delighted. Meng Shenji and Bai Baoshan were enough to increase the age of his second soul ring by more than 10,000. But even so, he did not feel satisfied. There's Jilin next to him, so he has to leave no matter what. After all, this is another 8,000 years added. Even whether Qin Xiao can continue to feed back his soul power to level 93, Jilin is crucial. We can't let them lose hope, or they will become desperate. Qin Xiao decided to give them some hope this time. The next moment, a look of effort appeared on his face. There's hope. Meng Shenji's eyes lit up. Baoshan, your participation is effective. If you use more force, this kid will soon reach his limit. He whispered something to Bai Baoshan, his voice revealing an undisguised surprise. Bai Baoshan responded heavily, increasing the output of soul power pressure. Level 50, level 60, level 70. But he felt more and more that something was wrong. Why did this kid always look like he was on the verge of collapse? The other side. 7 treasures glazed sect. Bone Dolua sensed something and arrived in front of the sect's main hall. Sure enough, Sword Dolua flew down slowly on his sword with Ning Fengji. Master, you are back. I missed you so much. Although Bone Dolua said that he missed them, his eyes kept looking behind them. Old Bones, stop looking. Rong Rong is not back. As Bone Dolua's best friend, Sword Dolua certainly knew what Bone Dolua was thinking. What, you didn't come back? It's so dangerous outside, is it really okay for you to let Rong Rong wander around outside alone? Bone Dolua said righteously. Well. Hearing this, Jian Dolua glanced at Ning Fengji with a complicated expression, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Old Bones, you may have wrongly blamed me and the sect master. It's not that we don't want Rong Rong to come back, it's that Rong Rong doesn't want to come back. I even feel that I, the grandpa Jian, and Ning Fengji, the biological father, have become unimportant. Okay, Uncle Jian, stop talking. The child is grown up and should have her own ideas. I don't blame her. Ning Fengji said this, covering his heart with his right hand. It hurts to think about this. You know, after Shrek was destroyed, he also asked Ning Rong Rong to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect with him. Ning Rong Rong's answer was very simple, just one word, no. Ning Fengji saw from Ning Rong Rong's eyes that wherever Qin Xiao went, Ning Rong Rong had to follow. At that moment, Ning Fengji felt mixed emotions. He knew that the precious daughter he cherished might have been abducted. Haha, it seems that I asked some questions that I shouldn't have asked. Seeing Ning Fengji's behavior, Bone Dolua knew what happened between the little witch and Ning Fengji, Sword Dolua and others. He thought he should wait until Ning Fengji's heart wound healed before asking. Hey, Old Bones, you're right. Don't dwell on the pain of the sect master. Upon hearing this, Jian Dolua chuckled. In fact, Zong and I also gained a lot this time, and brought back an important gift for you. Gift? Bone Dolua was startled at first, then said in a somewhat vague tone, then why not bring Rong Rong back to accompany me? Jian Dolua raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, that's superficial, Old Bone. Don't be so absolute. I believe you won't say that when you see the gift. You know, Ning Fengji hasn't refined any of the 6 soul bones he bought this time. He is just waiting for Bone Dolua to choose the right one first, and then he will make his choice. He believed that Bone Dolua would be tempted by 6 soul bones that could make up for his own shortcomings. Haha, you don't believe it, right? Bone Dolua smiled. I have already reached the state of having no desires in my heart. Even if the sect leader wants to give me a soul bone, I will not be tempted. It would be better to let Rong Rong stay in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to accompany me, an old man. As soon as he said this, the place suddenly became quiet. Ning Fengji, Jian Dolua stopped talking. Seeing this, Bone Dolua's heart trembled. Master, you didn't really bring back a soul bone suitable for me. Actually, I think it's good for Rong Rong to gain some experience outside. Old Bones, that's not what you just said. Sword Dolua glanced at Bone Dolua lightly. Well. Bone Dolua's old face couldn't help but blush. I suddenly understand the good intentions of the sect master, is that not okay? After saying that, he stopped looking at Jian Dolua and turned his gaze to Ning Fengji. Sect master, show me your treasure. Ning Fengji shook his head and laughed. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, let's go into the hall and talk about this. In the sect's main hall. Seeing Ning Fengji placing one exquisite box after another on the table, Gu Dolua's eyes widened. Master, these boxes are not full of soul bones, right? Bone Dolua glanced over and came up with a number, 6 boxes. Congratulations, you got it right. Jian Dolua smiled slightly. He was so happy to see his old friend whom he had known for many years so shocked and lost his composure. Hiss, didn't you kill all the soul beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest? Bone Dolua took a deep breath and couldn't help but speak. Haha, that's not the case. Uncle Gu, you should open the soul bone in the box and take a look. Ning Fengji was amused by what Bone Dolua said. Not to mention him and Jian Dolua, even if the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect were mobilized, they would not be able to kill all the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. Of course, he also knew that Bone Dolua was joking. Call. After a long sigh, Bone Doluo reached out and opened the first box. Immediately, he took another deep breath. This is a skull. Such a strong soul power fluctuation proves that the skull is at least 30,000 years old. It's the best. Even though Bone Doluo was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still surprised. You know, this is a rare item among soul bones and is extremely difficult to obtain. Old bones, keep reading. Jian Doluo just laughed. Humph, if you weren't with the sect master, would you have the right to laugh at me? Bone Doluo snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ningfengji shook his head helplessly. Sword Doluo and Bone Doluo are old enemies. They usually like to bicker, and neither of them will give in. Oh my god, am I seeing things? This is a torso bone. At this time, Bone Doluo had already opened another box, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. This is also a torso bone that is more than 30,000 years old. It is the best of the best. He held the soul bone in his hand and couldn't let it go. Because this soul bone is exactly what he is missing. Ha ha ha, old bones, look at you being so useless. Seeing this, Jian Doluo couldn't help but burst into laughter. The more shocked Bone Doluo was, the happier he was. Keep reading, there are more surprises. Are there any more surprises? Bone Doluo subconsciously glanced at the remaining boxes and couldn't help but said, don't tell me that the soul bones in the remaining boxes are all soul bones in different positions. He said this, but he knew in his heart that it was probably true. Jian Doluo smiled without saying anything and just looked at him quietly. At this time, Bone Doluo also opened the boxes one by one. Left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone. More importantly, the worst of these soul bones are over 30,000 years old, and there are even two that are around 50,000 years old. It's true. Bone Doluo repeated what he just said, it's true. He was somewhat numb with shock. Uncle Bone, choose the soul bones you need and refine them. These soul bones are very old. Uncle Jian and I speculate that you are likely to break through your current realm by refining soul bones. As for how to go after level 96, it's hard to say. At this time, Ningfengji's words reached Bone Doluo's ears. On the other hand, Bone Doluo tightly grasped the soul bone in his hand and asked, Sect Master, such a high configuration set of soul bones, even the masters of the Haotian Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Sect, His Majesty the Pope of the Spirit Hall, only have such specifications. Etc. Bone Doluo thought of a possibility and couldn't help but say, could it be that you killed these big shots and then exploded from their bodies? Ningfengji, #N. Sword Doluo, -- Of course not. Ningfengji shook his head, we are not that crazy yet. On the side, Jian Doluo also nodded in agreement, I can swear that the sect master and I have never done anything so cruel. If you say so, then I feel relieved. However, before Bone Doluo could wipe his sweat, Ningfengji spoke softly. However, we saw with our own eyes that someone killed Tang Hao, the leader of Haotian Sect, and this set of soul bones was revealed. Afterwards, I spent a lot of money to buy this set of soul bones. Oh, so that's how it is. Bone Doluo spoke subconsciously, but halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, what did you say? Did Tang Hao get this set of soul bones? His eyes widened immediately in shock. He didn't even notice that the torso bone in his hand had slipped and fell to the ground. Who is Tang Hao? The leader of the world's #1 sect was actually killed. What else? Jian Doluo spread his hands helplessly. You said it yourself, such a precious soul bone can only be possessed by the masters of the top 3 sects or the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If it doesn't explode from Tang Hao, where can I find such a high-grade soul bone for you? Bone Doluo was stunned, who on earth is so crazy? Hearing this, Jian Doluo's expression was extremely complicated, that was a young man named Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's boy. That person's name has 5 characters. Bone Doluo asked with a frown. Jian Doluo was speechless, what I mean is that the murderer Qin Xiao is only 18 years old. Coward, are you kidding me? How could the person who could kill Tang Hao be a teenager? This is impossible. Bone Doluo said this and looked at Ningfengji, trying to prove to him that Sword Doluo was lying. However, he was disappointed. Ning Fengji nodded. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian didn't lie to you. The murderer was indeed a young man named Qin Xiao. Afterwards, he slowly recounted his experience after meeting Qin Xiao. Defeated the coward in a one-on-one challenge. One person beat up the two brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, resulting in one death and one serious injury. After hearing what Ning Fengji said, Bon Doluo was stunned for a long while. Finally, he couldn't help but complain, God boy. Pooh. He is a godlike boy. At the same time, in Tendo Royal Academy, Bai Baoshan also used all his strength, and at this time his soul power pressure had increased to level 85. This is his peak. On the other hand, Qin Xiao still looked like he was about to collapse. This made Bai Baoshan and Meng Xinji feel very upset. Please be kind and just collapse. Jilin, what are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the feast? Bai Baoshan couldn't help but send a message to Jilin. At this moment, he had to seek help. If we can't take down this guy, we won't be able to survive in the future. Don't hesitate. Meng Xinji also transmitted the message. In fact, he felt extremely embarrassed. Originally, I wanted to select a student to test the waters. I didn't expect to meet such a freak. Although he was young, neither he nor Bai Baoshan could suppress him. Hey, why would I bother to test him? Now look what I have done, I've thrown myself into this. What a sin. Meng Xinji regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. The situation at this time is that it is embarrassing to take down Qin Xiao, and it is even more embarrassing not to take down Qin Xiao. It was put on the shelves suddenly, which was a bit hasty. I was also in a hurry, but there was nothing I could do because of the rules of the website. I hope everyone can support it. Thank you. Jilin was a little hesitant when he heard the call from Meng Xinji, is this really okay? He whispered in secret. Okay, does it matter now? Stop being so fussy. Bai Baoshan urged him by voice. Okay. Jilin gritted his teeth, took a step forward and put pressure on Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan together. He knew that no matter what, he had embarrassed himself today. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. The three of them had finally arrived. He could already see the spirit ring age of more than 20,000 years waving at him. Time flies. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Jilin's forehead. At this moment, he had already pushed the pressure of his soul power to the extreme. Level 83. Beside him, Bai Baoshan and Meng Xinji were in even worse condition, their faces were pale, and even Meng Xinji's lips had lost their color. Forget it, stop it. Meng Xinji suddenly spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, he has calmed down. The feeling Qin Xiao gave him was like a bottomless cold pond. Even if he tried his best, he could not find Qin Zhao's body. Can you tell me how you did it? What is your martial spirit and what is your true strength? Meng Xinji longed for an answer. They had suffered a setback, but he also wanted to know where the pit was. It's such a rip-off. Hearing the sound, Bai Baoshan and Jilin stopped at the same time and stood aside. Although they said nothing, their eyes were fixed on Qin Xiao. Seems to be looking for an answer. However, Qin Xiao did not answer them. He looked as if he was in a trance and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding, congratulations, mission accomplished. Ding, it is detected that the host has been under pressure from Meng Xinji, level 88, Bai Baoshan, level 85, and Jilin, level 83. The three of them have joined forces to exert pressure and have exceeded the reward. Ding, the mission reward has been issued, the second soul ring age has been increased, 25,600 years. When the mechanical voice of the system in Qin Zhao's mind disappeared, he felt a mysterious power infused into his body. And part of the power was integrated into his original soul power. This was like a lit fuse, which immediately made his soul power begin to boil. The next moment, he felt the soul power in his body erupting like a volcano. Snap. Qin Xiao heard a crisp sound coming from his body, as if it had broken through some kind of restraint, and then he felt a sense of relief. I've made a breakthrough. I've finally reached level 93. At this moment, Qin Shao finally understood what had happened. This was exactly the breakthrough he had been dreaming of. It's really not easy. Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh. If it were a titled Doluo like Poison Doluo, his cultivation would at least increase by 2 levels after fusing his 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. But Qin Shao can't do that. To make a simple analogy, we can compare the human body to a container. The body of an ordinary titled Doluo is a bucket, and Qin Shao's body is a water tank. When fighting, his soul power is several times that of the strong men of the same level. But the difficulty of breaking through is also several times that of others. After all, can the difference between a full bucket and a full tank be the same? Fortunately, Qin Shao has the being struck by thunder cheat, which allows him to refine thunder for his own use, making his cultivation speed unparalleled. If he practices normally, Qin Shao is very skeptical. It is unknown whether he can break through and become a great soul master. Boom. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Qin Shao's body, sweeping in all directions. Thump thump thump. Both the Shrek group and the 3 teaching committee members of Tendo Royal Academy could not help but step back. Too strong, this momentum is really too strong. What is the level of this boy's cultivation? Could he be a titled Doluo? By Baoshan, Jilin said in shock. As if to confirm his guess, 9 soul rings flashed under Qin Zhao's feet. Red, black, purple, purple, black, 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 black. What kind of magical combination is this? The 3 education committee members' eyes almost fell off the ground. Is this a spirit ring that a human can possess? Your Majesty's spirit ring has become stronger again. Compared with Qin Zhao's improvement in cultivation, what shocked everyone at Shrek was Qin Zhao's spirit ring. Why did the second soul ring turn black? What exactly did it go through? It's hard to accept, but this is the truth. Meng Shenji said with bitterness on his face, it turns out that the one we have been trying to suppress is actually a titled Doluo. It's outrageous. The truth is out. Now he understood why Qin Shao was indifferent to their soul power pressure. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the bright moon? President, are we being a little ignorant of our own high places? But, I don't think we can be blamed for this, right? If His Majesty had revealed his name and strength before, even if I had more courage, I would not have used my soul power to pressure him. Bai Baoshan said weakly. It's really unexpected. I thought of many possibilities. But I never thought that he is a titled Doluo-level expert. Jilin was also shocked. It's not that I can't think of it, but that I dare not think of it. Qin Shao thanks the 3 members of the Education Committee for their help. At this time, Qin Shao had already come out of the state of breakthrough. Looking at the stunned Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin, he smiled slightly. We help you. How did I help you? The 3 of them looked at each other, very confused. Your Majesty, your words are too kind. It was the 3 of us who were so ignorant of our own highness that we offended you. Meng Shenji is the chairman of the Education Committee and has strong adaptability. He shook his head repeatedly, not daring to take credit for it. He even apologized for the offense he had just committed. Ha ha. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. He knew that no matter what he said, Meng Shenji would become even more frightened. Then, he looked at Flanders again. Dean, you should continue to negotiate with President Meng about joining Tendo Royal Academy. Okay. Flanders stepped out from the crowd. Qin Shao returned to his previous seat, closed his eyes and rested, consolidating the breakthrough he had just made. The golden crow sets in the west. After discussion, Meng Shenji and the other 3 members of the Education Committee finally offered generous conditions. Dean Flanders, as long as you join Tendo Royal Academy, Shrek's teachers and students will retain their original organization, and we will not interfere with your teaching and training. As for treatment, the expenses of Shrek students will be borne by the Academy. All teachers will have Tiendo-level treatment, with a salary of 3,000 gold soul coins, and I can also apply for special education subsidies for Shrek's teachers. As for the treatment of His Majesty Qin Shao, I can only report it to His Majesty and let him decide. As Meng Shenji spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Qin Shao, but quickly looked away like a frightened rabbit. He looked at Flanders again and asked inquiringly, "Dean Flanders, what do you think of this condition? If you are dissatisfied with anything, just let me know and we can discuss it again. By the way, in addition to these conditions, we also invite you to join the Education Committee and become the 4th Education Committee member of Tendo Royal Academy." As if afraid that Flanders would not agree, Meng Shenji put forward another heavy condition. "I just got to work today. It was my first day at work after the National Day holiday, and I was notified to put the product on the shelves. It was very sudden and I was not prepared. We will continue updating as normal today, and it will continue for 3 days starting tomorrow, with one update every day, as a way of giving back to everyone after we have put 10,000 updates on the shelves. The conditions are limited, please understand. Thank you for your support. Dean, is this treatment a bit too generous?" Zhao Wuji came close to Flanders and whispered. Afterwards, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, Xiao Xin and the other 3 also showed satisfaction on their faces. Flanders glanced at Qin Xiao secretly. The latter was seen with his eyes looking at his nose and his nose looking at his heart, and no one knew what he was thinking. Normally speaking, it is normal to give us the qualifications of Tiendo-level teachers. As for the special subsidies that we can apply for, and the position of the Education Committee that was promised to me, it is all for the sake of your Majesty. Flanders knew this very well. So what about us now? Zhao Wuji was stunned. Since your Majesty has not said anything, it means we have decided for ourselves. I choose to agree to him. The conditions offered by Tendo Royal Academy were better than he had imagined, and Flanders had no reason to refuse. However, just then, a voice was heard outside the Education Committee. "President Meng, our Tendo Royal Academy is not a shelter. Not just any cat or dog can come in." The voice fell. 3 people walked in. The person in the middle is an old man. He was dressed in fine clothes, a little overweight, but handsome. However, at this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, giving people a sense of majesty without even being angry. Even when facing the 3 Education Committee members Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin, he had a condescending and superior attitude. Next to the old man in fancy clothes was a young man. "It's him." Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and others recognized him instantly. This young man was one of the people who had stopped people at the entrance of the academy before. However, the one who attracted the most attention was the last of the 3. He was a thin old man in a green robe. His dark green pupils swept across everyone, making them feel cold all over. I couldn't help but feel like I was being stared at by a poisonous snake. What a terrifying cultivation level. He must be at least a Soul Doluo. Zhao Wuji thought so. In fact, Meng Shenji and others also felt a little nervous. With such a terrifying cultivation level, could it be the legendary Doluo named Poison? Rumor has it that there is such a worshipper in the prince's mansion. He is also the only titled Doluo priest in the Tiendo Empire. It seems that today's work may not be completed smoothly. After taking a look at Shui Eng, who was still bruised and battered, Meng Shenji had a bad feeling in his heart. "Your Highness, before you came here, you must have received some news and had some misunderstandings about Shrek Academy, right?" Meng Shenji said, pointing at the Shrek people, "They are not teachers and academies without strength. Teacher Qin Ming graduated from Shrek Academy. If they join our Tiendo Royal Academy, it will definitely make our academy and even the Empire's strength soar." Of course, what he didn't elaborate on was that it was the Shrek people who made the Tiendo Royal Academy's strength surge. It was Qin Xiao who made the Tiendo Empire's strength soar. Actually, this is normal. Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin, the 3 members of the Education Committee, all support Prince Shueqinghe. When such a new titled Doluo appeared in the Empire, the first person he would report to would definitely be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and let Shueqinghe try to win him over. If the prince also had such a powerful titled Doluo to support him, he would have the strength to face Prince Shueqing head-on. Oh. Shueqing raised his eyebrows. He had not expected that Meng Shenji would praise Shrek Academy so much. "The more you value them, the more I can't keep them. Otherwise, wouldn't it increase the Crown Prince's power?" He made up his mind. "It seems that I was reckless. But President Meng, what I want to say is that if you want to join our Tiendo Royal Academy, you must not only be strong, but also have good character. Xuebeng is a prince, and even if he has a bad temper, not everyone can teach him a lesson. Xuebeng was slapped in the face, which is a disgrace to the empire. They must give an explanation for this matter. Xuexing said with a gloomy face. Confess. Meng Shenji was stunned. He never expected Xuexing to be so unreasonable and keep using the avalanche incident as an excuse. This is intentional attempt to cause trouble. Everyone, I am really sorry. Prince Xuexing has been appointed by His Majesty to manage some matters of Tendo Royal Academy. I will communicate with him first. He planned to appease Flanders and others first. However, it would have been better if he didn't explain, as his explanation caused even greater backlash. What? This guy is the boss of Tendo Royal Academy. Isn't that the end? Even if I stay, won't I be bullied frequently in the future? That's so annoying. Zhao Wuji immediately became angry and shouted loudly. He is like this, he doesn't tolerate any injustice, otherwise he wouldn't have so many enemies. In fact, not only him, but also Flanders, Li Yusong, and others had gloomy faces. Zhao Wuji's words may be rough, but his logic is sound. No one is stupid and can see that Prince Xuexing is deliberately targeting them. How dare you? Do you think you can challenge the prince? Xuebeng's expression changed immediately, and he said in a sharp voice, Uncle Wang, I am right. These people are just a bunch of uncivilized people. I can hear what they say. I don't need you to remind me. Xuexing gave Xuebeng an unpleasant look. Alas, this kind of demeanor is far inferior to Xuexing's. Although he was disappointed, he couldn't teach Avalanche a lesson in front of so many people. Mr. Dugu, please help. He turned slightly and spoke to the old man in green beside him. It's just a small matter. Dugu Bo nodded slightly, and the next moment he walked in front of Prince Xuexing. With just a glance, he could roughly see the strength of the Shrek people. Several teachers who look mature probably don't even have contra. As for the students, does he need to care about their strength? The next moment, he used his soul power and 9 soul rings emerged from under his feet. A powerful title Dolua. He is really poisoned Dolua Dugu Bo. Now, the Onairoi function is confirmed. A powerful title Dolua. Zhao Wuji, Flanders and others also looked at him intently. They thought that the old man in green was extraordinary, but they didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that they had seen enough titled Dolua recently, their performance would be even more terrible now. That's enough. Suddenly, a very abrupt voice sounded in the scene. It broke the tense atmosphere in the field. Qin Shao stood up and walked forward step by step. Originally, he wanted to see if the situation would change, but now it seems that things are still going the same old way. Who are you? You said enough is enough. Xuebeng shouted in dissatisfaction. He had not yet seen those people who had bullied him before kneeling down and begging for mercy. How could he be satisfied? Do you have a say here? Qin Shao glanced at Xuebeng coldly, with lightning flashing in his eyes. An invisible force hit Avalanche hard. Ah! Avalanche let out a scream and flew backwards. Even Xuexing could hear the sound of bones breaking coming from Xuebeng's body, crackling. What's going on? Xuexing was stunned. He looked at Dugu Bo blankly. Mr. Dugu, why don't you help stop it? On the other hand, Dugu Bo also said with a bewildered and innocent look on his face, Your Highness, you misunderstood me. I tried to stop him, but failed. Then, he looked at Qin Shao again. Who is this guy? Is he so weird? That's all for today, I'll start adding more tomorrow. Thank you for your support. How could this be? A titled Dolua can't stop that kid's attack. After hearing Dugu Bo's words, Prince Xuexing's heart was filled with turmoil. So what kind of strength should this young man in front of him have? But, the next moment, he got the answer, because Qin Shao did not hide his strength. 1, 2, 3. Prince Xuexing subconsciously stretched out his hand and counted the soul rings one by one. As a result, he was shocked. 9 rings, he is actually a titled Dolua. His voice suddenly became several degrees higher, and his spirit ring ratio is also. At this point, Prince Xuexing didn't know what to say. Dugu Bo added quietly, it's also very scary, right? Although he was responding to Prince Xuexing's words, his eyes never left Qin Shao. He felt an astonishing amount of pressure from this young man. 100,000-year soul ring. It's really unreasonable. This person's strength is at least above mine. Dugu Bo's heart was also in turmoil. He was ready for battle as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing is believing, Poison Doluo is indeed arrogant and domineering. Qin Shao looked relaxed when facing Dugu Bo. No way. His fighting power is there, it would be hard for him to lose against Poison Doluo. Who are you, sir? What is your purpose here? Dugu Bo asked coldly. I'm Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled, I came here just to wait for you. Wait for me. Poison Doluo was stunned. He never expected Qin Shao to give such an answer. Come on, let's talk outside. Qin Shao said this, put away his soul ring, and walked out of the education committee. Dugu Bo frowned, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and he followed. Mr. Dugu. Prince Xuexing called out in a low voice. The look in her eyes when she looked at Dugu Bo was full of reluctance, as if she was saying, don't leave, I can't bear it alone. Indeed. Dugu Bo was about to leave, and he didn't know how to deal with the mess in front of him. However, Dugu Bo did not pay much attention to him, Your Highness, take care. In fact, he also felt helpless in his heart. I've already gone to block the knife for you, what else do you want to do? How can I do this? Prince Xuexing looked at Dugu Bo's gradually receding figure, feeling extremely confused. Your Highness, what do you think? After a while, Meng Shenji asked in a low voice. I see. What are you looking at? Do you see how I can't save myself? Prince Xuexing's mentality collapsed. I said I was going to Tendo Royal Academy to vent my anger, but no one told me that there was another titled Doluo in Shrek Academy. President Meng, you have caused me so much trouble. Prince Xuexing knew that there was no way to end the situation forcefully today, so he had to play the sympathy card. There is such a strong person in Shrek Academy, why didn't you tell me? Isn't this an offense to His Majesty? He blamed Meng Shenji. That His Majesty is a low-key person. Besides, you didn't even give me a chance to say more. Also, please see how to deal with the next matter. Meng Shenji waved his hands repeatedly, and his attitude was very clear, I won't take the blame. At the same time, he was very fortunate. If there were not a strongman like Qin Shao in Shrek Academy who could suppress Poison Doluo, it would be hard to say how things would have turned out. However, he estimated that most of the teachers and students of Shrek Academy left with grievances. This. After hearing what Meng Shenji said, Prince Xuexing was now in a state of confusion. What is this? I originally thought that Shrek and his people were just a group of ants. Couldn't I just crush them to death? Who would have known that such a big change would happen to Qin Shao? Ahem. Prince Xuexing coughed twice, then he bowed to Flanders and the others, everyone, I was eager to protect my nephew just now, and my words were a bit offensive, please forgive me. A real man can bend and stretch. I, a prince, have already bent down and apologized to you. Is that okay? He felt that the people from Shrek Academy should give him some face, regardless of their status. The result was surprising. Everyone was silent at first, and then Flanders spoke first. You are a prince of the empire, what's wrong with that? Your Highness, we cannot afford to apologize. Prince Xuexing's face froze. Flanders' words were like an invisible slap in his face. Simply put, the more arrogant he was just now, the more painful the slap was now. Call. There is a title Doluo behind them. For the sake of Qin Shao, I will endure this. Prince Xuexing laughed, Dean Flanders, huh? You're really brave. You actually joked with me. Everyone. This is such a thick skin. At this time, Prince Xuexing spoke again, as long as you are willing to stay, the treatment proposed by President Meng will remain unchanged. My prince's mansion is also willing to pay 100,000 gold soul coins as allowances for Shrek teachers and students. Dean Flanders, what do you think? Prince Xuexing felt that he had shown enough sincerity. 100,000 gold soul coins. These down-and-out soul masters in rags should have no reason to refuse, right? Prince Xuexing could see that Shrek's situation was not very good, or even very bad. He believed that as long as enough chips were offered, the Shrek people would definitely be tempted. If you're not interested, just pay more. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? However, at this moment, the sound of an avalanche was heard. Everyone looked behind Prince Xuexing and saw Xuebeng standing up shakily. However, Avalanche at this time looked miserable, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Even though Qin Shao had only used his aura to pressure him, he still suffered severe internal injuries and fainted immediately. Just woke up now. What's worse is that because Qin Zhao's appearance was so stunning, everyone forgot that there was such an unlucky child. Avalanche, step back. You have no right to speak here now. Prince Xuexing shouted coldly without even turning his head. Uncle Wang, what's wrong with you? Xuebeng was stunned. He didn't know why he fainted for a moment. Prince Xuexing's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. Ta-da-da. He walked quickly forward to Prince Xuexing's side, pulled Prince Xuexing's sleeve, and said in a sad voice, Uncle Wang, look at me, look at how miserable I am. These unruly people are lawless, defying the royal dignity, and seriously injuring the prince. I think that not only should they not be allowed to join the Tendo Royal Academy, they should also be severely punished. As he said this, he looked at Flanders and the others with a stern look on his face. Mad, Dean, if you stop me, it looks like I, old Zhao, will have to bear the responsibility of killing another person today. Zhao Wuji couldn't help it and was about to rush forward. He likes to be threatened by others. What's more important is that the person who threatens him is far less powerful than him, which is even more intolerable. Flanders held Zhao Wuji behind him with his arm, and asked with a smile, I wonder how your highness wants to deal with us. Ha ha ha, you're scared now, right? Not so arrogant anymore, huh? Hearing what Flanders said, Avalanche laughed. At the same time, he released the hand that was holding Prince Xuexing's sleeve, glanced at Flanders and others, and said in a deep voice, men are slaves, women are maids, and as for the men who just attacked me. When mentioning Qin Shao, the hatred in Xuebeng's eyes became even stronger. If I don't cut him into pieces, it will not be enough to eliminate the hatred in my heart. He whispered. After hearing what Xuebeng said, everyone was silent. Is this what he meant by ignorance being fearless? At the same time, they were also very curious about how many steps it would take to chop a titled Dolua into pieces. Hiss. You dare to say anything, and you want to cut a titled Dolua into pieces. You are so awesome, why don't you go to heaven? Not to mention you, even your father wouldn't dare to say this. Prince Xuexing was so angry that he couldn't bear it any longer. He raised his foot and kicked the avalanche hard. On the other hand, Avalanche seemed to rise up into the clouds and flew out of the education committee. Keep an eye on him. After thinking about it, Prince Xuexing felt uneasy again, and yelled to the guards outside the door, seal his mouth, too. I don't want to hear any sound from him from now on. Yes. Outside the education committee, the guards waiting for Prince Xuexing responded in a deep voice. Uncle Wang, why is this happening, Wu? At first, everyone could still hear Avalanche's screams, but soon his voice stopped. A useless person who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. Prince Xuexing felt that the Avalanche was useless. He used to pretend to be a dandy, but now he is even more dandy than a real dandy. Immediately, he looked at Flanders with an apologetic look on his face. Dean Flanders. Your Highness, we have discussed it carefully. We are just a group of rural people who are not presentable. The life of herding horses and farming is more suitable for us. Flanders said, and clasped his fists towards Meng Shenji. Thank you 3 education committee members for your warm hospitality. Goodbye. After saying that, he left without looking back. Zhao Wuji and others followed closely behind. Tendo Royal Academy is very large, and Qin Shao easily found an empty place. Dugu Bo followed closely behind him and said, Sir, there is no one around, you can just say whatever you want to say. Dugu Bo frowned. In fact, he was very curious about what Qin Shao meant. Now he also vaguely believed that Qin Shao was prepared for him. To be honest, I want to make a deal with you. Qin Shao did not keep the secret and spoke directly to Dugu Bo. Although he is not a gentleman, he has his bottom line as a human being and will not do things like robbery or theft. Besides, everyone who has read the original novel knows that there is a shabu-shabu pot in the Sunset Forest, but the Sunset Forest is so big, where can he find this shabu-shabu pot? Looking to me for a deal. Dugu Bo frowned. He had to say that Qin Zhao's words really surprised him. What do you want and what can I get? Although he didn't want to make any deal with Qin Shao, he really wanted to know what Qin Zhao's purpose was. Qin Shao said, I can help you get rid of the Bailan snake venom that is bothering you. What? How could he know my secret? Dugu Bo was startled when he heard the voice. Then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't you understand? Qin Shao smiled and said, then let me ask you. Whenever it's cloudy or rainy, do you feel numbness and itchiness in your ribs? Every night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, do you feel a tingling pain on the top of your head and the soles of your feet, and your whole body is cramping? How did you know? Dugu Bo could no longer bear the shock in his heart and said it subconsciously. He couldn't imagine that this young man, whom he had only met once, knew him so well. But, after the shock, the murderous intent in his heart grew even stronger. He could not allow his secret to be known by an irrelevant person, which would be a fatal threat. I advise you to think about whether you have the ability to threaten me before you attack me. Qin Shao took in Dugu Bo's expression, but he was not afraid. Instead, he turned around and looked at the forest in the distance. Tendo Royal Academy is indeed a good place. However, compared to Qin Shao who was watching the distant forest, Dugu Bo's heart was not at peace, or it could be said that he was constantly struggling. A voice kept saying, kill him, as long as you kill him, no one will know your secret. Another voice said, don't be impulsive. You can't be his opponent. What if what he said is true? Besides, you can't beat him even if you fight. But, is Qin Shao really trustworthy? Dugu Bo was a little unsure. Dugu Bo and I have limited time, and you don't have much time to think about it. Qin Shao felt that Dugu Bo should be put under some pressure. In fact, he was determined to obtain the rare and magical herb in the eyes of Binghuo Liangyi. First, Qin Shao believed that the magic grass should also be able to improve his cultivation. Secondly, since we have become enemies with Tang Hao and Tang San, we cannot stay and help the enemy. First, get the magic grass in the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire. The next target is the national treasure of the Tendo Empire, the vast sea universe cover. Oh, by the way. Qin Shao felt that it was time to give Dugu Bo a heavy blow. Dugu Bo, you don't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, do you? Yen Yen. Dugu Bo was immediately in a trance. Subconsciously, Dugu Yan's smiling face emerged in his mind. Yes, Yen Yen is still so young, and she has a long future ahead of her. I can't let her follow my old path no matter what. The softest part of Dugu Bo's heart was touched, and he was no longer so resistant to Qin Shao. If you can heal me, what will it cost me? Dugu Bo asked Qin Shao indifferently. Dugu Bo, congratulations on making a wise choice. Qin Shao turned around slowly and said, let's be frank. I heard that you have a villa with many precious spiritual medicines. How did you know that? Dugu Bo was immediately shocked. So, you want the elixir in my villa? You know, those elixirs are his lifeblood. If I really gave it to Qin Shao. Just thinking about it made him feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Haha, you misunderstood. After listening to Dugu Bo's words, Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. Call. That's good. Hearing this, Dugu Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the happiness only lasted 2 seconds. Qin Zhao's next words almost made him drop his jaw in shock. To be honest, I think your Beppu is pretty good. Dugu Bo was stunned. What the hell, you actually want my Beppu? Is it difficult? This is not trying to kill me. Dugu Bo, you don't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, right? There is one more chapter, but it will be late. You can go to bed early and read it tomorrow. Dugu Bo felt a chill in his heart. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice, okay, I agree. I knew you would make the wise choice. Qin Xiao showed a satisfied smile. Actually, you don't have to be too sad. Once your poison is cured, what else do you need the medicine garden for? Hearing this, Dugu Bo was stunned. There is some truth in this. But the elixir is useless, but I really need the poison. Dugu Bo said again. Qin Xiao said, how about this, you can also choose what you need to take away. Or, you can cultivate it in my villa. Really? Dugu Bo was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Qin Xiao nodded, as long as you are willing to pay, these are not a problem. Puff. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Dugu Bo almost vomited blood. This kid never does anything that has anything to do with other people. This is the 10,000 Beasts Academy. Although there are no titled Doluo-level masters in the academy, the dean and vice dean of the academy are the famous dragon and snake couple on the Doluo continent. The two of them working together were enough to rival the titled Doluo. This also made the Myriad Beasts Academy somewhat famous on the Doluo continent. Old man, how is the soul bone refining going? In the principal's office, the snake lady found Long Gong and asked with concern. After my soul force pressure assistance, today's fusion should be almost done. I left her in a secret place outside the academy. Even if others have coveted her, they will be disappointed. Lord Long said. The sooner the better. The snake woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a complicated expression, it's all my fault that I didn't take good care of Iran. Before she had fully mastered the external soul bone, I let her compete with other academies and accidentally exposed her soul bone. Although the news was blocked, some students still spread the news privately. Old woman, please stop blaming yourself. Aren't you doing this for Iran's own good? You want her to be able to accelerate the fusion of the external soul bone through the method of casting. Lord Long consoled him. Besides, our Wansho Academy is not a small academy with only a few cats and cats. There are hundreds of teachers and students. How can everyone keep their mouths shut? Besides, how many people are so stupid as to come to my Myriad Beasts Academy to snatch soul bones? Old lady, don't be too nervous. After today, if the soul bones are completely fused, you will be safe. After all, external soul bones are not like other soul bones. After fusion, they will not fall out even if you die. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Hearing the sound, the snake woman reached out and grabbed the dragon man's hand. However, at this moment, Lord Long's expression suddenly changed. Old man, what's wrong? The snake woman's heart tightened and she couldn't help but ask. Someone is really coming. Lord Long said in a deep voice. The School of Beasts is not a place you can force your way into. At the same time, outside the academy gate, two students stopped a strange man covered in a black cloak. Haha, even the Templar warriors guarding Wuhuan City dare not speak. After listening to the words of the student guarding the door, Tang Hao sneered faintly, his voice a little hoarse and more of disdain. He came here for Meng Yiran's soul bone. Even if he used his toes to think about it, he knew that it was impossible to achieve his goal through peaceful means. So he had no scruples. Bang. He kicked one student away, then grabbed another student by the neck and lifted him up. Tell me, where is Meng Yiran? He asked in a deep voice. Yiran, senior sister Yiran, I haven't seen you in the academy for several days. The young college student's face was full of panic, and he was struggling at the same time. But this is doomed to be futile. If a great soul master could escape from Tang Hao would be dead. A powerful titled Doluo-level warrior is so shameless as to attack a great soul master. Old woman, I have learned a lot. Suddenly, a faint laugh was heard from a distance. Tang Hao looked over and saw two old figures appearing in the distance. Dragon Lord, Snake Lady. Tang Hao's voice was still hoarse, do you know me? I don't know him. Duke Long shook his head. At this time, even Tang Hao's face was covered by the black cloak, so how could he recognize him? But, who in the Spirit Master world doesn't know that my 10,000 Beasts Academy was founded by my husband and me? If you're not a titled Doluo, who has the guts to act wild here? The Snake Lady said coldly. Haha, I was negligent. Tang Hao said as he casually threw the students from the 10,000 Beasts Academy aside. I came here today with only one purpose, to only want Meng Yiran. He said, staring at the dragon man and the snake woman. At the same time, a fascinating aura burst out from his body. Very strong, stronger than the average titled Doluo. The faces of both Long Gong and Shipa changed at the same time. The next moment, the two of them summoned their own martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time to ignore the pressure on Tang Hao. Tang Hao said in a deep voice again, I'll say it again, I only want Meng Yiran. Sir, you are already late. She has already refined the soul bone. Even if she appears, you will not be able to take it away. The snake woman couldn't help but say. The strength displayed by Tang Hao forced her and Long Gong to think carefully. Haha, are you guys treating me like a child? Tang Hao laughed in anger. If she really refined the external soul bone, why didn't she come out to see me? If you know what's good for you, hand over Meng Yiran immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Have you thought it through, Your Excellency? Are you going to go to war with our Myriad Beasts Academy just to attach a spirit bone? Lord Long shouted in a deep voice. In my opinion, the value of the external soul bone has surpassed the 100,000-year soul bone. Do you think it is worth going to war with your small 10,000 Beasts Academy? Tang Hao said calmly. What he said was not a lie, his soul bones were already fully equipped, and even if he was given another 100,000-year soul bone, he would not be able to refine it. But the external soul bone is different and does not occupy the position of his current soul bone. It seems that today will not end peacefully. Lord Long said in a deep voice, Old lady, prepare your martial soul fusion skills. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Tang Hao shook his head slightly, and the next moment the clear sky hammer appeared in his hand. This is... The pupils of the dragon and the snake lady suddenly shrank, and they thought of a name. That's right, my martial soul is the clear sky hammer. At this point, there is no need to hide it anymore, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Haha, a titled Doluo of the Haotian sect is actually doing something like killing people and taking their bones. Isn't he afraid of being laughed at by the world? Lord Long suddenly laughed. Of course I am. Haotian sect really can't afford to lose this person. Surprisingly, Tang Hao did not deny it, but nodded. Then he said coldly, so, today, anyone who has seen the clear sky hammer and seen me take action must die. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. They were all dumbfounded. Is this titled Doluo of the Haotian sect crazy? Chapter 3 is here. Thank you for your support. Students, run away. Seeing this, Long Gong couldn't help but roar. At the same time, he and Shipa rushed towards Tang Hao. Humph, it's too late to escape now. Tang Hao snorted coldly and just stood there. However, a powerful aura erupted with him as the center, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami. Oh! In a moment, screams rang out one after another. In the square, more than a dozen students who could not withstand the pressure of Tang Hao's soul power fell down one after another. Blood was oozing out of their 7 orifices and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. For a moment, only the dragon man and the snake woman were left in the square. You devil! You actually attacked these children. Fire almost spewed from Duke Long's eyes, and he smashed down fiercely with the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Children! When they saw me display my martial spirit, they only had one identity in my eyes, and that was an enemy. Tang Hao snorted disdainfully, and swept the clear sky hammer in his hand, sending Lord Long flying backwards like a sandbag. Too weak, you're not even a titled Doluo, are you worthy enough to attack me? Fortunately, the snake lady was quick-witted and caught him quickly. Do you still have the dignity and bottom line of a titled Doluo? Snake scolded coldly. Dignity. Bottom line. Tang Hao thought about it carefully and realized that he had already lost these things when he was running away like a stray dog. I told you before that if you had handed over Meng Yiran, there wouldn't be so many problems. Tang Hao shook his head slowly, as if to say, it's not his fault at all that things turned out like this. If someone came to your house and wanted to kill your son or daughter and take the soul bone, what would you do? The snake woman asked coldly, Will you give your son or daughter to the other party to kill and take his bones? No. Tang Hao shook his head. No one dares to come to Haotian Sect to cause trouble. Ha ha ha, what a domineering Haotian Sect. Then I curse that one day your descendants will be killed and their soul bones taken away. After hearing what Tang Hao said, the snake woman couldn't help but laugh. I wanted you to live a little longer, but now go and die. Tang Hao's expression turned cold. He jumped up, and the clear sky hammer in his hand smashed down towards the snake woman like a meteor chasing the moon. Old lady, soul fusion technique. The dragon man growled, and the snake woman quickly cooperated. The next moment, a giant dragon with golden scales slammed into Tang Hao. Haotian Jiujue, broken. Seeing this, Tang Hao was not arrogant and immediately used the unique skills of the Haotian Sect. Boom. The golden dragon and the clear sky hammer collided heavily, and a sound like thunder was heard in the air. However, the two were only in a stalemate for a moment before the golden dragon collapsed. Thump. Thump. Two figures fell to the ground. It was none other than the dragon man and the snake woman. At this time, both of them had blood on their chests and looked extremely miserable. Obviously he was seriously injured. Da-da-da. Tang Hao stepped on the stone slabs and approached step by step. He came to the side of the snake woman and pointed the clear sky hammer at her diagonally. If both of you were titled Dolua performing a martial soul fusion technique, I'm afraid I would have to retreat. But now, at best, he is no more than an ordinary title Dolua, and is vulnerable to a single blow. At this time, Tang Hao's cloak covering his head had fallen off, revealing an almost distorted face. Are you Tang Hao? You are Haotian Dolua Tang Hao. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, and even though Tang Hao's face was distorted, Lord Long still recognized him. There was shock in his eyes and his voice was full of disbelief. Tang Hao ignored Long Gong's surprise. He looked at the snake woman and said coldly, "Where is Meng Yiran? If you don't tell me, you will die." I said I would die, wouldn't I? The snake woman suddenly laughed. But, if you tell me, I will give you a quick death. If you don't tell me, I will make you live a life worse than death. Tang Hao replied coldly. Haha, my life is in my own hands, not yours. The snake woman laughed. Suddenly, she looked at Long Gong, her eyes first filled with reluctance, then with determination. Old man, I'm leaving first. Remember to find me earlier in your next life, and don't leave me alone for too long. You know I'm afraid of loneliness. You. Seeing this, Tang Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. However, before he had more time to think, a series of crisp crackling sounds suddenly came from the snake woman's body. She actually used her soul power to sever her own meridians. Then, her head tilted and she fell straight to the ground. However, her eyes were fixed on Lord Long not far away, and she could not close them for a long time. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Old lady. Seeing the snake woman falling in front of him, Duke Long felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He was filled with grief and anger, and his face was filled with despair. Why bother? Tang Hao sighed slightly. If you had handed Meng Yiran over to me earlier, why would we have to be separated? Tang Hao's meaning is very simple, you brought this upon yourselves. Tang Hao, even if all our people from the Myriad Beasts Academy are dead and we can't even think about obtaining the external spirit bones, we will still avenge us in the future. Tears of blood were already flowing from Duke Long's eyes. It is hard to imagine what kind of despair he must be feeling in his heart. At the same time, an aura far exceeding that of before burst out from Duke Long. Tang Hao even saw cracks on Lord Long's skin, like those on porcelain. Self-destruct. Tang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. But it's too late. With a loud bang, an extremely powerful soul power wave burst out, and Tang Hao was blown away. Smoke and dust billowed, filling the field. What happened? Such a strong soul power fluctuation. All the students of Wanshou Academy were shocked. One by one, they came to the middle of the field and tried hard to look at the center of the playground. After a long time, they saw clearly. A somewhat embarrassed figure walked out with unsteady steps. A huge black hammer was dragged on the ground. Run! He killed the vice president and many other students. Some people were still in the smoke and dust when they saw the dead snake woman and a dozen students lying on the ground, and they couldn't help but yell in fear. Run. Since everyone has seen me, no one can leave. Tang Hao scanned the panicked and terrified faces with his scarlet eyes and licked his lips excitedly. Kill. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, starting a bloody massacre. Qin Shao, my villa is ahead. Follow me closely. This place is full of poisonous fog and mazes. Even a titled Doluo would have trouble encountering it. Poison Doluo did not forget to give instructions to Qin Shao behind him. Qin Shao smiled and said, Dugu Bo, you are wrong. This is not your villa, it is my villa. Hearing this, Dugu Bo felt depressed. However, at this moment, Qin Shao had already passed him and walked towards the poison formation. Crackling. I saw flashes of lightning on Qin Shao's body, and the poison disappeared before it got close to Qin Shao. Is this possible? Dugu Bo was stunned. The power of thunder is mighty and righteous, and it is the nemesis of all evil things in the world. Qin Shao turned around and smiled at Dugu Bo. Okay, send me here and you can go back. Tomorrow at noon, you can bring your granddaughter here, and I will detoxify you. You actually let me go? Dugu Bo frowned. Are you not used to it? Qin Shao asked. Dugu Bo's eyes flickered and he nodded. Qin Shao smiled, it's okay, you'll get used to it slowly. After Qin Shao finished speaking, he turned around, waved to Dugu Bo, and then walked into the poison formation. Seeing Qin Shao's figure disappear, Dugu Bo felt very uncomfortable. He spat fiercely, fuck, what the hell is this? Is it like sending your own wife to spend the bridal chamber with someone else? On the other side. Qin Shao has passed through the outer area shrouded in poisonous gas and officially entered the basin where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located. What a big shabu-shabu pot. Looking at the two springs, one blue and one red, located in the center of the basin, Qin Shao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then he did not stay where he was, he did not forget the purpose of this trip, which was the magic grass beside the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Not long. Qin Shao has arrived next to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and there are spiritual medicines of the same level as cinnabar and cordyceps everywhere. However, Qin Shao's gaze did not linger on these spiritual medicines for a moment, and finally he found his first target. It was a magical herb growing beside a fire spring. It looks like a cabbage. The fiery apricot is delicate and sparse. Qin Shao's eyes lit up. He remembered that this magical herb, when used in conjunction with another magical herb with a strange cold property, the eight-angled mysterious ice grass, and then flashed in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, could create a body immune to ice and fire. A Frankman does not beat around the bush, so he wants to give it a try. After using the jade knife that he had prepared long ago to cut off the fiery apricot twigs, Qin Shao came to the ice spring and cut off a large white flower with star anise on it. It was exactly the other magical herb he needed, the star anise ice grass. However, when Qin Shao took the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass in his hand, he was puzzled. According to the original novel, this flower is extremely cold. Even a titled Doluo would be infected by the cold poison if he touched it lightly. Why? Why do I feel so cool and comfortable? Qin Shao thought in confusion. Could it be that my current resistance to ice has reached a level where I am not afraid of cold poison? Then he discovered something was wrong again. Subconsciously, he looked at the other hand. Because, he didn't detect the legendary fire poison on the fiery apricot. My fire resistance is also very high. In fact, Qin Shao did not quite agree with the so-called immunity. There was no such thing as absolute immunity. It could only be said that the temperature was not high enough or low enough. Now is not the time to hesitate. After 10 breaths, the effect of the immortal grass will be ineffective. Qin Shao grabbed 2 magical herbs and started to eat them with relish. I have to say, the texture and taste of this thing are really good. It melts in your mouth and is full of fragrance. After finishing eating the 2 magical herbs, Qin Shao actually felt a little unsatisfied. But, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly, and he could feel a force bursting out from his body. Very fierce. The drug is taking effect. Qin Xiao knew it well, and subconsciously, he took a step and walked towards the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. But he stopped after taking just 2 steps. Because the restless power in his body became quiet. Then, as if being pulled by something, it gathered towards Qin Xiao's dantian. What's going on? Qin Xiao sensed something unusual. In an instant, he entered a state of inner vision. He saw a human-shaped shadow appear in the dantian qi si. Qin Xiao was dumbfounded. Isn't this his martial soul? He also noticed that 2 forces, one red and one blue, were being absorbed by the human-shaped shadow. Good fellow, it turns out that he was the one who hijacked the power of fiery apricot and star aniseed ice grass. Qin Xiao was shocked. Could it be that my Thunder Emperor martial spirit was growing in this way? At this moment, the red and blue energy body was completely absorbed by the human figure. At the same time, Qin Xiao had a feeling in his heart that he was not full. Good fellow, they say that immortal herbs have enormous energy. Even a titled Dolua can't handle eating too much. But you swallowed 2 kinds of immortal herbs in one go, and you're still not satisfied. Qin Xiao felt that his martial soul was a big consumer of food. However, despite his nagging, he was still happy in his heart. The more immortal herbs one can absorb, doesn't that prove that one's potential is greater? He believes that hard work will always pay off, let alone investing in oneself. Immediately, he began to harvest the magical herbs one by one. Coxcomb phoenix sunflower, strange chrysanthemum, crystal blood dragon ginseng, longing for autumn water dew. No matter what Qin Xiao ate, the humanoid martial spirit would accept it all. No matter what the properties of the immortal grass were, they seemed to become pure energy in front of him, replenishing his own needs. I just don't believe that you can eat all the remaining immortal herbs. Qin Xiao thought about it and took out 8 petals of the fairy orchid and stuffed them into his mouth. Finally, after absorbing the 8-petal fairy orchid, Qin Xiao's martial soul finally changed. Mysterious runes appeared on the humanoid martial spirit. Qin Xiao's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, "This is a magic trick." The next moment, Qin Xiao's mind was in a trance, as if he saw an ancient world. There are 9 shadows of the sky, hazy and terrifying, with an aura that is astonishing. Boom. The next moment, the 9 layers of heaven merged together, and a bolt of lightning like fairy light struck down. Further away, the stars are extinguished. 9-day tribulation light. After witnessing all this with his own eyes, the name of this magic technique emerged in Qin Xiao's mind. Awesome. This magic is much stronger than any 100,000-year soul skill. No. In front of the 9 heavens tribulation light, what does a 100,000-year soul skill count for? At this moment, Qin Xiao felt that the soul skill he had obtained by spending a large amount of immortal herbs was worth it. Although his cultivation level has not improved, his combat power has soared. What, President Meng, are you telling the truth? How can there be such a young title Dolua in the world? In the Tiendo Palace, Meng Shenji told the current Crown Prince Xueqing of the Tiendo Empire what happened in the Tiendo Royal Academy. Sure enough, just as he imagined, Xueqing was shaken. Your Highness, I did not lie to you. This is absolutely true. Meng Shenji made a swearing gesture, not only me, Jilin, Bai Baoshan can also testify. If it weren't for the narrow-mindedness of Prince Xueqing and Prince Xuebeng, my Tiendo Empire would have another titled Dolua-level priest. Your Highness will also have an additional titled Dolua-level helper. His heart bleeds when he mentions this. Xueqing's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "It is true that Your Highness and Xuebeng acted improperly in this matter. However, whether it is Uncle Wang or Xuebeng, I cannot punish them. President Meng, can you come with me to meet my father and report this matter?" In fact, after hearing what Meng Shenji said, Xueqing felt relieved. Even, a little bit happy. Xueqing and Xue Avalanche, 2 idiots, actually refused to allow such a strong person to enter the door just to weaken themselves. I have to say, well done. If Emperor Shui knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood, right? Xueqing thought to himself, looking forward to Emperor Shui's reaction after he knew about this. Certainly. He would not give up the opportunity to severely suppress Prince Snowstar and Avalanche. On the other hand, Meng Shenji was stunned at first, and then responded in a resounding voice, "I am willing to go with you to meet your majesty and explain what happened. I want to ask your majesty to severely punish Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing." "Your Highness, to be honest, I suspect that Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing have been instigated by the Xinghua Empire or the Spirit Hall to deliberately weaken the power of our Tiando." In the prince's bedroom. After hearing what Meng Shenji said, Xuexinghe looked calm but felt strange in his heart. He was very curious about how his cheap uncle and brother could be more like traitors than himself. "President Meng, maybe Uncle Wang and the others have some hidden secrets," Xuexinghe said slowly. "Your Highness, you are just too kind-hearted. We can see what His Royal Highness and the Avalanche Emperor are thinking. They are just trying to weaken and suppress you." The more Meng Shenji thought about it, the angrier he got. No matter what, I will severely report Prince Xuexing in front of His Majesty." Hearing this, Xuexinghe said nothing more. He knew that Meng Shenji's emotions had been aroused, and when he saw Emperor Shui, he would vent his anger. A moment later. Tiando Palace, in the main hall. The thin and haggard Emperor Shui flew into a rage. What? Xuexing and Xuebing actually acted so arrogantly that even when a titled Doluo brought people to join the Tiando Royal Academy, they turned them away. Ahem. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently and he coughed violently. Obviously, he was extremely uneasy. "Your Majesty, that's not all. Do you know how young that titled Doluo is? I don't think he's more than 20 years old." Meng Shenji said, shaking his head and sighing, "It's such a pity that such a talented and powerful person couldn't join our Tiando Empire. Your Highness and Prince Avalanche are really going too far. If this young warrior turns to join the Xing Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, not only will our Tiando Empire not get any help, but we will also have a powerful enemy. I have to say, they are really unwise. It is a tragedy that there are such people in power in the empire. Your Majesty, I beg you to take back Prince Xuexing's right to control Tiando Royal Academy. If he continues to interfere, Tiando Royal Academy will be finished sooner or later." Meng Shenji became more and more sad and angry as he spoke, and today he was going to vent all his dissatisfaction in his heart. It must be said that every word Meng Shenji spoke was full of wisdom, and Xuexinghe was stunned by what he said. He didn't expect that Meng Shenji had already spoken and belittled Xuexing and Xuebing without him having to add any exaggeration. Ahem. That's enough. Emperor Shui shouted coldly, and then he faced the outside of the hall and shouted in a deep voice, "Summon Prince Xuebing and Prince Xuexing. I want to ask him in person what his intentions are." "How so? How could it become like this?" On the other side, in front of the Wanshou Academy, Meng Yiran, who was wearing a white dress, was shocked. The Wanshou Academy was built in the mountains. Although it was not as magnificent as the Tiando Royal Academy, it was still dignified and majestic. Available now. All Meng Yiran saw were ruins. No. She let out a desperate roar and ran into the academy like crazy. When she stood on the ruins, she felt like she was struck by lightning. "Grandmother." She immediately saw the snake woman lying on the ground and made a trembling sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She felt her legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Every step she took was stumbling. Finally, Meng Yiran arrived in front of the snake woman and his body slowly collapsed. Although the snake woman had already died, her eyes were still open. She could see despair and reluctance in the snake woman's eyes. "Woo-woo. Grandma, can you tell me what happened?" Meng Yiran hugged the snake woman's cold body and cried helplessly. She felt like her world had collapsed. Ahem. Yiran, Senior. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded intermittently. "Who?" Meng Yiran turned around and saw a person who had been dead for a long time struggling a few times not far away. Immediately, she put the snake woman down and quickly came to the side of the student from the Academy of Beasts. "Junior, it's me, tell me, what happened?" she asked quickly. "External soul bone, killing people, Haotian Sect, Tang Hao." The student from the Academy of All Beasts spoke a few words intermittently and then used up all his strength. All life is cut off. Late at night. In the Tiando Palace. Brother, your body is not in good condition. Why don't you rest at this late hour? If you have anything to say, you can talk to me tomorrow. Prince Xuexing looked at Emperor Xueya on the throne and said with concern. Father, please take care of yourself. Avalanche quickly agreed. In fact, the two knew it very well that they were summoned at night not to treat them to a midnight snack. Looking at Xue Qinghe and Meng Shenji, it becomes clear why the emperor summoned them. It must have something to do with that annoying Shrek Academy during the day. Hee hee, Xuexing, do you think I can still sleep today? Ahem. Emperor Shui smiled coldly, and started coughing again while smiling. No way. So angry. The Tendo Empire originally lacked strong people of its own, and after finally getting someone with unlimited potential, it was still turned away by these two things. No one knew that he had vomited blood in secret. Brother, please don't be angry. Please listen to my explanation. We really didn't know that there were titled Doluo masters among those people. Prince Xuexing hurried to explain. Ignorance is not a crime. He deeply understood that he had to find a reason for himself to be undefeated first. Well, even if you don't know that there are titled Doluo among those people, there are also several Soul Sage and Soul Emperor level masters. Aren't they worth winning over? Besides that, there are also some genius great soul masters who have reached level 25 or above at the age of 12. Don't they have value too? Emperor Shui asked two more questions in succession. Ah, this. Prince Xuexing's face changed and he had no idea how to answer. He knew that what Emperor Shui said was right. No matter whether they were soul emperors or soul saints, or young geniuses, they were all worthy of being won over. In fact, if these people went to his prince's mansion to seek refuge with him, not only would he treat them as guests of honor, he would even offer them a price at least twice as high as that of the Tendo Royal Academy to win them over. The reason why he did this was because these people stood on the wrong side. They did not stand on his side, but on the side of the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. This was the fundamental reason for his suppression. Father, these people also beat the child. Uncle Wang is also trying to maintain the royal family's reputation. Seeing that Prince Xuexing was no longer able to speak, Xuebeng immediately spoke, trying to start the conversation for Prince Xuexing. After all, it was you who got beaten, this is an indisputable fact. Even Prince Xuexing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xuebeng's assistance was just right. However, Emperor Shui became even angrier and even laughed out of anger. Ha ha ha. Avalanche, you still have the nerve to talk to me about face. Over the years, you've been eating, drinking, gambling, smoking, cheating, and stealing. You've done almost everything. Ask the entire Tiando City, who doesn't know that you, Xuebeng, are the most dissolute person in Tiando City. Let me ask you, do you still have the dignity to live like this? Don't even mention you've ruined my reputation. Father. Faced with Xueye's scolding, Xuebeng was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but didn't know what to say. Useless thing. He was asked to pretend to be a playboy. Now it seems that he has become a real playboy. It would be better if you could be more restrained. Xuexing's heart was broken. I originally thought I could count on this avalanche to help me escape, but now it seems I can't count on it anymore. Nothing. Why, you have nothing to say? Emperor Shui asked coldly. Xuebeng immediately lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at Emperor Shui's cold gaze again. At this moment, it would be a lie for him to say he had no regrets. If he knew that there were titled Doluo-level masters hidden among the people at Shrek, he would never be so stubborn as to confront them head-on. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. Prince Xuexing fell to his knees with a thud and said to Emperor Xueya. Qinghe, President Meng, do you know where the Shrek people are? Emperor Shui suddenly asked. Xue Qinghe looked at Meng Shenji. Meng Shenji immediately replied, Your Majesty, after they left, I had someone follow them secretly and found that they have not left Tiando City yet. They are temporarily staying in a hotel in Tiando City. Did you hear that? After listening to Meng Shenji's words, Emperor Shui asked Xuexing in a deep voice. Listen, I heard it. I'll do it right away. Xuexing said this as she was about to leave. Etc. Brother, do you have any other instructions? Until this matter is properly handled, you don't have to worry about the affairs of Tendo Royal Academy for the time being. Qinghe will take care of it for you. What? This is to deprive me of my rights. Originally, most of the teachers and students of Tiando Royal College, led by Meng Xinji and the 3 major teaching committee members, stood by Shrek Qinghe. If Shrek Qinghe was allowed to control Tiando Royal College openly, would there be any place for him and Xuebeng? Moreover, Shrek Qinghe's foundation will become more and more profound. What can we use to fight Shrek Qinghe in the future? Prince Xuexing thought of a lot in an instant. Don't say it's just temporary. He knew very well that those people from Shrek were very difficult to deal with, not to mention that there were titled Doluo behind them. Tough measures would not work at all. Brother, I don't think this matter will delay me from handling the affairs of Tiando Royal Academy. Prince Xuexing didn't want to give up. If you do something wrong, you will be punished, even if you are my brother. Go down, I'm tired. Emperor Shui waved his hand and sat on the throne with a tired look on his face. Yes. Prince Xuexing no longer insisted. The moment he turned around, his face suddenly changed, as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. On the other hand, Shrek Qinghe felt relieved. Originally he was still thinking about how to weaken Snow Star and Avalanche, but now, they have ruined themselves. It's true that if you don't seek death, you will die. When I have time, I will definitely go meet the titled Doluo named Qin Xiao and thank him. Shrek Qinghe thought to himself, but a worried look appeared on his face. Father, please take care of yourself. I am leaving now. Outside the imperial palace, Xuebeng hurriedly caught up with Prince Xuexing. Uncle Wang, please wait for me. Why am I waiting for you? Do you want to hurt me again? When Prince Xuexing saw the unlucky child Xuebeng, he felt extremely angry. Xuebeng showed a flattering smile on his face. Uncle Wang, don't be angry, 2 beautiful ladies just came to my mansion. Roll. Prince Xuexing was so angry that he kicked Xuebeng away. Then he strode away without looking back. However, his voice still echoed. Tomorrow morning, come with me to talk to the people from Shrek. The morning mist is thick and the white dew wets the grass. Qin Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged next to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, slowly opened his eyes. Then, he stood up, with a slight smile on his face. What a Dugu Bo, you came very early. Soon, Qin Xiao could already hear the voices. Grandpa, why did you bring me here so early in the morning? I haven't woken up yet. You don't need to sleep long when you are alive, because you will sleep long after you die. Grandpa is an experienced person, and I will tell you a truth, sleeping less means living more. Okay, I got it. In the white fog, we could hear the conversation between the 2 of us. Qin Xiao recognized Dugu Bo's voice. Then the girl who kept complaining should be Dugu Bo's granddaughter Dugu Yan. Another moment passed. 2 people, one old and one young, also came into Qin Xiao's sight. Dugu Bo, you came early enough. Ha, aren't I afraid that you'll get impatient waiting? Dugu Bo laughed, but his eyes kept looking at the surrounding herbs. It was as if he was checking whether his beloved ones were any less. After a moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there are some herbs that I don't recognize that are missing, but it doesn't matter. I can't use them even if they grow there. If I round it up, it means there is nothing missing. Dugu Bo knew his family assets very well. In his opinion, those strange-looking elixirs next to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were nothing to worry about. They had no value anyway, so he didn't feel bad about it. Is this the Qin Xiao that Grandpa was talking about? Is he really a titled Doluo? So handsome. Different from Dugu Bo's focus, Dugu Yan looked at Qin Xiao with a strange look in his eyes. It must be said that she had never seen such a handsome and young titled Doluo before. I think you are getting impatient waiting. Seeing this, Qin Xiao didn't keep the person in suspense, but took out a jade box and handed it to Dugu Bo. What's this? Dugu Bo was puzzled. Qin Xiao smiled slightly. A magical medicine that can control the Bailan snake venom in your body. Real. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's eyes flashed with surprise and unexpectedness. Immediately afterwards, his body trembled. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Qin Shao said as he pretended to take the box back. No, I believe it. Dugu Bo snatched the box from Qin Zhao's hand. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he opened the box with great anticipation. But, the next moment, he was stunned. I saw that in the box was a large light pink flower without leaves. The flower was extremely large, with a diameter of more than a foot. Each petal looked as crystal clear as crystal, and the stamens were light purple, like purple diamonds inlaid there. There is no doubt that what Qin Shao gave to Dugu Bo was the fairy quality Yoxiang Qilua. Is this the antidote you prepared for me? He looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Although he couldn't name this thing, he could recognize this herb. It was the one growing next to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. He has been watching it for decades. You're using my things to trick me. So you just want to take advantage of my Beppu for free, right? Dugu Bo felt like he was being cheated. Do you really think I'm a fool? I can only say that you didn't know the value of a gold inlaid jade before. Qin Shao looked at the furious Dugu Bo and smiled instead. After all, Dugu Bo was not wrong, he just wanted to get something for free. Dugu Bo, what you have in your hand is not an ordinary thing. It is called Yoxiang Qilua, and it is known as the nemesis of all poisons. You and your granddaughter should each take half, and then force the remaining toxins in your body into a soul bone. Then the Bailan snake venom will be eliminated. Qin Shao said lightly. There is no doubt that if Yoxiang Qilua is used in this way, neither Dugu Bo nor Dugu Yen can become immune to all poisons. But it is not a problem to eliminate the threat of the Bailan snake venom. Besides, Qin Shao had not agreed to help them develop a body that was immune to all poisons. Besides, half a fairy grass could already bring them a lot of benefits. Compared to Tang Sen in the original novel, Qin Shao felt that he was generous enough. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Dugu Bo frowned. Is it that simple? What else? How much harder can it be? Qin Shao spread his hands and said this. I always feel like you're looking down on me when you say this. Dugu Bo said unhappily. You know, he had been working hard to remove the venom of the Bailan snake for decades without any results. If this continued for a few years, he would have been poisoned to death. However, he was dismissed by Qin Shao with just 2 casual words. Grandpa, I think it should work. On the side, Dugu Yen pulled Dugu Bo's sleeve. Why do you say that? Dugu Bo was stunned. Dugu Yen whispered, such a young title Dolua must have some unknown secrets. Dugu Bo nodded slightly. Qin Shao, I will try it now. If it succeeds, my surname will be Qin from now on. Qin Shao nodded slightly, whatever. After saying that, Qin Shao turned around and walked away, strolling around the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Dugu Bo did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He broke off half of the immortal product Yoxiang Qilua and stuffed it into his mouth. Dugu Yen looked at Dugu Bo nervously. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed like a year to Dugu Yen. Suddenly, the next moment, a powerful soul force burst out from Dugu Bo's body, and Dugu Yen was unable to resist it and was blown away. Qin Shao frowned when he saw this, because Dugu Yen was attacking towards him. The next moment, he moved. Take a step back. With a thud, Dugu Yen fell in front of him. Dugu Yen looked up from below. Why didn't you pick me up? Qin Shao wondered, why should I pick you up? Dugu Yen was speechless. Ha ha ha, it worked. I didn't expect it to really work. At this time, Dugu Bo's loud laughter was heard. Qin Shao looked over and saw the 9 soul rings on Dugu Bo's body moving rhythmically, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Grandpa, why have you changed? The hair is darker, the eyes are darker, and there is some color in the face. Dugu Yen didn't care about the dust on her body and hurried to Dugu Bo, looking him over. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. Her eyes instantly turned red. Grandpa, you are not having a last burst of energy, are you? Well. The smile on Dugu Bo's face froze in an instant. He raised his hand and gave Dugu Yen a big slap on the head. What are you talking about? Your grandfather is in great health now. He can live for another few decades without any problems. Qin Shao really didn't lie to me. the Bailan snake venom can no longer harm me. In fact, because of the powerful medicinal power of Yuxiang Qilua, my soul power has been increased by 1 level in just a few moments. Hearing this, Dugu Yen was startled at first, then jumped up in surprise. Great! Qin Xiao, I misunderstood you before. Dugu Bo looked at Qin Xiao and said sincerely, from now on, this villa belongs to you. He paused and continued, in addition, you not only cured my poison but also greatly improved my cultivation. Even this half-herb will be more beneficial to Yen Yen. I, Dugu Bo, clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. In this matter, I owe you a favor. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Really? A true villain is much better than a hypocrite. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded, not rejecting Dugu Bo's kindness. After all, Dugu Bo is a titled Dolua after all, and this favor might be useful in the future. Yen Yen, let's go. I'll help you resolve the Bailan snake venom when we return to the academy. Dugu Bo said to Dugu Yen. Yeah. Dugu Yen nodded slightly. However, every step that Dugu Bo took to leave was difficult. He looked back every 2 steps, his eyes filled with regret and reluctance. You know, every medicinal herb in this basin is the result of his hard work. Etc. Suddenly, Qin Xiao called out to him. Do you have anything else to say? Dugu Bo was stunned and looked at Qin Xiao with some confusion. Qin Xiao smiled slightly. I wonder if you are interested in being a security guard. What does security mean? Dugu Bo was stunned. You can also understand it as guarding the courtyard. Qin Xiao smiled even more brightly. All the magic herbs have been picked, and he has no use for the remaining medicinal herbs. It would be a shame if it was abandoned, but he had other things to do and had no time to take care of it. It would be better to let Dugu Bo maintain it and make some money at the same time. What? After hearing what Qin Xiao said, Dugu Bo's pupils shrank, and he said unhappily, what a joke, how can I, a titled Dolua, be your bodyguard? You should know that even Emperor Shui treated me with courtesy, and Prince Xuexing treated me as a guest of honor. Qin Xiao didn't care about this. He slowly stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of Dugu Bo's eyes. As long as you agree to my conditions, you can pick 2 herbs here every month. That's impossible. Dugu Bo shook his head immediately. Even if the spiritual medicine here is considered rare in the outside world, it can't shake my heart. You said that I can buy the spiritual medicine here with money. Have you ever thought about what if I don't sell it? You are being a hooligan. Seeing Dugu Bo's frustrated look, Qin Xiao smiled. This is also the second condition I want to mention. As long as you agree, all spiritual medicines will be available to you in the future, and you can get a 50% discount on any spiritual medicine you buy. 50% off. Dugu Bo was really tempted this time, although he had already cured the Bailan snake venom. But it did not hinder his love for poisons. There was a great demand for various medicinal materials, which was a huge number when converted into gold soul coins. In the past, he didn't need to consider this issue at all, but now he has to consider it. After all, Beppu has become someone else's. No way. He couldn't think about it anymore. Dugu Bo felt that if he continued to think about it, he would be so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Okay, I promise you. Dugu Bo gritted his teeth, but I have one condition. I want to cultivate a small medicinal field of my own here. Spending money to buy medicine will not last long. Only by growing the herbs yourself can you achieve long-term benefits. As expected of Poison Dolua, your calculations are so accurate. Qin Xiao praised, and then he stretched out a hand. I can promise you the medicinal field, but it's not for you. 5 million gold soul coins, I can rent you a place for 50 years. What? 5 million? Dugu Bo was shocked. He was so angry that he laughed. Qin Xiao, you can obviously rob, why do you want to do business with me? Since we can do business, why should I rob? In response to Dugu Bo's words, Qin Xiao asked back. In contrast, Dugu Bo was speechless. 5 million gold soul coins. I'll give them to you when I get enough. This is not a small amount of money, even Dugu Bo has to prepare for it. If you're not in a hurry, then I'm even less anxious. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly. Anyway, he was not short of money now. From now on, this place will be handed over to you to take care of. If there is anything, go to Lanba Academy to find me. I will be there for the time being. According to the original plot, Qin Shao remembered that the Shrek group went to Lanba Academy after leaving Tendo Royal Academy. He concluded that the next mission would most likely be refreshed there. Okay. Hearing this, Dugu Bo nodded. Then, he and Dugu Yen watched Qin Shao leave. Oh, I never thought that I am a pure complainer. Looking at the medicinal garden that once belonged to him, Dugu Bo felt mixed emotions. In other words, they are guarding a treasure mountain but don't know it. Grandpa, think positively. After all, the Bylin snake venom is under control, right? Aren't your and my lives more valuable than this medicinal field? Dugu Yen looked at the depressed Dugu Bo and comforted him. You're right, but it's a bit uncomfortable to think that I have to use my own money to buy my own herbs. After saying that, Dugu Bo couldn't help but sigh. Oh, forget it, you'll get used to it. Yen, wait for me here, I'll go back to Tiendo City and find a soul bone for you. Okay. Dugu Yen nodded obediently after hearing that. At the same time, 7 treasures glazed sect. Outside Bone Dolua's room, Ningfengji and Sword Dolua stood side by side, staring at the closed door. Why has it taken so long and you haven't come out yet? Old Bone refined 3 soul bones in one go this time. Can't he break through the bottleneck and become a level 96 titled Dolua? If I can't succeed in this way, I don't know how I can break through. Beside Ningfengji, Jian Dolua's voice sounded solemn, and there was worry in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Hearing this, Ningfengji shook his head helplessly. He knew that Jian Dolua was just too concerned and confused. Uncle Jian, don't be anxious. How can it be so easy to break through the bottleneck? Well, let's wait a little longer. Jian Dolua sighed. However, just as he finished sighing, the tightly closed door slammed open with a powerful soul force. On the other hand, Jian Dolua and Ningfengji were not surprised but happy. The next moment, Bone Dolua walked out with a smile on his face. His soul power is much stronger than before. Old Bones, did you succeed? There was an unconcealable joy in Jian Dolua's eyes. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. This has troubled me for so many years, and I finally made a breakthrough. Bone Dolua couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Congratulations, Uncle Gu. Ningfengji also congratulated Bone Dolua with a happy expression. Master, that's wrong. If you hadn't brought back these soul bones, it would have been a long time before I could achieve a breakthrough. After all, the age of these soul bones can be considered top grade. Bone Dolua's eyes were filled with gratitude. On the other hand, Ningfengji fell into deep thought. If that's the case, it seems we should thank Qin Shao again. Originally, Qin Shao sold the soul bone to his 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and the favor between the two was settled. However, he felt that he should express his gratitude for Bone Dolua's breakthrough. Besides, Qin Shao has unlimited potential, and Ningfengji is still willing to spend more time with Qin Shao. Bone Dolua was silent for a moment, then nodded. As it should be, I will go to Shrek and meet this kid. Bone Dolua is also a decisive person, he will leave when he says he will. Etc. Ningfengji called out to Gu Dolua, Uncle Gu, after Shrek Academy was destroyed, it was not rebuilt. Now the people from Shrek Academy have come to Tiendo City. Our people sent back news that they are staying in a hotel in Tiendo City. Oh. That makes things a lot easier. I'll go to Tiendo City to find him then. Bone Dolua's eyes lit up. With his level of cultivation, it wouldn't take much time to reach Tiendo City. Ningfengji said, I will go with you. Your Majesty, you are finally back. In front of Dugu Mansion, a warrior in silver armor saw Dugu Bo's excited look on his face. But what happened, Your Majesty? Dugu Bo's eyes flashed. From a distance, he recognized that this man was the guard beside Emperor Shuiyi. Your Majesty, His Majesty is not in good condition, so I came to you, said the silver-armored warrior. What? His Majesty's condition was relatively stable before, how could there be a problem all of a sudden? Dugu Bo asked with a frown. Seeing that no one was around, the silver-armored warrior whispered, "Last night, His Majesty summoned Prince Xuexing and flew into a rage." "I see." Dugu Bo immediately figured out the key to the matter. It must be that Xuexing's abuse of power and exclusion of dissidents has been exposed. Ah, Xuexing is unlucky. If someone else had suppressed her, it would have been fine. But she happened to be suppressed by Qin Shao, which means she is doomed. After Dugu Bo silently mourned for Xuexing for 3 seconds, he said to the silver-armored warrior, "Let's not talk too much. I will go to the palace immediately." With Dugu Bo's titled Dolua's cultivation level, it only took him a few dozen breaths to reach the palace from his residence. Afterwards, he came to the emperor's bedroom without any obstruction and met Emperor Shui. "Your Majesty Dugu, you are finally here." The people around Emperor Shui were all surprised when they saw this, and then they all made way. Dugu Bo just nodded slightly and strode forward. "Mr. Dugu Bo, you are here," Emperor Shui said weakly. "Your Majesty, don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine." Dugu Bo said in a deep voice, "Use both medicine and poison." After a long time, he let out a long sigh. "Your Majesty is just anxious and angry, causing an old illness to relapse. It's not a big deal, you just need to take some medicine to recuperate." It's all right." After hearing what Dugu Bo said, the people around were overjoyed. However, they soon discovered that Dugu Bo's expression was not right. "What's wrong, Mr. Dugu? Is my illness getting worse?" Emperor Shui also noticed the abnormality and said in a low voice. "That's not the case. What's the problem, Mr. Dugu?" Dugu Bo's face looked a little ugly. "It's like this. The medicinal materials used by His Majesty are very precious and require a large amount of gold soul coins." "What? Need money?" Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Dugu Bo would say this. "How much does it cost?" Emperor Shui asked in a low voice. "These prescriptions require 7,749 main ingredients and 9,981 auxiliary ingredients, which will cost about 500,000 gold soul coins." Dugu Bo calculated silently and gave a number. "This is a very fair figure. It only takes into account the cost and he does not make a penny of difference." Hiss. 500,000 gold soul coins. Everyone in the field gasped. "May I ask Your Majesty, why did Your Majesty not need so many gold soul coins for treatment before?" Someone asked boldly. This is also everyone's doubt. Before. Thinking of this, Dugu Bo became furious. He couldn't help but snorted, "I used to grow the herbs myself, but now I have to buy them myself. How can it be the same? Then why doesn't Mr. Dugu grow them anymore?" Emperor Shui asked in confusion. "You think I don't want to?" Dugu Bo said unhappily, "Things are different now, times have changed. Could it be that a natural disaster occurred and all the medicinal materials were destroyed?" "No, it's a man-made disaster," Dugu Bo said with heartache. "Man-made disaster." The entire bedroom suddenly became quiet. Even Emperor Shui fell silent. Anyone who can harm poison Dolua is definitely not an ordinary person. It is better to know less about this matter. "Mr. Dugu, I wonder how long I can last with the medicinal materials worth 500,000 gold soul coins?" Emperor Shui asked again. Dugu Bo thought for a moment and said, 7 days. "Only 7 short days." Upon hearing this, Emperor Shui's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. "Doesn't that mean that I have to spend 100,000 gold soul coins a day? In the Tendo Empire, how many taxes do you need to collect to earn 100,000 gold soul coins? 100,000 a day, at least 3 million a month, and a year's treatment costs as much as 30 or 40 million. At least 300 to 400 million gold soul coins a year. Isn't this price a bit too high?" Thinking about it, Emperor Shui's breathing became heavy. He couldn't imagine that it would be so expensive for him to stay alive. It would be nice if 30 or 40 million gold soul coins could extend your life. At this time, Dugu Bo shook his head, breaking Emperor Shui's fantasy. "Isn't 30 or 40 million gold soul coins enough?" Emperor Shui asked in shock. Of course not. Dugu Bo said, after 7 days, your body will develop drug resistance. You will need to add more medicinal materials to the next dose. The cost is not constant, but will increase day by day. Hey, now that I think about it, I was really rich before. Dugu Bo calculated how many elixirs he had taken from other palaces for Emperor Shui over the years. I didn't think much of it before, but now I think about it, it's all money. At least, there must be hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, right? Compared to this, the benefits of being a priest in the prince's palace are really pitiful. Damn. Big loss. If your majesty thinks the medicine is expensive, I can write you a list and you can have someone go and buy it yourself. Seeing that Emperor Shui fell into silence, Dugu Bo said in a deep voice. Sir, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't trust you, but I think my life is not worth paying such a high price for treatment. Besides, treatment won't cure it, it's just keeping you alive. Emperor Shui explained to Dugu Bo with a helpless look on his face. Dugu Bo's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing more. Because what Emperor Shui said was the truth. Someone, come and take Mr. Dugu down to collect the money. Emperor Shui asked the guards to take Dugu Bo away again. Your Majesty, you should also take a rest and get some sleep. Someone beside Emperor Shui spoke with concern. 100,000 gold soul coins only by 12 hours, how can I sleep? Emperor Shui showed a bitter smile on his face. For the time being, the Tendo Emperor's country is big and his cause is great, so he can afford to spend tens of millions a year. But what if this continues? In the next year, I may have to spend hundreds of millions of gold soul coins to treat myself. Even higher. No one dared to speak anymore. Unfortunately, Qinghe is still young and has not yet fully grown his wings. Prince Xuexing is suppressing him in secret. Otherwise, what would happen if I passed the throne to him? Emperor Shui thought to himself. He is still lingering on until now, and he has his own helplessness. In fact, he no longer had any desire for the throne of Tiando, he was just worried about Xuexing. Prince Xuexing's power is deeply rooted in Tiando, and there are powerful titled masters like Du Dolua serving as the tribute in his mansion, which further boosts Prince Xuexing's arrogance. Emperor Shui is afraid that Prince Xuexing will rebel if he leaves. Unfortunately, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's leader, Ningfengji, is an out-and-out businessman. Even if I give him the status of the Crown Prince's teacher, I can't let him go down and deal with Xuexing. No, I still have to help Qinghe. Emperor Shui remembered Meng Shenji's words, even Dugu Bo is quite afraid of the young titled Dolua in Shrek Academy. If he can serve as a powerful worshipper in the Crown Prince's mansion, there will be no need to worry about Xuexing using poison Dolua to secretly use any means. At this moment, Emperor Shui thought a lot and immediately said to the people around him, go and call the prince. It's old, run-down, and remote. This must be the place. In a remote corner of Tiando City, Qin Xiao glanced at the door of a hotel whose signboard was almost rotten. Before he got close, he smelled a rotten smell. That was coming from the old wooden door. Crunch. He pushed the door open, and the wooden door made a teeth-grinding sound as if it could not bear the weight. Qin Xiao was not afraid of titled Dolua, but when he heard this voice, he felt uneasy. When he arrived at the hall, he found some people sitting around the table, eating breakfast. It seems that my guess was correct. Qin Xiao thought to himself when he saw this. There is no doubt that these people are the people in Shrek Academy. The moment he walked in, many eyes looked over at him, and most people showed joy. Your Majesty, you are finally back. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Wuji said in surprise. That's right, Zhao Wuji barged in. There was nothing he could do about it. After witnessing Qin Zhao's bravery, he had already regarded this young man, who was several decades younger than him, as his idol. Well, forget about others, but Lao Zhao, you should control yourself a little. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows with his hands, indicating that he had a headache. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji looked embarrassed. I can't help it, I can't help it. Your Majesty, we didn't leave you any message. How did you find this place? Zhao Wuji asked curiously again, have you been hiding in the dark? Of course not. I don't have any special fetishes. Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said with a smile, haha, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. As long as you are in Tendo City, it won't be difficult to find you at the cheapest hotel. Isn't that right, Flanders? Well. Hearing this, Flanders looked embarrassed. Qin Zhao's words were right and he had grasped his character perfectly. But for the sake of the dean's dignity, he found a way out and said, Your Majesty, you don't know that I did this not only to save money, but more importantly, I wanted to temper the children's will. Put an end to extravagance and debauchery, and we should start from a young age. Haha, if you say so, I won't argue with you. Qin Shao said with a smile. However, at this moment, a low roar was heard outside the hotel. His Royal Highness is traveling, please stay away. Prince? Everyone was startled and put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked towards the door. It won't take a moment. Prince Xuexing, who looked wealthy, walked in with an avalanche. Xuexing was fine, with a smile on her face. Avalanche frowned and waved his hands in front of him with a look of disgust. He thought to himself, is this a place where people live? Avalanche, do you have any opinions about this place? Without anyone saying anything, Prince Xuexing also noticed Xuebeng's little move, and looked at him with a cold brow. Anger was already rising in my heart. You are a useless piece of shit. You are really used to a life of luxury. Have you forgotten what your purpose is today? I'm here to ask for help. Please keep a low profile, okay? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Prince Xuexing knew that his teachings last night were like talking to a deaf person. Ah, no. Hearing this, Xuebeng belatedly put down his hand, a look of panic flashing across his face. Uncle Wang, I just couldn't help myself for a moment. And this place is really too bad. This is useless. He is so addicted to pretending to be a dandy that he cannot extricate himself and has become a real dandy. Prince Xuexing was speechless. If Emperor Shui had not lost only 2 of his sons, he would really want to find someone else to support. That's all. The bubbles under my feet are all caused by walking. Avalanche is my choice, and it is the only choice. Even if it is mud, I have to help it up the wall. Prince Xuexing thought so, smiled at Qin Shao, and said apologetically, Mr. Qin, Xuebeng is just a child, and he was born in an imperial family. He is used to being pampered and spoiled. He doesn't know how to be polite. Please ignore him. We can still talk about today's events even without him. After saying that, he also looked at Flanders and others. Dean Flanders, teachers and students of Shrek Academy, I, Xuexing, am here to apologize to you. Yesterday, we were the ones who offended. Prince Xuexing said this with a sincere look on his face, and even bowed suddenly. Obviously, as a prince of the empire, he could be so humble and really show his attitude. Seeing this, Xuebeng, although extremely reluctant, still followed Prince Xuexing in paying his respects. However, no one in Shrek said anything. They all looked at Qin Zhao's back, waiting for his answer. Everyone knew that Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng were actually apologizing to Qin Shao. To put it in the simplest terms, without Qin Shao, they would not deserve to be treated like this by Prince Xuexing. I, Dai Mubai, swear to become a person like Qin Shao, so that even the princes of the empire would bow their heads when they see him. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed and he swore secretly in his heart. If I had the same demeanor as Qin Shao, would Ning Rongrong look at me in the same way? Oscar's expression darkened. On the other hand, Ma Hongjuan looked at Qin Zhao's back, his eyes full of longing and envy. If I had Qin Zhao's strength, I could have any woman I wanted with just a flick of my finger. You know, whether it was Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing, he was very envious of them. They are all women he can only dream of but never reach. 100 times stronger than Sui Hua. However, faced with the courtesy of Xuexing and Xuebeng, Qin Shao said nothing and just looked at them quietly. Haha, look at my memory. Suddenly, Xuexing laughed, and a ring on his hand flashed, and a black card appeared in his hand. Even though they were far away, Flanders was able to see some numbers on the card. Oh my god, this card has only zeros on it. He felt indescribably envious. I wonder if there will be a chance for me to sit down and talk with Mr. Qin again. Prince Xuexing asked with a smile, holding the card in both hands. The way he held the card was very particular, just like when Qin Xiao handed out business cards to people in his previous life. It's very polite and allows people to see the words on the business card clearly at a glance. As expected of His Royal Highness, a prince of such high status and power, he spent 5 million gold soul coins. He is really generous. Prince Xuexing held the card in both hands, and Qin Xiao could easily see the number on the card. What? Uncle Wang, a dignified prince of the empire, actually handed Qin Xiao 5 million gold soul coins. Xuebeng was shocked. He had never heard of Xuexing doing this before. Hiss. Is this the transcendence of a titled Doluo? Even the princes of the empire have to come and curry favor with gold soul coins. The Shrek people once again refreshed their understanding of the strong. At the same time, I also realized what the power of money is. Even for a prince of the Star Luo Empire like Dai Mubai, 5 million gold soul coins is an astronomical figure. In the field, the only one who was not sensitive to this number, besides Qin Xiao, was probably Ning Rongrong. Mr. Qin, don't get me wrong, this money is just to express my apology. Prince Xuexing saw that Qin Xiao was reluctant to accept the black card, so he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Qin, as long as you are willing to sit down and talk again, you can set any conditions. I will definitely meet the conditions that I can meet, and I will do whatever I can to meet the conditions that I cannot meet. Prince Xuexing's voice was resounding. Haha, in order to win me over, the Tendo Empire or Prince Xuexing is so determined. Qin Zhao's eyes moved slightly, but he still did not give an answer. After all, he was still thinking about the vast sea of heaven and earth cover of the Tendo Empire. Again, since Tang San and his son are enemies with Qin Xiao, then Qin Xiao must completely cut off their retreat and leave them with no way out. Certainly. It would be even better if we could solve the problem at its root. However, he had no interest in getting involved in the disputes of the Tendo Empire. Who is coming? However, at this moment, there were bursts of exclamations from outside the door. His Royal Highness is here, please stay away. Don't come near. However, compared to the loud shouts of the crowd, the gentle voice seemed insignificant. But, strangely, this sound was very penetrating and could be heard clearly by people both inside and outside the hotel. I am Ningfengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I am the elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Bone Doluo. Ningfengji. Bone Doluo. What are they here for? Prince Xuexing was startled when he heard the voice, and calmly put away the black card in his hand and stood up straight. He first smiled apologetically at Qin Xiao, then shouted to the outside of the door, please come in, Sect Master Ning. Suddenly, there was no more noisy sound outside the store, only the sound of footsteps. Da-da-da-da. Not long after, two figures walked in. The first thing that caught Qin Zhao's eye was the gentle and elegant voice of Ningfengji. Next to him was a thin but tall old man. Qin Xiao knew that this person must be the second mainstay of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Bone Doluo. Brother Qin, we meet again. Ningfengji came into the store and bowed slightly to Qin Xiao. Master Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Qin Xiao clasped his fists in return. They actually know each other. Standing aside, Xuexing, who witnessed all this, felt her pupils shrink and thought to herself that something was wrong. At this time, Ningfengji looked at Xuexing again. What I didn't expect was that the prince and Prince Xuebeng were also here. What a coincidence. Xuexing also showed a kind smile. I didn't expect to meet Sect Master Ning here. Ningfengji smiled. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness would be so elegant as to come here for breakfast. Have breakfast. Who is the yin and yang here? Prince Xuexing felt uncomfortable, but he did not show it. Instead, he laughed softly and said, good wine needs no bush. Isn't Sect Master Ning also attracted here? They are all old yin-yang people. Ningfengji has done yin and yang to him, so he will definitely return the favor. However, Ningfengji's answer shocked Prince Xuexing. That's wrong. I came here specifically to see Brother Qin. He speaks his mind. Ah. So honest. Why don't you hide your purpose? Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng were both stunned. Ningfengji's frankness stunned them for a moment, and they had no idea what to say next. I wonder what Sect Master Ning wants to talk to me about. Qin Xiao asked. No hurry. Brother Qin, let me introduce you first. This person next to me is Elder Bone from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, Bone Doluo took a step forward. With a smile on his face, he said, I, Gu Rong, am here to thank you, Mr. Qin, for your help. A feeling of helping each other. Qin Xiao was stunned at first, then looked at Bone Doluo deeply. In his perception, the aura of Bone Doluo was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and it was obvious that he was trying his best to control it. Normally, if a soul master experiences such a situation, it must be due to his improved cultivation. It seems that he realized the opportunity for breakthrough only after he absorbed and refined the soul bone left by Tang Xiao. Qin Xiao suddenly realized. Senior, you are too polite. Sect Master Ning and I are just taking what we need. What opportunities you have are all your own abilities and have nothing to do with me. He waved his hands and did not take any credit. That's wrong. Bone Doluo shook his head slightly. Brother Qin, that's too polite. Ning Fengji also continued, by the way, Brother Qin, I also brought some local specialties this time. It is my way of expressing my gratitude on behalf of Uncle Gu. Brother Qin, you must accept it and don't refuse. When Ning Fengji said this, everyone was stunned. What? Ning Fengji also wants to give Qin Xiao a gift. What should I give as a gift? A souvenir. The leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the richest man in the world, only gave people local specialties as gifts. Isn't this a bit cheap? However, when everyone saw Ning Fengji take out a black card from the Space Soul Guide, they were all stunned. You call this a local specialty? This is all money. But, on second thought, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is the richest sect in the world. If you want to talk about what is the most, it must be money. Isn't it reasonable for Ning Fengji to give local specialties and black cards to others? There are 8.88 million gold soul coins in the card, which are valid throughout the continent. You're welcome, Brother Qin. Ning Fengji said with a smile. Yes, Qin Xiaoyo, please accept it. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. There was some gratitude in Bone Doluo's voice. After all, Qin Xiao can choose to sell the soul bones to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family or to the Spirit Hall. However, he chose to sell it to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, which gave rise to him, Bone Doluo. Master Ning, Senior Gu, you are too polite. How can I accept such a generous gift? Qin Xiao said as he took the card from Ning Fengji's hand. A typical case of saying no with your mouth but being honest with your body. Of course, this also shows that Qin Xiao did not reject Ning Fengji's kindness. Unlike Xuexing, the relationship between him and Ning Fengji is that one kills and the other loots, so they are half accomplices. So, don't refuse Ning Fengji's money. Ah, this. Ning Fengji, you are not a human being. After witnessing the conversation and actions between Qin Xiao and Ning Fengji, Xuexing felt terrible. What's going on? Ning Fengji gave Qin Xiao 8.88 million gold soul coins just to express his gratitude. Then I want to ask Qin Xiao to join Tendo Royal Academy or recruit him under my command. Are these 5 million gold soul coins a little, not enough to spend? Isn't this a slap in the face? He despised Ning Fengji's price gouging in his heart. Pooh. Isn't it just that there is too much money and nowhere to spend it? Proud of you. Uncle Wang, why don't we go first and talk about Mr. Qin later? At this time, Xuebeng reached out and pulled Prince Xuexing, who looked a little dazed. In fact, even Avalanche felt somewhat ashamed. He felt that Uncle Wang's face was about to be swollen from being hit by Ning Fengji. Okay. Prince Xuexing regained his composure and clasped his fists towards Qin Xiao, saying, since Sect Master Ning and Mr. Qin are old friends, we will not disturb you two from reminiscing about the past. Goodbye, Prince. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Qin Xiao said calmly, no thanks. When Prince Xuexing and others left, Ning Rongrong rushed to Bone Doluo with a look of surprise. Grandpa Gu, Rongrong missed you so much. I heard from the sect master that he would not return to the sect even if we drag you away. It's not as serious as pulling me. I just said a few more words. After hearing what Bon Dolua said, Ning Rongrong pulled the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly. Master Ning, you must have something else to do this time. At this time, Qin Xiao asked. Ning Fengji nodded, indeed, there is something, but it's not urgent. Tonight, I will welcome you all to the most luxurious hotel in Tendo City. We can talk while we eat. These words were mainly said to Qin Xiao, and it was also an invitation to Flanders and others. It seems like something is really wrong. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said, okay. Afterwards, Ning Fengji and Bon Dolua left side by side. It is worth mentioning that no matter how Bon Dolua summoned her, Ning Rongrong still chose to stay in Shrek. Flanders, what are your plans next? You won't live here forever, will you? After Ning Fengji left, Qin Xiao asked Flanders in a deep voice. I have a friend in Tiendo City who has opened an academy there. Why don't we go over and take a look? Flanders asked tentatively. Is it time to meet Lu Erlong? Qin Xiao is looking forward to it. He remembered that Lu Erlong was considered one of the most beautiful women in the original novel. He also wanted to see if this hot-tempered woman was as beautiful as described in the original book. On the other side, in the Tiendo Palace, Xueqinghe came to the bedroom of Emperor Shuiyi. Father, are you feeling better? He saw Emperor Shuiyi lying in bed and asked with a look of concern. Okay. How can that be easy? Or rather, there is no chance of anything good happening to me. Emperor Shuiyi smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, I summoned you here this time because of my illness. Father, don't think too much. Things will get better in the future. Xueqinghe's eyes flashed and he quickly comforted him. Ha ha ha, Qinghe, please stop saying these comforting words. I'm tired of hearing them, Your Majesty. Emperor Shuiyi shook his head and smiled. Another moment passed. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he said seriously, Qinghe, I called you here this time to tell you that I plan to give up treatment. There is no time to divide the chapters, so I will post both chapters at once. In the empty hall, there are only Emperor Shuiyi and Xueqinghe. After Emperor Shuiyi expressed his thoughts, Xueqinghe forgot to breathe. What's going on? Why did Emperor Shuiyi suddenly make such a decision? This also. That's great. Xueqinghe was extremely excited, but his face showed shock and deep sadness. Father, how can you say such discouraging words? You will be fine. It won't be long before Mr. Dugu can cure you. He said in a trembling voice. Silly child, if it could be cured, it would have been cured long ago. Why would it be delayed until now? Emperor Shuiyi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, Father has his reasons for doing this. He doesn't want the empire to fall because of me. Afterwards, he recounted to Xueqinghe what Dugu Bo had said. Xueqinghe was shocked. What? It costs so much to maintain your condition. You have to know that the annual tax revenue of the Tiendo Empire is only a few hundred million. After deducting various people's livelihood expenses, there is even less that can enter the national treasury. But the cost of Emperor Shuiyi's treatment is tens of millions. So horrible. Hey, tens of millions are just the beginning, and the future will only be higher. Emperor Shuiyi sighed, but it's good this way. It makes me determined about some things. I will help you solve them before I die. Father, please don't give up on treatment. Even if it costs hundreds of millions, our Tiendo Empire can afford it. That's not necessary. Faced with Xueqinghe's insistence, Emperor Shuiyi shook his head. His pair of weathered eyes seemed to have seen through the mundane world a long time ago. I called you here only to inform you of my decision, not to ask for your opinion. I also have a few things to tell you. Your Highness will listen to your teachings. Xueqinghe lowered his head and said no more. The first thing is to change your temper. You can't be polite to everyone. As the crown prince and the future king of the empire, you should be tougher. Even if you are treating Xuexing or your brother Xuebeng. Xueqinghe's pupils suddenly shrank, but they are members of the royal family after all. Which emperor didn't climb up from the corpses of his brothers? Xuexing keeps suppressing you and wants to support Xuebeng to take the throne, so you should suppress him fiercely. After all, you are the heir I have chosen, and I am supporting you behind the scenes. Even though Emperor Shui was lying on the hospital bed, his voice was loud and clear. I understand. Xueqinghe was silent for a moment and answered solemnly. In fact, what Emperor Shui didn't know was that he had wanted to get rid of Xuexing and Xuebeng for years, but was afraid that any drastic action would arouse Emperor Shui's suspicion. But, it's not necessary now. The second thing is to find a way to strengthen your strength. Even though Ning Fengji is your teacher, he can't interfere with the internal affairs of the royal family. On the other hand, Prince Xuexing has the Du Doluo as his worshipper in his mansion, but you don't have such a top powerhouse by your side. If Xuexing wants to attack you secretly, you can't defend yourself. Emperor Shui added that this was also what he was most worried about. Poison Doluo? Xueqinghe remained calm on the surface, but sneered disdainfully in his heart. Do you really think that the thorny porpoise Doluo lurking beside him is a vegetarian? That person restrained Poison Doluo tightly. If Poison Doluo dared to attack him, he would be seeking his own death. Seeing Xueqinghe was silent, Emperor Shui said, however, there was no way before. Now the appearance of Qin Shao is a turning point. From Meng Shenji's description, I understand that this Qin Shao should be a strongman that even Du Doluo is afraid of. If he is by your side to protect you, I can rest assured. But didn't the Emperor ask Uncle Wang to recruit Qin Shao? It's impossible. Emperor Shui shook his head slightly. Qin Shao is young and successful, and he will never tolerate any injustice. You must remember that if you go to see him, you must lower your attitude and offer enough benefits. May I ask, Father, what kind of benefits would make him interested? Xueqinghe asked. He can set any conditions he wants. As long as he can join your army or become a tribute to the Tendo Empire, even if he wants the Tendo Empire's national treasure, I will give it to him. What? Xueqinghe was shocked. He didn't expect that Emperor Shui was willing to pay such a huge price. His future is limitless. He may not be so valuable today, but he will definitely be valuable in the future. Qinghe needs to have a long-term vision. Thank you for your teachings, Father. I understand. Xueqinghe said respectfully. One last thing, you must be careful. Protect yourself and don't give Xuexing any chance to take advantage of you. I even suspect that my illness is the result of Xuexing secretly instigating Dugu Bo. Emperor Shui spoke earnestly. Father, is this true? Xueqinghe's eyes widened, and he felt like he had discovered a new world. Surprised, aren't you? Emperor Shui was very calm, and Xueqinghe even saw a look of heartache on his face. It's funny, I doubted Xuebeng, and even you before. But, today, I can confirm that Xuexing is the most likely. After all, when I start using the gold soul coins to maintain my life, he will benefit the most. Emperor Shui said with certainty. He also believed that Xuexing had been planning for many years and was finally starting to show its claws. Xuexing, you have to take the blame for this whether you want to or not. After all, it was your royal brother who asked you to take it. Xueqinghe laughed secretly in his heart. But his face showed indignation. I will go to Xuexing to ask for the antidote now. It's useless. What you need to do now is to grow up quickly and take up the responsibility of supporting the Tendo Empire. After all, I don't have much time left. Emperor Shui stopped the impulsive Xueqinghe. I understand. I'm going to talk to Qin Shao now. Xueqinghe said so. Emperor Shui nodded. This is the wise choice. Blue Bully Academy. In Tiando City, at the end of a busy street, Qin Shao stopped. In front of him was a magnificent academy. Dean Flanders, the old friend you mentioned, is the Dean of Blue Bully Academy. Behind Qin Shao, Ning Rongrong read out the name on the academy's plaque. Oscar, Ma Hongjuan, and others were also very curious. They didn't expect that the dean, who was so poor, could know such a rich person. After all, every inch of land in Tiando City is worth a lot of money, and being able to open an academy here means being rich. Haha, you are right. Back then, I and two other good friends were known as the Golden Iron Triangle, and we also made a great name for ourselves on Doluo continent. Flanders couldn't help but laugh. Even though he's living a miserable life now, he can't hide his pride when he thinks of his glorious days. What, the golden triangle? Ning Rong Rong suddenly showed shock on her face. Could it be that you have also heard of my fame in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Then you should know how powerful I am, the Dean, right? Flanders looked at Ning Rong Rong with a smile, and the next moment he was about to ask Ning Rong Rong to tell everyone about his glorious deeds. However, Ning Rong Rong shook her head. What I mean is, I've never heard of the Golden Triangle. Flanders. Sigma. Why are you so surprised? You made me think you knew me. Who are those people outside the door? Suddenly, a questioning voice was heard from Lanba Academy. Everyone looked and saw that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. It seems that he should be a teacher from Blue Bully Academy. Please inform your dean that my old friend Flanders is here to see you. Flanders clasped his fist towards the people inside the academy gate. Good. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man was surprisingly straightforward. Teacher, aren't you afraid that he is an imposter? Ning Rong Rong asked curiously. Impersonation. Hearing this, the teacher laughed. Some people did come to seek to be related to the dean before, but every one of them was beaten badly. After that, no one would use this method to ask to see the dean anymore. Everyone. Although they have not met yet, everyone has already had some guesses about this mysterious dean. It is very likely that he is a violent madman with big arms and a lot of flesh. Just wait, I'll be back soon. After the teacher finished speaking, he ran away. Dean Flanders, we are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference? Yes, we both opened a college, but they are doing very well, but you are going bankrupt. There is no doubt that the people who could make such complaints must be Flanders' old friend, Xiao Xin, Li Yusong, and others. We are both human beings, but why am I only level 78? Have you ever thought about this? As Flanders spoke, he rubbed his wrists, making a series of crackling sounds. I have considered that people's physiques are different. Lu Qibin said one sentence and then kept silent. Boss Fu, it's really you who is here. Before everyone had to wait long, a surprised voice was heard in the academy. Qin Xiao had already noticed that a woman in a green cloth skirt was coming quickly. Under that cloth robe, there is a fiery passion that an ordinary girl cannot reach. As she runs, she looks particularly turbulent. Not long. She walked out of the academy and came in front of everyone. A look of surprise appeared on his face with delicate features, and his black eyes stared at Flanders closely. Boss Flanders, after so many years, you finally come to see me in person. As she said that, she punched Flanders on the shoulder. Deng deng deng. Flanders was beaten and took several steps back. Ahem, Erlong, it's been many years since we last met. Your way of greeting is still so special. And your strength has increased again. Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a little embarrassed. I was a little excited and couldn't help myself. Boss Fu, you are a magnanimous person. You won't mind this little problem, right? Okay, stop flattering me. You know, when adults use this word to describe me, it's just ironic. Etc. Flanders felt something was wrong and looked Lu Erlong up and down. You are not deliberately mocking me, are you? Ha ha ha. How can that be possible? Lu Erlong laughed dryly, glanced at the people behind Flanders, and instantly changed the subject. Boss Flanders, why don't you come? So many people came at once, don't you want to merge into my Blue Tyrant Academy? Although Lu Erlong and Flanders had not seen each other for a long time, they had always kept in touch through letters. I also know that Shrek in Flanders does not have a very large population. Of course, she was actually joking when she said this. She had invited Flanders before, but he refused. She knew that Flanders also had his own pride. But Flanders' answer left Lu Erlong stunned. Haha, Erlong, you really guessed it right. What? I guessed right. Lu Erlong's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Boss Fu, you really are not lying to me. Of course. Flanders nodded heavily. But I can't explain the details in just a few words. I'll tell you later. This is indeed not the place to talk. Please follow me in first. Lu Erlong nodded and brought everyone to Lan Ba Academy. In the spacious reception room, Lu Erlong arranged for everyone to sit down. Let me introduce you to our Shrek members first. Flanders brought Lu Erlong to Qin Shao and said, "This is His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, Qin Shao. I just turned 18 this year and am a new student at Shrek." Oh. Lu Erlong nodded indifferently, and then said, "Boss Fu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but shouldn't you introduce Shrek's teachers to me first? Why introduce the students first?" "Oh, that's not right, boss. What did you say his name is?" Lu Erlong realized later that she seemed to have missed something just now. "I say, this is His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, Qin Shao." Flanders repeated again. "Your Majesty." "Boss Fu, you mean, he is a titled Dolua?" Lu Erlong looked at Flanders to confirm again. "Yes, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is of course a titled Dolua, and a strong one among the titled Dolua." Flanders said seriously, "Besides, Your Majesty just turned 18 this year and is a new student at Shrek. 18 years old, freshman, titled Dolua." Puff. Lu Erlong couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. "Boss Fu, I haven't seen you for many years, and you still know how to make me happy. I have to say, you succeeded. I admit that I haven't laughed so happily in a long time." Ha 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 ha. However, as she laughed, Lu Erlong couldn't laugh out loud. In the reception hall, everyone except her had a serious look on their faces. This. Could it be that what Boss Fu said was true? Is this young man really an 18-year-old titled Dolua? When this thought came to mind, Lu Erlong felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet and rushing straight to the top of her head. In an instant, the smile in her heart disappeared. "I wonder if I will be lucky enough to witness His Majesty's grace." Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Shao, with a solemn look on her face. Qin Shao didn't say anything, but a powerful soul power burst out from him and fell on Lu Erlong. No one else reacted, but Lu Erlong's expression changed drastically in an instant. She felt like she was carrying a mountain on her back. This kind of pressure can only be possessed by a strong person above Soul Dolua. However, this pressure only lasted for less than a breath before Qin Shao took it back. Lu Erlong felt relieved. "Call. Suck." She gasped for air and said to Qin Shao in shock, "Your Majesty, Erlong did not mean to offend me just now. An 18-year-old titled Dolua is truly amazing and incomprehensible." Facing Lu Erlong's shock, everyone felt it was expected. After all, everyone was in shock and devastation. Hee, this is just the beginning. Once you see His Majesty's perverted training method, you will definitely be shocked. A cunning light flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and her mind was already filled with imagination. When Lu Erlong saw Qin Zhao's training method of being struck by lightning, how shocked he would be. "It's okay." Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved gently at Lu Erlong. Hearing the voice, Lu Erlong subconsciously glanced at Flanders. The expression is very complicated. In her sight, Flanders nodded slightly, which made her completely relieved. At the same time, she suppressed the countless doubts in her heart. "Humph, you didn't even tell me that there was such a monster in Shrek Academy. You must be deliberately trying to make me look bad." Lu Erlong thought angrily that she would teach Flanders a lesson soon. "Come, Erlong, let me introduce you again. This is Zhao Wuji, the vice president of our Shrek Academy." Flanders didn't know that Lu Erlong had already made arrangements for him, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to introduce him and would have been thinking about how to run away. The other side. In the prince's palace. Bang. Xuebeng slapped his palm fiercely, and immediately, the valuable table beside him, which was worth thousands of gold soul coins, broke into pieces with a crack. "Uncle Wang, that Qin Shao really doesn't know what's good for him. Isn't he just a titled Dolua? How dare he be so arrogant in front of us?" Xuebeng became furious when he thought about what had happened in the past 2 days. If you ask him what the most common emotion he has towards Qin Shao, there is only one word: hatred. Qin Shao had made him lose face, and he wished he could cut Qin Shao into pieces. That's enough. If you hadn't been so blind and offended Qin Shao, how could you have gotten into such a big trouble? Uncle Wang, that's not right. You said at the beginning that we must not encourage Shueqing's arrogance, and we must weaken his strength. Without your support, how dare I provoke the people of Shrek? Avalanche said that he couldn't take all the blame alone. So, I helped you and made a mistake. What a sin. Avalanche was angry, and Snow Star was even angrier. Thinking about the setback he suffered at the hands of Qin Xiao was like adding fuel to the fire. He felt like he was going to explode if he didn't vent. In the large room, there was only Shuebeng. Bang. Shueqing took 2 steps forward and slapped Shuebeng hard on the face. Call. After this slap, he felt relieved. On the other hand, Avalanche seemed to be stunned, and the expression on his face seemed to be frozen. You hit me. And hit me in the face. My father has never hit me like this. He was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his voice suddenly became sharp. Don't you agree to be beaten? Shueqing looked at him with cold eyes. Beating you is too light. If you were my son, I would definitely beat you to death. Shuebeng could clearly feel the cold murderous intent hidden in his voice. The next moment, he woke up from his anger. I became panicked. Well, Uncle Wang, I know I was wrong, please don't be angry. After pretending to be a dandy for too long, I have some minor bad habits that I can't control. Shuebeng quickly apologized with a smile. Humph. Prince Shueqing snorted coldly, this won't happen again. Yes. Shuebeng nodded repeatedly as if he had been pardoned, and said, Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry about Qin Xiao's affairs. I will go and ask Qin Xiao to do it. No matter what, we must complete the task that our father has set for us. However, Shueqing's answer surprised Shuebeng. He just waved his hand and said, forget it. Why, forget it? I have also investigated the details of Shrek Academy. It is so poor that it is on the verge of bankruptcy. I used to think that if I gave them some benefits, they would bow down and obey me. However, the emergence of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect made me change my mind. Shueqing explained, Ningfengji often took out millions of gold soul coins to give to Qin Xiao. You have also seen it. And there is another piece of information that Qin Xiao helped Bone Dolua a lot. This shows that Qin Xiao has a very close relationship with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. It's not that I don't want to recruit such a person, but I can't afford it. This. Do you really want to give up? But if I don't give up, there seems to be no other way out. Avalanche just felt a sense of powerlessness. So are we just going to leave Qin Xiao alone? But the Emperor will still blame you, right? There is some concern about Avalanche's. Worried about Shueqing and also worried about myself. If Shueqing really loses the right to control Tendo Royal Academy, then Shueqing will be the only one in power in the future. How can we just leave it alone? Don't forget that we have already formed a feud with Qin Xiao. We don't know if he will stand against us in the future. Shueqing said, a murderous look flashing in his eyes, since I can't use it, I can only destroy it. I want to nip all risks in the bud. You want to kill him? Avalanche was shocked. He also wanted to kill Qin Xiao to vent his anger, but it was just a thought. Shueqing also wants to kill Qin Xiao and will definitely take action. But, considering Qin Xiao's strength, is it really that easy to deal with him? Qin Xiao, he is a powerful figure at the titled Dolua level after all. He felt it necessary to remind Shueqing. Shueqing said in a deep voice, I plan to ask Dugu Bo to help. Dugu Bo? Fighting with Qin Xiao, isn't he just giving himself away? Pooh. He is no match for Qin Xiao. Shuebeng knew clearly that even though Dugu Bo was a titled Dolua, in terms of combat power alone, if he dared to say that he was the second to last among the titled Doluos, no one would dare to admit that he was the last. On the other hand, Shueqing shook her head and said, Shuebeng, you have to remember that the strength of soul masters can never be determined simply by looking at their soul power. If that were the case, soul masters would not need to compete in soul fighting. Wouldn't it be enough to just show their soul power? Dugu Bo, don't underestimate his personal combat power, but he is good at poison. He can easily massacre the people of an entire city. This is something that many titled Dolua cannot do. Also, although he couldn't defeat Qin Xiao head-on, he used poison in secret. I don't believe Qin Xiao would not fall for it. Hearing this, Xue Beng's eyes lit up and he immediately became energetic. Then we must let Dugu Bo give Qin Xiao some strong medicine to make his strength drop and become an ordinary person. By then, let's see if he can still be so arrogant. I will crush his head under my feet. Avalanche became more and more excited as he spoke. Xuexing couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to interrupt him. Remember, from now on, don't provoke Qin Xiao again. And don't let any news leak out. After all, the revenge of a titled Dolua is not something you and I can bear. Upon hearing this, Xue Beng nodded like a chick eating rice, indicating that he understood. In fact, even if Xuexing didn't remind him, he wouldn't dare to show off in front of Qin Xiao even if he had 10 times the courage. Master Dean, dinner is ready. At dusk, there was a knock on the door of the reception hall. Has it come to this point already without me noticing? There is no time for cultivation. After Flanders introduced himself, Qin Xiao entered the state of cultivation. Through the window, he could see lights coming on outside. Your Majesty, what do you think? Flanders asked Qin Xiao. You guys eat. Qin Xiao smiled slightly. Could it be that your Majesty despises the food at my Blue Tyrant Academy? It's okay, I can arrange whatever you want to eat. Lu Erlong was stunned and couldn't help asking. That's not the case. I just have an appointment. Qin Xiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a charming smile. He did not forget Ning Fengji's invitation to him. Lu Erlong was in a trance. But it soon returned to normal. It was Erlong who was rude. Qin Xiao shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. Then, he looked at Flanders and the others. Aren't you going to go? He remembered that Ning Fengji also invited them. No. Flanders shook his head. Only Ning Rongrong emerged from the crowd. Your Majesty, I will go, but you must take me with you. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Let's go. After Qin Xiao and Ning Rongrong disappeared from sight one after another, Lu Erlong could not help but ask, Boss Fu, who invited him? That's a big shot. Flanders said in a deep voice. Would you mind stopping me from keeping me in suspense? Have you forgotten that I'm impatient? Still think my fists are too light? Without Qin Zhao's suppression, Lu Erlong's nature was released. The Lu Erlong who could take action but tried not to make any noise was back. Well. Flanders said helplessly, it was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, who invited Qin Xiao to a banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Tiando City. What? Ning Fengji. Lu Erlong was shocked. Just as Flanders said, this person is indeed a well-deserved big shot. A player who could make the Soul Master world tremble with just a stomp of his feet. It seems that this Qin Xiao has something special. Lu Erlong said with a complicated expression. More than a little. I can only say that your current understanding of him is not even the tip of the iceberg. By the way, from what he said, Ning Fengji seems to have invited you guys to a banquet. You guys don't even bother to show respect to such an important person. I think you, Boss Fu, are more powerful. After hearing what Lu Erlong said, Flanders said unhappily, don't mock me. I know how much I weigh compared to these guys behind me. Ning Fengji invited Qin Xiao sincerely, and inviting us was just a polite way of doing things. If we really go to the banquet, people will only look down on us. After listening to Flanders' words, Zhao Wuji and other teachers nodded. Ma Hongjuan and others were also thoughtful. Lu Erlong laughed and said, Boss, after so many years, you are still so smart. Don't worry, I have prepared a feast for you today. What is Dugu Bo doing? It's been so long, why don't you come out to see me? Xuexing was getting a little anxious waiting. He clasped his hands together and walked back and forth in front of the mansion door. Fortunately, the street in front of Dugu Mansion had been blocked by guards, and no one could see his anxious look. Crunch. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Dugu Bo, dressed in dark green clothes, walked out. Ha ha ha, I was so absorbed in researching the prescription that I forgot the time. I am so sorry for keeping your highness waiting for so long. Dugu Bo immediately clasped his fists and smiled at Shuexing. There was some apology in his voice. It's okay, I didn't wait long. Shuexing smiled, but the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Mr. Dugu, how did you become? How has it changed? Getting younger. Prince Shuexing said in disbelief. Although Dugu Bo's clothes had not changed much at this time, his face looked more than 10 years younger than before. By chance, I got a magical medicine, and after using it, I became what I am now. Dugu Bo said casually, and then said, Your Highness, if you don't mind, you can go into the mansion and talk about anything. Prince Shuexing thought about it carefully, then nodded slowly. Okay, then I'll bother you, Mr. Dugu. I do have something to ask of you. Not long. Prince Shuexing followed Dugu Bo to the pavilion in the back garden. The two sat opposite each other. Dugu Bo first poured a cup of hot tea for Prince Shuexing and himself, then said in a low voice, Your Highness knows that I am a straightforward person and don't like to beat around the bush. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Haha, I admire people as straightforward as Mr. Dugu. Shuexing laughed and said, To be honest, I came here this time because I want to ask you to help me get rid of someone. Oh. Dugu Bo's eyes flashed. I wonder who your highness wants to kill. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. Shuexing looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, he moved his face closer to Dugu Bo, and then whispered, Mr. Dugu has also seen this person. He is the titled Doluo Qin Xiao whom I met that day at the Tendo Royal Academy. Puff. Dugu Bo immediately sprayed the hot tea in his mouth, which he had not yet swallowed, onto Shuexing's face. Shuexing stepped back in a hurry, constantly wiping the tea off her face with her sleeve. Mr. Dugu, what are you doing? There was some dissatisfaction in his voice. Dugu Bo did not care about Prince Shuexing's emotions and asked again, Who do you want to kill? Shrek Academy, Qin Xiao. Shuexing's answer was powerful. After confirming that he had heard correctly, Dugu Bo widened his eyes and shouted, Are you crazy? Kill him. Is that something that an ordinary person can kill? Dugu Bo remembered Qin Xiao's lightning that could restrain poison, as well as his powerful strength. By the way, he also believed that Qin Xiao had certain knowledge of medicine and poison techniques, otherwise how could he detoxify him? What's more important is that although Dugu Bo is not a gentleman, he knows how to repay kindness. Qin Xiao not only cheated him, but also saved both his life and Dugu Yan's life. In his opinion, the favor was greater. How could he bring himself to do that to Qin Xiao? I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't help you with this matter. Without much hesitation, Dugu Bo simply shook his head and rejected Shuexing's proposal. He was even thinking about giving Qin Xiao a reminder after Shuexing left. What? He rejected me so flatly. On the other hand, Shuexing looked shocked and confused. He never expected that Dugu Bo rejected him directly without saying a word. Is it because of Qin Xiao's strength? Mr. Dugu, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't want you to kill Qin Xiao head-on. Even if you are not as strong as him, you can still use poison skills in secret to play to your strengths. As long as you can kill him, the method doesn't matter to me. As long as Qin Xiao is dead, I will have achieved my goal.